This allows us to have designs that are intricate. We also have new products coming on board, our craft bonds, our pole drops, and our acrylic paints are joining us. We know customers like seeing the demonstrations, so make sure you tune in and don't miss the Sweet Poppy shows.
Hi, I'm Hayley from Craft Yourself Silly, and I'm really excited to be working with you guys here at the Craft Store. We've been here since the very beginning, and hopefully we'll continue to bring you lots of new and exciting soft craft projects. So make sure you join me and Craft Yourself Silly here at the Craft Store.
Hi, this is Els from Elizabeth Craft Designs. Elizabeth Craft Designs is a Colorado-based company. What we would like to share with you is my passion for crafts. We love all the concepts we have, so we have from cute till classic and beautiful designs. And we are going to bring you our ideas, our passion, and we hope to transfer that passion to you.
Hi, I'm Gina Barrett from Gina B Silkworks. We're a family company specializing in traditional crafts for the modern maker. I'm looking forward to being able to take time and demonstrate some of these techniques and share new ideas. I hope you'll be able to tune in to the Gina B Silkworks shows.
Shopping online with the Craft Store has just got easier with PayPal's Pay in 3 plan. Spread the cost of your basket, whether there is one item or many, with 3 interest-free payments. Simply choose Pay in 3 at checkout and pay for purchases between £30 and £2,000 over 3 equal instalments for the next 3 months. No fees and no interest. Spread the cost of your shopping with PayPal's Pay in 3 plan at the Craft Store.
Good morning, everyone. I hope you are well this morning. How has your morning been so far? Oh, you've just got up. Oh, how lovely. You having your breakfast? Tea or coffee? Oh, okay. And then afterwards? Okay. So like me, I start with the tea and then I go on to a coffee. It is great to have your company this morning. Talking of coffee, yeah, it's like a coffee chaser. Drink coffee responsibly. Wouldn't it be lovely to have a lovely cup of coffee here now, and a croissant and some jam? Croissant heated up in the oven. Anyway, maybe later, but it is great to have your company. And do you know what? This is a happy hour, which means all the prices are reduced for this hour and this hour only. We've got lots and lots of items on the show for you. So it might be you need to stock up and treat yourself to something, or Christmas present. Yeah, I know we've got to mention it. It's only, what date are we on now? The 9th? So that is 1 to 10, 10 to 15 days, 16 days, something like that. So it's not long. It's not long at all. So we've got some great gifts for you to buy and gift to people, to place them underneath your trees. Talking of trees, our Kirsty floor manager came up with a great idea. If you've got anything on your tree that you've handcrafted, maybe you've made a ball, or maybe you've made a Christmas decoration, then why don't you send a picture and send it in to the Craft Store at studio@thecraftstore.com. We'd love to see them because we need to be inspired. Some people haven't got their tree up yet, so it's a nice way of inspiring others. Now, the theme of the show today is soft craft. So we've got something for you if you love to craft with fabric, if you love to stitch, we've got something for you. Or maybe you need a bit of storage, or maybe something to help you see what you're crafting. So you can jump ahead to the website, you can have a look at all the items we've got available for you. Right, let's start here. Oh, by the way, hello to everyone on Facebook this morning. You are shopping ahead, so I better get started. This is brilliant. I love this. Now, we've got a selection of pins for you, and the pins have flower heads. You've got some with butterflies on, which are really sweet, which are really nice. They're long pins as well. I don't know if you can see that. There you go. So you've got long pins with your butterfly on, which look lovely. You've also got ones with flowers on. You've got your bead-headed pins, which are a little bit smaller, and you've got those in different colours. Now, you know what it's like when you're using pins, okay? If you don't have a pin cushion, those pins could drop like so, and you're thinking, oh my days, I've got to pick all of those up. And it's difficult, isn't it? It's difficult to pick up the pins individually. And you don't want little fingers getting in there if you've got the grandchildren round. So how about getting something that's magnetic and just picking them all up like that? That is pretty cool, isn't it? And do you know what I like about the design of here? They've thought about it, so you've got that ridge to go underneath to pick those pins up. So it's a genius idea. I think it's brilliant. And then all you have to do is take your pins off. You could slide them off like I've done there, or you could collectively just get your fingers underneath and you can pick all of them up and place them back to where they've come from. You also get this lovely oval shaped storage to put your bobbin rings in, and that fits perfectly in the centre, so you can keep it like so. But just give a little push and let's see those pins again. So let's put some pins there, because do be careful with your pins. I'm all right, everybody, but yes, I don't think I need a plaster. How? That's why you need one of these in your life, because you don't want to stick the pins directly into you. Wow, that hurt, but it's fine, it's fine. So there you go. It's like a game of Kaplunk. Does anyone remember Kaplunk? Oh, straws, Jack Straws, remember that? Right, okay, magnetic, here we go. Look at that, all of them, all together. Gather them up and pop them back in. I'm not going to hold this over there because all of them will just jump up, and you can see that, which is brilliant. It will work with the larger pins. They have got the plastic heads on, but it will work with the larger pins. It's really, really easy to do. If you've dropped any pins on the carpet, for example, and you've got dogs or grandchildren or yourself and you're walking around, it's difficult to find those pins. It's always a worry. You don't want to vacuum them up or anything like that. Just go like that and it will pick them up. I think it's brilliant, and it's a strong magnet as well. So that's fantastic. Oh, let me pick that one up. There you go. So you can just pick the one up, or you can pick a selection up. That's got a lid on it, so it'll keep all your pins nice and safe once they're back in. Let's pick. Oh, now there's the point. Not magnetic that side, only magnetic that side. So do remember that. The side that looks like, I don't know, could be a tablet. That's the side that's magnetic, because that gives you a chance to just scoot under there. I love that. I think that's a great idea. So if you know anyone in soft crafts, if you know anyone that uses pins, that is going to be an ideal Christmas present for them. Together, $11.97, 424 257 is your item number. Great little price that is. Absolutely fantastic. I love that. Right, any kind of craft that you do, whether it be drawing, whether it be parchment crafting, stay with us for 8 o'clock. We've got a great one-day special with your parchment craft, a brand new concept from Clarity Stamps. Can't wait for that. So any kind of crafting, whether you're making clay models or whether you're doing jewellery, for example, sometimes it's difficult to see what you're doing, and you're holding it up to the light and you're trying to get closer, and it's very, very difficult. When you finish your project, you look at it and you go, oh, if only I'd seen that, if only I had more light on it. Here's your solution. These are great because they do fold up. Now you've got a choice of the white or the black. So the main body area is the colour that you choose there. They're both the same. They work both the same. First of all, you've got a little lip under there, so you can open that up, which is brilliant. That's your magnifying glass, which you then open up like so. So you could put something just behind it like that. Oh, look at that. Look at those knuckles first thing in the morning. And then you can lift it up. This is where it gets interesting. So we lift that up. And the reason why we want to lift that up is because we still have the magnetic window just there, so it'll hold like so, but we've also got a light on here as well. Now I've got some coloured card underneath here, so let's have a look how this works, because there are 3 different settings, 1, 2 and then off. Is it on? Yeah, so it's just 2 settings. There you go. So let's bring a piece of white underneath there. And let's see the difference. You might be able to see this or not because of the studio lights here in the studio. There you go. So you've got the bright, flatter, I'd say white, and then you've got off, of course, and then you've got like a blue light, which is a little bit small. It's a cool light. So you've got your larger warm light, and then you've got your cool light. So you've got your different settings on there. Let's try it with a piece of blue. Let's see if it looks any different. It might not. You know, we've got the cameras here in the studio and our studio lights. So there's that. Ah, yeah, you see, you've got more intense lights. That's more of a flat light, like a floodlight, and more intense light for you. So you've got your different lights in there. But the magnification on here is it's marvellous. It really is. Let me get something to magnify. Let's see. I'm always rubbish at this. I'm always rubbish at lining things up for the camera. I'm terrible. I'll be like, I'll be all over the place. Right, let's see if I can line that up. There you go. If I hold that there, there you go. And then if I move that out there, you can see you've got that magnification. So great for your jewellery making. Great for anything that needs that intricate detail. Great for your stitching and sewing as well. Or it might be that you're just doing your nails and you need to get a closer look. There you go. Fabulous. So it's a good magnification on there as well. And it's a half price deal. So if you wanted to, you could buy two. You might know two people who would like a lamp like this. It's also like a travel lamp. It's also like a travel lamp as well, so it's nice and compact. So you could have two in your family. And you know what I'm going to do? I can't help it. I'm going to just, yeah, I can't help it. I don't even know what camera to look at now. I don't. I could. You could actually. Look at your teeth. There you go. Oh, where are we? Where am I? You see? I've not had my breakfast yet. Got the gear. Right, okay, enough of that. But that just shows you the magnification of that. It's brilliant. And then it just goes down flat like that, so it can fit in your pocket. The black or the white, you choose. They both do the same thing, and they take batteries. They certainly do. They take your AAA batteries. There you go. You choose your brand of battery. Okay, so great deal, £9.99, great gift, saving £10. Don't get in a situation with your crafting where you say, oh, I wish I'd bought that light now. Because if you choose another day to buy this, it's going to go up to £19.99. You don't want that to happen. So get it at the great price that we've got this at. I don't know if I'll get that open. I'll leave that closed. It's my nail. Right, 579185 is your item number. You choose, you decide. There you go for your Quilted Bear compact desk light. Right, next up we have got, this is really cool. Now, if you do any kind of stitching, right, you're stitching like so, you haven't got time to go and get a magnifying apparatus, magnifying glass, and put it over there because you need both your hands for stitching, or it could be for reading. So this is where this one comes in. Now, let me just put this over there. I'll watch my microphone. You can change where this sits. So you could have it higher up like that, or you could have it resting. Well, it doesn't look very good resting there, does it? I wonder if I could make that shorter before I do the demo. Possibly. We don't want it resting there, do we? Not really. Not really. Not this time in the morning, anyway. Let's just bring it up a little bit. There you go. That's better. That's better. So underneath there. Now, this is going to be difficult to show you, isn't it? Trust me. Underneath there, I can see... Oh, my nails. Well, that needs cleaning. That needs cleaning, that one. I'll take this off and show you the magnification. But working underneath it like so, it's great. And you've also got your focal point as well. So, if you have a look here, I'll see if I can get some paper again. You don't want to see... Oh. Oh, yeah, that's not good. Not good first thing in the morning. There you go. Look at that magnification. But you've also got the other magnification, which looks upside down at the moment. But when you've got this looking down, it works absolutely fine. So you can see your magnification is your 2 times magnification on the top, and the concentrated one is 6 times. So that is a great addition to have for your crafting, especially if you love your stitching. There's also 2 LED lights in there as well, so it illuminates where you're working. And you've got the different angles to put that. So you could have it on your desk like so if you wanted to, and you could work like that on your desk. I would probably have it that way and then work like that. La 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 la, la 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 la. or reading. You could just put some text under there and you could read it, which would be great. And then you can see, for example, I've got some yarn here. I've not got my glasses. I can't see. So I'd put that underneath and it would all make sense. And the more you move it back as well, and I'll show this to camera, the more you move it back, the more it will magnify. Just, oh no, come on, Janice, get this right. I told you I was rubbish at this. Now it looks upside down, but it is the right way. It's just our cameras. There you go. There you go. There you go. That's the right way around. So you've got that magnification in there. A great addition to your craft. $9.99. 192. No, sorry, start again. I might need this to look at the item number. 192974 is your item number. And if you don't want to use it for crafting, it's just going to be a laugh because you can make your mouth look really big. Just because. Yeah, that is big, isn't it? Right. Next up. Now, I think if anything on the counter today as a gift for Christmas, whether it be a Secret Santa, whether it be a gift for somebody that's helped you out throughout the years and they're a crafter, this is the item to buy. And also just to have another pair of scissors around the house. In fact, 2 pairs. Love these. Now, let me see if I can get these out because I'd like to show you these if I may. Yes, I can. Yes, I can. Look at these, everybody. Look at that. Now, these are your thread scissors and they're very, very effective. Can I ask her? Oh, I've got some thread next to me. Let me just take some of this thread. Okay. Yeah, I could go with a different colour so it's easier to see. Let me see if, I don't know whether I can pull a lot of the black out, but there you go. Can you see that on there? If I hold that there, I just want to show you that even if you snip just the tiniest bit, these scissors are very, very effective. So you've got your snip ability on there with your thread scissors, so that's great. And they look good, don't they? They really do. They look fantastic. It's a little crane. There you go, a little stalk. Beautiful. Rose gold as well, so very, very special. That's one set of scissors. The next set of scissors is this one. These are really good, actually. Fabric scissors. You can use them. I've got a ribbon. I don't know if I can grab some fabric from our Kirsty, a bit of fabric. Because I just want to show you these. Oh, there's some just down there. Kirsty will pass it over. Thanks, Kirsty. Now, love the sound of fabric scissors. Are you ready for this? Do you hear? I'm going to hold this closer to my mic, but not too close. You ready? Can you hear that? Yeah, that's satisfying, isn't it? Oh yeah, that's a good word. Clean. Oh, I like that. Very clean. They're sharp, do be careful, but these are fabulous for cutting your fabric. And don't use them for paper if you're using them for fabric, but if you want to buy them for paper, you can do. There's no reason why you can't. You could buy 2 pairs at that price, one for your fabric and one for your cardstock, but they do cut beautifully, and it's really important, isn't it, when you're cutting with fabric to get some decent scissors. Oh, do you know what? I could cut with these all day. There you go. $9.99. That gets you both scissors. It's a fantastic price. It's a must-have gift. It's a must-have gift to yourself. It's a must-have gift for someone that you know that loves crafting. It's absolutely fantastic. I won't bother with that at the moment. But there you go. Let's pop that back there. Let's put that in there. Let's see if they stay. Yeah, there you go. Right, so $9.99, saving £5, even at $14.99. This was a great price. 663456 is your item number. Now, if you've got your scissors, you need some thread. If you've got some embroidery to do, you need some thread, and we've got some for you. And this is beautifully displayed and kept in your bobbin storage or your spool storage. So we have got, first of all, your cotton. So 27 cotton thread reels, which are fabulous. And you can take all of these off, and you can see you've got your spool left there. So once you've used these, you can take them out and then you can put them back on, and it's going to keep those nice and safe. You've got a beautiful array of colours in here as well. So your yellows, your reds, your pinks and your purples, turn them around. You've also got your greens and your blues and your turquoise, and then in the middle you've got your deeper shades. So you've got your fabulous blue there. You've got that love, that is a gorgeous purple, isn't it? And then you've got your pink. So you've got some fantastic colours in there, and a great way of storing your cotton threads as well. The box dimensions, if you want to know, 19.5 by 7 by 6 centimetres. You might have a drawer to put them in, so you want to know that particular information. But they look great. Pop the lid on there, it keeps them nice and safe, which is great, isn't it? So those are your cotton threads available to you from the Quilted Bear. Yeah, you get 27 cotton threads for $12.99. On the spools, no, it doesn't say. It doesn't say how much is on a spool, but do you know what? It's going to be a lot. It's going to be a lot, I would say. So $12.99, $7.95, $9.71 is your item number. That's your cotton. We've got polyester as well. Same colours in the polyester. I believe they are the same colours, they're just displayed differently. So you've got your polyester threads at $9.99. If you want to add those to your basket, $383,929. Now you're saving £5 on that deal, so it's a good idea to multi-buy. And then you're stacked up, you've got all your storage ready to go, and you've got these spool holders as well, and you can put your lid on there. It's great, isn't it? $9.99, $383,929 is your item number. Fabulous. Polyester and cotton, you choose, you decide. Polyester $9.99, your cotton $12.99. Right, now, fancy doing a bit of crochet? Well, you already do, because we're already busy for our crochet hooks. Again, a great gift. They come beautifully packaged. But look at this, you've got all these different colours in here as well. And the handles are made from polymer clay. So that's pretty cool, isn't it? And they're beautifully designed with all the different patterns, and you've got different colours as well. So all the different sizes are colour coded, which is brilliant. So it's a set of 12. They're soft touch as well. So when you've got, which it's important actually when you're crocheting, because you do have them in your hands for a long time. Some people like the metal and the coolness. Some people like wood, and some people like these lovely soft touch ones as well. So they feel really, really nice in your hands. Size-wise, you've got your 2mm, you've got your 3mm, sorry, you've got your 2mm, your 2.5, your 3mm, your 3.5, your 4, your 4.5, your 5, your 5.5, your 6, your 6.5, your 7, and your 8. So there's no 7.5, it goes from 7 to 8. So the aluminium hooks and, yeah, those polymer clay handles are brilliant. And they are individual, beautiful floral designs. They look amazing, even if you never use them, just have them in your craft stash. They look great just to take out every now and again. And they're lovely, aren't they? They really are. As a gift, £12.49. That's a fabulous deal. It really is. 587040 is your item number for those. And the full length of each crochet hook is 15 centimetres. There you go. Which is brilliant. Okie dokie. Right, moving on down. I'm just going to grab some water because it is early in the morning, and I'm going to drink responsibly from my container that has a lid on it, actually. I can't hide it. Sometimes we're like, oh, go to a still, I'm going to have a drink. But I'm going to have a drink. I'm going to turn my back. I don't know why. That's fine. Little cough in the morning. Nothing but air conditioning. Right, so that's your crochet hooks. Let's move on. Now, if you love your cross stitch and you want to start in the beginning, maybe you want to do your own design, maybe you're following a design, maybe you've downloaded a design, and maybe you've bought some designs from us. You need some more fabric for it to go on. We've got some Aida for you. First of all, your 14 count. Your 14 count we've got in your cream and your white. It's a happy hour deal with £15 off. Wow, that is a saving. £9.99 for all four. $9.99 for all four. 151532 is your item number. It's 100% cotton, and they're fat quarters as well. So if I open this, and I'll show you, you've got your fat quarter just there, again in your cream or your white. 151532 is your item number. So your 14 count there for your cross stitching, and it's 50 by 45 centimetres, so 2 whites and 2 cream, which is brilliant, at a great price as well, $9.99. Now we also have, sorry, those are your 14 count, we've also got your 16 count, yes, your 16 count, and your 16 count, so it's a wider weave in here, and you've still got the cream and the cotton as well, sorry, the cream and the white. 354497 is your item number for that, $9.99, saving £15 on that deal. It's a great deal, isn't it? Do you know what I like about the description as well? 2 white and 2 off-white. 2 white and 2 off-white. So 2 off-white. Not 2 of white, 2 off-white. Because there's a difference, isn't there? If it was 2 of white, it would be OF, wouldn't it? Like, you know, I am of the craft channel. Is that right? OF, it is, isn't it? And then OWF, it's off-white. So it's off-white, as in it's there you go. Says it there. It's not off-white, it's off-white. English language is brilliant. It's the only thing I understand that little bit. The rest, I don't know. Our Meg is brilliant at the English language. You give her a conundrum and she'll come up with all different words spelt from that word. She's brilliant. She's brilliant. I'm rubbish. I always go for the 3 you know, in Scrabble or those, like those word coded things, I always go for the 3 words because it's about all I can do, like sit and put and all, you know, that kind of thing. Any more than 3 letters and I'm just like, oh, I don't know. I haven't got a clue. Go to the dot to dot, it's a lot easier. Right, so that's your Aida, 14 count, 16 count. Got some fat quarters for you, we have. And we've got 3 different colourways for you, 3 different colourways for you. We've got the Festive Spring has already sold out. So we'll take, is that the Festive Spring with the reds and the greens? Wow. That's gone. So not even going to show you that. Not going to show you that. People are shopping ahead. We've got 2 options. So let's give you the monochrome and the autumn. These are lovely. Now these are very on-trend colours. And if you are making a patchwork quilt or anything really, these are going to look absolutely fantastic together. You've got some lovely tones running through there. In fact, it reminds me of the test card, BBC 2 of an evening when we went off air. Back in the day when we had 2 channels. £12.99. I know, we were so excited when we got the 3rd channel, and then when we got the 4th, my days, we didn't know what to do. 070765 is your item number, and you're saving £7. Right, let me show you the size of these. They are 100% cotton. You can wash these at 40 degrees, but if you want to wash them at 30, it's always a safe bet. There you go, that's the size. It's a nice blue, isn't it? It's like a midnight blue. Oh, that looks nice and crisp against the white and the off-white, doesn't it? Right, so you choose, you decide. You've got your monochrome and autumn. They are fat quarters, 100% cotton. And then the other option we've got for you is your blush and pastel. Again, great tones. You might want to go for both of these. They're $12.99 for each set. And again, great sizes. So beautiful tones in there for your floral design. 070765. We've sold out of one of the options. We've got these 2 options left for you. $12.99. Great price, but only for this hour. At the top of the hour, the prices are going back up. They are going back up. Lots of people are going for one of each, actually. You know, you might have a project coming up that you need some 100% cotton for. Beautiful. Even that, it's like a camel colour, isn't it? Fabulous. Again, against the white, you can really see that colour tone, can't you? Fabulous. 070765 is your item number. Great to have your company this morning. We're coming up to 7:30 here on the Craft Store. Did you know we're live all the way through until 10 p.m. every single day? We're here live. And then after 11 o'clock at night, we go on to repeats. You get to see shows that perhaps you've missed. And that means we are 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, crafting and full of inspiration. It's fabulous, isn't it? Right, moving on. We've got more scissors for you. You've got your dressmaking, which again, great for cutting your fabrics. So we shall do that. We shall cut some fabric. Here we go. Oh, again, clean scissors, really important when you're cutting fabric. There you go. Nice and clean, nice and sharp all the way down, which is great. So that's that. And then you've got what I call your crocodile scissors, your pinking shears. So again, going into your fabric, there you go, you've got that lovely pinking edge, which means you could cut out your projects, stick it to the back of some Bondweb, and then you can just have your designs like that. You don't even need to sew. Looks brilliant, doesn't it? I love that. And again, very, very clean cut. So we're not struggling at all. We're going all the way through that fabric. In fact, let's put it to the test, shall we? Let's put it to the test. Let's layer it up. Let's test. We love a good fabric test, don't we? So let's cut that there. Because I think with paper, they say you can only fold paper about 8 times is the maximum, 7 or 8 times. If you can go any further than that, it doesn't matter how big the piece of paper is. Anywho's, let's double that. Let's fold it again. Let's see if we can cut into that. Yeah, that does well. Let's fold it again. Let's see if we can cut into that. We'll cut this way. Yeah, what I'll do is go down to the base of the scissor and cut, which is great. Let's try that on the pinking shears as well. Oh yeah, look at that. No problem, no problem. Shall we fold it again? Let's fold it again. Here we go. Here we go. It might start to struggle, but what you do, instead of going to the tip of the scissor, that's not going to do it, is it? It's not going to do it. Let's go to the base, okay? Because that's where it's sharp, and that's where the, not the weight, the tension, most of the tension is going to be. So we'll take it to the end of the scissors, and look at that. Goes through very, very easily. Let's see about your pinking shears. It's getting smaller and smaller, isn't it? Again, I'll go to the base. Let's open those up there. Yeah, look at that. See, thicker fabric. Look at that. It's going to be easy, isn't it? Love that. Great scissors. And ergonomically designed as well, which is fabulous, isn't it? You've got that blue colouring to them. So if you want to get hold of those, $11.99. What a price. It's time to get some new scissors and some new fabric scissors. It's always great, isn't it, to get something that's sharp and ready to go. 722804. We are busy for your scissor set. Yes, we are, for your dressmaking. Very, very busy. Don't miss out. It is a happy hour deal. $11.99. Save yourself £8. If you try and buy these tomorrow or after even 8 o'clock today, the price is going back up to $19.99. We don't want that to happen. Right, we have got some storage for you next. I'm just going to close this up because I like the reveal. I like the reveal. Now, what I like about this, you can stain this if you want to, so you can change the colour of it and you can decorate it and paint it. Beautiful design. To begin with, it's lightweight. That's important with any case, with any box, because you're putting things in it. It's going to get heavier and heavier and heavier. So you want the actual unit itself to be lightweight in the beginning. So you can see they're nice and lightweight because it's made from pine wood. Now, you could stain it and decorate it. So we've got the drawer at the front you can open out very, very easily. So you could store some items in there if you wanted to. And then we've got the 2 top boxes, so we can store in there as well. You could put your jewellery in here if you want to. And then you could open it like that and open it at the side as well. So you've got the 2 wings, and then you've got storage on the inside like so. And then you've got the drawer storage. So a lot of areas here that you can actually store things in. So it might be that you're storing some of your fat quarters in one side and some of your fat quarters in the other side. You might want to pop your scissors in there because that's going to house your scissors perfectly. And it just means your scissors are going to go with you. Now your threads, you're going to want to keep them somewhere as well. Now, the whole drawer wouldn't fit in there, so I would take some threads out, maybe take some of your greens, because it's a project. You could put some greens in that side, and then you could put some other threads in there as well. So you've got your storage, and then you can just simply go like that. You can go like that, you can close it, and you can take your project to your desk where you are working, which is nice. So it could be for your jewellery, it could be for your crafting items, it could even be for your DIY as well. And maybe your first DIY job is to stain it or decorate it. You could open one side, keep one side closed. You could shut that. You could open that side. You could have them both open if you wanted to. You could have one stretched over and not stretched over, one closed, one open. A whole conundrum of different varieties of opening and closing. Now, you could personalise this with your pyrography tool or your sanding tool or something like that. So you could actually write your name and things like that in there. It's great, isn't it? 686475 is your item number, £20.99. Why don't you buy this and then decorate it and then gift it? That would be fabulous because it's going to give that personal touch to your storage solution. Absolutely wonderful. And it's nearly half price. So instead of $39.99, which it will be, at the top of the hour, you're only paying $20.99. It's always good to have storage, isn't it? I love that. Fabulous. 686475 is your item number. Right, we have got some more storage for you. We have got something which is larger and already stained actually, but not to put you off decorating it in any way. Right, this is quite the storage, isn't it? Actually, surprisingly lightweight. Surprisingly lightweight. And this is made from Beechwood, but surprisingly to begin, I mean, there's still some weight to it, don't get me wrong, but it's substantial. Right, okay, we have got one box that opens there, and you can close that, and you've got another box that opens that side, and you can close that, but there's more to it. You've got a box there and a box there, so let's just lean that forward. So that's where your deep storage goes. There you go. So in I go for your deep storage, and out I come again. So that's that storage there. So we'll close that and we'll close that. Then we'll take it out to the side. So not only do we have the top tier, we have the second tier, we have the third tier as well. On the other side, again, we have got, let me just move this over here, your top tier, your second tier and your third tier in there. And you can open that box and open that box there. And then you've got your drawer, which we open like so. So there's lots of areas where you can store stuff. Stuff is a great word. You could have your pens, you could have your brushes, you could have your paints, you could have your little water pot in there actually, and keep you, as long as you've got a lid on your water pot, you could open it up and then you could just sort of, you know, wash your brushes in there. It could be for your sewing, so you could have your threads and your fabrics and your scissors, and then you could have your pins and your essentials in there. You could put your chocolate in there if you wanted to, yeah. You could use this for your DIY, you can use it for all kinds of different jewellery making would be another great idea. Right, 037726, 2 payments of £35. It's a beautiful gift to give, isn't it? And you could keep this forever, you really could. If you want to personalise it in any way, you can do. That's going to be entirely up to you. Look how easy that comes together. And then we pop the drawer back in. I like the design of the handles on here as well. So you've got a really good handle to hold on to open up and close. You'll see that drawer comes out effortlessly, and we can take that all the way out. So there's no runners, which is brilliant. So there's no runners that are going to go wrong or get stuck. I'm sure you've all been in that situation. We're fighting with the drawer to try and get it back on its runners with this. And I'm doing this backwards, so forgive. There you go. It just goes in and slides shut. So that's really, really easy, isn't it? And the hinges, you'll see there, you've got your screws in, your metal hinges. So again, you've got that longevity in your metal hinges like so. Fabulous, that is. Love that. Right, 2 payments of £35. 037726 is your item number, saving £15 on that deal. Right, more storage for you. Now, you can put your sewing machine in here, but it doesn't have to be your sewing machine. You could use this as a travel bag, you could use this as a craft bag, you could use this as anything. It's storage, but it looks fabulous. But there's some great design aspects to this, which means you can put heavy items in here, like your sewing machine. First of all, let's have a look at the handles. Always important, this is what you're going to be carrying around. So you've got that hook and eye system. So you've got the handles separately if you wanted, but when you bring them together, that's what makes them comfortable to hold. That's really, really important just there. Let's open that out. You'll also notice with the handles as well, they'll go down here. Let's open this, where are we? Zip here. There you go. Oh, it's a double zip. We always like a double zip, don't we? And you'll see that the handles run all the way through, and they'll go all the way along the bottom, all the way up the other side to the other handle. Why is that important? Because that gives you the stability, it gives you the strength of the handle. So they're not just attached here, they go all the way down, all the way along the bottom, and all the way up the other side. So very, very strong. You've got that pocket in the front, so you could put some items there, maybe your pattern booklets or even your fabric. Then you have got your double zip. Love a good double zip. Sounds like a camping trip. Oh, you can never sleep when you go on a camping trip. It's all you hear all night, isn't it? And you know what's going on. Anyway, right, just, you know, comfort breaks and things. So the sewing machine is not included. It's not included, do beg your pardon. Right, so that zip will go down to the base. That will go down to the base, and we can open that out, so it makes it easy for you to slide your machine out. But that's just to show you how you can fit a machine in there. It doesn't have to be a machine. Yes, the zips go all the way to the side, so you can get the machine in and out. But let's just take that zip up and take that zip up there. There you go. You could just open the zips halfway, so just open like so, not down the sides, and then you can use it as a regular bag. Beautiful design. So you've got your bees, you've also got your florals, and you've got your spots to choose from. Let's have a look. So that's your, oh, that's nice. I like your teal floral. Oh, I like the teal spots actually. But then I like the buzzy bees. I think the bees are pretty cool. £31.99. Saving £18 on that deal. 338072 is your item number for that. So instead of spending just shy of £50, you are spending just shy of £32, which means that £50 you're going to spend on somebody, you can actually buy them something else. That's pretty cool, isn't it? 338072 is your item number. Right, we're moving on. We've got more storage for you. I told you we've got a lot on the show. By the way, if you are buying a lot of items from us and your basket comes to £60 or more, you can open up a flexi buy, which means you can divide the cost over 2 months, interest-free payment. It's not a credit card. There's no credit checks. It's really, really easy to set up. If you're on the website, just tick a box where it says flexi buy, and if you're on the phone lines to us, then just say, yeah, I'd like, well, normally we'll offer it to you, but you can say, I'd like a flexi buy, please, if your basket is £60 or more. You can also pay via PayPal as well, so that's another option for you. All the terms and conditions are with PayPal. That's with them, not with us, but we are giving you the chance to buy with PayPal. Right, here we go. We have got some more storage for you. You have got your 27 spools and your 50 spool holder. Spool, what a word. Spool. I wonder where the word originates from. Spool. I wonder if it's to do with spun. Spun a spool. You spun and put it on a spool. I wonder if it's connected to spoon. I don't know. If you know, let us know. It is studio@thecraftstore.com. Right, let's have a look at your storage. This one is a simple on-off, and then you've got your storage. Oh, actually, spools is the shortening for the French word espoul. Where does this, from the 17th century, where does espoul come from? Just like to make it even harder. Right, there you go. So you can pop your bobbins on there. So that's good, isn't it? So that's your bobbin in there. And that's a simple on-off. And you can store 27 in there. And then we've got your big storage. I was going to say your big boy, but I don't know why. Well, I don't know why we always go, oh, this is a big boy. Could be a big girl, doesn't matter. Right, let me see how, it's all in the prep, Janice, how they come off. I know. I don't know how you get this open. This is fun, isn't it, this morning? Here we go. Sometimes I don't like to press too much in case, you know, I'm doing something wrong. But it does open. It's just, no, this needs to pull down. There you go. No, do you know what? Sometimes when you've got a clip like this, I'm always worried about pulling it off. Because if you pull it too hard, it comes off. And you don't want that to happen. So sometimes you have to apply the pressure and just release it gently, and then you can open it up and off you go. There you go. The lid comes off totally, and you've got your 50 spools in there. It's, you know, when people sleep on like a bed of nails, please don't do it, but some people do, don't they? It's like that. I don't know many people that do that. It's probably more of a thing from the films in the 70s, but oh, that does feel nice. But don't do that. Be careful. Let's put a spool on. Do you want to put a spool on it? So, sounds like a song, doesn't it? Do you want to put a spool on it? Yes, I do. Do you want to put a spool on it? Yes, I do. Spin, spin. Sorry. Don't know, I should release that. I should really. Janice's rap. Do you want to put a spool on it? Yes, I do. You can put a spool on it. Yes, I can. You can put 2 spools on it. And then I could do the French version. Do you want to put a spool on it? Do you want to put a spool on it? Yes, I do. Can I put a spool on it? Yes, I can. Oui, spoolie dans la boxe, oui, spoolie dans la boxe, uno spoolie. You see, I can rap into Europe as well. Eurovision Song Contest, that's me. I could do it in French and I could do it in English as well. Well, I could try and do it in French. There you go. So, a spool, 50. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 5. What's 50 in French? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, who? 50, I think. Anyway, 50, 50. 50. Yeah, do you know what? This is absolutely fantastic. I might even be wrapping this up soon. Very, very busy. 50 spools there. 50 is spoolie. And you also have don la lid. Don la lid. And then you have got your 27 storage as well. So you can put your spools on there. Let's grab a spool. A spoolie. 2 spoolie. 3 spoolie. 1, 2, 3, 4, 4 spoolie, 5 spoolie, 6 spoolie, 7 spoolie, 8 spoolie, 9 spoolie, 10 spoolie, 11 spoolie, 12 spoolie, 13 spoolie, 14 spoolie, 15 spoolie. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 10, 11, 10. Are we going into Spanish now? Dios y dos. I think we've got into Spanish. More. There's more. There's more. So 27, in sign language, 27 is, let me get this right, 20, so that's 20, so it's 20, and then, hang on, let me get this right, is it that or that? That's 7. It is. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then you don't use 2 hands, you go 6, 7, 8, 9, and then that's 10. Or that's 10. Is it that's 10 or that's 10? Sorry, I learned sign language level 1, and then I did start level 2, but my teacher didn't turn up for the lesson, so we didn't finish it. Anyway, so there you go. There's a little bit of sign for you. What else can I say in sign? Can I do the item number? I'll try. So it's 60491. There you go. And the description, Millward set of 2. And then, yeah, there you go. There you go. So that's it. So, yeah, organisers, well, I'd have to spell that out, because I don't know what organiser is in sign. sign. But anyway, that's Derby. That's Nottingham. And Pete, I don't know what I'm not sure what Peterborough is. I'm not sure what Peterborough is. I did know what Manchester was. No, I can't think. Anyway, it will slowly come back to me because it was years ago when I did the sign. Anyway, right, so that is your storage for your spools. No more wrapping unless it's requested before the end of the show, before it actually is a wrap. You don't get the spools in there. I've mixed them up. Our lovely Kirsty is going to have to do your uns and your durs and your twas again to get them back into the other spool. No, do you know what? I probably don't need to do that. I just need to do that. But then sort it out because it's different items. Anyway, I'm confusing myself, let alone our lovely Kirsty on floor today. Right, we're moving on. We've got more storage for you now. Hello. I've got some storage here for you. Look at this. Now, this looks gorgeous. If you want to decorate this, I would definitely do that before you gift it. I would probably put someone's name on there or their craft. We simply open that up and you've got your storage in there. What would you put in here? Well, you could put your pins in here. You could put your knitting needles in here. You could put your flute in here as well, because you know how flutes break in half. You could put your flute. Don't know about your clarinet. Not sure of the size of your clarinet. You could put your recorders in here. Now, I can play the recorder. I can play 2 recorders at the same time, 1 up each nostril. I know, it sounds gross, but I can. And I can play them at the same time as well. I know it sounds weird, but I can. Whilst I'm sign languaging, no, because I need my fingers to play all the different notes. But I can play the recorder. So you could put your musical instrument in here if you wanted to. You could adapt it as well, because you could put some fabric inside there as well. You could put your pens in here. You could put your brushes. You could put your ties in here. Yeah. Cufflinks, nice watches. You could roll up your socks, put your socks in here, maybe. Yeah. I mean, what else do you have that's quite long and that you need to keep safe in a drawer somewhere? I don't know. There's lots of different things, isn't there, that you could keep in a special box for a special occasion. You could put your wand in here as well, depending on what that wand does for you. But you could put your wand in here as well. Because, I mean, they do say it's not the size of the wand, it's the magic of the magician. So that's a good place to put your wand. 892767 if you are a magician. There you go. It's lovely. Should be that way, actually, just so you can see the front. Right, we have got a knitting and crochet set for you now. It doesn't come with the yarn, but we've put the yarn on there for a certain reason. So, you know we were saying about the different crochet needles and knitting needles, and people like a different feel, tactile and all of that. These match. They're rose gold in colour, but not rose gold made of, but rose gold in colour. And we have got your knitting needles and you've got your crochet hooks in there. Size-wise on your knitting needles, may I pick this up? Size-wise on your knitting needles, 35 centimetres, and you've got 3.25 mil, 3.75 mil, and 4.5 mil. So you've got your different sizes in there. Can you see that? Yeah, you can. On your crochet hooks, you've got your 3 mil, 3.5, and your 4 mil, 4.5, 5, 5.5, 6, 6.5, and that's the last one. And you've got this interesting device here. Now, you could put your toilet rolls on here. You could put your kitchen rolls on here. Why not? But it is predominantly used for your yarn holder. There you go. Let's put that on there. And then you can just unfurl your yarn and just keep it coming out like so, which, of course, makes it really easy. Because when you're knitting and when you're crocheting, you don't want to keep pulling your yarn. You just simply turn that and it will just give you more yarn, which is brilliant. Doesn't that look like Barber Popper? Who remembers Barber Popper? If you remember Barber Popper, everybody, that looks like Barber Popper. I used to love Barber Popper. Right, so that's your kit that you're getting there. You don't get any yarn included, but you are getting your yarn holder. And you could, and do you know what's nice about it? You've got that flexibility, because when you are pulling your yarn off, instead of you pulling the yarn too hard and it falling over, can you see you've got that little bit of flexibility? That is a great design aspect, and you've also got that in the front. And if you want to just pretend you're driving and change gears with it, then you can do that as well. Right, 088446 is your item number. We're heading up to the top of the hour, I can't believe that. Now, Freedom members, it's a great way to buy from us here at the craft store. You don't pay any P&P when you're a Freedom member, and you get great discounts. Here's our lovely Leonie to tell you some more.
Have you heard of Freedom? Did you know that as a Freedom member, you could be making savings on every order you place? For just £7.97 a month, you will benefit from selected Freedom member discounts and complimentary standard delivery on every order you place. You will also receive our exclusive Freedom members badge, giveaways and crafty updates. If you shop with the craft store more than twice a month, then Freedom is for you. Don't forget, your Freedom membership is flexible, so you can pause if you're going away, or you can cancel at any time you decide. So what are you waiting for? Give us a call or go to our website, quoting the item number 88888 and join Freedom today.
Here you go, you can join Freedom and get all of those benefits. It will begin today, your Freedom membership. It's not like you're paying for half a month and then you've got to restart in January. Is it January next? That's crazy. Where's this year gone? Right. Okay. New Year's resolutions. I do, but I haven't really done anything to. I don't know what my New Year's resolution would be. What would yours? Mind you, you can't tell people what you need. Or can you tell people? Yeah. What would yours be then, Kirsty?
I don't know, because my birthday's on the 2nd, so I always break it.
Oh, she always breaks a New Year's resolution because Kirsty's birthday's on the 2nd. Are you a Capricorn? Yeah. Oh. I don't know what mine will be. I don't know. Maybe just to get on with my job more rather than chuntering away. I don't know. Maybe you could help me out with that. Let me know. We'll have a poll on Facebook. Yes or no? Chunter on or just shut up and get on with it. And then I'll know heading into the new year. Right. We've got scissors. We have got scissors. And we've got fabric. So let's show you what these scissors can do. We've been very busy for these. Right. Time to buy some new scissors, eh? Right. So let's get some fabric and let's cut the scissors. First of all, beautifully ergonomically designed, so you can get your hands in there and your thumb in there, nice and comfy. Oh yeah, beautiful. Look at that, nice and clean, beautiful. And then you got your pinking shears, your crocodile scissors. Oh yeah, nice, crisp and clean. But let's put the scissors to the test. We always like to put the scissors to the test. So we've got the fabric folded in half. You've seen it go through that. Now I'll tell you what, let's just get a smaller piece so I'm not faffy. Look at that, beautiful. I'd actually like to be a tailor. I'd like to just cut fabric all day. Right, let's fold it again and let's be daring. Let's fold it again, okay? Let's test the scissors. They'll go through. Yeah, okay. You need to take it to the base of the scissors, but it goes through perfectly. Let's try the pinking shears on that thickness. Keep that folded over. I'll use this one, so I'm not fooling you. We'll go down to the base of the scissors and we'll go, ooh, yeah. Now that's quite a good thick piece of fabric, isn't it? All folded over, as you can see just there. Shall we go even further? Let's fold it again. Let's fold it this way. Let's fold it again. So that's quite thick, would you say? That's quite a thick piece of fabric. That is one layer. 2 layers. Let's start at the beginning, eh? No, that's fine. And let's go even smaller, because sometimes the smaller the piece, the thicker it goes, doesn't it? Right, 1, 2, 3. Shall we go 4? Let's go 4. Okay, so it's a smaller piece. There you go. So with a pair of scissors, let's go for the regular scissors. We wouldn't normally snip at the front, although you could use your scissors to pick things up. We'd take that down the scissor and it cuts a beautiful line. Look at that. How about the pinking shears? So again, we'll take it down to the base. Yes, you've got a little bit of pressure, but we're putting them to the test. That's what it's all about. And you've still got maybe not so much. Let's just take it across the corner like that. There you go. Because with pinking shears, you have to be careful about moving them along. So it cut beautifully through your straight scissors. Look at that, straight through. And then your pinking shears will go to a thickness, but they cut beautifully as well. They are great, aren't they? $11.99, something to have in your house. And then it means that you've got your scissors. If you're going to use this for card and paper, then buy another pair and have them for your dressmaking. But they are predominantly dressmaking scissors due to their sharpness and quality. $11.99, 722 804 is your item number. Well, we've had a lot on the show and you've been busy choosing. You've got 3.5 minutes left to get all of them at the great deals that we've got them at the moment. If you choose to, and decide to buy them after the hour, the price is going back to whence it came, and the prices will be going back up again. Do stay with us though, we've got a marvellous show coming up next. It's a whole new concept. Well, I'm just looking over now. It's a whole new concept when it comes to the work on parchment. Can't wait. Barbara Gray is coming up next. Stay where you are or go and grab yourself a cup of tea. See you after the break. Yes, Crafting with Clarity one day special, and it is very, very special. Indigo Blue goodie bag special after that. Again, another special show. And then we're paper crafting with Pink Frog Crafts.
Hi, I'm Lou from Studio Light. Studio Light has been around for about 40 years now. They're based in the Netherlands. It's a family-run business with a great heritage. The products that Studio Light bring us are very diverse, fantastic dyes, great papers, but all round on trend. Over the 40 years Studio Light have evolved. They listen to me, the demonstrator, and you, the customers, and really take our ideas on board. We'll share with you the diverse techniques and products will inspire you to produce your own individual pieces of artwork. So make sure you don't miss the Studio Light shows.
Hi, my name is Blanche Siegmann. I'm the owner of the company La Blanche. The company La Blanche is a crafting company located in Germany. For over 20 years I'm designing and selling stamps, paper crafting products and home decoration. As a passionate crafter myself, I make sure all our products are of highest quality and easy to use. We produce a whole range of products. We produce paper products. We have also shrink sleeves for your jars, glasses. We have home decoration products, paints and wall decals. Everything, the whole range of crafting we produce for you. I hope you enjoy watching us and crafting with La Blanche.
Hello, I'm Hayley. I've always been an avid crafter behind the scenes and have been given the opportunity to share some of my favourite products with you in a monthly show called Handmade by Hayley. I'll be covering lots of areas of soft crafts like quilting, dressmaking, sewing, knitting, even printing your own fabrics. I'll even be bringing some items from my own Handmade by Hayley range.
A very good morning to you. I hope you are well. Are you ready to learn a brand new craft? Are you ready to take your parchment crafting into the next generation of crafting? I am really excited about this show, and I know you guys are as well, because you tuned in last night. We were very, very busy for the launch of the One Day Special, which always launches here at the craft store at 6 p.m. It's a 24-hour deal. You do need to learn that. Now, we have a complete collection and this brand new concept of parchment crafting. Those are the details on the screen at the moment that you can see there. It's available on FlexiBuy, which means you can divide the cost into 2 payments of £47.17. You've got a saving of £5 there, but do you know what? It's even more than that, because we have broken up your one-day special and the other elements, and you are collectively saving £30 on that deal. And that's why most people have been buying the larger collection, of which 40% of the stock has now gone. I know, we only had 2 live shows yesterday. People have been buying overnight as well, people in Europe and America. And of course, you've joined us again this morning. So please do shop ahead and head to the website. 888401 is the item number for the whole complete collection. But what we're going to do is break it down in sections. And we're going to do that with our wonderful Barbara Gray, who joins us live on Skype. Good morning, Barbara.
Good morning, Janice. It's so good to have your company this morning.
You're looking lovely I mean, you always look lovely, but you're looking lovely this morning, Barbara.
Well, thank you very much.
Have you had a haircut? Looks very nice.
I've lost some weight.
You look fabulous. You look fabulous. And it's always great to work with you, Barbara. I'm really excited because you did hint to me a couple of months ago that you had something brand new coming up your sleeve. And I was trying to get it out of you. And you just wait, Janice, just wait till you see. And my goodness, what a great surprise this is. Can you tell us about the conception, and can you tell us about how we're going to use our wonderful parchment in our crafting?
Well, now, Linda Williams and Lynn Jackson, they put their heads together and they came up with this idea of printing white images on parchment. So whereas in the past traditional parchers had to actually draw out their flowers, for example, onto parchment, what we've done is we've taken those images by Linda Williams and we've actually printed them in white onto parchment. So now what we've also done is we've worked out a way, this was Lynn Jackson's idea, to split the colour layer off the white layer, and as we go down, I think that what would be a great idea would be to look at that big board that you've got there. Our Paul, he deconstructed one of the packs, yes, so that you can see exactly what's in each of, I mean, there are 5 different flowers. This is the rose example, and you'll see here, Janice, what you've got is you can see it going along the top now. If we could pan along the top, you'll see you've got the roses. You've got the cover page. Then here we've got the actual white, very, very fine line, almost, or just enough to see to be able to work with. So as opposed to a groovy plate, which is much bolder than that, you can get really amazing detail on that. You've got 4 of these actual printed pieces. Then you've also, going along a little bit further, we've also included a sampler. So you can practice your shading, your white work. So that now, for example, yeah, very, very good. You remind me of an air hostess.
You wait till I do that. This is a great idea to have this in the pack, Barbara, because there's going to be lots of people that are new and trying this for the first time. This could also be a reference. You could keep that as a reference to the different pressures that you use as well.
Exactly. And also included in the pack, there is a step-by-step instruction leaflet that tells you exactly how to do the white work step by step with photographs by Linda herself. So that's the white work layer covered. You see, this is it. We're working in layers here, which is why we call it the frosted layer pack. So that's the frosted layer. And then if you go again to that board, you'll see the next thing. There's more on there. Here's the step-by-step instruction. Now you've also got the 4 sheets of clear parchment, and interestingly, what we're looking at here is for colouring. Now we've got a print on white paper, and this is where we've changed. This is new now. What we're doing is we're overlaying clear parchment onto that, what we would call a pattern, and we're applying colour to a piece of parchment that hasn't got any line art. More will be revealed. And that's when you get, you know, sometimes you see those samples, Janice, and they look like painted porcelain.
Yes.
Francis Knott is really good at that. Glynis is very good. Gail Sydenham, they're a specialist. Linda obviously is very good at that. And this is this technique of colouring like painted porcelain, but instead of doing it on the same layer that the white work is on, we've split it. So, and then go back again, please, to that board, because there's another really interesting thing on the board too.
Now we're moving
right,
along.
So, white, yeah.
Just to let everyone know at home, Barbara, this is in each pack of the flowers, isn't it, that we're talking about?
Exactly. We've just deconstructed one of the packs to show you. So this is a really, I mean, pound for pound, you know, what you're getting for your, I mean, these are like £7 or £8, these packs in the bundle,
wow.
you know. Now, so you've got your white one, which is for the pattern. Then you've got a coloured one. Now, that coloured print, which is taken off an original from Linda Williams, that's in every pack also.
Yes.
And that helps you, one, it's for inspiration for colouring, so you know where to put the light and the shade. And two, it helps you monitor your white work. Then finally, you've also got a taster one, which is my personal favourite, and that's the black printed line. It's exactly the same as the white, yeah, but it's the black one. And I love this so much. If I may just show you on the overhead what I've got, if you see this, you'll understand.
Wow.
I know, Lynn, I know. It's just superb. And that is just done with that black, dark, delicate printed line art with white work on the back. And all she's used, all that Linda's used, this is what we did in a retreat, is a pencil. That's all that's done. We'll talk about that later too.
That's incredible.
So what we've done, I know, and so what we've done is, in the frosted packs, we put one of those, and then in addition, on the counter, we've added each flower. There are 5 different packs, and they've got 10 of the rose, 10 of the fuchsia, 10 of the winter rose, etc., etc. And they are an amazing price. In the bundle, I think they're less than £4 a pack. So that's really good, you know.
Yeah, it certainly is. And what a wonderful way to start a brand new craft or to extend your crafting. Maybe you use the groovy plates, but it's more of the white work that you like working with. You can instantly get on with that. And you do have 5 flowers included in your one-day special. You're also getting a fantastic folder to keep them in as well. Isn't that wonderful? So it means that you're going to get to keep yourself organised, or maybe just put your artwork in there if you want to. So that's included with your one-day special. Let's run you through the flowers so you can see what you're getting, all beautifully designed. We'll start with the fuchsia. Fuchsias are wonderful. And I have a gentleman that lives near me, and he is a world champion at growing fuchsias, and there are all kinds of different fuchsias out there. They're a beautiful flower. I absolutely adore them. And do you know what? They remind me of my childhood. They remind me of my childhood, and hopefully with you guys as well. You've either got your fuchsias in your garden, or it's something that's going to remind you of your childhood. Beautiful sample there, you can see. I do need to say a big thank you to all the design team. That's by Glynis that you can see there. Beautiful, vibrant colours. But you can also knock the colour back as well and give that lovely vintage, soft look to it as well. Isn't that beautiful? Almost like a diffused colouring. Isn't that absolutely wonderful to go from that lovely vibrant colour, but also to use that soft colour in there as well. You've also got the rose included. Your or is it the rose we're going to next? Yeah, the rose. Roses are beautiful, aren't they? They really are. And this is the one that Barbara showed as well, in that white work with the grey, but using colours, absolutely stunning. And look at the detail that you've got there in the calyx. You've got the detail in the leaves as well, so it looks lifelike, doesn't it? And I really like the fact that that rose is just opening up. We've also got the bud, which is coming to life. Oh, and you've also got the bud there, which is just slowly starting to come out. So it's almost like the stages of life, isn't it? I love that. What a very, very intelligent design that is, and beautifully drawn. We've also got your amaryllis as well. Yes, Barbara?
Yeah, sorry, no. When you go to this one, just to explain, this is done on our rainbow parchment as well. So the black line art is over the top of the rainbow parchment, and the grids that are on the show are creating that beautiful lace border in the background. Yeah. So we've got some grids by Josie, and that's what is so easy to do, but how effective. And that's the black pack. You can see that's why the rose has got that subtle, very, very fine black line.
Yeah, it looks gorgeous, doesn't it? And there's another wonderful sample as well, which is really focusing on that rose. Just beautiful. I think that one is by Linda Jackson. Beautifully designed. You can still use your groovy plates in your white work in the other areas of your designs, but you've got the concentrated area here where you can really just sit down and have that mindfulness moment. So that is your rose. We've got more flowers for you. We've got the amaryllis, a beautiful flower this. I've got another one by Glynis here just to show you. That's the white work. Doesn't that look effective? And it almost, Barbara, looks 3D.
It certainly does. And again, this is what I love about these packs. They're like learning packs, and you've got options. You can use just this layer, you can use the coloured layer on its own, and you can sandwich them together. And that's the new concept, in effect, is the frosted layer, as we call it, which is the white work. It's very forgiving in as much as I'll show you a couple of samples here in a minute where we've split the white and then we layer it over the top. It's so beautiful. I think the other thing about these, Janice, is they're very modern flowers, but they're drawn in a very traditional way. So it appeals to young and old people. This is just white work on the winter rose, but then we've used our doodle dies in the background, which is what I meant about taking it into the younger generation art.
This is
lovely.
Stunning. This is absolutely stunning. To do something like that and to look back at it and sit down and go, I did that. That is such an achievement, and so easy to do as well. And you've got the lovely, beautiful, muted look. Isn't that sensational? Isn't that lovely? I love a Christmas rose. Yeah, that is.
And you know,
beautiful.
again, she's used the doodle dies in the background, and that just looks, and it's all done with one colour. And then she's taken the same one. This is the winter rose again, and just white work with a little bit of a flash of colour. Just gorgeous.
This is your tatty tulip. Oh, I need tatty tulips in my life. Tulips are my favourite flower, actually. Just such beautiful, beautiful design there. And how the colours, you can see there on the petals, that's very clever, isn't it? Because you've got almost like the light, just almost like a sheen style on there with the way the colour's been applied.
Yeah, that's that. This is what I was talking about working without line art. This is a new kind of parchment art, which is actually, for us it's new, but it's the way that the traditional parchers used to work. And now again, you see, you can create that kind of really lovely translucent frosted overlay. Doesn't that look so exceptionally, it's just so subtle. And then you take the same thing with the black. And all of these options are available to you in each pack with each flower.
It's absolutely marvellous. £39.44. Can you believe that price? But as a Freedom member, oh my days, it gets even better. £35.50. That is mind-blowing because of the packs that you're getting, everything that's in those individual packs, and something new to learn, something to extend your crafting. 2 payments, get this, £17.75 today, and then another payment in a month's time. That's for your one-day special, and a third of the stock has gone. You're saving £10 on that deal. I want you to remember that £10 because we're also adding that to your larger collection. So very, very busy. Remember, you get your folder included as well. Now, moving on, we've got some parchment for you with those printed designs on. And again, this is in the larger collection, but if you want to buy this individually, maybe you want to go for the one-day special and you want to go for this as well. You might want to go for this a couple of times. You're more than welcome. You can multi-buy. £19.95 today. You're saving £5. This is set number 1 for your floral parchments. So this is going to extend your packs, Barbara, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, in the packs, the floral packs, we added 1 black printed taster, and in this one you've got 10 of the fuchsia, 10 of the rose, 10 of the amaryllis, etc., etc. And I was thinking earlier, first of all, I wanted to make sure that everybody at home knows on the 1st of February, you know, Paul and Linda Williams, they do a groovy Shack, Janice, every Tuesday at 10 o'clock on Facebook Live. And they will start with the packs. They will, I spoke to Linda about it, and they're going to start working with one of the frosted layers and start showing people. So if you buy it, we're not just going to let you loose on it. You can try it at home, and then on the 1st of February, you can join Linda and Paul, and Linda will give you a masterclass on Facebook how to do this, and it will always be available on YouTube as well. So we're not just selling it to you and then let you get on with it. And I was thinking the black one, I would love to take that into the shack and show, because it's more of a doodle one. I'd love to be able to, I think I'm going to, in February, take that into the shack and work with our friends on that too. So if you do invest in these packs, then fear not. Linda and Paul and myself will be showing you what to do with them anyway.
Oh, fabulous. Well, you've got a £5 saving on that set, £19.95. Remember that saving, because of that, it's being applied to your larger collection. And then let's move over to the stamps. We've also got the masks as well. So this is going to help you layer up your backgrounds. But what a beautiful stamp set to have. And with these, Barbara, it's not just about using these on parchment. We can use these with all kinds of different papers. We can use them on fabric as well to bring out those lovely, gorgeous designs which correspond and go alongside your parchment artwork. And there's a £10 saving on your floral stamp set and the masks as well. So you can start building up those layers. And these are absolutely beautiful, stunning designs, Barbara.
Yeah, they're the same designs again in smaller format. And when I will show you quickly this morning how to colour that new colouring technique I was talking about.
Yes.
And what you'll see is you can apply the same colouring techniques to the stamps as well. What I love about having the stamps as well as the parchment is for the back of your card, for the inside of your card, for your envelopes, for your inserts, for your gift tags. You know, when you're creating a piece of beauty with parchment, you also, if it's a gift, you want to send a card with it, and this is perfect for that.
Yeah, it certainly is. These are absolutely stunning and so much detail in there. 782359. If you want to go for the stamp and mask collection on its own, you're saving £10 in that deal. But as many of you are doing, you're seeing all of it together and going, do you know what? I want it all. Well, you can have it all. And you can keep those savings that we've been talking about all the way through and add another £5. So collectively, your saving comes to £30 on that larger deal. 40% of the stock has gone. 888401 is your item number. What a lovely introduction to what could be a brand new craft or an extension to your crafting capabilities. Right, Barbara, let's have a demonstration. What we're going to have a look at first.
I would, first of all, I'd really like to go back to the one-day special, which is those frosted floral packs.
Yes.
And I want to just take a look at a couple of pieces of artwork that have been done by our talented design team, just to show you this whole layering concept, how the different layers can be used independently or together. And I think the best way to show that is if you look, for example, now, and you see, so this is the amaryllis with the frosted overlay. But when I open this up, what you'll see is there's your painted piece, your coloured in piece with no line art, and then the white work is overlaid, you see? So you can use both. It's up to you. This is interesting. So this is the rose. And when I push it down, you see the detail, absolutely fantastic. But actually, when I open it up, here's the rose coloured in, really lovely. And don't forget, you've got your inspiration. In each pack, you will receive, it tells you exactly whichever colour you choose to go with, you'll always get a printed picture of the flower in question. What's interesting on this one, Janice, is there hasn't been any white work, nothing. It's just pure. But it looks so elegant to add that to it.
Wow.
Let's look at the tatty. Again, this is another one, you see. Now, this is say, for example, you're learning your colouring skills, because there is definitely a trick to this, and it's not hard. If I can do it, anyone can do it. But as you're learning that, what I find is that the frosted overlay, it's very forgiving. You don't have to get hung up on the detail on this, because when you overlay it, the white work does the job for you, the shading, you see. And then as you do this, you learn you hone your skills. I like this winter rose where it's been done in part and then overlaid. So this would look beautiful on its own. This would look beautiful on its own, and together they make a beautiful picture. And we've got a bit of the grid work in there.
Love that.
Then we've got another one here. This is lovely. So this rose here, again, what we've got is the coloured effort underneath with the black over the top, just black simple over the top with a bit of white work on it. Look at the difference. Just a little bit of white work on the black one. Just glorious, Janice.
That rose is a beautiful design, Barbara.
It is absolutely beautiful, and it's tactile as well. When you feel it, it's obviously it's been embossed. And this one, the difference here is this is one without the black line art, different colour rose, different design, but using the white printed. So, and if I just, because you were saying you really like the fuchsia,
yes.
Let's just take this and let's deconstruct this so you see it. This, for example, is the fuchsia white work.
Okay.
Which is absolutely just been done in layers, and as you know, because we're looking at the rose, let's just check the fuchsia. You can see here, this is where you can practice your pieces before you apply them to the masterpiece, right?
I see, yeah.
Then, yeah, so you practice it here before you, there's the leaf here, so you practice what you want to do, and then you go to best.
Wow.
You see? So it's really good. You can check your pressure, check your ball tools, make sure you're doing it right. And if you're wondering, well, what's what, there's a really in-depth step-by-step instructions, and Linda takes you through every single white work layer as you go along. So this is a real way of honing your skills, your parching skills. And this is really good as well, Janice. This is a progress report, because you know that when you're doing white work, you always have to stop, let it breathe, go again. So let's say, for example, when you do your first layer, you maybe will use your number 6 ball tool.
Yeah.
And then, well, let's use the number 6. So then you'll write number 6. And then when you come back, you'll know, oh, well, that's where I've got to. That, at the beginning, it's not so bad. But when you get to stage 3, say, it's good that you've written 4.5 in there, because then when you come back, you'll know what to go to next, which ball tool, because that's how you create the depth on the white work. We've gone through this many times, but what I like is having a record so that as you're working on your piece, you can see exactly. That's
a fabulous idea, because, I mean, when I'm crafting and I learn a new technique, I always forget. And then it's almost like I've got to relearn. So to have that reference right there is simply fabulous. Yes.
And say, here is Linda's coloured piece of the fuchsia artwork, which is, that's this special technique which I'm going to show you how to do. So that on its own would make a marvellous piece of artwork.
Yeah.
And Paul, he's going to be showing you at 12 o'clock, he's going to be showing you some finishing tricks, how to marry the two up so that they work together beautifully. But look at that when you put the 2 layers together.
Stunning,
so
isn't
they
it?
work beautifully on their own. So you've got 2 pieces of artwork, or you've got a combination.
Love that.
I just think this is a really lovely way to go. So I just wanted to explain, really, the whole concept behind this, Janice, is this layering.
Yeah.
And the layer that I want to go to, because I'd really like to have a look at the stamps as well, but the layer that I would like to go to, if you don't mind, let's have a look. This is, for example, you can see the very, very fine white line art. I'm just going to whiz through this. Now you can see there's my practice sheet, so I can see exactly on the rose, I can practice my petals and my buds. Then I'm going to show you, for example, where I've already started. you see, and you can see yesterday I started introducing a little bit more of the white in this area, and in a nutshell, if I were to take this, I need a soft surface underneath. I'm just going to say this for anybody who's completely new to this. What you'll also see is here it says F for front at the top, so you always know where the front is, and the registration marks in each corners, that means that every layer will marry up perfectly. They're printed, they're precision printed, they're not maybe, they're exactly in the right space. So when you overlay the colour on the parchment, the registration marks will tell you exactly where the overlay is.
Brilliant.
Paul's going to do that with you. Yeah, it's really good. So when you're doing white work, you want to be on the back, so you flip it over and you can see exactly where I've gone in with a smaller ball tool. See, I really like the groovy ball tools. I like these. And for example, if I want to get into a tighter area here, let me just show you this. I'm not pressing harder, Janice. I'm just working on my pink mat. But if I add a little bit of whiteness, see, because it's a smaller ball tool, I'm going in with a number 3 now, and I would have put this in my rose progress record. I said, right, I'm on stage 4, so this one would have been 4.5 Pergamano tool, ball tool. So now I'm going to go in with the number 3, for example. And honestly, this is the way to really develop your skills. I'm not pressing harder, but you know, if you always do what you always did, you'll always get what you always got. And this is a brilliant way of actually getting with the parchment and stretching it and figuring out how it works. You see the whiteness there?
Yeah.
And then you turn it over and you can see immediately how it's starting. When you emboss, when you do white work, what you're doing is you're introducing light. That's what you're doing. You're introducing where you consider the light to. So let's say, for example, I want the light to hit here. Then I'm going to use a groovy guard just to protect my artwork. I'm going to use the number 3 tool because I need a small tool to get in there. And then I'm just going to, light feathery strokes, I'm going to just add where I consider where the light would hit. And you'll see, just, the trick is not to press hard. The trick is layers, layer on layer on layer. But you'll see immediately when I turn this over, I've hit where the light is.
It looks so effective.
Exactly, it so does. And if I take a white pencil, let me show you this as well, pergoliners. I'm going to take my white B pencil here, and if I want to add a little bit of whiteness, now I need a hard surface to be able to do this. But if I take my white pencil, when I can intensify that embossing by just adding a little bit of white pencil behind. And this is a really great way. There we go. And you'll see, it just makes it pops it again, you know. So your white pencil and your ball tools, they create this layer, Janice. And like I said, you've got all the instructions in here.
I love that.
So that's that.
You can also, Barbara, buy the tools on the show today. We do have those available. We have the mats available to you, the groovy guards available to you. So you can really stock up. And because you've got the opportunity to buy on Flexi, anything else that you add to your basket now will also be divisible into 2 payments. So many of you going for that overall complete collection, and I'm so happy for you. I really am, because it's so enticing, isn't it, when you see Barbara's demonstrations, when you see how they develop just in the white work. It's something that's so desirable. You think, I want to do that. You can do it. You can do it with all the instructions that are coming included with that complete collection. The complete collection, half the stock has now gone. Half the stock of your complete collection has gone. So don't miss out. Pop it into your basket. You can pay via 2 payments. It's interest-free, just £47.17 today, and another payment in a month's time. You're saving more than £5 though, because we have got your savings that have been carried over from your one-day special, from your parchment papers, from your stamps. So it's a £30 saving on that complete collection. Remember, in your one-day special, you have got 5 packs, and in each pack, you have got all the elements you need to start creating and making, including your instruction booklet. It's like a masterclass, isn't it, on each flower, which is just sensational. So you can start with one flower and then move on to the next, and you can decide who you're going to give your artwork to, or maybe just keep it all for yourself. Let's take a look at some samples of what you can create when you get this home. It is incredible to think that you will be able to do that white work. You don't need the groovy plates to do that because you've got all of the artwork already there for you. But learning something new and developing that skill, not just for your white work, of course, you can then start to add colour and colour on your parchment to really make those floral designs stand out. And there's nothing stopping you from using these with your groovy plates that you've got available to you, and we have them on the show as well, and maybe some of your other designs that you have in your collection already at home. Very busy for that full collection. Let's head back to Barbara, who joins us live via Skype, to have a look further at this wonderful, wonderful system. Barbara, back to you.
Thank you. So I thought now we've briefly looked at the white layer, and now we'll look at the colouring layer. And I'd really like to get some stamping done too today. So let's just take a look at this. This is the white one done, and I just want to explain how you, if you take your copy, let me just show you this. If you take the printed copy that's in each of the sets, then what you do is, let me just show you this. I did this one, Janice.
Oh, lovely.
Right? And I'm no expert, but this is the way that you do this, because what you're actually doing is you've got no line art on there. And the way to achieve that, and this is this new idea, you take a piece of clear parchment, you attach it to your pattern, right, with groovy tabs like this. And then you add the colour with your B pencils and you blend in the colours. So this is already, and you'll see when I lift this off, that's why I put a groovy tab at the top and the bottom, because that means that you can check what you're doing, you see.
Love that.
So you add your yellow, for example, first. I start with a light colour, and then to add the red, let me just show you. What you do is, let's say, for example, I want to put some red in here. So I'm going to add red, but I'm adding it to the area. Let's just do this bit here, right? And the point I'm making is, I'm just going to add the colour to this area here. So when you're doing this, it looks really ropey.
Yeah.
Okay, because you haven't got to, you're just laying down a little bit of pigment. Let's just do this particular leaf, or this petal here, just to show you. And then I'm going to take my blending tool and a little bit of Dorso oil on a spot-on sponge.
Yeah.
Don't need much. Then I'll take my nib, my blending nib. I'm going to use both ends, so let me just show you this. If I just add a little bit of oil to this, the thing is, what one normally would do is you'd think to add the yellow, then the red, and then blend them together. But what you end up with when you do that, Janice, is a bit of a muddy patch. So
Okay.
I've already done the yellow, and I've blended it, and it's already set. So that's down. And now I'm going to go into the red, watch, and as I smooth it, the trick is to always, because you're working without any line art, the trick is to point the nib at the line art. And so what you're doing is you're pushing the ink, if you like, or the pigment out to the edge. And then what I was doing, I take the other end and I blend the two together. And because it dries quite soon, but you'll see when you do this, you can blend the yellow and the red really beautifully together with a dry nib. Do you see?
Doesn't that look lovely? Isn't it?
Yeah,
the two colours work really, really well together. It just looks so realistic, Barbara.
It so does. But the trick, Janice, and this is all I will do a full-blown YouTube on this, but the trick is to always point the nib at the line, and that way what you're doing is you're releasing the pigment. See how the oil blends it?
Yeah.
But you're creating the line.
Yes.
With that isn't there, the edge of the artwork. And then you take the dry nib and then you just smooch it into the yellow. And that way the yellow doesn't get contaminated with the red. And you just work in layers. And look how easy. See, when you take this off like that, it looks a bit ropey.
Yeah.
But when you build up the layers, again, you use your progress report, and you'll work in 3 or 4 layers doing this until you arrive, and then you go in with a darker pencil and you add contrast. If I could just come to the third camera, let me just come over a bit. Can you see that okay?
Yeah, that's beautiful. It's like someone's holding your hand all the way along, because you've got the lines underneath to work with. It's also going to build your confidence as well, Barbara.
It so is. You know, if you like parchment art and you've got loads of groovy plates, I can only say that this is the next level artwork. This is the next level, because what happens is it's like you're learning, and we're taking you through, especially we will be taking you through in the new year. And these packs have got so much in them. If you're in a little group, or you work with your mum, or you work with your friend, this is a real kind of group exercise. It's very inexpensive. You know, those packs are not very expensive at all, those parchment packs.
And if you're buying this, like you say, Barbara, if you've got a group of friends, for example, you could buy this and you could give the rose to one person. They could develop their skills while you use the fuchsia. You could develop your skills, and then you can swap and you can learn. It's a fabulous idea. And if you do have friends as well that love this style of crafting, get in touch with them. Let them know about this deal that we've got available. They too could buy the full set, and then you could all work together. You could do one a week, for example. You could do one a month if you wanted to.
Exactly.
And that means you've got those classes lined up. Now, the complete collection on the screen at the moment, now 60% of the stock has gone. So you're busy and you're waking up this morning, and we're watching those demonstrations from Barbara, and we're watching with envious eyes. But do you know what? We don't need to, because we can do that ourselves with the masterclasses that we're getting included. It's a wonderful idea, it really is. Right, let's head back to Barbara. What we're going to have a look at next, Barbara?
Right, my dear, I'm actually going to start on the stamps, because we haven't looked at them yet, and I am a stamper, and there are some glorious, beautiful, tidy little stamps that all the flowers are in this little set, and I think there are 5 of them, and I think that you get all 5 for the price of 4, if I'm not mistaken.
You get all
less than
5,
£40, is that right?
And you get the masks as well.
There you go. And the masks are invaluable. So let me show you, for example, I took inspiration from Andy Duggan's piece of artwork. I really liked the way he did this. I thought, oh, isn't that clever, with a tag in them? Because it's all one layer, Janice.
Wow,
right?
I like that.
And again, clever use of the masks. So I thought, right, so I deconstructed this one. I thought, let's take a look. So what I've done is I've done a tidier, a cleaner version of. It's exactly the same. The only difference is that, and I'll tell you, Andy left the masks all in place, added a lot more depth of walnut stain around the outside, and then flicked water at it before he removed the masks.
I love it.
And that's the difference. Yeah. So I thought, well, we're on a gentle parching journey here, so let's keep it light and tidy. So this is what we're going to do. And let me just explain how we're going to get to that. First of all, we need a piece of let me just find a piece of stencil card.
Oh,
so we've
okay.
got our stencil card. And then, oh, silly me, I've got it underneath here. Look, it's stupid. Right, so I've got that. It is early, you've got to admit. I've mounted my fuchsia.
Yep.
Right, and then I'm going to ink up my fuchsia. Just bear with me while I take a black archival ink pad.
Okay.
And
I like the size of the stamps, Barbara. Like you say, they're a really nice size to use, because you can use these in your cards, your artwork, you can use them on your gift tags, and you know, all kinds of pattern building as well.
And they look lovely off, like partial art, you know, just a little piece of art off the page. That looks good too. So there we go, that's lovely. We've got our image in place. And then, as you so rightly said, every one of the stamps comes with its own mask, which is quite, I would not want to be cutting this out.
No.
These are very delicate. These are very, very delicate. So you just gently peel. You see how it's just coming through like that?
And it's
Look,
a reusable mask as well, isn't it?
Oh, very much so. Yeah, you just got to go gently with them. Take your time with them. You've got a couple of little pieces in there as well. So we'll just lift that off, because you might want to use that if you're doing the negative, doing the other way around.
Yeah.
I'm just going to detack this a little bit on my hand. The reason I do that is so that it's not quite so tacky, right? But this is a super, I mean, I don't know. I don't think we have any more. Now I've stuck it down well. I don't think we have more detailed masks than this. Right. And so if I take I'll just take a pair of tweezers. This is just like a medical implement, isn't it? Look. Hang on. Okay. Right, and now I can, this is the thing, because I've detacked it a little bit, you see how I can just sweep over the top? So what I'm doing now is, I'm not applying any pressure, and I'm going to look until, excuse my head, because I've got to get my, and then when I'm happy with where it is, I just tap there.
Perfect.
And then I know, that's it. So it's sat in place. Listen, I had one just in case it didn't pan out. You've got to be on board in this stuff.
Well done.
So that works nice. Yeah, well, do you know, if you don't detack it, it could take a little bit longer. I'm just going to press it down now with a bit of copy paper. Only so that just in case I've got sticky hands or dirty hands, right? So now I've got a complete seal there. Hang on, I've got a little air bubble. Right, okay. So now I've got that. So the next thing I need to do, I need to add, I've masked this off. Now I need a box around the outside. Let me show you how easy this is. We've got these masks, we've got these blending mats. Let me put this to one side. And what I need now is a bit of copy paper. So I'm going to take a piece of copy paper, just a bit of old scrap, right? And you'll see that there's a decal edge on this edge. You've got a wave on that side for doing your hills.
Okay.
And you've got a decal on that side, like old photos.
Yeah.
So what you can do is, let me just show you. Let me just take this corner. I'll just move this out of the way. You just decide how big you want your area to be, and then you hold it tight like that, and then you cut forward. Take your finger underneath and just tear. You can hear it.
That's clever.
And you'll get a really good photo edge. Look.
Yeah. Very clever, Barbara.
I know. We have our moments. We have our moments, Janice. Right? The trick is not to tear that way.
Yeah.
But to tear in.
Okay.
So that you tear over the top. And then you've got your bit. There you are. So that's that. And then that now, where's my artwork on? Here it is. This will do. So say I've got that. Now I'm going to pop this over the top, and I'm going to decide where that needs to be, right? And the way to attach that, because this is going to be, for example, the piece there, like that, bit smaller. And I'm going to make, with our low-tack masking tape that is also on the show, we're going to make a thing like that. See, like a little, so it holds it in place. And I'll pop that on there like so, just to keep this in place.
Yeah.
Now, remember, I want to put the words in there as well. So I'm going to pop that about there. and that will hold in place now. There you go. So now I've got all my masks, that's covered up and that's covered up. And now I can start with my inking or whatever it is. So I'm going to lay down, just to get it going, let's just get it going. I'm going to use a distress ink or peacock feathers, whatever, artistry inks, whatever colours you've got, any inks will do this job, right? So let's just get a colour going. And then we're going to use, let's put a bit of colour like that and colour like that. These brushes are marvellous for this. You know the brushes.
Do you know what? These brushes are absolutely fantastic. And we do have them available, I do believe. And they're at the bottom of the screen. $19.99. Oh my days. Now there's a Christmas present absolutely for any crafter. 026190, and you've got 4 different sizes, and you can see how Barbara's using that now. It's just wonderful, isn't it? They're so great value for money, Barbara.
They are, and they work so well, and you build up the colour. It's like a kind of like an airbrushed effect. If I just lift this up, you'll see, when I lift that off, you'll see immediately you're getting a really fabulous effect.
Yeah.
Yeah, very, very crisp. And then, for example, so I've got that one for that colour, but then let me take a different colour. So I'm going to use Sweet Toffee from our artistry inks. See, it doesn't matter, little ink pads work like magic as well. So we've got these on the show, and I'll put this colour in the other areas, you see. So, but you notice I'm always sweeping out from the middle.
And that's developing a really nice edge to the piece of paper that you've torn as well.
Because what it means is by the time you get to the edge of the paper, Janice, you're already sweeping up.
Yeah.
So you don't start there, because you'll just get, but you'll see when you lift it up, it looks so nice. Look, see?
Look at that.
Yeah, so, and now around the back of the flowers, because they're completely covered up, so we can go in there as well. And the mask, see, that's where the mask comes into its own. So these stamps, they're just beautiful. They work really well, and you can see how, and you just keep doing this until you're happy with the shade. If you want it to be darker, I'll tell you what, another way to intensify that colour, let me just grab, where are the sponges gone? I've usually got sponges here. Just bear with me 1 second. Here they are. Right, spot on sponges.
Them. Yes.
Yeah.
And these are available as well, aren't they, Barbara?
They are, love. And what this does is, you'll see, when I start here, but when I sweep out with these, this really intensifies the colour. It darkens it, because so when you're going in with these, it will get darker. So if I want to get it really dark round the back of the flowers now, see, pound a bit. Pounding always makes it darker as well. And then I'm going to use 2. One for the, you can wash these as well, you see. So you're not wasting them.
You can use them for makeup if you want to, Barbara, can't you?
I do.
Just don't get them mixed up.
But you'll see when I take this off, you can get a really dark. So the brush gives you that subtle look, the subtle brush, the kind of the airbrush look, and then the spot-on sponge gets right in and gives you a proper drop shadow effect. So when you're doing this, how are we doing for time? We're all right.
Time-wise, we've got about 5-6 minutes left on this show, Barbara. Time's flown.
Well, at 12 o'clock, I know, it always does, doesn't it? Paul's coming back at 12 o'clock, and he'll be picking up the reins again. See, the thing about the brushes is, when you do the brushing, you can really get a lovely, subtle airbrushed effect.
Yeah.
But when I take this off, you'll see, when I lift this off now, right, you see you've got that lovely depth behind there. And I'll tell you what I am going to do, because I'm in love with this. This font is so beautiful. The ladies at work picked the best font for this. Let me just test it on, always test it, make sure you've got your pressure right, because you don't want to get this wrong in the middle of your masterpiece. Right, let's have a look. I'm just going to pop that in there like that, thinking of you. So perfect.
Oh, that is that is a lovely font. It's crisp, isn't it?
Yeah, yeah. So I'm just wiping. What I'm doing now is just wiping gently through the mask. So I haven't coloured in the actual flower yet, but let's just take away the mask now. Gently does it, because I want to use it again, remember?
Wow.
But you see how you, so nice.
Yeah, look
so
at that.
nice.
That's really,
So then
that's so clever. What a great technique.
And then the only difference is the only difference between this and that is the colouring, which is pretty straightforward. I just used a blue pencil.
Yeah.
I was talking about this yesterday on the parchment, because it's exactly the same principle on the parchment. If you take a leaf, if we can just show you this, I'll finish on this because it's a real neat trick. When you do a leaf, you go light, dark, light, dark. So in other words, you're adding the shade now with a pencil. Let's just use a pencil. And I'm going to go light where the light's hitting it, and then it's going to be dark in this area here. This is exactly what we do on the parchment too. So this is the dark area. Now what we usually do is we think we've got to go dark, light, light, dark. Can you see this, Janice?
Yes, I can.
Right. So what we're going to do is go light, dark, then the light hits it again, and then the dark comes here again. So you'll see, as soon as I do this, it will look like shadow. You see what I'm getting at?
It's almost coming away from the paper now, like you're creating that 3D effect.
Yeah, so this is, and then you just blend it out gently. I mean, I'm in a bit of a rush here trying to get this done, but you'll see how this creates that effect, that feeling of dimension. And just always remember, light, dark, light, dark.
Yeah.
And what you're doing here is you're introducing shade.
Yes.
So you're avoiding the light areas.
And I guess
that's it, really.
Yeah, if you go for the complete collection, Barbara, I was going to say, you know, if you're a little bit nervous about doing your white work with your parchment, you can start with your stamps. You can use that technique for the shading. You can get your head around that, know where to put the light and the dark, and then you can transfer that to your parchment with the different pressures to create the white work, or vice versa. And that's what's so fantastic about going for the complete deal, because you've got that full set of stamps, you've got the 5 sets with the flowers, and they are little master classes in each one. You can learn with them, and you've got all of that information inside as well, so you can keep a track of your progress. You've got that saving of £30 combined savings with your stamps and your papers and your one-day special, and we'll divide the cost into 2. So one payment of £47.17 today gets you that wonderful working of art and getting you working with parchment, something perhaps you've always wanted to do, but you've always been a little bit nervous about doing so. Inside each pack, you have got that information. You can keep your progress as well with there you go, I knew that would happen. You can keep your progress as well, which again is really important to keep a track of what you're doing, especially if you're working with other people as well. It's a beautiful set, and the flowers themselves and the actual way that they come together to create those effects, whether you're using the line work in there or whether you're using the line work as a guide, for example, to start building up those layers. Isn't that absolutely stunning? This is something that you can do at home, following the tuition and following the details that are in there as well. You've got your Christmas rose, you've got your fuchsia in there, you've got your beautiful rose as well, and the flowers that just look incredible. Use these in the background with your groovy plates as well. If you just want your one-day special, the Pergamano Frosted Floral Overlay Collection, oh, it's a mouthful for this time in the morning. It's 2 payments of £19.72. That is an incredible deal. It really is an incredible deal. But 40% of the stock has gone. That's just something that's fallen out of that packet. Sorry, beg your pardon. But most of the people are going for that complete collection. By the way, your one-day special does come with your folder as well, so you can keep them in. But most of you are going for that complete collection. 65% of the stock has gone, and and that includes those gorgeous stamps that Barbara was working with there. So together you could make your parchment designs, you could use your stamps to create the labels or more cards for you, or practice your colouring before you head into that white work of your parchment. Absolutely stunning. It really, really is. Your one-day special is only here for 24 hours, but it might not last the day. We've got Paul Church coming up at 12 o'clock today, continuing that journey for you and continuing the lessons on there. But we do need to say a huge thank you to Barbara for joining us this morning. Thank you, Barbara. It's been absolutely fascinating to watch your demonstrations and your explanations into the system.
Thank you. And have I got 1 minute just to show you these grids that Paul is going to be working with at 12 o'clock? So we've got a straight and a diagonal grid. These are great, Janice, because they're not drilled, but you'll see that the artwork, as it comes, it literally, you can emboss and cut, and Paul is going to show you how these work. They've got fabulous corners. They've got that border like you saw behind the rose. I mean, a total novice could use these and create wonderful frames.
Yeah, it's absolutely gorgeous. They really are. Thank you so much, Barbara. It's been wonderful to see you this morning. Thank you so much for all of your information and your demonstrations. And we'll see you. When's your shack? Tuesday? Or is it Monday?
Oh, I've got a dash now. I'm on at 10 o'clock this morning.
Excellent. Right. Well, we can see that on Facebook, can't we? Facebook Live. Lovely. Yes. Barbara, thank you so much. We'll let you get off now to that. Here's an example of the plates. Beautiful detail in here. And this is something that Paul is going to take you through at 12 o'clock today. You can still buy in between the hours. We know it's a considerable purchase, but you can divide the cost of that whole complete collection into 2 payments. So go and have a chat with whoever you need to have a chat with, and then you can continue to buy either by calling us up, or you can head to the website. And you do have the choice. If you just want to go for the one-day special, what a fabulous masterclass upon masterclass upon masterclass upon masterclass upon masterclass that you're getting, and a great deal as well. But that huge saving of £30 comes in when you go for your whole collection, and why wouldn't you? 888-401 is your item number. But don't go anywhere. We've got more coming up here on the Craft Store. We'll see you guys after the break. Coming up next, we've got Indigo Blue Goody Bag Special. What's inside the bag? Then paper crafting with Pink Frog Crafts, and then we're being creative with AALL Create.
Hello, my name's Stuart and I'm the Managing Director of Oakwood Archer. We specialise in high quality items brought into the UK from all over the world, including brands like Kaisercraft, Stampendous and Impression Obsession. Our products include stamps, dies, papers, buttons, trimmings, ribbons and album making kits. Just about everything you need to be a good crafter.
Hi, I'm Matthew Palmer, professional artist with the SAA, the UK's largest and friendliest art community. The SAA exists to inform, encourage and inspire all who want to paint, and that's exactly what you'll learn to do with me as your teacher. As a self-taught artist of 30 years ago, I know the challenges of a white piece of paper and learning how to paint. But with me and the SAA, I'll show you how easy watercolour painting really is. I want to show you my watercolour painting techniques, and I want to get you over that white paper fear and get you started and develop your watercolour painting. So whether you're a beginner or an advanced artist, I've got some fantastic watercolour techniques that will get you started and take you even further on your watercolour journey.
Hi, I'm Jenny Mays from Hobby Art. Hobby Art's a family-run company and we've been designing and manufacturing stamps for over 28 years now. Whatever your style, there's always something that will interest you with Hobby Art stamps. Crafting is my passion and I love teaching. I love sharing my ideas with other people because I have the time to share my ideas, maybe open a door for somebody and give them the confidence to start stamping.
Hi, I'm Donna and this is my brother Simon and we're Pearly Winks Craft Supplies.
We have a good selection of inks. We started with our Winks, which are just a water-based ink, and then went on to the pearls. We've added some chalks, we've got some glitter sprays, and then we've added some beautiful stamps to complement the inks. Our pearl sprays and our Pearly Winks are loaded with mica, so they give you amazing results on your projects.
Good morning to you. I hope you are well. Right then, I'm going to get straight down to business. No funny business this morning. I haven't got the time, to be honest. We are talking indigo blue, and I know it's a cliche to saying you must sit there at home, because I do it as well. I'm going, oh, they're already busy. But we are. These are the one-off shows. So Kay's got 2 shows today. They are always at the end of the year, and they are a goodie bag special. Okay, so I've got a large and I've got a medium goodie bag. The large, already I am 42 seconds into my first live hour. 50% of the stock has already gone. Once it's gone, it has gone. There is no extended delivery on these. So if you're waiting for Derek's show later this afternoon, there is no extended delivery. Once these have gone, these have gone. Just to confuse you even more, if you bought the medium bag from last year, that is now, this is like double the size. So you were getting even more. They're about to go. 50% of the stock's already gone. You heard her little dulcet. 60% of the stock now. 70% of the stock has now already gone. Let me quickly introduce 80% of the stock now has already gone. Let me quickly introduce Kay to stop buying a minute. We're now limited stock. Let me introduce Kay at least. Kay's here. Are you all right, Kay, my love?
I'm really good.
We are limited stock. Large is now sold out. Sorry, Kay, you didn't even say a word then. No, I do apologise. The large has now gone. If you've got it in your basket, it's worth having a go. It's a technical seller. It's worth bouncing back. Well done. Now, let's talk about the medium. Already a third of the medium now has already gone. You don't even know what's it. 50% of the stock now has all... I'm not moving. I'm not talking about another product until these are all gone. So, we are 2 minutes in. And Kay's not even said hello.
Hi.
There she is. 2/3 of the stock now has already got... I'm just going to stand here like this for another minute.
You make a really good auctioneer, actually.
I like this. This is busy. You're flying through. Limited stock. You don't even... For all you know, Kay could go, yes, you're not getting all these. You're only going to get 1 stamp. But you're not. You're going to get all these. And they've sold out as well. They are now in your basket. 2 minutes, 27 seconds. 2 sellouts already. You're loving them. It is a... Let's wind it back, though. Let me actually do my job. Good morning, Kay. I hope you're well. Let's start the show properly. If we were lucky enough to put those in our baskets, what actually are we getting?
Obviously, the early bird got the worm, didn't they?
They really did.
So, congratulations. Thank you very much for that. So, if you did buy them, you've probably heard on the grapevine why they are such great value. So, we make our own stamps in Retford. So, if on the plate there's a little bubble or a little mark or something that we don't like, it gets thrown away, that stamp. It gets cut out and thrown away. But the rest of the plate will be perfect. So, it's a little bit like a jigsaw. We have to wait until maybe we get another piece that can fit in. And at the end of the year, if it hasn't, we have a really big, well, a number of boxes full of stamps that can't be married up with their partners in a set. So they are first class, they're not seconds, so they're all perfect, and we basically just put them all together in a big bag and sell them off just to recoup the price of the rubber.
Oh, and they're gone. So, well done if you got the record time, 2 minutes, 27 seconds, 2 sets. But I have got more on the show as well at ridiculous price. They really are. This is Kay's last show before Christmas, before the end of January, I think Kay's back now. So, Kay has bought us a collection of stamps, once again, Kay's favourites we're talking about, with a massive saving. You're getting £5 off these, so for £14.99. These are, some of them I've not seen before, and you've bought them out throughout the year. And for these sorts of prices, if you're just starting out or you want to add to your collection, this is the way to go.
It is, yes, because Alfie's giving you a 25% off on these as a special little Christmas present, as he put it. So we've got some of the stamps that we have released this year and a few of my favourites as well. And a lot of stampers may not have seen these before, like you said, that if you're fairly new to stamping, because we've been going over 10 years now. So some of these are my favourites, and as you can see, there's a really good selection. There's lots of word stamps as well, which I'm really fond of. And you've got a fantastic collection, as you say, to add to what you've already got. Treat yourself to a little bit of a present to put under the tree for yourself, and a great discount for you there.
I like these. If it was me, I'd be going for all the little animals. So you've got the cat, you've got the bird in there, you've got the rabbit, you've got the little duck that's in there as well, with all the added extras.
Those were so popular.
They're
We did actually
beautiful.
sell out of some of those when we had that show. So obviously they're all back in stock, and maybe you bought one of them and you want to add to that set, because there's 4 in the set and they're absolutely gorgeous. Those were designed by Ginny and Jerry Shaw, one of our fantastic designers, and the detail of those are absolutely gorgeous.
I love these because just to show you, they are all mounted as well. You get so much for your money. They're large stamps is what we're talking about. They are big old stamps. So that is your little duck in there. So maybe you're going to start making your Easter cards because you've got your daffodils in that little chick. So there you're going to be your Easter cards that you're going to do. And then you think got your rabbit. Then you've got your sentiments. Maybe you want to stock up on your sentiments. Maybe you want to go, I'll follow you, Tom. Maybe you want your sentiments. Maybe you just want to go mixed media. If you wanted to with this one, you could go down the mixed media road. Very busy, chamomile, very busy now for your chamomile that we've already got. Very busy for this one. Should we go to all the names? Let's start at the very beginning because it's a very good place to start. You've got mindfulness number 1 that's on here. Love a bit of mindfulness that you've got. From your mindfulness number 1, you've then got your chamomile. Chamomile, very, very busy as well. And then we've got the gladioli that's on there. So you've got the beautiful little gladioli. From your gladioli, you've got your art studio. I love the paintbrushes in. I don't know if I can. Oh, yeah, I can. So literally a lot of stamps for your money, a lot of bang for your buck, as it were, with this little set. So then you've got your art studio. From your art studio, you've then got your bunny rabbit, which I adore. So you've got that beautiful little bunny rabbit, which then means you can create cards that look a little bit like these. How beautiful are these as finished samples? Just that white, just like this little metal masquerade ball that you've got there. From your rabbit, we then move on to your fairy that we've got here, which I can show you there.
That's our Frank.
Little Frank fairy, look at him. But change the colours. It could be Christmas. It could be Easter. It could be Halloween if you wanted him to. It could be a little Santa Claus, couldn't he? That you wanted there. From there, we then move on to your floral fantasy. Oh, I was looking at the wrong one. That was one. Then you got your floral fantasy, which is this one just here. Once again, they've got that mandala that I'm guessing will match up if you stamped it twice.
Absolutely. Yes.
So you have a full mandala in there down the bottom. Remember, getting all your sentiments included on this, all mounted on red rubber. From there, you've got your giggles. Let me tip it forward for you. Some people just need a high five. Or is this one or a punch in the face? Is this one?
Yeah.
Yes, I love this one. Some people just need a high five in the face with a chair. Yes, Doug, I like these sentiments.
I like the jogging one. I gave up jogging.
I gave up jogging when my thighs rubbed together so hard that my knickers burst into flames. I don't know if I'm allowed to read these at 9:10 in the morning while you're eating your cornflakes, to be honest. But they're nice for your cards, nice for your little ditty cards or your little notelets that you want to send.
Yes, yes.
I love these. Maybe you're going to start up on these ones. I knew that was going to happen. From there, where we go, Tom? We're going bottom left. Let's do it. From there, you got to do a duckling. Your darling duckling. You're going to create cards that look like these. I like these. Are so cute. They really, really are. So cute. From there, though, we're then pressing on to your drips and textures. Once again, mixed media. I'm thinking jelly plates with these would work really well.
Absolutely. These are just your real worker stamps, and you'll use them all the time. Have them on your desk, and it's amazing how many times you need to reach for them just to add a little bit of extra texture.
I like them because you could use them as slime, you could use them as snow if you did them in your fake snow as well.
Icicles.
Obviously you wouldn't, icicles, yeah, because you wouldn't know what they are, which I like them. I like that a lot. Moving on down, you got mindfulness number 2. So if you pop in number 1 into your basket, you may want to go for mindfulness number 2 as well. Then you've got your flower heads, which is this one just here.
Isn't that a fantastic?
That is beautiful.
Canvas. That's by Caroline Lakin.
I like the border as well that you get in there, because if you are scared of the cardstock, as it were, and you want to shrink everything down, it's a good way of doing it because it gives you a border naturally.
Yes, absolutely. It's superb that. We used it all last year on our dirty weekends, and I just adore that stamp set, so they're absolutely beautiful. And there is a lovely little stamp which is a small border that I use for paint samples, or you could use it for your pen samples, you know, just put them into a little notebook, stamp them many a time, and then fill in all the colours of maybe your ink pads or whatever you've got in your collection. So that makes a really lovely
I love these
samples there.
I love this, love. Then we move on to the bird. Oh, I'm doing well with these. Then you've got your bird as well, so there is your bird once it's stamped. A large stamp, once again, that you're getting with this really is a big old stamp. And the snippability, maybe you're thinking, all right, Adam, but I'm not a fan of the bird. Don't use the bird. I see in there, I see a rose. I see the plumage on his tail, could be peacock feathers. I see his little hat, his little head is a separate bird, a separate flower on its own. You could just use the flowers if you wanted to, rather than using the bird itself. Then you've got more, I can't see it from here. More than words. I didn't know if that was a sentiment or it was the actual name of the thing. So you've got more than words that you've got on there. Then you've got the cat. Perfect puddy cat that you've got, which is, I'm going to show you this one. Look at them all together.
Gorgeous.
So really works
Gorgeous,
as a little bundle that you've got there. So that is your little cat. Then we've got your mindfulness number 3. Mindfulness very in at the moment as well. A lot of people doing it. I was listening to the radio this morning. A lot of people going for mindfulness at Christmas. So you've got your mindfulness number 3. Then you've got laugh so hard also on there. Another sentiment, the little set of stamps that you've got there. Now, top 3. In third place, you've got giggles. Which is this one here. So these are your giggles. Some people just need a high five or a punch in the face with a chair. I like it, Doug. I don't know why I look at you, Doug, every time I say that. Then you've got Perfect Puddy Cat, which is this one just here. Yes, indeed, that's second. And in number 1, Frank the Fairy.
Wow.
A third of the stock of Frank the Fairy now has already gone, so it's worth having a little go. It's like a one-day special. I feel this is a one-day special slot. £14.99. Prices are ridiculous. £5 saving if you're just stocking up or you want Christmas gifts, because guaranteed for Christmas?
Absolutely, yes.
Guaranteed for Christmas. I thought I'd ask on the telly. Guaranteed for Christmas is what you're looking at for this one.
I said that. I really hope that I'll just go, yeah.
I should have asked you before and I forgot.
Yeah.
But it's worth having a little go, because if you are going to have them as Christmas gifts, they're beautiful little Christmas gifts. And it'll sort of fill that lull between Christmas Day and New Year. You know, when you really don't know what to do, just sit down and start creating some stamps, even if you just stamp them and colour them. Now, something else that go hand in hand. Now, I've bought you the sets before on this one, but I've never done a complete collection of the Vivid. So not only are you going to get these, you're also going to get these as well. So you're going to get 2 sets together. It's 4 sets, but it's one big bundle. You're getting everything you see here. I will push these together in a minute. Talk me around this. I've never seen these. I never know they were launched until we got in this morning. I did my prep last night as well. I was like, oh, what are these little spray bottles?
Because they sold out so quickly. I've been working on these for a while, and I did ask a few ink companies to see whether they could make them for us, but it wasn't quite, even though they were great, it wasn't quite what I was looking for. I wanted really, really intense, deep, rich colours, so that if I wanted to, I could actually use them to colour resin, clay, to add water to do lots of different things. So they're incredibly vivid. That's why the matte ones look black in their bottle. But also you'll notice that the bottle is quite unique as well, because this is actually from the cosmetic industry, and it's actually a airless vacuum pump in there, so that way it doesn't suck up any of the mica in the mica ones. Obviously the matte ones don't have any mica in, but you can see that they are absolutely delicious colours.
Look at that. This one's my favourite.
And the other thing about them is, please do not throw these away or recycle them when you finish them, because we are going to launch our new eco refills. next year, early next year. Yes, they're already ready to go out. So your eco refills are ready. So when you finish these, don't throw them away.
So as you say, yeah, they do look black, and I saw the same. As when I looked at the pictures last night when I was prepping, I was like, oh, there's a lot of black in it. They're not. They're just so intense with colour. I'm going to show you the boards, which gives you a little idea of what you're doing with these ones. So these are the matte ones. So these are the ones at the moment. If I showed you that, it literally looks like you're getting a black spray, but you're not. Each one of those contains one of these. How stunning are those for your clays, for your resins, for your inks, to paint with them, I'm guessing as well, if you put them down on your glass mat. They are stunning. But not only are you going to get this set, oh, look at this, you're also getting this as well. I'm sure I used to be a magpie in a previous life. Look at the sparkle on those. Really high intense ink is what you're getting in here now, so you're going to get that rich, you're going to get that opulence in all the colourways. £145. I know this time of year it's a considered purchase. I'm with you all the way, so I've made it easy for you. I've put it onto 3 interest-free flexible payments of £48.33 today. Maybe that is going to be your Christmas gift to yourself, so that'll be one this month, plus your postage and packaging if you're not a Freedom member. We'll take one at nearly the end of January, and we'll also take one in the end of February as well. So over 3 months, you are going to get all of them, but after that first payment, it will all be sent to your door. Already 10% of the stock has already gone. Now, you can buy sets of 5 there. The details of those at the bottom screen. Tap the app or jump to the website to see what colourways you're going to get. But the saving of £14.80 on these, it's worth going for that full set.
Sorry to interrupt, but I think that because we can't display the full discount, so you'll get a discount if you bought the set of 5, and then that's carried over, and then you're getting another discount of £14.80. So you're getting extra discounts.
So in theory, you'd save £20. Is what you're actually saving, and then £14.80 on top of that, so that's £34.80. We're not allowed to tell you this, you have to do it yourself, TV laws and all that rubbish, but you're actually saving £34.80 is what you're actually saving. I did think £14.80 looked wrong, to be honest, for the amount of money that you gave, and in my maths, I've tried to work it out myself. So you're saving over 30 quid, is what you're saving on all these. Look at these though, Little John. Oh, that is a beautiful colour, Little Friar Will Scarlet that you've got in there as well, Much Miller. Love the colourways. If you just wanted to, and I reckon a little's going to last you an awful long time with these.
They are, absolutely, yes, because they're so intense. And you can see on the samples there that I've actually sprayed them, and then I've actually pulled them out with water so that you can see the difference in the colour there. But they're just stunning, and I am actually going to demonstrate a couple of techniques for you with them as well, so I'm ready to go with that. Very, very busy. 811102 is your item number. Now, I'm just going to quickly mention them, then we are going to go to demo because I don't want you to miss out on these. We'll go through all the colourways on the website, but I've also got the pigments on the show as well, where I was just wondering after. I've also got all the pigments on the show. Now, you've seen our Catherine use these for her Zuri molds, and she gets perfect results every single time, adding the pigment to the mould. You can also add your pigment to your resin. You've also seen our Kay use them as well when we bought you the geodes. Only, I want to say weeks ago. Was it months ago or weeks ago we last worked together? With the geodes? No, only last month. Only about 2 or 3 weeks ago.
Well, there you go, though.
About 3 weeks ago, wasn't it?
So, so you use them in the resins as well, which is beautiful. They come in sets of 5, £26.25 is what you're looking at. The best place to see all the colourways that you've got here, because there are so many more, is now jump to the website. You'll see them all on there because they're all little opened up, so you can really see the colours. You've got Spring in Your Step, you've got Cottage Garden in there, you've got pink in there. Mermaid always sells out time and time again, I can tell you now. I want to say Catherine's on a one-day special tonight as well with Zuri. She will be using these again this evening. So if you want to do what our Catherine does, it's worth having a little look and getting your favourite colours in these. £26.25. If you want the newest set though, which is the Fairy Tales, it's a different item number. I'll give you that as well. It's right next to it on the website, so you scroll all the way down and then you scroll across. And there it is there, look, 5-star reviews once again, £26.25. That's for the brand new set. We kept it separate for a reason so you knew it was new. Okay, so you didn't have to go and look for it. That is the newest sets of them all. Maybe you just want the newest sets that you've got there. They are the 5 brand new colours that we are looking at. They are the fairy tale sets of the show. Right then, let's go and see some demonstrations. 2 sellouts in 2 minutes and 26 seconds so far is what we've got, and I feel there may be more on the horizon. Stamps are very, very busy. Frank the Fairy, 2/3 of the stock now has already gone. Right, okay, what are you showing me first?
Okay, so I'm going to have a play with the Vivid. So I've got some lovely watercolour card here. I've got my water spray, and you need to spray the back of your watercolour card, and that will stop it curling up, because at the moment you can see it curling. So then when I actually spray the front of it, can you see how the fibres are stretching and it flattens out? Okay, so you've got all that ready to go, so it's all nice and flat. I'm going to get another one ready as well. So I'm going to spray the back and the front, because we're going to get a 2-for-1 on this one. Okay, and then I'm going to use my Robin Hood. So in actual, I'm shaking it, but it's just habit, because the matte ones you don't need to shake at all. So I'm going to go really close. If I went further away, you'd get a really nice soft fine mist, but I want quite an intense colour. So can you see that one spray? Now it's important that you look after your sprays, because this is a really fine spray head. So I'm taking some hot water, dipping it in, and just giving it a quick wipe on that nozzle there.
Oh.
Okay. So then that's good housekeeping for you. All right, and then I'm going to
I just like the sparkliness of the tubes.
You like these sparkly?
I just like the way they're packaged.
They're gorgeous,
they look
aren't
beautiful.
they? These are the lovely tops. They're gorgeous, aren't they? So this one is Little John, and you can tell that I use this a lot actually, because it's obviously blue. And the reason why I've got gloves on, you will see in a minute why I've got gloves on, because I'm going to be sandwiching these together, and I end up with blue hands. So that is the reason why I've got gloves on today. And I've got some Loxley yellow. Okay, so I'm just going to put a little bit of this in.
Look at that.
Here. And again, give it a dunk in the water. Give it a quick wipe, lid on, and the lid is airtight as well, so it's going to keep it nice for you. And you'll see as it works, this is the vacuum that work its way up. Okay, so we've got loads of lovely ink on here, so I'm going to give it a little bit more of a spray in part, and then we're going to take our damp watercolour card, and we're going to make a print from this. So this is why you need gloves on, because you start getting ink on your hands. Of course it does wash off, but because I've actually done these really intensely, it takes a few times to wash them off. Okay, so you ready? Isn't that gorgeous? Look at that, so intense.
That's
I'm just
nice.
going to pick up a little bit more. I'm going to add more water to this, but I really, really like that soft edge you've got here. But that's beautiful, isn't it? There you go.
I love that. Absolutely.
Isn't that beautiful?
And that was only literally a couple of, so this is why a little's going to go an awful long way with this one. I was just reading some more of the funny quotes, the little giggles.
Yeah, I knew you'd like those. I'm just going to get another piece of card, because I don't like wasting all this ink, and I think I can take another print off this. So I'm just going to use some photocopy card.
Could we, Kay, for our mop-ups, obviously we've got the rice paper on the show as well, and I'm just looking at that beautiful little tawny owl that we've got there. So if you wanted to go like a multicoloured owl, could we use that as a little mop-up?
Absolutely. That would be lovely.
It just keeps going on and on and on. With the texture of the paper, it sort of looks like barbed wire.
That's beautiful, isn't it? That's lovely. So you get a lot of prints from one, and you can see this gorgeous pattern coming out. I mean, if you grab one of those owls, I can actually do that.
Do you want this one?
Yeah. That's fine. Okay, it's probably the wrong colours. Actually, should I save it and do a red one?
Yeah,
should I do a red one?
Yeah, of course you can.
Okay, yeah, I'll do a red one, because the blues are really quite lovely, and I'm just going to leave that to dry. So you can use a heat gun on it, obviously, but I'm just going to leave that to dry naturally. Okay.
I've heard a lot lately on the old grapevine that if I use a heat gun, it will dull down the colour. Is that true with these as well?
That is true. Okay. Yeah, it's the same with any pigment. Yeah, I always say that because any pigment, it doesn't matter whether it's a paint or an ink or whatever, it burns off some of that pigment. So you're much better off leaving it to actually dry naturally, and then you'll retain a lot of that intensity. It obviously will dry lighter anyway, because that's just the nature of it. So what I'm doing now is I'm just going to, I mean, you've seen this loads of times, I am absolutely sure. I'm just splashing this with a little bit of water.
Looks like the map of the world.
Just to reactivate it.
Looks like Italy.
It does look like Italy, actually.
With the boots that you've got in there.
Yeah, there's the heel and the toe. Yeah, absolutely. And whilst that's working, I'm actually just going to get some gesso prepped as well. So with my gesso, I'm just going to take my brush and a little bit of water and just mix in my gesso quite nicely.
So why have you watered your gesso down and not gone straight?
I'm going to, because it's really quite nice and thick consistency, and I want to splash it onto here as well. And this is what I call making a masterboard as well. So let it just do its thing for a little bit longer, and then you can actually start pulling up. You can see you can start pulling out some of the ink, and you get this lovely look to it. I also did the same technique using a stencil as well, which is really, really nice. Now this might not be wet enough, so let me just give it a little flick. There we go.
Right now it looks like we're looking down from space.
So beautiful. The idea is that I'm doing blues and greens, and the splashes of water, and then these white hopefully will give an impression of sort of like stars, I guess.
It does.
Okay. And then just clean your brush up. Now, do you want to give me about 30 seconds to
I can give you 30 seconds and give you a little recap. Let me wrap up the Vivids that we've got on the show as well. £145 or 3 interest-free flexible payments of £48 and 33 pence is what you're looking at. And these, remember, you're carrying over savings while you're saving over £30 is what you're going to be saving on this prize. 811102 is your item number. And this is not just a one-trick pony. They are going to be refills released early next year is what you're looking at for that one. Right then, something else that we've got on the show is the rice papers. Now, once these have gone, these have also gone as well, so it's worth getting your hands on some of them that you've got there, and they are absolutely stunning. Now, they're in different packs, as it were. The first one I've got is the flowers that we've got here. So these are your vintage flowers that you're looking at. How beautiful are your vintage flowers going in with your colours from your sprays that you want to get in there. They are beautiful rice papers, so using your rice paper glues and stuff to mould them around, your boxes for the festive period and things like that would work really, really well. And as we said, you should get them before Christmas as well. This is Kay's last show. She got this one and she got one with our little Derek this afternoon. So that's it then. Then Kay's Christmas starts. She's getting on the Blue Nun and she's going to have a good time that she's got there. The minute she leaves here, Blue Nun's there, Lambrini's cracked open, couple of snowballs, she's ready for Christmas. So that is your flowers. Then we've also got your scenes. These are your... Oh, little baby sham, can't go wrong. These are your fairies that you've got. Now, you are getting more than we actually got here as well. Wow, a little bit of Christmas that you've got also thrown in. So that is scenes £11.99. From there, we then move on to again... Oh, this one's your owl and vintage flora. Now, obviously, I've taken the owl and passed it on to our Kay, but this is also your vintage flora as well. Lovely little blue tit sitting in the corner. Then, as we move on, this one is your... Beautiful is what it is, I can tell you now. There's lots of little bits that you're getting in here. Butterflies and flowers. There's your butterflies. So if you are going to put these into your resins and make your bookmarks, as I say, that Kay bought us only a couple of weeks ago now, it's worth having a little look at that. Then last but no means least, this is also a varied pack. So you've got your fairies in there, you've got little scenes in there of your girls. You've also got, look at that. How beautiful is this? Oh. And that one as well. Like them all, I really do. £11.99, because then you can be doing things that look like this, that you can do with them all that you've got. So you've got that. You can then do things like these. You can do boards. You can put them onto glassware. As you look at that, I'll just leave behind me. You can put them onto books. You could put them on to that Blue Nun bottle. So no one knows what you're drinking. £11.99. You can see all the different options on the website is what you can do there. Quickest and easiest way to go is jump to the website or tap the app. You'll see them all on there for you. £11.99. 745576 is your item number. Right then, let's go back. We've given enough time for it all to dry. Let's find our next little segment. What are we up to now?
Okay, so you're ending up with this lovely sheet here, which is absolutely gorgeous. So this can be cut up now into different sections so that you can make either your journal pages or cards or whatever it is you want to do, your tags. So I've actually just chopped these up, and you can see that you get such a lovely variety of beautiful backgrounds. So how easy is that to get a really nice background? So I'm just going to take one of these. Let's take this one, and let's just have a play with this. So I'm going to do a really simple card. So after Christmas, you're probably going to need a few thank you cards. I know it's really unusual for me to make a card, but I have been known. So I'm going to place that round about in the middle there. So I just have to make sure that that goes there. And then I've got to just doubly make sure that I've got it straight. Can you see it's not straight? So because I'm terrible at doing things straight. I'm well known in my house for not getting things straight. Alfie takes the mick all the time. Right. So, yeah, I'm happy with that. I'm just going to use some VersaFine. I think, actually, I'm going to emboss this as well. So I'm going to use some super clear embossing powder. So I'll get that ready. Take the lid off as well. So I'm ready to just chuck that in. And then a piece of printer paper as well. So I just make sure that that's underneath, ready for me to go. So I'm all ready and set. So just ink up your stamp. I'm using a stamping platform, and any will do, or if you're confident, just to go for it. But I've been stamping a long time and I still make a mess of it, so I like a stamping platform.
Which stamp sets is this from, sorry?
I do beg your pardon, yes. So this is from Mindfulness number 3.
Mindfulness number 3.
So we're actually going to use this one here, The Stars Exist, that we might know how high our dreams can soar. I love that sentiment. I put it in a lot of cards to my daughters over the years, actually. So that's going to go in the middle here. And I actually use the heel of my hand to press down, because you've got more strength in your arm and your body than you have in your fingertips. So I always use the heel of my hand. And then that's going to go over there. Chuck some... elegantly chuck it, some super fine embossing powder on that. That can go away in here. Now I normally, little tip for you, I normally keep a piece of scrap paper in here so that I actually don't end up getting ink all over on the back there. Okay, so this will only take a couple of seconds, so just notice this, it makes it really nice and shiny. See, that's my super gun.
I love the super gun.
Super gun. Okay, so that's really, really nice. I'll let that set for a little bit, and then I just want to get a little bit of added interest on here. So I'm going to use some, you could use Slap It On. Now let me just check, this is a new one because I've just run out. Right, so yeah, I've left the cap on to show you. So inside is a safety cap that we use to stop it moving if it gets shipped. Then you put the whole lid back on, and then to open it you just unscrew this. Now it doesn't come off, but it does actually release the tube here. Notice if I close it back down, let me turn it that way.
Oh, it's the nipple closure. I like these bottles because
it is the nipple closure, you're absolutely right.
It closes them all up.
And then the nipple pushes out any excess glue. So you just turn it, tiny little bit of glue on there.
With the nipple closure system.
It works, it works. And I think we'll just put a little bit on here. It just adds a nice bit of contrast. This is just a bit of old sheet music. And I'm just going to put a tiny weeny bit here.
This is where like your charity shops come into play and things like that.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, although they're getting harder and harder to find, but we're quite lucky. We've got a Friday market, which is full of sort of antiques and a little bit of junk and all sorts. So that's really quite nice. So another thing, another little trick is to faux bleach away behind those words, and that way you'll spotlight them. So I'm just going to get a clean brush and I'm just going to wash over those words. Just little circles, and just let the water just do its job. I'm on watercolour card here, remember, so it doesn't matter how many times you re-wet it, it's going to stand up to all of that pressure. So the lovely fibres of the paper are going to start breaking down. And then you can actually do a few around the stars. Just give them a little bit of a halo.
Very busy for the stamps now, we are.
They are lovely stamps actually, and it's nice to get a chance to actually show you them again, because normally, you know, it's like we release new ones but we don't get a chance to come back and reuse them.
That's the thing. The top three are still Frank, the little pussycat, and your giggles as well. The giggles are good.
The giggles are good.
If I had to have a favourite, I do keep reading through and through. I can remember song lyrics from 1985, but I can't remember why the heck I walk into the kitchen. It's very true.
It's incredibly
very true. What was the other one I just read? Lead me into temptation. Oh, who am I kidding? Follow me. I know a shortcut.
I really like that.
I love them. I genuinely love them all. On the surface, cool as a cucumber. On the inside, squirrel in traffic. It's one of those things that you could put to that friend if you want to sort of lighten the mood of someone like that. It would work really well. Remember that everything that Kay's doing would also work with any stamp set that you've got here as well. Don't just think that she's using Mindfulness number 3 that you have to do that as well. They would all work in exactly the same way. £14.99. Your item number 578258 is your item number for that one, with a £5 saving. Let's go back to demo.
Okay, so this is the one of the ink splashes from the same set, and I love that because it's just a tiny little stamp, but it really does make a difference. Just to give you a little bit of texture in the background there. And then I'm going to use one of the stamps out of the goodie bags. And again, let me put this on a bigger block.
If you're thinking, how do I get the goodie bags? They sold out within 2 minutes and 27 seconds of me going live on air.
Yes, sorry about that, but that's, you know, you got to get up early.
You have. Early bird gets the word, second mouse gets the cheese.
And then again, I'm doing diagonals so that you get that nice sort of way of looking at it. It's not what I wanted to say. what's composition? That was the word I was after. So you get a nice composition. So you can see I've got opposite ends with the lighter colours and opposite ends with those bits of darker areas. Now I'm going to just, now that area that I've put water in, you can see that it's actually done that faux bleaching, which is fantastic. And then just give that a little bit of a dab. Rather than a cloth, I do use paper, so it does actually work a lot better with dabbing it with paper. Okay, so I'm just going to go around the edge with my ink pad, literally just touching the edges to get rid of that white edge. So I'm not really scraping it along, or I'm not doing any softness around it. All I'm going to do now is just take just a ballpoint pen or any black pen, and I'm just going to give myself a little bit of an edge here. I might put the odd stars in, and then just quite a scruffy edge, I think, because you don't want it looking too perfect.
And if you're thinking, well, I couldn't possibly do this scruffy edge. I can't do scruffy edges. But there is, if you go for one of the flowers, I can't remember which one it is now, the one with the border.
It's flower heads.
That's it, flower heads. You could use the edge of that stamp and do the same thing.
Yeah, that is a fantastic stamp. I've so loved using that stamp this year. It's been absolutely brilliant. Right, so dead simple, really easy, really quick, and those backgrounds are just absolutely superb, just for making really quick cards. And of course I've got 4 of those backgrounds to go at already, so I'm just going to pop that onto some
You've actually got
pink
16,
frog card.
17, 18, you've actually got 20 from that one spritz, because you've got 3
Oh yeah,
sitting
that's
on the,
right,
you've got
I
3
have.
sitting on the floor, you've got 1 next to you as well, you've got this one. So from them inks that we sprayed down, and we only used 3 colourways, you've got 20 of these little cards ready to go, 20 backgrounds ready to go.
You're right, actually, yes.
There's 3 on the floor, there's 1 next to you and this one.
Oh, and they're looking lovely as well. I'll just nip down and get it while you look at that.
So out of them little sprays that we showed you earlier, £145, 3 flexible payments. Look at these now.
Isn't that gorgeous? I mean, the colours are so intense, and that's onto wet card with wet spray water over the top and then printed. So that's amazing, because we got that one as well.
Yes, yeah, so 4, 8, 12.
16, yeah, you're right.
15, 16.
Not that I doubted you, I can't
17,
count
18,
anyway.
20, yeah, 20,
Yeah.
20 backgrounds. That's
So
a cute card there, look at
a
that.
really nice, cute, quick card, which is lovely, isn't it? It looks a lot of effort has gone into it. Well, of course it has.
But it had, but if you're batch making these,
that's right.
If you're good at batch making, you could make these quite quickly. Out of that 1 sheet of music paper, I can show you. I'm going to show you. I'm going to go mad. I'm going to go rogue. 2 tiny little bits have been used of the musical paper. 2 tiny little slivers. So imagine how long that's going to take you. If you're just using 2 little bits on all the stamps on there, you've got the 20 backgrounds that you've already made from 3 of your spritzes, and I'll get to those in a minute. Let's go through your stamps though, once again. Very, very busy on your stamps. I will try and find samples as we go. You will have to bear with me. So we've got mindfulness number 1, 1/4 of the stock. Do not throw away your packaging. This is your cling mount that your stamps cling to, so you always know where they are. 1/4 of your mindfulness number 1 now has already gone. Then you've got chamomile. Up next, we are 1/3 of the stock of chamomile has already gone. From there, we then move on to your gladioli. 1/4 of the stock of your gladioli now has already gone. From there, we press on to your art studio. 20% of your art studio stock now has already gone. I've got no samples for that one. Then we've got your bunny rabbit. 1/3 of the stock of the bunny rabbit now has already gone. So 1/3 of the stock has already gone here, £14.99. Then we've got our leader, Frank the Fairy. 70% of the stock has already gone of our Frank. From Frank, we then move on to your floral fantasies that we're looking at. Oh, that was one thing, one. Like the floral fantasies. Then we've got giggles. I like these. I like my favourite. We're not allowed favourites, but my favourite. 40% of the stock has already gone. Let me read one more. Things like everyone was thinking it. I just said it. That's so me. It's so me, Doug. Everyone thinks it, but it's me who shoots the gun. It's me who fires the gun and gets told off for it. But everyone mentions it to me. My favourite of all time. Some people just need a high five in the face with a chair. Right then, I think it sums up the moment, and it just sums up the year so far.
It does,
It
actually,
really sums up the year after last
2021.
night. Yeah, 2021. Some people just need a high five in the face with a chair. £14.99. I do not condone that, by the way. No Christmas parties. We didn't have one. So, the other side did. Anyway, and donuts. Now, moving on from giggles, we've then got ducks. They did. We've got donuts. Darling ducklings that we've got here. 20% of the stock of your darling ducklings have already gone. Then you've got your drips and textures. Very busy for your drips and textures is what you're looking at. Then you've got mindfulness number 2. Should have put these in some sort of order. 1, 2, 3. Also very busy. Then you've got that flower one. 20% of your flower heads has now already gone. Then you've got your bird. You don't need to use all your stamps either. Look at that. That's cute. 20% of your little bird. If I open it up, you'll see what happens. It's just that little bird there, and then that is your front. So you haven't got to use your bird in all his glory, as it were. Then you've got your next one, More Than Words, famous Boy's Own song. Then you've got your little cat, little perfect putty cat, very busy. 2/3 of your perfect putty cat has already gone there. There's your perfect putty cat. Then you've got mindfulness number 3. I like mindfulness number 3. And then laugh so hard. Sometimes I laugh so hard, tears roll down my trouser legs. £14, and can I just say that was not editorial from me? I was just reading one of the stamps. I was literally just reading one of the stamps there. Sometimes I laugh so hard, tears run down my trouser legs.
Slightly off kilter.
Slightly off,
Yeah.
just a little bit.
Just a little
Right
bit.
then, where are we up to?
Okay, so I've taken another one of these, and I just wanted to show you that if you spray these with your luscious ones, look. So if you spray them with the lovely coloured ones that have got mica in them, you can add another dimension to them. Remember, you shake, you spray, and then you dip, okay? So now, a lady rang me up and said, something's rattling, I think it's broken. I said, no, we're actually putting glass baubles in now.
Oh,
little glass balls, yes.
Because normally if it's got mica in, the rule is you do not shake because you'll clog the tube. But there's no tube in there to clog, is there?
No, there isn't. It's right at the very top here. So the glass ball is obviously eco-friendly as well. It's not plastic or anything. So there's now glass balls being put in, all of them, just to help you. Right, so again, pop that on there. So I've got one that I did earlier. This has got some reds and blues in, which is lovely. Again, I've used the matte colours, and then I've gone over with the sunshine one, which is a lovely gold. And because you are loving all of these fantastic words, I thought I'd show you a really nice way of utilising them all. Now, I know that we are in a hurry now, but I will see whether I can actually get it done in time. So you just want to sort of try and fill up.
Is this from Laugh So Hard that you're using now?
Do you know, I should tell you, normally I'm quite good, but
I was trying to work it out.
Laugh So Hard, it is.
Like, life is not a fairy tale. This is words for you. If you've got grandkids, teach them this. Life is not a fairy tale. If you lose your shoe at midnight, you're drunk.
Or maybe you should tell your teenager on the way to university.
Yeah, when they're weeping. Life's not a fairy tale. If you lose your shoe at midnight, you're drunk. I love these.
They're good, aren't they? I love funny words. Well, I love any sort of words. I do some quite thoughtful ones, so thought-provoking ones, or some that just show people. You might not be able to We're not very good at telling people we love them, but if you find a nice word,
a way to go round.
Yeah, it's really lovely.
Telling a woman to calm down works about as well as trying to baptise a cat. So true. So true.
Is that one for the husband?
Yeah.
Happy birthday.
Happy birthday. Telling a woman to calm down is about the same as trying to baptise a cat.
It doesn't apply to my husband, of course.
Obviously not.
Obviously not. Definitely not. Do you know he's a bit poorly today?
Oh,
he's never
has he got man flu?
Poor thing. He had his booster, and yeah, it's not agreed with him. And he's not often poorly.
Bless
He's
it,
our
Alfie.
Alfie.
Get well soon, Alfie. It's
Yeah.
nearly Christmas.
I think he's probably still dragged himself off to work, knowing him. So I'll be home soon to stroke your brow.
Oh. Is he there all weepy, lying, snuggled in a blanket?
He did sort of come in saying, "Don't talk to me. I'm in a grumpy mood. I'm going to bed."
At least he's honest, I suppose.
Yeah. So I'm just building up some of the areas with whatever I can fit in, really. I've done a Prosecco one. Prosecco is the answer. Sorry, I don't know. I don't remember the question.
The more candles on your cake, the hotter you are. Very true.
That's what I'm just about to do. Some things are better left unsaid.
That's awesome.
Which I generally realise just after I've said them.
That is so me.
That is so me and my mother. Okay, so I've got, and then you might find that you've got a little gap there. So what I'm going to do is just get my
These are good.
stick-it notes or anything to mask off the area, just to make sure that I don't overstamp it. And I'm going to come in here with that one.
Details on the side of the screen are for your sprays. They're also on flexible payments as well. You've seen Kay using them throughout the hour, and she'll be using them in the next hour as well with our little Derek. 811102 is your item number you're looking at for these. Let's bring up the details for the stamps though, because these will be Frank is limited stock.
Oh, bless him.
Frank is limited stock is what I Frank. The Puddy Cat is 80% gone as well. 80% gone on the cat and limited stock on Frank. Just saying.
Okay, so I am going to be using the Gladioli. Adore this stamp. Really huge stamp. Look at that size, man. I've got big hands and all, but look at that, gorgeous. But I'm going to use this fritella here just to fill in the gap. This is a great stamp for the down the side of journal pages, down the side of cards, just on its own on a DL. It looks amazing, and I think it's just going to fit beautifully in here. So I'm just going to wiggle this round like so. Yeah, that's gorgeous, absolutely gorgeous. Get me some paper and let's just put that over there. Now this probably will do the whole area because I think that ink will probably not have set yet, so that's why I give you a huge big tub of ultra fine embossing powder, because when you just want to chuck it all over the card, you don't have to worry about it, you know, you're running out.
You'll find that on the website as well. Check out the website, tap the app for those little extras. Look at this.
Yeah, on average about 4 seconds. It's great, isn't it?
2.5.
Okay, so that's looking really, really nice. Liking that, but let's get out our fabulousness. Oh, let me put this on as well. I've got a little bit here down at the bottom, and I thought a little bit of ribbon would go a long way on here.
I suppose without spritzes, we could also spritz ribbon now.
Yes, well, that's
And
what I've
lace.
done. Yeah, that's what I've
that's
done.
using the sprays as well? Oh.
So with this, I'm just going to get a bit of purple, and I think it's called Crushed Velvet.
So these are, we'll change the details on the screen for these now.
So they don't come like this, they come in a little tub, and it's a powder, and the reason why we've given you the raw material of powder, the Luscious is a pigment powder, and also it's got mica in and a binder, and the reason why we actually give it you as a little jar is that you can then add it to lots of other things. A favourite way that I like to use it is with my super thick Slap It On, and use it as a texture paste so that it colours your texture paste, and it's absolutely, well, I was going to say luscious, but yeah, that's exactly what it is.
It sounds a silly question,
really luscious.
but I'm going to ask the question anyway.
Go.
That is my job.
No,
what you've done now, so you've got an artist palette, an empty one, and you've put your powder in, put water in them, and then have you just let that dry?
Yes, yes.
To make your own palette? That's
right. And it's going to be much better quality than maybe the cheap ones that you see for sale like years ago for kiddies. These are going to be really rich in pigment, really rich in mica, and you can just reconstitute them just by adding water. So I actually usually spray the whole palette with water, and then just go ahead and get my paintbrush out and just go for it.
I suppose if you're just going to use them like this, they're going to last you an awful long time. If you're just painting with them,
oh gosh,
they're going to last you forever, because you only
Yeah.
need the tiniest amount that's in there. So if you are doing, they come in sets of 5. Pick your favourite colours. We've got them all out on the calendar, but it's quicker to go to the website because there's different colours in each one, and everyone's got their own taste. And would you suggest, Kate, that you go for the colours that you like? Necessarily don't go for the colours that you're using. Go for the colours that you like at home, because you're going to use them more.
Absolutely, yes. When people say, where should I start, I always say, go with your favourite colours. You know yourself, if you go clothes shopping, you go for your favourite colours, don't you, automatically. So do the same with the colours of your Luscious as well. So I'm going to just stick this on with my, oh there it is, hiding underneath there, with my grab and go.
Frank the Fairy, now sold out. Oh, I'm just hearing he's back on extended delivery from the 11th is what you're looking at now. Just a couple of days if you want Frank the Fairy. He did sell out. He's now back on a 2-day extended delivery now.
Because we do make them ourselves, so it's just giving us an extra day or so. Oh, fantastic. So
look at that for timing.
Perfect
That's nice.
timing.
I like that, because it looks really, what's the word I'm looking for? I've only got 30 seconds. It looks cute and cuddly, but when you actually read it, it could have so many more connotations to it than you actually think.
It could, absolutely.
I love it. Thank you, Kate. It's been an absolute pleasure.
Thank you so much, and thank you, everybody.
Kate is back at 1, 2? 2 o'clock.
What's that?
What time are you back?
2 o'clock. I thought it was 11. Is it 2?
It's 2 o'clock with our Derek.
There you go.
Don't go away. Okay. Kate will be here at 11 o'clock, but you won't see her on the telly till 2 o'clock. Don't you go anywhere. I'll tell you what's coming up in a minute. Shall I? Go on then. Yes, indeed, we're going all sewing next with Britannia. You don't want to miss that. A little overlocker. Then it's a little bit of AALL Create. Then we're going back to a little bit of clarity.
Did you know you can watch the Craft Store 24 hours a day, 7 days a week using the Craft Store app on your Amazon Fire Stick for free? Just like your smartphone accesses an app store to add new applications, your Amazon Fire Stick accesses the Amazon App Store to add new applications. By downloading the Craft Store app, you'll be able to access your favourite craft channel on your TV anytime you want to watch. Here's how to do it. Turn on your TV and connect your Amazon Fire Stick. If this is your first time using the device, follow the on-screen instructions to connect it to the internet and log into your Amazon account. Once set up, you'll need to open the search bar. To do this, simply use your remote circular directional dial to scroll to the search icon and select it. Now simply type the Craft Store into the search bar, and this will take you to the Craft Store app. All you need to do now is select download, and remember, it's free. Once this is added to your Fire Stick, you can move the app for easy access. Press and hold your home button on any app and then select the apps from the menu that appears. Scroll to the Craft Store app and then press the button with the 3 horizontal lines on your remote and select Move to Front. And that's it! You can now watch, purchase and catch up with your favourite shows 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on your TV whenever you feel crafty.
Hello, I'm Sue Trangmar and I started Daisy Chain Designs 20 years ago. At Daisy Chain Designs, we're passionate about sewing and quilting. We design projects that hopefully will inspire you to pick up your needle and thread and have a go. We have great fun in designing things from the very start, and then the end product is always very exciting when you actually see it made.
Good morning, I hope you are well. The time has just struck 10 o'clock here in the United Kingdom and have I got a little treat for you. Yes, indeed, we've bought you sewing machines, but I think this is the first time, I know, especially for me, in the 2 years I've been here, I've bought you an overlocker machine. Now, just give me 20 minutes of your time, that's all I'm asking for, to go through the functions that we are bringing to you this morning. You've been waiting for it for over 12 months. Britannia haven't been able to get any of the stock for the last 12 months. So in theory, we're bringing it back with a bang, is what you are getting now with your overlock. You are going to get professional results, but you're not going to pay that big price tag. Because normally, when you think overlockers, you're thinking big money. You're thinking 2-3 grand. This will do what that 2-3 grand machine will do and more. And everyone has been telling me this morning, and I was going, oh yeah, but what did it do? It's £109 on flexible payments. I was like, surely it's not going to do the big boy stuff that you want it to do. It's not going to do your leather. It's not going to do your denim. It won't do your stretch fabric. We're going to have to get another machine for that to do all that. It will do leather. It will do denim. It will do your stretch fabrics as well and more. Not only do you get your machine, you're going to get the extra feet included as well. And I'm going to go through this as the hour goes on. Don't worry. So you're going to get all the feet as well, all the tools and the accoutrement. And then, to kick you straight off, you're also going to get thread. Now, I can guarantee you're going to get black and white, okay? But then, as an added bonus, you're either going to get cream or navy thread as well. Either way, it's essential colours. All of this, everything you see here, for £109.65 on 3 interest-free flexible payments. Now, once again, I'm with you. But just give me another 15 minutes, it's all I'm asking for, because I'm not alone this hour either. When you want to know about a piece of material, when you want to know about a decent machine, we go to the top. We don't get sort of brand ambassadors, we go straight to the company and go, send us one of your guys because we want to know everything. And that's what we've got now. We've got George with us. Morning, bud, how are you?
Good morning, yeah, all good, thank you.
Let's go for your background, because you're not, and I mean this in the nicest possible way, you're not someone, Britannia, you've just found from a trade show or anything like that. You actually work for the company, so you know the ins and outs of all their machines. So what's your background with the company?
So my background is in the family. So we've been working with sewing machines for going on 65 years now. So my grandma and granddad started, then through my parents, and now with me. So I've been working with sewing machines for 12 years. Came up doing the engineering side, looking at the machines and how they work, and then started using them, getting creative with them Started off making quilts and things like that and craft, and then moved on and made shirts and dressmaking.
So you really know the ins and outs of all your machines, and to put it bluntly, you wouldn't put your name or you wouldn't come on national telly if you wasn't confident in a product that's going to do the job you want it to do.
No, that's it. So we also work a lot with factories as well. So what we've always intended to do is bring that factory professional quality to the home user. So we wouldn't put out a machine which is anything less than that.
Which I adore, and that sums up that introduction I was saying. We all know the names. We all know, we synonymise with the names, with the big factories, where all your garments, your sofas and everything is made, your coats, your jackets. But normally you think, oh, I'd love an overlocker, and you search, you ask your Jeeves, your AOLs, you ask your Googles, you know, all that. And you're talking $3-4 grand quite easily, but if you go to the other end of the market, they don't do what you want them to do. And as my nana always said, buy inferior, you're going to buy twice with this one. This is not the case. 3 flexible payments of £109.65 with a £60 saving is what you're getting on this one. 535091 is your item number. If you have any questions this hour as well, email me, studio@thecraftstore.com. I've got George on hand. I can answer any of your questions that you want to ask. If you're unsure of anything, let me know. Right then, let's start from the very beginning, because it's a very good place to start in the word of Julie Andrews. I get it home, I get it out the box. What do I do now?
So, an overlocker, so there's been lots of sewing machines sold this year. Lots and lots of people are getting into sewing, and the first thing you get is a sewing machine. An overlocker is the next thing to get.
Okay.
Because when it comes to dressmaking and finishing off the fabric, seaming, finishing off the edges of fabric so they don't come undone, an overlocker is what is used. And the reason being is that it does a totally different type of stitch to a sewing machine. So it's got 2 needles, 4 threads, and a blade down the side as well. So what it does, if I've got it set up for 4 threads like I do at the moment, it's perfect for things like casual wear, because you can seam straight onto the fabric.
Okay.
So I've got a folded piece of calico here. So if I just run that in, it sounds beautiful as well, this machine.
Really
I don't know if you can hear that. It's really nice and quiet.
So we're sewing and cutting at the same time?
That's it. And then it finishes off with that perfectly...
If you hold that up to one, Jewel, yeah, what if you got one? If you hold that up to one for me.
There, yep.
I think so.
So you can see that on there.
Look at that, we're just getting a shot now. There you go.
There you are, yeah. So it's finished, it's got the thread along the edge there so it doesn't fray. And it's got 2 lines of sewing in there. So that then is a strong, strong hem. Sorry, seam. So if I turn that on the outside there, you've got a perfect seam on there.
Oh, so if you just want to do quick little projects and things like that, professional, but you don't want to sew and you want the machine to do all your work for you.
That's it. If you want to take something up, shorten something, quick tailoring things, or of course make something from scratch, a lot of the work now can be done on an overlocker.
So you get the nice seams, you've got all the snazzy little seams on there, so what else can I do? No question, does it always run on 4 threads? Do I always need to string up the 4 threads to the machine?
No, so 4 threads is when you're seaming directly onto the garment. So as I say, casual wear, fleeces, pyjamas, things like that, they can all be seamed directly. 3 threads is where you want to finish off a single piece of fabric. So if you're making a shirt, something a bit more formal, you'd press open the seams and finish them off with an overlocker.
Ah.
So
what else can it do?
So one of the biggest things with an overlocker is stretch fabrics. And this is where this machine is so good, because it's so versatile. So I've got a piece of scuba fabric here, and I can literally just run it straight through like that without having to change any settings. And that'll take that, sew that through like that, and then when you finish off, if you just bring it round to the front and cut it off on its own blade, and there I've got the finished product.
So if you hold that there,
and that will then stretch with the fabric.
Look at that. So you've not changed anything. You've not changed a needle, you've not changed the thread, but it will go from the finest to the material that you would normally shy away from.
That's it. Yeah, yeah, exactly. I've got all different sorts of stretch fabrics here, and I don't need to worry about adapting the machine, don't need to worry about changing it. You can adapt the machine, again, just to get that perfect stitch, but so much of the time you don't need to. It will just take it straight through. So, onto this. Again, it's a slippery fabric, this one. It's a synthetic sort of jersey. And straight on there.
There we go. So look at that. So now...
That stretchy finish and really strong seam, because that's where the two layers, the 4 threads, the 2 needles come in. Gives you that extra line of security, so it's really strong and tough wearing. So for things like sportswear and things that are going to take a little bit of abuse, that's really good on there.
Oh my word. 535091 is your item number. £109 and 65 pence is what you're looking at across 3 interest-free flexible payments. Let's get back to George for more demos.
So continuing on with fleece. So a thick fabric on here. And again, without having to adjust the machine, I might just want to increase the length, but just for demo purposes, I'll go straight onto it.
So how much are you cutting off at a time? Because that is that one thing when we watch all the big sewing programmes, we've watched the sewing bees and this, that and the other, and they go to that overlocking machine and they do that one false move and they've cut their garment down by where they wanted to do an inch, they've cut it down by a massive head. Is it that daunting? Can you sort of change how much it actually cuts off?
So you've got the measurements on the side of the overlocker here. So if you wanted to cut off at ½ an inch or 3/8 of an inch, you've got all the measurements on the front of the machine here.
Okay.
So you can just run the edge of the fabric along and be sure that you're cutting off that amount.
Oh, so that's good. So once again, you're not on your own for all this. So we've gone through the fleece as well. Once again, super. So if you're making things like snoods and things, especially now we're in the winter.
That's it. Yeah.
This so
Christmas jumpers, anything like that. It'll do cuffs, all that sort of thing. It will just sew directly onto there. You don't need to run a sewing machine along it. That is now a professional finish on there.
That really is. And that is something like shop bought, but this is what you're getting now in your own home, is what you are looking at for this one. So don't be scared. It's not a machine that you need to be scared of. Yes, overlockers look daunting because sometimes you're not used to them. We're all used to a sewing machine. We all know what a sewing machine looks like because a sewing machine's maybe been in the family for years. Nan had one. Great Nan had one. Your mum and dad maybe had one. You've got one. But not necessarily everyone has got an overlocker. But this is what we're talking about now. We are talking the factory finishes, but at a home price. And as I said, and that's why I asked George, everything is on the front of the machine for you. So you're not going to cut off, when you want to cut a millimetre, you're cutting off inches. You're not going to do that, because everything is already on the machine. And it's portable. When you think overlockers, sometimes you think massive machines that you think, where on earth am I going to put this in my house? This is small. This would fit behind the sofa or down the back of the chair.
That's it. Yeah, they're small. This closes down, so it's easily stored as well.
So it's worth having a little go. You're going to get all of the threads thrown in as well. Right then, so we've seen how it works, we've seen how it cuts, we've seen how everything sorts on this one. Let's go down with the feet that we're also getting in there. So what sort of feet have we got in here? Why have we got so many? What do they all do?
So each of these feet does a different feature, which I can show a couple of them a little bit later. So we've got the blind hem foot on there, so for blind hemming, finishing off the bottom of trousers, thick jumpers again around the bottom. We've got the gathering foot, so that will gather fabrics for smocking and things like that, at the top of skirts, around the arm. We've got the beading foot. So that's a really cool foot. So it's a decorative foot. So if you wanted to, around the edge of the fabric, put beads or sequins, this one will allow you to do that.
Okay, so you're getting all these feet included is what you're looking at on this one. So you're getting all the feet. As I said, we'll look at them closer. These are the closest of the feet that you're getting here. So you're getting all of these included. Now, you've got your gathering foot that's in there, you've got your elasticating foot in there, you've got your piping foot in there, you've got your sequin and bead foot in there, and you've also got your blind stitch included as well in there. So, all of the feet you've got, all in their own casing. It all comes on a foot control as well. So, some of the... Let's talk around the machine once again that you've got. So, you've got a couple more... Well, actually, no, where do you want to go for next? What was the next question you always get asked when people want to get these home?
So, it's all about, yeah, three threads or 4 threads, and where do you use 4 thread and where do you use 3 thread sewing. So 4 thread, as I've just shown there, direct seaming onto the fabric, so things like casual wear, something that's a bit looser, not so fitted. If you want to finish off the edge of fabrics for a more formal fit, that's where you come into using the 3 thread. So you get with the machine, which I've popped down somewhere, a little Allen key to take out the outside needles, which is here.
Oh, I found yours, just I slung mine in.
So what I can do is take out the... so you do also get a little fabric collector tray here.
Okay.
So now all I'm going to do is take out the left-hand needle. You can take out the left or right, depending on which effect that you want. So taking out the left-hand needle will give you a much finer stitch. So if I take that out like that.
Once again, very simple to do that you're looking at on this.
That's it. So this is now ready to do standard 3-thread overlocking. So, again, take my calico through there. And then that's got on there.
Look at that.
That nice finish. So if I were to use this for formal wear, I could press that open like that on the other side and just have that, again, that professional finish. And also a finish that will last a lot longer than just leaving the edges raw. Because as you wash this, that's going to keep the edges together and stop it from coming undone.
Well, even simple things that I'm guessing now, like tablecloths and napkins, and now we're getting especially close to Christmas and things like that, you start bringing out the best of the best, and you start bringing out that tablecloth that you only ever use on the special occasions. You don't use it on a Sunday dinner day, you only use it on Christmas. The napkins that you never use any other day of the week. You never use a napkin. Only Christmas, you bring out the napkin rings. You can now start creating your own out of what you're getting out of this machine. And today, I can get it delivered to you for £109.65 is what you're looking at on this one. We're lucky to have the stock. As I said, it's not been around for 12 months is what you are looking at on this one. 12 months, not one person could get their hands on it. And we are getting it to you for Christmas. You could have your Christmas gift, could be this to yourself. Maybe you've got 3 friends. Maybe you've got people that are going, what do you want for Christmas? What would you like? Maybe you've got a business. They could take a flexible payment each. You'd pay one now and enjoy it till the end of January. Then you take another payment. Then the end of February, we take your 3rd and final payment, and then it is yours. But the best thing about it, after that first payment of £109.65, this is coming to you. Not only the machine coming to you, you're going to get all those added feet included in there as well. You're also going to get the black and the white, or you'll either get the cream or you'll get the navy. It's entirely up to you. Right, the accessories on their own, can I say though, just to point out, is just under £90 worth of accessories, and you're saving £60. So in theory, you're paying 30 quid for all the accessories. It's ridiculous, isn't it? When you actually break down the prices that you're getting, it is absolutely ludicrous prices. And you're not even paying for the threads. That's just a Christmas bonus. Just a little Christmas bonus. So £30 for all this, you're getting them for free, and then you're getting machine as well. You'll either get black and white guaranteed, I'll guarantee you that, but you'll either get a navy or you'll also get a cream. You can't go wrong. 535091 is your item number. There's a lot of you sitting with this in your baskets. I think you're like me. You're trepidation. You're unsure. You've got it there just in case. but you want to see more demos, well, let's do that. What are we up to now, George?
So, talking about napkins, things like that, I'm going to come onto a rolled edge. So this is the sort of edge that you can actually leave on the outside of a fabric. So for, again, nice dresses, that silky fabric, the edge of napkins, things like that. This is the sort of finish that you want people to see, because, again, it's so professional. So I am going to adapt the machine here. So coming onto the machine, what I've got is a little switch on the front here that I pull forward. That takes away a guide which stops the fabric from rolling. Obviously, this time we want it to roll. And then on the side here, I've got these dials. So this is my width control, so it controls where the blade sits. So I just turn that to R. So it's all diagrammed on there for you. Turn the length to R as well. And now that's ready to go for a rolled hem. I can as well, if I want to, just the outside tension, turn that up a little bit.
So the outside tension are the coloured buttons that are on the front that you've got. So this is the tension of the machine.
That's it, yeah. So it's labelled on there as the lower looper. And what this will do is just pull it in, tuck it in a little bit tighter. So, again, on a single layer of fabric, just pop that in there. And run that through. And there you've got a beautiful rolled edge on the edge there. Don't know if you can see that, it's so fine on there. Can we get any closer, Hugh?
Oh, so now those bits of materials that you've got lying around the house and you don't know what to do with now, you can give it that beautiful rolled edge.
That's it, yeah.
So now imagine making, it's always difficult to buy for him, always difficult to buy for. But how about a pocket square that's embroidered? But you can start making your own little pocket squares that look professional. He could have one for every day of the week, for every business meeting that he's flying off to, in fabric that he chooses. But you've made them at home. You can knock them up in an evening quite quickly as well.
So simply, yeah. That's it. And so this is just standard polycotton fabric, so it looks beautiful on there.
So we've got a question in from Jan. She's asked, can you turn the cutting edge off?
Yes, indeed, you can. So you've got the switch down the bottom here, and what that will do...
If you just bear with me a second.
So this switch on the bottom here, and that will then... That one there.
Yeah.
If I just switch that over, that drops the blade, and you've turned the cutting feature off. So if your fabric's already cut to size, you can just go along the edge of it.
So it's a given now. You see, Jan, what a question. Well done for the question, because I was thinking the same thing. So I always thought an overlocker cuts it and gives you that professional finish. And as I said, if you've already measured a garment and you know what size it is, you don't want another inch off, do you? You don't want to be showing a bit of knee this time of year. It's a bit cold. So you don't want to be cutting that off. So you've got that machine that's already there. Any more questions, keep them coming in, is what you're looking at for this one at the moment. Let's go back over to George for more demonstrations. What are you up to?
So I've just got a piece of dress lining here, but again, it's that silky, slippery fabric, and you can see on the edge here just how much it frays.
Yeah.
So if I, again, just take this, put this rolled edge finish on that, that's going to give it that beautiful finish, stop it from fraying, and allow that to last on there.
Oh, look, and none of that. You saw the frayed edges before. And now that contrast to the white really shows that professional look that you've got there now.
So that's all tucked in. And then going on even finer, this is a real good test of an overlocker. We want to make sure it does all these different sorts of fabrics.
Okay.
So got some crystal organza here. And again, don't have to adjust anything. Just got my standard needle in there that came with the machine. And again, got that beautiful finish on that really sheer fabric, so wedding dresses, things like that. It's ready to go.
Look at that. And it's not puckered it, it's not pulled it, you've not got ridges, you've not got bumps through that as well.
That's it.
Oh, and if you see the, so look at the top edge, then as you look at it now, look at that right hand edge, how it started. So you've got all those little frays that could pucker, that could pull. You go from one extreme, more or less, to the other. But I know that top row is going to give you that professional quality, which means if you're selling your garments, you can now start, in theory, start charging a little bit more because you've got that professional finish.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, definitely.
It's important not to damage the fabric. We spend a lot of money on fabrics, and the last thing that you want to do is start damaging them. And you're getting all of this included in your bundle. I say £30 is what you're getting your accessories for. You're getting your free cottons, and then you get your machines. You've got the tensions across the top. Each one is a different colour that you're getting in there. So each one of them is a different colour, so you know what you're looking at. It's a quick threading system that you've got in this. There's none of that faff you think, oh, here we go, 4 threads, I've got to thread them all, it's going to take me weeks. No, it's already there. You've got the telescopic arm that will go up and will go down, so you can condense it all down if you want to. You've got that little chamber that's going to catch everything in there. Big question. This is the question of all time, as it were. What happens if it goes wrong? So you're spending all this money, we get it home, and I'm with you, shopping telly. Of course it is. You've got to say it's the best of the best, but what happens when you get it home and something goes wrong? What happens then, George? So
we just have so few of these goes wrong, but in that case, we're always at the end of the phone. You can email us. We've been doing, even just for technical issues, a lot of video calls recently, so we can get you, see the machine, and 95% of problems are just sorted over a quick phone call.
So I've got a phone call, fair enough. I'm with you that. So that's all based in the United Kingdom. Do I have a warranty?
Yep, you get a 2-year guarantee with the machine. So any issues, we'll just take it straight back.
What more could I ask? You've got the warranty should anything go wrong. It's there. You've got the guarantee that's there. You've got that guarantee that you're going to need. You've got all the phone calls, the video calls, the help and tuition. The websites are all out there as well. You've got the machine with the added extras and the threads, so the minute you get this home, plug it in and you are good to go. And it's an established brand, a brand that has been going for years, absolute years. They know what they're doing when it comes down to machinery. We've seen it go through the finest of fine materials, giving you that perfect finish every single time. But now it's your chance to get it home, to have it next to your sewing machine and go, I can do that. I can make that just as good as they can make it in the shops. I sell my wares, but I'd like to make a little bit more. It takes me a lot of time to do it. Well, now you can give them a professional finish and that professional quality, in theory, at half the price to what you would get it. Not been seen anywhere else for the last 12 months. No one has been able to get their hands on an overlocker like this for the last 12 months. We are sort of privileged to have it here live on the telly on a Thursday morning. Right, and George, what are you up to now?
So, again, going back to that three-thread overlocking, stretch fabrics as well. I can just, even so, we've got a stretch velvet here, notoriously difficult to work with. But again, coming straight into the machine, I've just set it all back up to normal sewing. And even with this pile on there, the blade loves it. Again, just the smoothness of this machine. I've got absolutely no worries going on this sort of fabric. And then you've got, again, that just perfect finish on the edge there.
Look at that, and it's on stretch.
With that stretch, that's it.
And it's not give the stretch. The stretch is now, it's still not there. It's just worked. And as you see, it's not puckered, it's not ruched, it's not bubbled, it's not bobbled. You've got that perfect finish every single time. Let's keep going with the demos.
That's it. So again, so this will just take absolutely, as I've shown, all different fabrics. Got some lycra here. Again, even on a single piece of lycra. Again, you could use this with a 4-thread and seam it directly. Things like dancewear, sportswear, that just goes straight through there. And again, it's that stretch afterwards. It's not going to snap after you've made it with a little bit of tension on there. It's got that stretch. So you have also got on this machine a differential feed. So if you put some fabrics through and it starts to wave, it starts to sort of wave a little bit around the edges, you don't get it often. But on especially Lycra, because it is so stretchy, just got a slight wave there. What I can do is I've got the differential feed down on the side here, so I can actually just speed that up a little bit.
Bear with me a second. Bear with
Slow
me.
down.
There we go.
So on an overlocker, you've got two sets of teeth on here. You've got the front and the back set. So what I can do is by increasing the differential feed, that will actually speed up the front set of teeth, which will help to stop it stretching as it gets stitched. Because when it stretches as it gets stitched, that's what gives you that fluting effect. So by speeding this up, I can help to prevent that.
Okay.
And then I'm ready to go. On there, so I can see it just pushing that back end in a little bit quicker, and that will give me that lovely flat,
really
straight finish on there.
So what thickness can we go to on this, on an overlocker?
So again, on a good quality overlock like this, you can do denim, you could do a couple of layers of leather, you can do fleece, so you can really push this overlocker. It'll even run over seams quite happily.
So there's a lot of materials that you can go through with this, from the lightest to sort of the heaviest that you're going to be using. And I think jean material is going to be one of the heaviest. Would you do like jeans and corduroy and stuff like that?
Yeah, absolutely, no problem.
You see?
Yep.
So from even the big, thick corduroys that you've got in there, down to sort of like your chef's jackets, which are even thicker that you're getting. And you can get like your heavy-duty shirts that you can buy, like your overshirts. That would all work. It would all work on your overcrochet. And it's going to give you that professional finish time and time again is what you're looking at. You can turn the cutting edge off, as we've seen earlier. Everything is on. Just on the front, just here. So your little cutting edge is just there. You've also got that LED light that's included as well, so you can see what you are doing with the machine that you've got, which I absolutely adore. It is a machine that you may have not thought of. You may think, I'm quite happy with me, and things that are usable, things that are going to be used day after day after day, like your oven gloves that you may be making, your door stops, your draft excluders, your dressmaking, your shirts, your dress, especially now the Christmas parties and things like that. If you're going for your Christmas parties, you may want to make your own dress. You may want to make your own shirt, your own suit jacket, that waistcoat. And every time you put it on, that little seam just tears a little bit more because you've just sewn it. That's all you thought, that's fine, I'll fold my material in half and I'll just sew it. It's still strong. I've done a zigzag stitch. They say it's one of the thickest, one of the strongest. It might be. But for durability, and if you're going to wear that year on year, you're going to get your money back tenfold. And once you've got one of these, you will be the talk of the street, as it were. You know, there's always that one person that you know down your street has the decent secateurs, that has that long ladder when you do need to get to your gutters, because you're not buying one. You go to your gutters, what's that, once a year? You'll use hers from number 23. She never uses them. But you'll go and get them. You'll be that person. Oh, at number 40, she's got an overlocker. She'll whip that up for me. And it's true. I know I say it quite blasé, but it is true. You will be that person that goes, they've got an overlocker. That one, I can do that for you. Give me, I'll do that. And then what turned into a hobby, maybe you can turn into a business. And the machines that you've got, you may be able to pass down from generation to generation. Oh, that was my nan's overlocker. Oh, yeah, she bought it from that shopping telly channel. But it still works. It's still as good as the day she got it. And I'm still using it now. This is the machine that you're going to use that's going to take you to that next level. £109.65. I can see there's a lot of you sitting on the fence with this, and I'm with you all the way. But you know me, I say it as it is. I wear my heart on my sleeve, and if I get told off, I get told off. I don't care. But we are talking the creme de la creme of overlockers machines, and at these sorts of prices, I did research last night. I knew this show was coming up. I put it into the Googles. I put it into the search engines that you've got there, the Yahoos. Others are available. And you go and do what this machine will do for this price, you ain't going to get it. And yes, I know this is on 3. not with the varieties of fabrics, not with the feet that you are getting. We are talking leather, we are talking denim, we are talking denim, we are talking stretch fabric, we are talking lycras. Your velvets all go through this and will be cut and will look professional time and time again. And you've got UK support, and you've also got that guarantee as well for £109.65 across 3 interest-free flexible payments. 535091 is your item number, and if you're throwing this in, treat yourself. We've got some faux leather as well. Go on, knock yourself out. You are loving it. You are loving the faux leather. Now, I don't know if I'm allowed to give this to George to see if it runs through, but I might anyway. It is super soft. Kirsty's taking no. It is super soft, but it will run through your machines. If it will do denim, it's going to do this. It is your faux leather that you're looking at here. £9.99. 149,929 is your item number, 20 by 12 inches, and you're getting all 4 colours that you've got there. Right, and George, what are you showing me?
So we're going to go through to the accessories set now.
Okay.
So I've got the elasticating foot here. So what this is going to do is ruffle the edge of your fabric, and attach the elastic at the same time. Now what I've got on here is the elastic goes through. It's got the little wheel here, and then I've got a screw for the pressure.
Okay.
So the tighter I put that screw, the more it's going to put tension on that elastic, and the more it's going to gather the material. So all the feet, they really simply just clip on and off like that. So this just comes in.
Oh, so that little lever at the side is lifting the feet. That what would lift that feet on a sewing machine is normally at the back. This one's on the side of the machine.
That's it, yeah. So it's got this little lever, lift that foot. It's got a little bit of a higher lift on there as well. And the feet, they all just clip on. And then that just tucks into the side there. And so I'm going to do it quite tight to begin with. Just get myself a little bit more elastic. And so along the edge of fabric, so I've still got the blade on here, so I can know it's going to be right on the edge, this this ruching effect. So just loosen that off a little bit. That's it, get that started on there. Tighten that back up. So that's just feeding through there, like that. Keep it on track. Bring that out the back, and then I've got this lovely uniform
Look at that.
ruffle on there with the stretch.
So you've got the stretch. If you're putting waistlines in, we all need a bigger waistline at Christmas. So if you are going to, especially for those trousers that you really like, and maybe you fluctuating your weight up and down, and sometimes you're on, sometimes it's off, and you go big and you go small. It's or maternity wear. That's another good one. Or you're changing what was a shirt and you're going to turn it into something else, and you want to go that little bit of, maybe you want to change a cuff into a ruche cuff. Something like that. You want to put a bit of elastic in and just give your wardrobe a little bit of a change. You can do that with this machine. Right then, let's go back.
So that was on quite tight there. So again, this is the beauty of this screw in here. It just makes it so easy to adjust. I can just loosen that off if I want a little bit less of a stretch. So just loosen that off there, quite loose now.
I don't know if you've noticed, it also holds your elastic. You're not faffing with pins, and I don't know if you've noticed, George, there's not a single pin in here, which is another testament to the machine as well. It will hold your elastic and it will guide it for you. With the foot pedal that also comes included in this one, it's down to you how quick and how slow that you want to go.
That's it. I've got so much control over this machine, so I can see it coming through. Just guiding it through on the edge there, and there you are, finish that off. And it's just, again, just by adjusting that dial on the front of the foot, that's lessened the elasticity, the pull on that, the tightness on that, but still beautifully even right the way across the fabric.
Look at this. So once again, whether you're doing curtains or dresses or, as I said, waistcoats, the machine is going to adapt to you. Whether you're just starting out with a overlocker and you're only going to use it for the basics, you're literally going to do the bottoms of curtains, you're literally going to do tablecloths and napkins, it will still work. But then if you've already onto the game, you already know what you're up to with an overlocker, this is going to grow with you. And is it a case of it will grow with you, George? Like, if I've only just started, like, I can roughly sew. I know my way around a very rough sewing machine, but I would have never used an overlocker. But if I got this home, read through the instruction manual that comes with it, set it all up, would you be confident that I would be able to get the results that you are getting now within a couple of hours?
That's it, yeah, because it's got that easy thread system on the underneath, so you don't need to worry about taking the thread from one side of the machine to the other. You basically go in the dark and try and pull it back like an industrial sewing machine. On this one, it just takes the thread across for you, so easy to thread, easy to set up, really clear instructions on there. And then, yeah, certainly for just the basic overlocker use in that taking up trousers, shortening dresses, doing seams straight off, neatening the edge of the fabric. It's as soon as it's threaded, it's ready to go.
See, so there's no faff. And I think that's what puts a lot of people off. You see all these threads coming from the back, running into the machine, you think, hey, up, here we go. If one of them gets snagged, I'm scuppered here. It's going to chobble it all up and throw it back out. Mate, it won't. It's a very easy system to use that we are getting. We are very, very busy on a Thursday morning at 22:11 here. Now, we are now a quarter of the stock has now already gone. Now, I'm with you all the way, and I don't think we're meant to say this as presenters, but I'm going to say it. I totally agree with you. It's a considerable purchase. Even at £328, some people think £328, it's a considered purchase. I'm with you on there. If someone asked me today if you got 325 quid, I'd go no, and I'd ring the bank of mum and dad. But this now, we have made it easy for you. I would be able to do this of £109.65, and then I really haven't got to worry till the end of sort of January. What date are we on today? 9th? 10th? 9th. I haven't got to worry till the 9th of January. That's when the next payment will come out, and we'll just take it out. The bank details that you use today, we will use that then. And then in February, another £109 will come out. But how many jobs could you have done between now and Christmas? That thing over New Year. Those little curtains. And January is the prime example for this. When you take your tree down, how bare does your house look? It looks pretty now with the little twinkly lights. But when you put everything back to where you started with at the start of December, you go, is this really what my house looked like? Is this really how it was? Oh, I could do with them curtains. Oh, that hem's coming down. Oh, we use that tablecloth at Christmas and we use them napkins and they were right dog-eared. They could do with tightening up before we put them back in the loft again. You can do it. As George said at the top of the hour, most people now are going from their sewing machine to an overlocker because you can do most jobs, and I use the word most jobs, with an overlocker that you can do with your sewing machine. It's from the big name of Britannia. They're at the end of a phone, they're at the end of a video call. They're all online. You get a guarantee with this as well of 2 years. You're going to get a 2-year guarantee is what you're looking at. You've heard from George, they very rarely go wrong. But if they do, they're there. You're never on your own when you get one of these. Let's go back to George for more details.
So just going back, just circling around again to what you're going to use the overlocker most for, which is seaming and neating off the edges. So again, stretchy fabrics without having to adjust anything. I have actually earlier sped up the differential feed on here, but I'll just put that back to normal. And again, just on this fleece fabric, without having to adjust anything. It just takes that so beautifully through there. Again, I've got the measurement on the side there, so it cuts off the edge of the fabric. Bring that round. So when you finish off your sewing, you just bring the fabric round, cut it off on the blade there, and it's finished on there. and with those 2 needles in there, that gives it a security stitch, so that it's really strong. So if I turn that the other way around, you've then got a really strong seam on there.
See, even if, like, let's get fair, let's be real. Even if you're just doing that from fleece, you get that, you get a little bit of lavender, you pop it inside, you get those little heaty balls, you throw them in there as well, and you flog them for 10 quid. You're going to make your money, but they look professional. You're not going to get beads and lavender flowing everywhere all over your living room floor because you've done it on your sewing machine. You get your professional finish with this every single time. Apparently we are so busy, I'm hearing now, and that's not a cliche. We are very busy. There is a lot of you sitting with it in your baskets. I can see you. There's a lot of you who have already made the jump, and congratulations. You are going to love this machine. You really are. This is what you're going to be getting. 535091 is your item number that we're looking at on this one, is what we're going to get. So, I adore these a lot. £109.65 is what you're looking at with this. So it's worth having a little go, is what I like it for. 535091 is your item number. You are going to get the white and black guaranteed. And as a little pick and mix bonus, you're either going to get cream, so you're either going to get 4 of the cream, or you're either going to get 4 of the blue in that as well. So 535091 is your item number, and I'll keep saying it, I guarantee you, you will not be disappointed in this. I know it's a considered purchase, but remember, I've tried to make it easy and split it over 3 interest-free flexible payments. Something else that we've got, the electric scissors. Now, these is something that I didn't think we had on the show today. I was watching the socials, I was watching the TikToks the other day. These are all over, the electric scissors are all over the TikToks because they can do so many things. You've got 3 payments of £53.33 is what you are looking at on this one. 319738 is your item number. Okay, you're saving £9 on this one. These are amazing. I remember doing it once, and they flew out the door then. Yeah. Because these are scissors with a difference.
That's it. So these are scissors which will cut absolutely anything. We were looking for these for a long time, a good pair of electric scissors, and the problem we were finding was having the cut speed fast enough to actually handle the fabrics really easily. So these ones, they cut really fast, and what it means is you can do very fine layers of fabric, you can do thick layers of fabric. If you're doing multiple things at a time, you can cut out multiple fabrics at a time as well. And these ones, they come with the set here, and what that includes is you've got your battery pack. So it comes with the battery, just plug that in the back there. Has the charging station here as well, so that just means that you can get round your projects, you're not tethered in. But you also, while this is charging, you can plug in the other set which plugs directly into the wall, so you have constant power.
Oh, that's good.
You get 2 sets of blades with it as well, so you get a spare blade. And yeah, shall I demonstrate them? Show them how to cut the fabric?
We're all like, stop talking, just cut stuff. Just cut stuff, that's all we want to see. We want to see it cut.
So again, just to show how accurate, these pieces I've just overlocked there. I can go so close to the edge so quickly on there. So that was on a single piece. This is a stretch fabric as well. And also for curves, so round that shoulder on there as well. It will just cut so smoothly.
This looks so satisfying. So it goes from, so what can I cut with, or is it easy to say what you can't cut with this?
So you can cut flimsy fabrics, silks, organzas. One of the blades is actually set up to do paper and things like that. Card, it'll cut card, no problem. We even had them cutting lollipop sticks, things like that. So that thin wood, leather. I think I went up to 4 layers of leather in one go last time with them. So really, you can cut pretty much any fabric with.
So whether you're a soft crafter or a paper crafter, this is something that I feel you may need. You know those little jobs and you go around the house and you don't know where your scissors are? These are going to be your scissors. This is going to be your fussy cut that you want to look at this. £53 and 33 pence. We're going to go back to the Overlocker though, because we are ridiculously busy on the Overlocker. I just want to cut stuff. That's why I'm not going over there. So I literally end up cutting anything and everything. It's true. You give me a pair of scissors, I'm on the phone, I cut a little bit of hair, I do shirt, like anything that's around, you just end up cutting down. That's why I'm not going to touch it. Busy. Right then. We are coming back to your Overlocker. Oh my word. A third of the stock has now already gone. This is the first of, is it 2 live hours today?
Yep.
This is the first of 2 live hours. There is another one at 1 o'clock this afternoon, either with Derek or Janice, I'm unsure. With our Janice this afternoon. As I said, I'm with you. I've tried to make it easier. Okay, I've put it on 3 flexible payments for you because I know it's a considered purchase and I know what time of year we're at. Christmas is only around the corner. And so maybe it's something that you weren't thinking of, but 3 flexible payments on this means you can get this home today for this. And if you are a Freedom member, that is a delivered price to your door. A delivered price. This here, £30 worth. Should be £90. You're only paying 30. These here, you're not even paying for. I've thrown those in for free. I say me, I use the royal we in this. So you're guaranteed black, you're guaranteed white, you're either going to get blue or cream. Okay, it's the added option that you get. £30, absolutely free, then you get your machine. You're also going to get your foot pedal. Now, if we can't use the foot pedal, Joy, is there other ways around it, or does it run off a foot pedal
This
only?
one does run on a foot pedal, and you want that on an Overlocker for that control over the machine. It's not saying you're just going to be running up lines. You are cutting at the same time. So, yeah, you do want the foot control with that.
So it's good to know these little things that you want to know. It's these little things that you need to know about this. Right then, we've got about 5 minutes left. If people have just tuned in now, what do you want to show me?
I want to show you overlocking on the curve. Ooh. So where you've got things like necklines, shoulders, anything where you're sewing on the curve, because on this overlocker the blade is really nice and close to the needles, so that it means it's not going to pull away too much as you go around corners. So if I start here, I'm going to start on that curve. And I can then curve round. Again, just guiding that round on the edge there. So I've gone really, really tight here as well. So coming right off the edge of the fabric. So you're not going to be limited when you're going round the edge of something.
Look at that. So, and that has all been...
So that could, under the arm, over the shoulder, there.
So now, but it all looks professional. You've all got that professional finish to it, which I adore every single time. I absolutely love it. When the machine comes to us, we've mentioned that it's easy to set up, and every shot that we take of this one is the question I keep meaning to ask. You have a lot of buttons on the side. There's a lot of dials.
Yeah.
Obviously, when we see dials, people get slightly daunted that, oh, here we go, I've got to keep changing it. Are they quite simple? What can you just quickly run me through in the 4 minutes that I've got?
Yeah,
what the 3 dials do on the side of your machine so we can see them?
So as you can see, I've gone through practically all of these fabrics without having to adjust the dials. So they are there just for adjustment if you want to. So you've got on here, this is the differential feed dial. And so on an overlocker, for stretch fabrics, sometimes if it's really stretchy, really awkward, it will give what's called a fluted edge, so it'll be wavy. Now what this does is you've got 2 sets of teeth on the front here. So this actually speeds up or slows down that front set of teeth there.
Okay.
So as you're running it through the fabric, by speeding that up, it stops it from stretching as it goes through. So that slight adjustment on there, you can actually also, if you wanted that fluted edge, say on the edge of a cuff or something like that, you can slow down that differential feed and it will give that fluted edge. Then we've got the length control of the stitch. So again, for that rolled edge, I shortened it right down so it's a really tight stitch on the edge of the fabric. But if I was doing a very thick fabric, leather, for example, denim, I can just, again, increase the length of the sewing. Similar to a sewing machine, you just adjust it to the fabric, but a lot of the time you don't really need to. And then as well, this dial controls where the blade sits. So if I'm doing a very fine fabric, I might just want to bring the blade out a little bit so it cuts off a little bit less, and then the threads will sit better on the edge of the fabric. And then again, on a thick fabric like the fleece, I might just want to bring that in a little bit so that along the edge of the fabric it sits nicely along the edge.
So in theory, they're not that daunting. It's exactly the same as your sewing machine. It just changes the threads and changes the feet underneath. Can you go through, and I'll give you a couple of seconds to find them out, from the lightest to the heaviest fabric that you've got over there?
Yeah, indeed. So
why did you judge that? We had an email back from Jan. Jan didn't remember our kid. Thank you for your email again, Jan. She was one who asked about the cut function. And her email went, she went, thanks for answering my question. Anytime, Jan, anytime. She went, you sealed the deal. My husband keeps asking, my husband Steve asked me what I want for Christmas. So I placed my order for the overlocker. Yes, Jan. Merry Christmas to you as well. Jan, I'd also ask for a holiday in Mauritius. Push your luck. Go on, try it. Push your luck and go for it. Right then. Finish one first?
Finish one first. So I've got this crystal organza in there. Again, you wouldn't generally sew this together, but just for demonstration on there. Sewing that straight together. Again, might just shorten the length down of the stitch on that one, reduce that puckering a little bit, but that's just gone straight through there.
So that was the thinnest material. We've not changed any of the settings.
No, just gone straight to it.
What's the thickest that you've got with you?
The thickest and difficult, most difficult one would probably be this fleece. I might have some more in the back, but I'll do that next.
No, it's all right. I've sort of put you on the spot, but it just proves that you can go from them. We're not changing anything at all. And if you want to cut your seam, go for your scissors, so you can cut all that as well. But I'm guessing this will cut it for you because you've got that blade on there.
You've got that blade on there, so that's it. You can just run that through.
Look at that.
It's gone straight to that on there. And then some of the more difficult fabrics, this velvet on there as well. 2 layers of this together, so put those back to back. So you've got that awkward pile in there as well. You have on this overlocker, which some of them don't have, got a pressure control on here as well. So if you are finding that that pile is squishing together, you can reduce down the pressure.
We have a minute left of the hour. Remember, George is back at 1 o'clock today. If you're still umming and ahhing, if you're still sitting on the fence, don't be. You're not going to be disappointed. You can watch this whole presentation again with Janice this afternoon at 1 o'clock. But look at that, from the lightest to the thickest to velvet.
Stretchy velvet. And again, you've got that beautiful seam on the inside as well.
I love it. Absolutely love it. And you will too. £30 worth of extras. They should be £90. We're getting them for £30. You're going to get your excess threads as well, and you also get your machine. All bells and whistles on the machine. I've got 15 seconds left. Thank you, George. Absolute pleasure.
Thank you very much.
Don't you go anywhere. I will see you in a few hours' time. I'm here all day. I finish at 8, but I don't know what. But I'll tell you what's coming up in the next 3 hours. Yes, indeed. We're going all creative with AALL Create, and now Janet Klein is in next, and then Janet Pringle's in next. Then we're going a bit of clarity. Then we're doing sewing all over again. Lovely hours.
Hi, I'm Julie.
And I'm Paula.
And together we are Julie Hickey Designs. We formed our partnership after many years of friendship, after both of us being in the craft industry for well over 20 years.
We have a great partnership. I do all the day-to-day business side and Julie does all the designing.
Our range of stamps and dies are made to the highest quality. Our stamps are the deepest etch that are available and they are made in the UK, and they give you beautiful, clean, crisp impressions every time, and our dies cut like a dream. The thing I love to do most is to share my ideas, hints and tips with you, the viewers, so I can inspire you to pick up a stamp and get creating.
Hi, I'm Gina Barrett from Gina B Silkworks. We're a family company specialising in traditional crafts for the modern maker. I'm looking forward to being able to take time and demonstrate some of these techniques and share new ideas. I hope you'll be able to tune in to the Gina B Silkworks shows.
Hi, I'm Hayley from Craft Yourself Silly, and I'm really excited to be working with you guys here at the Craft Store. We've been here since the very beginning, and hopefully we'll continue to bring you lots of new and exciting soft craft projects. So make sure you join me and Craft Yourself Silly here at the Craft Store.
Exciting news! For the 5th year in a row, the Craft Store has been awarded the top accolade of the Platinum Trusted Service Award from FIFO. These awards recognise businesses that deliver exceptional experiences as rated by you, our customers, and we are honoured to have been selected. The Trusted Service Award means you can shop with confidence based on the reviews from over 60,000 The Craft Store customer experiences. Thank you for your independent reviews. It means a lot to us.
Fancy some knobbly bobbles? I bet you do. We've come to the right place because we've got a free gift with purchase on the show today. Anything that you buy today, you will get the free gift, which is your knobbly bobbles, the best name of a stamp set I've ever heard. Look at your knobbly bobbles. Normally that said to me, we'd have to look at my knees. Anyway, $9.99 is your first price on the first item we've got available for you. If you've bought the Octo Lady already and put that into your basket, you're going to get this for free, a free gift. So it's anything on the show. Right, I'd like to introduce you to lovely Janet. How are you, Janet, this morning?
I'm good, thank you. You?
Yeah, I'm good. Looking very festive.
Yes, thought I'd make the effort.
I like it. I like it. I'm very on trend with our decorations, which of course is in the theme of Christmas. And as we're talking about Christmas, Janet, we've got some great deals on stamps that would make great gifts.
We have indeed. So even if you've already bought things yourself, you would have friends who might like some of these for Christmas presents.
Yeah, that's
crafty Christmas presents are the best.
Yeah, do you know what? If you've got the Octo Lady, for example, and someone has admired your Octo Lady from afar or near, you could get them one. And well, here's the thing, Janet. Because you get the free gift of the knobbly bobbles, do you keep that yourself or do you still continue to give that as a gift?
Oh no, you keep that yourself.
Yeah. Let's just turn that around to show you your stamp. And this has been designed by Abs, Autour de Moi. So it's fabulous, and you can use that in your background. $9.99 though is your price for your Octo Lady. Sorry, that's the die. Let's take a look at the stamp that you're getting, and I believe we're going to do a demonstration with this, aren't we, Janet?
We are indeed.
And you've got a sample there. I don't know if we can see it on the overhead. It's absolutely stunning. The Octo Lady. There she is. Look at that.
Yeah. So this is our beautiful Octo Lady. This is what I'm going to be doing, and obviously she comes with the die as well. Yeah, we'll have lots of fun with her. She's a beautiful image.
She certainly is. Now, it does say 2 stamps on there because
Yeah.
you've also got the sentiment that says dreams soar on the wings of imagination. Dreams soar on the wings of imagination. Let me just turn that around and then you'll be able to see that at home. So it's a lovely flowing design. So you could do lots with this. And I remember when we launched this, actually, we were taking a look at Octo Lady and we were it's going to sound awful. We were dissecting the stamp itself, and we were looking at all the different elements. So the bubbles, you could use that separately. You've got that gorgeous hair as well, which, dare I say, if I turn it that way, could just be like flourishes on the bottom of the seabed. The same with the tail. If you turn that, excuse me, Octo Lady, the other way round, that in itself is a great design, isn't it?
It is, yeah. You could use that as a plant. So, and also if you could cover that up completely and with the body, and maybe cover it up and use it as put a dress on or something as well. So she doesn't have to be an Octo Lady at all. She could, if you, I think we've got some samples of her like that. So, so you could certainly use those.
We certainly
use
have.
them in that way
Let
as well.
me show you some of those samples, because these are amazing. We've got lots of different colours and lots of different techniques. Now, this one's been stamped and cut out.
Yeah.
You did this, didn't you, Janet?
I did this, yeah. So this is with the using the die, which we've got just coming up in a minute. And this is a beautiful image to colour in. If you like colouring, this is just one of those that's absolutely fabulous to colour. I really, really enjoy colouring her.
Gorgeous. You know, it'd be really effective on the front cover of a journal.
It would.
Or on a piece of artwork to place on the wall, maybe in your bathroom because of the theme. Or it could be a card for somebody. It's just the joy of colouring in and then just using all the different shading that's in there, and her hair as well. And you could also put her under the water, so you could build that scene up, which is brilliant.
Definitely.
Love this one. Oh, let's have a look at this one. This is clever, Janet. Did you do this?
No.
That's very clever. This one's done by Olga, using some thread there for the hair. Isn't that wonderful?
Yeah.
Love that. Right, if you want to get hold of your Octo Lady, you've got the two stamps because you've also got the sentiment as well. £9.99. Alongside that, very useful actually, with Octo Lady, you're getting your knobbly bobbles, so they could be part of the underwater scene that you're building. That's your free gift that you get with every stamp set. Well, sorry, it's a free gift per customer, so whatever you buy on the show, it's one per customer while stocks last and all of that T&C. But it's worth £7.99. Right, let's move on, because Octo Lady, it's a good idea to cut Octo Lady out, as we did on several of the samples. Let me just bring that back in there. But to do that with a pair of scissors could be quite difficult. But what we've got here is the die to cut out your Octo Lady, making it very, very easy for you to do so, haven't we, Janet?
Yeah, definitely. Now, everyone I think probably knows I don't like cutting out, and this would be a bit of a nightmare for me to cut out, I have to confess. So I was really pleased that we had the die as well, because it just makes it so much easier to cut her all out, and it cuts out some of the sort of internal bits as well.
Now it's £12.99. You've got a reduced price there, so you're saving £4 on your die. So why don't you pop that into your basket alongside the stamp? 631984 is your item number, and if you're just going for the die itself, maybe you've got Octo Lady stamp, and maybe you've been trying to cut Octo Lady out. Now you can do it very, very easily. But I tell you what, how about that free gift as well? That's worth £7.99. That's £12.99. You might as well go for it, because you'd probably, more than likely, want this particular stamp set on its own, which is brilliant. 631984 is your item number, going for your Octo Lady die. I feel like I need to say it like a hero, like a superhero. Octo Lady. Well,
and the knobbly bobbles would make a fabulous underwater...
knobbly bobbles! It's the sidekick to Octo Lady and knobbly bobbles.
They would go
They're
very
come
well
and save
together.
The day. I'd love to be saved by knobbly bobbles, wouldn't you, Janet? We would. We certainly would. Right, here we go. We have got another set for you. This is absolutely delightful. You get two stamp sets here, and of course, you've guessed it, your knobbly bobbles as well, which again would work really, really well with this stamp set. Now, £9.98 for all of those stamps. Got some great samples here. This is a brilliant, brilliant stamp set. What a great deal. Saving £10? My goodness. And you are getting 11 stamps in total. And they're fun and funky, aren't they, Janet?
These are fabulous. So you've got a unicorn rock band, basically, which is just amazing. Really nice Really good for those kind of teenage sort of projects that you might want to do as well, because teenagers are quite difficult to find things for. But this, I love the drum. I always love the drummers in bands. It's the drummers that.
That's brilliant.
Yeah.
Do you know what? That unicorn there with all the hair flowing up could be an underwater style unicorn.
Could.
Or how about this? Using Octo Lady as the singer in the band.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
see?
you could do. You could do. It is fun. It's funky. And the name of the band of unicorns, do you know what it would be?
Oh, no, what would that be?
The Blessing.
The Blessing.
Because it is a blessing of unicorns. Yes, that could be their name. That could be their name. This is just wonderful. I love this. And you could use a bit of glitter as well to bring out that rock. Look at that. You rock my world. Love that. Bit of attitude there with that microphone. Bit of attitude going on. And who have we got here? Oh, I thought this was the cleaner. It's not. It's the singer. It's a microphone. But it was brushing up. I thought it was like the roadie.
It'd be the roadie.
Yeah, the roadie afterwards, just cleaning up. Of course, the unicorn band, the Blessing, that's what we're calling them, when they arrive at their location, they're going to have their rider waiting for them. Get that?
I do. I see what you did there.
Just to explain at home, a rider is what a group have when they get to their venue, and they could ask for food and sweets and drink and all kinds of things like that. It's called a rider. I don't know why. I don't know why. Anyway, it is. And some bands ask for some very, very peculiar riders. Anyway, $9.98 if you want to go for your unicorns. They're absolutely fantastic. And don't forget, you're getting your knobbly bobbles as well. And that comes included, which is brilliant. And of course, they are unicorns, so you'll see there, each and every one of them does have that unicorn horn on there. You could take that off. They could be horses if you want. $9.98, 707 569 is your item number for those. Right, next up, oh, we're very busy, by the way, very, very busy. It's a great show, though, Janet, isn't it?
Yeah.
If you've never ventured into the world of AALL Create, we have got all kinds of stamps from different designers, or you might want to add to the collection.
Absolutely, we've got a whole range of different styles here. So this is by Tracy, but we've got some, the cuties, the rocking unicorns were by Olga. And so we've got some other cuties coming up as well. So a whole range of different styles, which is what I like about AALL Create, and all of them mix and match together as well. So you can use them all together. So very versatile. A lot of stamps we've got in the show.
Now, I've got some samples here just under the counter. I'll just bring them up for ease of use to show you, because these are beautiful. And it's a lovely way of using your colour, but also leaving perhaps the background and some of the details in black.
Yeah, so I'm not sure who did this. It might have been Tracy. So this is beautiful. So this is just using one of the flowers, just leaving the background plain, which is fabulous. And again, just a bit more colour added. So this is a lovely stamp, and I love the way it looks as though the text is in the stamp, so it's not stamped onto text, it's in the stamp, and I like that. I like that it looks as though it does that.
It's very effective, isn't it? I love that red one. Really, really like that red one. Again, you've got different stamps in here to start building and creating your projects. So each and every time you place your stamps down, it is going to look different. And this is the element of experimentation.
And so I think on there's the little booklet that Tracy's done. So I think that's just with, another stamp set. I think it's in the show. It's called Ticketed Snippets. And she's just done a little booklet with that.
I love that. £12.99, everyone, saving £5. It's a great deal. And with that purchase, if this is your only purchase you're going for, you're getting your knobbly bobbles as well, worth £7.99. So £12.99, 749 110 is your item number, and you get both of those stamps if this is your only purchase of the show. Remember, it's a free gift with purchase, one per customer. T's and C's apply. La la la. There's an awful lot to look at. Right, we've got more for you. A rather nautical scene here, a Voyager scene. Again, great designs. It might be that you love this kind of travel theme, Voyager theme, and these are going to be the best for you. We've also got some sentiments in here as well. You will never feel lost. Oh, do not try to fit in You were meant to stand out. Ain't that the truth?
Yeah, it's lovely,
Ain't
isn't
that
it?
the truth?
Yeah.
Reach for the stars.
Yeah.
Oh, I do like this. Right, let's show you some of the samples made and created using this stamp set. I really like the idea of stamping and cutting out, Janet.
Yeah, so this is a sample by Olga, but the stamps are by Olga as well. So these are gorgeous. And I love mixing the flowers with these kind of images as well. There are a few flowers on there, but she's obviously added a few more to those.
I love that.
Yeah.
And like you said, you can mix and match your other stamps that you've got in your stamp set. So you could use these as a background if you wanted to. Highlight certain areas using different techniques and different colouring techniques with your projects, and they will look different each and every time with the different colours that you're using, even if you're using the same stamp and different orientations as well. Can you see that? The same stamp but a different orientation. $11.99, saving £6, and you're also getting your knobbly bobbles as well included when you go for that. $697,029. It's one per customer. It's a free gift with purchase. Right. Moving on down, we'll take you through a couple of the A7 style stamps. Still a good size, just to let you know. Sorry, A6 size, but you can go to the website and have a look at everything that we've got available for you. Right, let's start with this one. I want to show you the size of the stamps because we've got those great images on the front, but look, you've got a really good, decent size stamp. And lots of areas to colour in, and also to extend the doodle style, Janet.
Yeah, so this is This is by Tracy, and it's quite an early one by Tracy. And you can see the beautiful big flower there, which I guess could be a daisy, which is lovely. And you could use that in lots and lots of different ways. And then you've got the little lollipop flowers.
Yeah, we'll call them lollipop flowers.
But again, they can be used as flowers, but you can easily separate those. So you've got the nice stems on those, which you could use just as a line on your project. You've got the circles, which could be used independently. So, as with everything, very, very versatile stamp set and very pretty.
Love that. Isn't that lovely? You've got
really
a love
nice.
heart in the centre of that.
Lovely.
Using masks to layer that image up. Really like that one. So you've got the craft card there. And then if you love colouring, look at that. Yeah. Doesn't that look amazing? $9.99, 7 stamps in total. Yes, you've guessed it. If this is your only purchase, you're getting your knobbly bobbles as well. That is great value for money for $9.99. That really, really is. And it's number 154 because all of the AALL Create stamps have numbers on them. Right, next up, you've got quirky blossoms. Let me pop those back down and bring up some quirky blossom samples to show you because, again, it's a lovely stamp set. I'll show you the stamp set because it's interesting to see the size of the stamps. Let's turn that around for you. And we've got your sentiments on there as well. Lovely little set, this. And you can use the stamps in all kinds of different ways. And I've got some lovely samples to show you here. This one is by Janet. Love this one, Janet.
Yeah, so I mixed this with some other stamps in the range, and I like that stamp set, but I like the way the flower comes in off the edge of it, because that's on the design, that's not what I did, it's on the stamp, so I like that the flower's on the edge coming in as well.
Yeah, they look
And
fabulous,
I think
don't
these
they?
are by Tracy, so she had a little spell of doing lots of accordion books.
It's a good idea.
Lots of accordion books with
Yeah,
their little
love
designs,
those.
but they're beautiful, yeah.
that
And
just
just because
folds
they're
up.
quite small flowers, but you can still use them in lots of different ways and use them for bigger projects as well.
Oh, that's interesting, isn't it? Look at that.
Yeah.
Wow, like that. Again, you can get grungy with these. You can have beautiful colours with these. It could be a springtime scene that you're putting together there.
And that is the Octo Lady look. That's the bottom of the Octo Lady.
That's what we were talking about, yeah. That's the bottom
Yeah.
of it. That's Octo Lady's bottom, right there. Looking like wild grass. There she is. Letting the daisies grow up from, $9.99, 621 829 is your item number. That's a fabulous price, it really is. And you will be getting your free gift with purchase, of course. If that is your only purchase on the show, that's your knobbly bobbles, which I've put somewhere, and they've knobbly bobbled away. I've lost my knobbly bobbles, can you believe that? I only used to do that on a night out. Sorry, okay. Need to be more careful where I put my knobbly bobbles. There they are. worth £7.99. £9.99 for your stamp set, 621829. One more to show you. We've got so much to show you on the show, but we've also got demonstrations as well. So it's nice to take you through what we've got. If you've got any questions about anything, you want to see any of the stamp sets that we've got close up, we'll get them for you if we can. And the email is studio@thecraftstore.com. Also, we'd love to hear from you if you've made and created with anything that we've shown you so far on the show, or anything with AALL Create. We always like to see what you've been up to. Now, this is a fabulous little set, isn't it? Dog Attitude. 10 stamps in here.
Yeah, so these are fabulous, and these are by Olga. So these are sort of a whole, we've got masses of these on the show. So these are all by Olga, and I love her little characters. She has such expression on their faces. You can see what they're thinking. They all have their own little characters and personalities, and yeah, just fabulous. I think there's one of the words there says, "Don't even ask."
I wondered what you said then after looking at that last stamp. My goodness, I really wondered where you were going with that. Oh, these are so much fun, aren't they? And something like this, Janet, do you know what I'd like to do with these? Yeah. Use them on shrink plastic and make little earrings, necklaces,
they would be fabulous.
little charms, for example.
Yeah, they would be fabulous.
Anyone that loves dogs would love these.
And these are, again, really versatile, because you could use them for children, but they work really, really well for adult sort of cards or projects as well, because I think we all relate. We all relate to the grumpy attitude. I certainly do.
We certainly do. 618-216 is your item number, along with your dog attitude, your knobbly bobbles. Ooh, your knobbly bobbles as well. 618-216 is your item number. Head to the website. You can see all of the stamp sets we've got available for you, and everything on the show. You're getting the free gift with purchase. It's one per customer. It's a great way of getting that additional stamp into your stash. But we've got some great prices, reduced prices as well. So if you've been thinking what to get your brother, thinking about what to get your sister, your best friend, your mum, someone you know who crafts, then this is a fabulous show for you to go and choose. Get them a stamp set, get them a die set, get them a stencil set, and keep the knobbly bobbles to yourself. Why not? Right, let's head over to Janet and let's have a look at our first demonstration. What we're going to look at first, Janet?
So we're going to be using our lovely Octo Lady with a mixture of some other stamps that are in the show today as well. And this is a fabulous. Everyone knows I love my greens and blues, so Octo Lady, underwater, seas and greens and blues, perfect chance for me to just indulge in my my love of colours. So I'm going to start just by stamping the background, and I'm going to do this on an A4 sheet of card, but I am going to cut it down afterwards. And I'm doing the background with a stamp called, it's in the show, it's called Vintage Graffiti. And this is it's a big A4 stamp set, and I like all the bubbles, or the circles, because for me they just look like bubbles, but I like the skull coming in here as well. So this is a fabulous one. If you like your grungy style of art, this is fabulous for
I
that.
like that. Lots and lots of areas that you can pick up and use. $16.99 for that. 1032036. Here it is. I tell you what, if you've got rice paper, plain rice paper, this would look amazing on there. You could just pick out the skull if you wanted to. You've got the butterfly there. You've got those texts in the circles. Oh, it's magical. Have a look at what you've got in there. It's number 56. If you collect AALL Create, it's number 56. You're saving £8 on that deal. And yes, you'll get your knobbly bobbles, which would actually work really, really well with this stamp set. Yeah, it certainly would.
Really, really well. So I'm just inking up with two colours of ink. So I've got Mowed Lawn and Broken China. And I'm just going to give that little spritz. Bring in my paper. And I'm using the AALL Create blocks here as well, because obviously it's a huge stamp, an A4 stamp, so it's nice to have the A4 block to go with it as well.
Yeah, we've got those available on the show to you. I think they're on the website. They're not on the show, but they're on the website. You can head to AALL Create and have a look for the acrylic blocks. I think we've got different sizes on there.
So I'll and because these are flexible, so you can give them a little flex. So I mean, it's not so bad when you're doing images like this, but so that's my stamped image.
You see, even spraying it and getting that effect, you still see the detail in the skull there, doesn't it?
Yes, you can. I like him coming in sort of off the edge. So what I've done is I have done one of these that I've prepared at home, just in case, because things I can do at home don't always work here. So I've got one at home, and I've just cut it down. So this is about 8 by 8 inches. So I've just cut it to 8 by 8 inches. So I'll just pop that there for now. So this is what I'm going to work on. So I'm going to, first of all, I'll stamp the Octo Lady out. That'll be the best thing, I think. I'll just pop that to one side. And we've got my lovely Octo Lady here. So she's Fab Stamp, Dream Soar and the Wings of Imagination, and then this beautiful image here.
Now,
and I love
are they
her.
tentacles that she's got? What does an octopus have? They're
Yeah,
not
they-
arms. They're
no.
not technical.
I think they are tentacles.
They are tentacles, aren't
Yeah.
they? The jellyfish are tendrils or something,
Mm.
aren't they? Tendrils? Tentricles is a jellyfish.
Tendrils.
Yeah, yeah. Tendrils? Tendrils for a jellyfish. And then your octopus are your tentacles. There you go. There you go. Thanks, Doug. Doug on floor is trying to guide me through that. Bless him.
It's very educational, this channel, isn't it? You learn so much. So
I
much.
tell you what, you do. You do. I wonder what the biggest octopus there was out there. That's
Ooh, they get
penguin,
quite
isn't
big,
it?
aren't they? Aren't they quite intelligent, octopus?
Yes, they are.
Supposed to be, yeah.
They are incredibly. In fact, I saw a lovely programme with a gentleman who had an octopus as a friend.
Oh, well.
Yeah.
So that's my lovely
It was really
octopus
sad.
lady. And then I've got one die cut, but I just want to show you, so I've got my die as well. Just want to show you a little tip. If you're not sure about lining dies up, obviously this die, once you get it, will line up over the top of her to go through your machine. But if you find you're a little bit off centre, what you can do is if you if you die cut just a so you've just got the aperture, when you put this on here, you can see exactly where the outline of the die is going to go. So you can line it up using that, so it's perfect. And then you can, if you hold that in place, you can then sort of fit your die in. And it kind of, you know when it's in the right place, it all kind of fits into place.
Yeah, great
And
little
then you can
technique.
use that, if you stick all that down and put it through your die cutting machine, it should come out perfectly so that you don't sort of squiff off centre a little bit.
Well, the die for Octo Lady is £12.99, saving £4. You might want to go for that if you already have the stamp. And it's also worth popping into your basket if you're going for the stamp as well. The stamp £9.99 and the die £12.99, so that's what, £22.98. What's the saving on both of those brought together? One's saving £4, the other one's saving £7, so that's in £7 in total. However, don't forget you get your knobbly bobbles as well, worth £7.99. So by going for that as a purchase together, anything you purchase on the show, one per customer, you get your knobbly bobbles as well, and that is your set of fabulous stamps there. Or is it all joined together in one? Let me just double check. Are they singular? Or is it knobbly bobbles all? Ah, no,
they're
it's
all
all
one, I
together.
think. No,
It's
they're
all
all
one.
one, yeah.
But you could mask off certain areas. You could actually make these into flowers, pop them that way, and just stick some lollipop sticks underneath. Brilliant idea. But that is a free gift with purchase, and that's been designed by Abs himself. There you go.
So I thought what would go nicely with this would be the Voyager stamp set. So this is for me sort of talks of ships, wheels and things. So I just thought that would all have a nice seafaring theme. So I thought this would all go together very nicely. So that's from Voyager. So I'm just going to stamp this one up.
I do like this stamp set.
Yeah, they're
and
fabulous.
on this one in particular, if you are good at drawing, I was just thinking this part on the particular stamp that's being stamped. If I just show you here, and this is just me, but I'm seeing an eye and I'm seeing a beak. So if you were to draw and to continue, you could draw a crow or a seabird, for example, to go with the theme of travel.
You know, I've never seen that, but I can absolutely see it now you've said that.
It almost looks like Emu from Rod Hull and Emu. Oh, that's brilliant. I like that. Yeah. If you've got this stamp at home, try that and send us a picture. I'd love to see it. Love to see that worked out. There you go.
So that's the whatever that's going to be now. A toucan? No, not a toucan. Yeah, emu. It doesn't look like emu.
It doesn't.
I will never see that stamp the same again now. Right, so I thought we'd add a few little sort of bits of sea plants as well. So I'm using this set called Flourish. So this is by Bipasha, and it's got the beautiful bird in it as well, but it's also all got these lovely elements around here, the sort of foliage, and I just thought this section down here would just work really nicely for a kind of underwater theme. So I'm just going to stamp this out a few times as well. Oops.
It looks like it's flowing, doesn't it?
It does, yeah.
The stamp underwater.
So my Octo lady is going to go, oh, bit of something there. She's going to sort of sit about there. So I'm going to pop this about there. And I always like to kind of, if I'm doing 2 or 3 of something, I like to sort of vary the height of them. So I wouldn't have them all in a row.
Yeah,
so I'm just going to sort of pop one down here a bit lower down.
See, she's having a chat with that bird now, isn't
It does,
she? I wonder
yeah.
what he's saying.
It kind of looks a little bit, if you had a little mirror or a little phone, it kind of looks a little bit as though she's looking at something as well.
Yes,
So you could...
Yeah, absolutely.
Or draw one in if you're good at that sort of thing. And then I'm just going to pop, just for the sake of balance, I'm going to just pop one in coming in from this corner as well. So that's kind of how it's all going to come together.
How quickly it comes together, Janet,
Yeah.
when you're using these stamps and how well they work together.
They do all work really nicely together. And this is what I like doing. I like looking through my stamps. I like seeing what will work together and just how it all comes together. And then another one I'm going to use is a lovely Wisecracks here by ABS. So this is a fabulous set, and it's got all the Wisecracks on it, so all the sayings and everything.
Let's have a look. Honesty is the best policy, but insanity is the best defence.
Yeah, and my favourite is this one. It's you remind me of a software update. Whenever I see you, I think not now.
I like that.
There's a whole load of them.
Good.
There's a whole load of them on here, so these are fab. But aside from the words, the actual elements in here are fabulous as well. So you've got your numbers. The numbers are my absolute favourite. I love the numbers. You've got your little circles, you've got your crosses and everything. But what I'm going to use on here is the star. So you've got your fabulous star, which for me, in this case, is a starfish.
Oh, well, that's very good.
Because I can. So I'm using for this is VersaFine Claire, just so that it shows up against the green background, and I think this is Verdant it's called. So we're just going to pop a few little starfishes around. And again, you don't have to have them all on the page, so do stamp off the page. You don't need everything to be sort of perfectly on the page.
Some nice detail in that star, Janet.
It's beautiful.
Yeah.
It's beautiful. I love this one. It's one of my favourites. Just appears in quite a lot of backgrounds that I do.
It's like a military star.
It kind of is, yeah. I think
it's
we did find a name for it one show that I was doing it. I can't remember what it is now.
It's like the metal stars that the military wear upon their chest.
Yeah.
It is, yes, it is called something.
It has got a proper name, but I can't remember what it is.
I think it's called the nautical star. Isn't it,
Oh, yes,
Ross?
it is. I think it is.
The nautical star.
Yeah, I think that's right.
Interesting. I wonder what do you know what? I'm going to find out what the background is to that and why it's called the nautical star. Oh, apparently, it is associated with the Sea Services of the United States Army. There you go. Hello, sailor. There you go.
There you go. So I'm just going to knit back to my Voyager stamp set as well. So we've got the words, which I'm going to use on here, but you've also got these little, this little set of stars and bubbles and things. But if you look at Our Lady here, they match, more or less.
Ah, yeah, they do.
So not exactly the same, but they go together really well. So because we've die cut her, you kind of lose those. So I'm just going to pop a few
Now,
back.
be careful where you put these little bubbles. You don't have a lot of space left, and you know there might be a little area where...
No, we'll be fine.
Happens to us all, and it is Christmas. Sprouts are out there in their abundance.
I shall be very careful. So I will just check as I'm doing them where I'm putting them, just in case. So we're going to put some. I just wanted to kind of surround her a little bit with the bubbles, but and I didn't want the hard edge, so I'm kind of making sure that the hard edge is covered up. So she's just got the sort of softer edge around where she's going to be.
That's a nice stamp.
And then we'll pop a few down there. And don't overlook these, because this is sort of on a big stamp set,
Yeah.
and it's right in the corner, and it's one of those little ones that you probably just overlook, but it's an absolutely fabulous little background stamp set to have. So we'll just pop that there, and hopefully she'll kind of have a kind of surround of bubbles.
Oh.
Yeah. Hopefully none in too awkward a position.
It's also like a little sparkle of magic.
It is, little magic
little
spark. And then on the words here we've got do not try to fit in, you were made to stand out, which is nice.
I like that. Square peg in a round hole, that's me.
So we're just going to pop that there. So it's going to go there. And then I'll just show you what it looks like once it's all, because it all doesn't stand out very well, but once I've coloured it, obviously, I've only just coloured it straight onto here, apart from the Octo Lady, but once I've coloured it, it kind of all stands out. So all I need to do now really is just to add a little bit round the edge.
And you've just kind of used green, blue, and a little bit of like
different green.
Brown in there, different green, yeah.
Oh, I used, brown to colour, just to add a little bit of contrast. Yeah. So that I'm not all green and blue. So then what do I need? I just need my diamonds. So these are on the show as well. So this is a set with reverse diamonds and scripted diamonds. So you've got two stamp sets, two A7 stamps together. So I'm just going to use, and I do often use these like this. You can use them in other ways, please, but I quite like just using just to provide a little bit of an edge to my projects. So we're just going to pop a little bit along there. That's probably a little bit heavier than I'd want to go normally. So we just pop those in like that. And we'll just pop another little one there.
Are you going to go a little rough at the edges? I don't mean you personally.
I am a little bit rough around the edges.
It's been a tough year. That could be a nice little technique.
It could be a little technique, yeah. No, for this one, I just tend to, I've just got a black pen if I can find it. And I tend to just, let me just find a bit of paper I can use to do this. I think this pen's kind of on its last legs as well now. But I just do that for my edges.
Perfect. Good little edging technique.
Yeah.
Who knew? You don't need to mat and lay. You just draw around the edge.
Sometimes you do still. Sometimes you need a little bit more contrast than this gives you. But then, obviously, I'll just bring in my finished sample now. Clear the decks a little bit.
Clear the decks.
Clear the decks.
I like that.
So that's all I've done is just colour in now from there and add a few more black splatters.
Love that. That is a great demo, isn't it? It just shows you how you can bring all the stamps together and really build up that collage. And that's what it's all about with Create and AALL Create, sorry. The fact that you've got all of those different stamps that you can just bring together randomly, and they'll make no sense, but they'll make every sense at the same time. Right, let's carry on going. Still lots of stamps for you to see, and some really, really cute ones as well. Now, we've done the Grumpy Pumpy Dogs. Let's do those fabulous owls. Oh, quite apt, really. It's a parliament of owls. I'll be seeing you. I've got some great samples here to show you. We also have some sentiments on here as well. So let me turn this around so you can see the actual size of the stamps themselves. So you've got sentiments-wise, you've got all you need is love. All you need is love. Always on my mind. Oh, you know what? It's one of my favourite songs. Originally by Elvis Presley. Oh, you owl my heart. Oh, thinking of you all night long. Oh, I like that. And missing you already. I like that. We've got some really, always and forever. Oh, these are so cute, aren't they? Look at these. Absolutely adorable for all occasions. Look at that. And the colouring in of those. Don't they look marvellous? It's a bit of a cheeky card there, isn't it? Maybe one for Valentine's Day, which is only 2 months away, isn't it? Crikey, Mikey. That's a beautiful sample there. That one is by, I don't know. Doesn't say. Stamps, dies, stencil. No name on there, but it's, is that one of yours, Janet?
No,
no.
I don't know who that is.
Look at this one. Now, this is branching out, isn't it? Love that. And I love the way that the owls have been decoupaged up. Look at these samples, aren't they absolutely marvellous? Of course, you've got the artwork in there of your stamp, which is all important. And these are by Olga, so beautiful designs, fun and quirky. And these will also work with the other characters that we've got on the show. £9.99, you will, with the stamp set of your owls, be getting your Knobbly Bobbles. Knobbly Bobbles and the owls. So that actually could be a little nest for the owls to live on, like that. £9.99 though, great price, saving £2, 378500 is your item number. Right, we're moving on from dogs, from owls, and we're moving on to penguins and little puddy tuddies. Here we go. Now, these are your lovebirds. So you've still got the owls on here, being all lovey-dovey. You've got your penguins on there. Look at that. They're so cold. They've stuck to one another as they kiss. And then you've got the pussycats, which are making and creating that love heart in the back. Oh, I love that. OK, let's have a look at some samples here. I think they are for the next one. I think actually all of those are for the next one. I think I've just showed you some. Here we go. Do beg your pardon. Look at this one. It's got bells on it. Just for me so I can find it. Isn't that amazing? Oh, look at the penguins. 'Tis the season. Oh, it certainly is. Do kiss responsibly this year. £9.99, you're getting 10 stamps in total. And you also get your Knobbly Bobbles as well included. Look at that. Ho, ho, ho. Oh, isn't that sweet? Isn't that lovely? And then you've got your lovely lovebirds. They look like little raspberries, don't they? They've got little raspberry bellies. There you go, and there's the final one to show you there. £9.99, 10 stamps in total. It's absolutely adorable. And with your stamp sets, let me just turn this around to show you the size. You've got those little love hearts. Don't forget you've got these backing stamps to use, and do use them because they are amazing when you start stamping them out. So you're getting your Knobbly Bobbles and you're getting your lovebirds as well for £9.99. It's a great price, it really is. That's your free gift with purchase. It's one per customer. T's and C's apply. Blah, blah, blah. Right, let's get on to the next set. We've got lots of samples to show you. Monstrous. Oh, actually, no, I don't think there's anything monstrous about these. They're super cute. But yeah, little monsters. Very nearly said something else then. Let me turn this round. Here we go. Great little design here. And you've got your sentiments as well. You can have a lot of fun with these. These are super cute. They might be monsters, but they're cute monsters.
No, these are the cutest little monsters. And I like these ones. I think they'd be good for colouring football kit colours.
Oh, good idea, yeah.
I just sort of see them as a sort of little team of little football kit fans or something.
Yeah, we could put a pair of little white shorts on this one. That would be Leicester City. We could also put maybe a little pink shirt on this one because it could be Leicester City's away kit. That one I'd probably put a little grey shirt on because that's also Leicester City's away kit. But you know, you choose your football clubs. Look at this. We've got a whole selection here. We've got the Premier League. You've got Norwich. You've got Watford, and then you've got Man City, all there. 237681 is your item number, £9.99, saving £2. It's a great deal. And remember, you know what I'm going to say? You can say it along with me. You're getting your Knobbly Bobbles. Yeah. Oh, let's put your Knobbly Bobbles the right way. You don't get to say that very often, so why don't you say it with me just for today? Let's say it one more time. You also get your
Knobbly Bobbles.
There you go. 237681 is your item number. We've got more for you, a couple of more sets, and then we'll head back to Janet. But because we've got a lot of sale items to get through, it's always good to see. Right, let me get this one. How could you forget this with all your elephants on there? This one's called Lift Up. I've got a couple of samples to show you here before we move on because they're absolutely gorgeous. Let me grab that sample as well because this is lovely. Here we go. Up, up and away with your elephants on your balloons. There you go. How sweet are they? And the elephants kissing there with their trunks. Oh, they're just beautiful. These would go really well with the penguins that are kissing as well, would they not? Absolutely fantastic. You complete me. And then, I mean, if you want to send a Valentine's Day card to anybody, look at that. That is perfect. And like elephants, they'll never forget that. $9.99, $7.92, $5.14. You also get, you ready? Your knobbly bobbles with that, which, oh, I've put my knobbly bobbles down again. Oh, here they are. You get your knobbly bobbles if you're just going for that. It's a free gift with purchase. There you go. Very kind and generous of AALL Create. Right, I'm going to hold my knobbly bobbles so I don't lose them. Our next set, you got your bunnies, your funny bunnies. Love these. And again, with the use of colour, you can make these images really, really pop. There you go. So you've got your rabbits carrying and harvesting those carrots. This little bunny, I think he's going to be eating that carrot on the way to market. And you've got another little sample here to show you. Aren't these these are cute as well?
I really like these, and I like these ones. I think of them as just having been to some farmer's field and just raided his crop of carrots.
Just help themselves.
But not told the one there, so he's a little bit grumpy, so he's like, well...
You should have left it in for longer. I want to eat it now. 771161 is your item number, £9.99. And you get, if you're going for those, like some carrots usually turn out to be knobbly bobbles. My carrots did anyway. My carrots turned out to be knobbly bobbles. They weren't very good. Right, next up, move on down with me. We have your moody kittens. Oh, your moody kittens. Are they in a mood, Janet?
Yeah, they look a little bit grumpy, some of them.
Oh, dear.
One of them does.
Oh, dear,
sorry.
Look at
Catch
this.
me lounging around.
Look, that's all right. Look at this one.
Yeah.
In a right mood, right marder, as we say in Leicester. Look at that.
Yeah.
Come a bit closer. You've got to see his face. Look at that. Oh, he's right grumpy pumpy.
Yeah. But I like the grumpy ones. They're always my favourites in the set. I like all the grumpy ones.
They are. Do you know what?
Yeah.
I'm sure we all know someone who's a little bit grumpy.
Yeah, we do. Yeah.
Whether they're grumpy in the morning, whether they're grumpy in the evening, or it just might be a joke that someone's grumpy. Look. Love these. These are absolutely brilliant. They really, really are. If you want to get hold of them, $9.99. Of course, you get your knobbly bobbles as well, if this is your only purchase, but they're absolutely delightful. And you do have some sentiments on here. Let me see if I can read these for you. Didn't bring my glasses in today. I should have done. Let me turn this the other way. Oh, no, not that way. Here we go. Happy meeting, everybody.
Freaking.
Happy freaking.
Happy freaking everything, I think it says. Which is that one
I'm
there.
so glad you said that. I am so glad you said that, because I would have got myself into a lot of trouble. I appreciate you is the other one. You've got enjoy, and then you've got keep calm and move on. There you go. Some great sentiments there. And again, you get your knobbly bobbles with that. Right, the final set that we've got on this show. Remember, we've got another show coming up, haven't we?
Yes, we have. 3
o'clock today, so we're featuring even more stamps. You can go see the full range on our website. This is the last one we've got here, and this is brilliant. This is your nutty squirrels. I'm sure we all know a squirrel that's nutty. Look at this, it's got a couple of nuts at the top there. Isn't this fabulous, your acorns? Love this. Yeah. And your little parachuting squirrel there. Isn't that lovely?
So these are just good fun as well. I like Olga's stamps are always good fun. I think that she just puts, as I say, a lot of little characters in and very quirky.
These are brilliant. They need no explanation whatsoever. They're brilliant. They're fantastic. They're fun. They're quirky. They're your nutty squirrels. $9.99, saving £2. You will get your knobbly bobbles as well with that as a free gift. I've gone and lost me knobbly bobbles again, but it is a free gift for purchase. Here they are. Got them. There you go. Your knobbly bobbles as well, worth $7.99. Right. The website is where you can go to see everything we've got for you on the show. And you can pick, you can choose, you can multi-buy. Remember, Christmas is only around the corner. So this is a great show to start buying and saving money as well. Get somebody a present that they've always wanted, or maybe treat yourself. And remember, one free gift with purchase on anything you buy, which is, are you ready, everyone at home? Your knobbly bobbles. Right, are we going to have knobbly bobbles in the next show?
I don't know.
So this could be the only hour that you get to say knobbly bobbles. So, you know.
I'm not sure.
enjoy. We'll double check on that. Right, Janet, what we're going to have a look at?
I just want, before I'm going to do the rocking unicorns, but I missed a stage out of my and I feel bad. So so what I did was, just to finish this off, I used the stencil, bricks and bubbles, and I just added a little bit the circle elements, and I won't do it, well, I will just really quickly do it, but I just quickly added a few little circles through on here as well, just to add a little bit of extra interest to my background. So I did, you can just see them, I think, maybe just see them just in the background here.
Fabulous.
But I didn't want to, I just remembered I did that just as I was packing it. I thought, what's this stencil for? Oh, I know. I should have used that.
I've
so,
had
just add a
confirmation,
little
Janet.
bit.
Knobbly Bobbles is coming back
Oh,
at 3
cool.
o'clock, but it's
There
only
you go.
one per purchase. So if you've
Oh,
purchased
right.
in this show, you've got your Knobbly Bobbles. You won't be getting your Knobbly Bobbles again.
Right.
Just to let you know.
So we're going to do some unicorn rock band little project
the
here.
blessing.
So the blessing. So this is, yeah, we're calling them the blessing. So what I've done is I've inked some, just added some ink to a piece of card. So I've used barn door and mustard seed, just blended that round. And I'm going to use, to do my background, this is Number Wall. So it's a big A4 stencil by ABS. So fabulous mixture of numbers, and you can use this as a brick wall as well. So it's a fabulous combination. It makes a really, really nice background. And because it's got numbers, I need to use this the right way round, because normally with a stencil it doesn't matter. But obviously this has got numbers on. So I'm going to just spritz this, and I'm going to spritz the back of it because I want the numbers to be the right way round. So I'm going to put quite a lot of water on. I do this in my conservatory at home.
Do you?
Yeah, and then suddenly I think, what is all this water on the floor? Have I got a leak somewhere? And I realise I've been spritzing.
Well, you know what you could do, Janet, is go and get some plants.
Oh, yes,
and
have
just
them
go and spray
underneath.
over the plants.
Yeah, that's a very
as long
good
as the plants
idea.
can take all your spraying.
You're spraying, yeah. So, and then I'm just going to add, just put my tissue over the top to mop up any excess water. Just leave that for a minute. And hopefully it's actually got quite a lot of water on it, but never mind, it's all part of the background. And then when we lift that up, I'm just going to dab that as well.
That looks good.
And then that just brings out all your numbers. So that's a nice technique. And actually, this, I've just mopped it now, but this that's left on here, you can actually put that onto a piece of card as well, and it will start you off with another background.
Okay.
So again, just because I can, I've done one of those at home, so I've got one of those dry, ready to go. But I did exactly the same thing. So I'm going to use my little unicorns, so I will just stamp these out. So I love these. My little rock band of unicorns. Oh, the blessing.
The blessing, that's what, yeah.
The blessing.
What would their first hit be, the blessing? Let's have a think. It could be Rainbow Sparkle.
Yeah.
You Are My Rainbow Sparkle. What would the Blessings album be called? You've still got time to email in at studio@craftstore.com. If the unicorns were called The Blessing, what would that album be? Let us know.
So we've got the 3 here, and I like the poses. I like the. I guess this is the. I don't know what the guitars all are. I'm not good with musical instruments, but I'm guessing you've obviously got your lead singer here, and is this the bass player and your another vocalist?
I think it could be the bass player.
Because you've got your lead guitarist is the other one.
The lead guitarist is on.
Lead guitarist is the other one, which is your rocking solo. So this is the single, just A7 stamp. But this is fab as well, because you've got the musical notes here, and then you've got You Rock My World, and you've got him, which is fab. So let's just stamp him out.
They're quite raucous. Look at him with his
They are.
his leg in the air.
They really are. Yeah.
I still keep looking at the lead singer, thinking he's sweeping up.
He does look. That looks quite quiet. That must be. I watched the program actually. I don't like to be.
Oh, I like. Look at the lead guitarist.
Lead guitarist is
oh yeah.
Cool dude.
That is cool.
And then you've got your drummer. And they were doing the different characteristics of all the men, not men, all the people that in a band, and how typical what a lead singer's like and what a drummer's like, and it was really, really interesting.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Because your 2 frontmen really are your lead guitarist and your vocalist, and always vying for attention.
Oh, look at that drummer.
The drummer's
look
fab.
at his mane.
Yeah,
Oh,
he's
that
giving it
is
some welly,
action.
isn't he? Definitely.
Love
it's
that.
fabulous.
You could write the blessing on the drum fronts.
You could. And then I've
Double bass drum.
cut them all out, so these are all cut, ready to go as well. So we'll just pop that to one side.
I keep toying with buying a drum kit.
Do you?
I might do,
I
actually.
quite like drums. Drums are my... We were going around Norwich one day, and there was a drum band in the street. Did
you have a go?
Oh no, we just sat and watched them for ages, and then they were doing a concert in the evening, so we went off and watched them in the concert, which was fabulous. Right, so just to base these, what I'm going to use is the dies. So we've got the dies in the set. We've got this one here, which is called Code, which I've cut out of black. So I'm just going to pop that.
We'll bring the details
Just
up for
along
this.
the
It's a
bottom.
die.
Yes, this is number 12.
Very effective when you die cut it in black or white or any colour really.
Yeah,
£9.99, £72, 099444, and you get your knobbly bobbles.
So I'm just going to pop that along the bottom there. And then just to add to my background, I'm going to use the music score that's in the single set from the Rockin' Solo. So let's just sort these out a little bit.
We've had a suggestion for the album of The Blessing, but I don't know whether I can read it out.
Fair enough then.
It would definitely be a PG album. It's all to do with the unicorn and the addition that a unicorn has as opposed to a horse.
Right.
If you know what I mean.
Right. I think we're there.
If you're under 16, I don't know what I just said, and you don't know what I've just said either. Yeah, there would be a parental guidance. Quality control. Sticker on, just like the old photos used to get developed from your holidays in Turkey.
Right, so I'm just going to pop my little people on here so I kind of have a bit of an idea where they're all going to go. I'm not going to use my leads, that one actually. So for quite a long time, I was thinking, why has he only got one leg? And then I realised he could go like that, and he's actually his legs there.
Janet, that's a great idea.
Yeah.
We're busy for these. How much of the stock gone? A third of the stock of the rocking corns have gone.
So that's kind of how my layout's going to go. So you have the drummer at the back, and then
You get both of those stamp sets actually. It's a great little kit to get, and you get your knobbly bobbles as well for £9.98. What a price! What a price! Have a bit of fun. I mean, they're just excellent. Bring them together as a band, but you could use them separately as well.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. And what's nice about the I don't know if I can show you on here, but is the words, the music score has actually got like a little skull in it, and a little star. You've got little stars, little skulls.
Oh, I like
so so that's really cute as well.
Yeah.
So that's just something that people would miss. I think you don't. In fact, I hadn't noticed it until yesterday when I was sort of making the samples, and I thought, oh, it's got a little skull. So yeah. Anyway, so I'm just adding some of this music around just to add a little bit of layer texture to my. I think he goes up that way.
There is a convention where unicorns are very popular. I can't remember what convention it is, but you know, grown adults go dressed as unicorns.
Cool. So then that's going to go along there. This just gives my player something to stand on. Drummer's going to go there. Lead singer's going to stand on that. And where's the other one gone? Oh, I've lost him. Lost my lead guitarist. Never mind. I'll have to put the quiet bloke in instead.
The quiet bloke. He's just in between vocals.
There is the quiet bloke. That was one of the members of the band. And then to give it a bit of an edge, I'm using the textured florals. Now, you wouldn't immediately put these two together, I admit, but I like these circles in here. So this is by Tracy, and if you have a little look round at all your different elements that you find in the sets, you can find all sorts of little bits and pieces that will work together with other stamps that you've got in your collection.
Now, if you want to cut their horns off, you can do, and they could be horses. That could be a band full of Rogers. They could be called the Rogers, the Roger Band. Katie and the Rogers. Katie's our producer here, and her lovely horse is called Roger. She loves him. And we all love Roger as well. We're all hoping to meet him one day. Ross, not so keen. But we are. That could be, yeah, the Roger band.
Roger band. So I'm just popping this just around the edge just to create a frame for them.
I can't believe we've only got 30 seconds left
Have
of the
we?
show.
Oh, right.
Janet, you're back at 3 o'clock today. You can finish that at 3 o'clock if you want to. So, Janet, thank you so much. That is an absolutely fantastic background you've put together there. Very
and
inspirational.
I've just used, these have come from another die called Moon Stars. I just popped the stars out from those.
Fabulous. Right, don't forget your Knobbly Bobbles will be back as well. It's a free gift with purchase. And you can get those with the blessing if you go for that. Thank you, Janet.
Thank you.
We'll see you at 3. See you guys in a few moments' time. Knobbly Bobbles. Right, Crafting with Clarity one day special coming up next with Derek, sewing with the Britannia, and then we go into Indigo Blue in their goodie bag special.
Hi, my name is Blanche Siegmann. I'm the owner of the company La Blanche. The company La Blanche is a crafting company located in Germany. For over 20 years, I'm designing and selling stamps, paper crafting products, and home decoration. As a passionate crafter myself, I make sure all our products are of highest quality and easy to use. We produce a whole range of products. We produce paper products. We have also shrink sleeves for your jars, glasses. We have home decoration products, paints and wall decals. Everything, the whole range of crafting we produce for you. I hope you enjoy watching us and crafting with La Blanche.
Hi, I'm Lou from Studio Light. Studio Light has been around for about 40 years now. They're based in the Netherlands. It's a family-run business with a great heritage. The products that Studio Light bring us are very diverse, fantastic dyes, great papers, but all round on trend. Over the 40 years Studio Light have evolved. They listen to me, the demonstrator, and you, the customers, and really take our ideas on board. We'll share with you the diverse techniques and products will inspire you to produce your own individual pieces of artwork. So make sure you don't miss the Studio Light shows.
Shopping online with the Craft Store has just got easier with PayPal's Pay in 3 plan. Spread the cost of your basket, whether there is one item or many, with 3 interest-free payments. Simply choose Pay in 3 at checkout and pay for purchases between £30 and £2,000 over 3 equal instalments for the next 3 months. No fees and no interest. Spread the cost of your shopping with PayPal's Pay in 3 plan at the Craft Store.
Lunchtime, a nice chance to get a glass or a mug of something warm and festive and wonderful and settle back for an hour with clarity. And it's a one-day special as well, which is really, really good. If you want something that is super, super stylish, that's going to give you that painted-on porcelain look, I tell you what, you are in for a treat this hour. It's been such a busy, well, I was going to say 24 hours. It's not 24 hours yet, actually, is it? Launched last night at 6 o'clock. Brand new concept as well, involving parchment, but without being confined to the lines as well. It means you can be free and easy with your parchment work. Right, to tell us all, Oh, let's go down to stylish work as always, Paul Church, as well. You've pulled another belter out of the wardrobe there as well. I'm loving it.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Derek.
Good afternoon, Paul. How the devil are you?
Very well, thank you. Yeah, it's been a really popular one-day special.
I'm not at all surprised, actually, just for anyone who hasn't seen it, because I think sometimes it's quite good to kind of take people who haven't seen this at all right back to the basics here. We have got something which is a new concept, which is it's like a very, very traditional kind of materials that we're using here, but a new concept to that as well. So if you do work with parchment, then this will appeal to you as a new avenue to wander down. If you haven't worked with parchment before because it's been a little bit intimidating maybe, this is a great entry into that as well. And kind of the one-day special, Paul, it's kind of like a 5-in-1 really, isn't it, actually? And it's something you can easily share with 4 others if you craft with other people as well, isn't it?
Absolutely. It's a brand new concept that Linda Williams and Lynn Jackson came up with earlier in the year. Now, traditionally, when we're working with parchment craft and we have the beautiful line art, we create our line art, we do our shadow embossing or our white work, and then we turn it over, and then on the back, we add the colour, whether it be with the Perga colour pens or the Perga liner pencils. Now, the idea that Linda and Lynn came up with was, why don't we separate them? So you do your beautiful embossed work on one piece of parchment, and then you do the colouring on a second piece. And when you lay one on top of the other, you get this beautiful frosted, diffused look to your work.
It is completely wonderful as well. It's extremely charming. Now, what we'll do, we'll talk you through the one-day special in more detail in just a moment by going through what's on that board, actually, because it's kind of what's on that board 5 times over, with 5 gorgeous florals, actually. And they all come as, like, sort of individual project packs, if you like, which is really, really lovely. So it's something that you can get very sociable and craft with family or friends or people that you craft with normally. And, you know, get other people involved with too. I think you really will love this. So very, very briefly, your one-day special then is the 5 floral packs there with all the essential ingredients, even practice pieces there that you can work with there. So you've got amaryllis, you've got fuchsia. There's the amaryllis, or I did it the wrong order. Fuchsia, amaryllis, that's easy for you to say, at this hour of the day. Christmas rose, there's a traditional rose as well, more like a tea rose, and then there is the tatty tulip, which I love. It's got a little bit of a look of the bearded iris to it, which I love. So the artwork is absolutely beautiful. And actually having the artwork in outline as part of this on parchment is absolutely genius in terms of what you can do in terms of the colouring. So, let's talk one-day special, because that's this item number here. 124657 is your item number. Usually £49.44. It's got a nice £10 saving. More than that if you're a Freedom member, of course, because you get an extra 10% saving. You have got... Is there Flexi on this as well, or am I making that up? Yes, there is 2 Flexi Pays on that. But there's also a £10 saving for everyone. So I'm just going to take that £10 saving out, actually, because that goes into a large overall bundle, which I'll tell you about in just a moment. Now, in your one-day special, you have the images printed in a white outline on a parchment. There is also an option for you to buy all of the florals, but printed in black. So almost like they've been given that lovely, sharp sort of stamping effect there, which is really, really beautiful. Now, Paul, am I right? I know you were removing the white line art from the parchment last night in the show with the eraser. Can you do the same with the black?
I think you can. I'll give that a go.
Okay.
I'm sure you can, because it's the same process.
Okay.
But what you have here, Derek, is you've got this beautiful collection. This was Barb's idea, to have the black line art, because being a stamper, you traditionally would stamp with a blank ink. So we've previously done it with our parchment poppets, where we've printed black line art onto parchment, and we've also printed sort of beautiful coloured images, so you've got the instant artwork. But these flowers just opened up themselves to have that beautiful stamped look on parchment already done, to allow you to add white work or colour behind it.
It is fantastic, and actually you can add even more detail on the top and on the underside as well in some of the techniques. Now what you get here is all 5 of the florals, but you get 10 sheets of each one. So actually you're getting 50 sheets of your A5 parchment there. A third of the stock gone here, and it's 478719 is your item number. There is a £5 saving, so I will just borrow that as well, because I'm going to take that to the larger bundle. Never mind you trying to move the cameras out of the way so I can't take it. I'm taking it anyway. Come what may, don't you worry, I'm taking it to a larger bundle. Now, of course, with it being Clarity, and Clarity's speciality, if you like, is many things, I know, but particularly stamping. So, actually, what Clarity have created here is actually, it's on a slightly smaller scale, isn't it, with more elements, but the same florals, Paul, I think, here, isn't it?
That's correct, Eric. So Barbara thought that these would be fantastic for stampers. They're a beautiful little size, so great for little notelets, for partial art, for gift tags, and you have other elements and greetings on there as well. So these, for me, just stamped out on white card with a black ink, just like we're looking at there, works. But if you want to, you can add colour. You can stamp onto our designer parchment. You can stamp onto our rainbow parchment, and the colour therefore is instant.
It's fantastic. I mean, you can take this in many, many different directions as well. I've got some samples here using the stamp sets as well. And of course, it's not just the stamps, Paul, is it? Because of course we have, and I love Clarity for this, because it's some of the best quality masks, pre-made masks that there are in the crafting industry, in my opinion.
That's right. I mean, back in the day, we used to use a yellow sticky note, and you'd have to stamp onto that and then cut it out and make sure you stamped on the sticky end so that it actually held in place while you was masking off.
And let's face it, it's a faff as well, Paul, isn't it?
Absolutely, because if you're not good at cutting, then that's the key part to it. So Barbara showcased the use of the mask in the 8 o'clock show this morning when she stamped up the beautiful fuchsias to create a really nice piece of artwork.
Now, I'm lingering here because actually I think for all the paper crafters, this is a really, really nice and versatile stamp set that, of course, you could see stand alone, because the florals are really, really genius. I think Linda and it is Linda and Lynn, isn't it? Have done an amazing work here, actually. I think the florals are really, really cute. Now, but let's talk in terms of the item details for this. 782359 is the item number. Usually £49.95 today. £39.95, but again I'm going to pinch that £10 saving from there, thank you very much, and I'm going to take it to an overall bundle which would get you all of the frosted floral overlay sets, all 5 of them, plus the folder that comes with them as well to keep them all together. By the way, that comes with full written instruction as well, plus more resources on the Clarity YouTube page, not YouTube, well yes YouTube, and Facebook as well, with lots and lots of kind of working with people who are working with this as well, which is going to kick off, I think, in February as well, Paul. So plenty of time to kind of prepare that and have it ready and kind of have a go before you start, you know, doing it together with yourselves at Clarity.
That's right. So Barbara had a word with the lovely Linda Williams, because Linda's been joining me over the past year in the Groovy Tuesday, going through the multi-needle tools. So on the 1st of February, we're going to call it the Frosted Floral February month.
Okay. Right, I get it. Linda, that's why it's February then, because it goes with the F's. I getcha.
Well, it was just a coincidence, really. Yeah. But what that means is that you're going to get 4 to 5 dedicated hours of one-to-one tuition from Linda, and she will guide us through this beautiful shadow embossing, the colouring, and it will be done. It means that once you've purchased this, you could have a go, obviously, but you can keep it to one side until February, and then join us on Facebook Live or on our YouTube channel, and Linda will guide you through and it's a whole hour dedicated to these different techniques. Because as you know, Derek, on TV, the whole purpose is it's a shopping channel.
Yes.
And we can only show tiny little bits and pieces to hopefully encourage the people at home to purchase the product.
Absolutely. So when you join Clarity on their Facebook and YouTube on social media, you get complete uninterrupted demonstration without anybody like me. We don't take it personally at all. It's one of those. Anyway, let's talk about that overall collection as well. So we took a £10 saving from the one-day special, didn't we, for the overall? And we've also got the black printed parchment as well. There was a £5 saving from there. And from the stamps and masks, there was a £10 saving there. So we took the 10, 10, the 5 there. That's 25. There's an extra £5 saving on the overall bundle. So if you want absolutely everything, technically speaking, you're actually saving £30 there, which is brilliant. Now, it is on 2 flexis for you. And I do need to let you know, now we're at 12 o'clock, which is 1, 2, 3, 4. We're 4 live shows in, so only 1 more live show to go. We're 2/3 of the stock of the complete bundle, because I think it is one of those things, isn't it? When you're building a collection, you kind of want everything in that collection first time around, rather than, well, I'll take this bit now and I might come back for that bit. What if it's not in stock? You know, will the stamps be the same price? Will they have the same savings? So people are quite sensibly going for the entire collection there. It's under £100. It's on 2 flexis for you as well. Let's go back though to the kind of main attraction of this, which is the frosted floral overlay as well. With each one, there are 5 different floral packs. You get one of these, I guess it's like a project pack actually, and it's got everything you need in it. Paul, will you just walk us through one of those, please?
Absolutely. So this is the Rose collection. And what you're going to get, this is the first time that I'm aware of, white printed on parchment is so difficult. You can't put it through your inkjet printers or your laser printer at home. White ink doesn't exist. So we had to have these specially printed, and Barbara and Linda spent a lot of time getting the width of the line art to be so delicate. Because if this was a groovy plate, the lines would be a lot thicker, and therefore it would still look beautiful, but it wouldn't look as delicate.
Yes,
so
the emphasis goes to the outline, doesn't it?
That's right. So you're going to get 4 of the floral image printed in on white parchment, okay? Then in addition to that, Linda has done a sampler sheet, and they're different for each of the flower packs. And so what that means is that you can practice the white work or even some colouring on this piece before you go to your masterpiece.
I think that's a brilliant idea, actually, isn't it? Because it really kind of helps you build the confidence that you need. Because you might be brand new to working with parchment, full stop. Let's go to the bottom row there, because we also get some clear parchment as well, Paul, in this.
That's right. So you get 4 sheets of clear parchment, and this is what you would do your colouring on. And we'll explain about that when I show off the samples. You then get the step-by-step detailed pictorial and written instructions on how to do the shadow embossing. You get a piece of white paper with the printed line art, which is what you do the colouring with. More will be revealed. You then get a piece of beautiful artwork from Linda and Lynn Jackson as a reference guide, or so that it gives you an idea of where to do the light and the dark on your colouring. Now, this could be any colour rose. It could be yellow, it could be pink, it could be purple, but it just gives you that little bit of inspiration. And also it means that when you're doing your shadow work, you can lay that over the top to see whether you need to go whiter, not as white. So it really is helpful. And then finally, you get the black line art printed on parchment, which you can do the same things as with the white line art, and I've just tested it, and you can erase that black line art if you want to.
Oh, fantastic. Let me just as we've been looking at that rose set, let me just show you a couple of finished samples here. I'll let you get set up for your demos, Paul. The first one is actually from Linda Williams, of course, who's one of the illustrators from this collection. She's actually traced around with a sepia fine liner pen as well. So she's gone around where the line art, I guess, was. I'm going to guess that this was the white one, and she's removed that. And she's traced that around with a sepia fine liner as well. It's wonderful. And I think it's a really, really lovely look. So you can outline it you know, in a similar colour that you're actually colouring it and giving it that lovely kind of vintage feel. This is another sample here. This is by Lynn Jackson, again, one of the 2 illustrators for this collection. And that's beautiful. And that's the white, I think that's the, yes, that's the white line art. And it's just got the most beautiful dimension because she has done that shadow embossing as well with the colour just sitting behind that. So it does give that a really, really fresh look. And just a third sample on this one, again by Linda Williams, just shows you how you can work with those incredible, there are the coloured papers, of course, that Clarity have, plus, of course, the coloured parchment as well. We do have the coloured parchment collections on the show as well, which we are going to show you in a wee while. So that pack that we saw Paul talk us through just there, essentially you get that 5 times over in your complete collection. And of course, if you go for the one-day special as well, those instructions, by the way, are very, very comprehensive. They include sort of checklists, you know, because there are different processes, because actually working with the parchment here, the shadow embossing actually is quite a slow and considered process, which is really, really good because you let parchment rest, and the longer you let it rest, the more impression and the more white work you get coming through. And so it's quite nice to sort of keep a tally of where you are along the way as well. Now, there's also, as part of this 24 hours of one-day special shows with Clarity, we've also got a set of 2 new groovy plates as well from Josie. These are the straight and the diagonal embossed frames and the corners, and they're absolutely delightful. In fact, actually, to show you stock wise, first of all, I need to let you know over half of the stock of these have sold out and gone, and that's only since 6 o'clock last night, by the way. It's a considerable stock, so if you do like the cut of the jib here, I would get in rather quickly if you can, because you're getting 2 of those big versatile plates there for less than £25, and they are absolutely delicious. The way the corners are used here is just wonderful, and I'm just going to pop in another sample underneath that, if that's okay, because I think the way the corners are worked here as different and separate pieces is just awesome. They're really, really beautiful, very, very popular as well. And I think, Paul, are you going to be demonstrating those in this hour? I forgot what we're actually doing in this hour, to be honest with you.
I am indeed. We're going to recap what we've looked at over the past few hours.
Fabulous.
What's involved with the frosted floral overlay. And then I'm going to show you how you can assemble it. And Josie designed these 2 plates to coincide with the launch of this collection at our Parchment retreat back in October. And what I love, Josie is the queen of grids. If you say to Josie, what do you love doing? She loves designing grids. Now, normally, we would bring you Josie's duet collections, where it'll be a groovy plate that has a combination of embossed patterns and drilled holes, so that you can trace out the design, flip it round, and then perforate. Okay. Now, some people think, oh, that's a bit overwhelming. And we have some plates. We have our Prince's plates, which you'll find on the website. They're A4 square, the same size as these. And the duet plates are £19.99. So we could have done this with these particular plates, but it's the cost involved in having them drilled. So what we decided to do was to have these as embossed patterns, and then the people at home can decide whether they just want to emboss the design out or combine it with our basic grids, then to perforate and do picot cutting. And it therefore brings the price down to £14.99 per plate.
It's phenomenal value, I have to say. It is really, really good, actually. And of course, you've got a saving there as an introductory price as well. In fact, I just show you, because I've got the full plates here, because it's beautifully prepared, as always. It just shows you the breadth and the amount of different directions, because you can take less elements of this, you can take more elements of this, so it is very, very versatile as well, Paul, isn't it, a system like this?
That's right. I mean, they are square, but I'm going to show how you can turn a square into a rectangle and how you can just pick and choose different elements from the design plates. That's the benefit of the Groovy system, is that you, in a way, become the designer because it's easy to do.
They are. They're stunning. 980468 is your item number. Where were we with stock again now, Katie? over half of the stock, and it is a considerable stock as well, so I'd be checking out as quickly as you possibly can there. And then you can sit back and relax. See, the thing is, I don't want to keep banging on about order now, order now, order now, but the quicker that you do it and get it secured, the more that we can spend time with Paul and get to know these products as well, which is brilliant. So 980468, and it's £24.98. So we're going back first over the shows that we've done, are we, Paul, to see what we've done so far? Is that what we're doing first?
In a way, yeah. So if we have a look at these, just for, if people are tuning in for the first time, the idea behind the frosted floral overlays. So we've got this, let me do them one at a time like Barb did earlier, because it really shows it off. So when we look at this piece here, you can, I don't know if you can see, you've got a very fine white line outline. But when you open the card, this is where we're now talking about the two layers. So you can see you've got the beautiful porcelain type colouring, and then that's the white printed line art that's had nothing done to it. Okay, so that works on its own right, this works in its own right, but combined together, you get that beautiful frosted look. Okay, now if we take the same design, and this time we add some white work or some shadow embossing to the top layer, all of a sudden it changes the look of it. So if I bring that in there, you can see how different it looks. Same rows, but just done differently. Then, if I bring in the black line art, which you also get in the one-day special or separately, that sitting on top, a little bit of white work, it creates that, it diffuses and frosts the look of the overall design. Okay, then we have the lovely Christmas rose. So this one has been partially white worked. So we open that up and you can see how elegant that looks together with the coloured artwork. Next we have the tatty tulips. Same concept, we'll lift that up and you can see the two different pieces. And then finally we have the amaryllis. So, I mean, look at that, that is just beautiful. I had a play with this the other day, and this is so achievable. If you watched how Barbara was showing you how to colour in during the 6 o'clock last night and the 8 o'clock this morning, it really is. But if you think there's no way that you'd be able to achieve that, then from the 1st of February, you can follow us on Facebook and YouTube, and we'll be guiding, I say we, Linda will be guiding you through on how to create that.
It's
So
really exciting as well, isn't it? 'Cause it's almost like something out of like a vintage sort of, you know, you get those sort of books which are like the, you
it's like
pick
the
one up.
botanical books,
Yes,
isn't
it's
it?
like, well, yes, it is, where you get all the botanical terms and whatever, a really detailed kind of sketch of the piece, and you see all of its dimension and you see all of its layers and you see that animation, because I think a lot of people can draw a floral, but actually getting those levels of light and shade gives you the feeling that you could almost reach out and touch, like it's really there, like it's beautifully hand painted, which is superb. And it's really empowering for a crafter, particularly someone that's new maybe to working with parchment at all, Paul, to build up that level of confidence and actually be able to stand back and say, well, I never expected that. That's like a new revelation for someone that maybe have been crafting for 20, 30 years already.
That's right. I mean, as I said last night, Derek, the Groovy system has opened the initial line art of Parchment to a bigger audience, an audience of varying ages from 5 up to 105, because the Groovy system gives you the ability to create beautiful line work easily. And it's that bus journey Barb always talks about, that you can take it to whatever level you want to. Now this, the frosted floral overlay system, is a combination between traditional parching but everyday crafting. So if you love to do all your beautiful colouring in and you've got those skills already, then this is perfect to then enhance it with parchment, because we often tend to stamp on papers or card when we're working with stamps. And Barb's shown in the past how we can stamp on the designer parchment, we can stamp on clear parchment. And some people will still struggle because they can put too much ink on, they can slide, or they're not very good at stamping. So to have this in a complete kit is, if you're looking for something different, the new year's coming up and you're thinking, right, I want to challenge myself, I want to try something different, I think this would be the perfect opportunity to give this type of crafting a go.
Yeah, I totally agree. That sample that we're looking at right now, actually, which is it is just awesome. I mean, it's beautiful. It looks like an etched glass. Now, obviously, if you were venturing into that type of craft, it would be very, very expensive. It would need motorized tools, etc., etc., etc. You're getting a very, very similar look. And then, of course, if you etch glass, you can't really etch colouring, can you? It stays at whatever the colour the glass is, even if you're able to do that. With this, you can take colour in so many different directions. I think for me, that's one of the most exciting elements of this, Paul, actually, is the breadth of what you can do. It's like you've opened up a big door and there are so many possibilities behind that door all in one. And it's very, very affordable, I think, as well.
That's right. I mean, if there's a group of people at home that get together and they craft on a weekly or a monthly basis, then maybe this is a perfect opportunity to buy this set and split it between 3-4 of you. I mean, you'd be arguing on which flowers you're going to go for, but you could split the flower packs up as well, because you've got 4 of the white printed parchments. So say, for example, there's 4 of you. You've got 1 of each of the white printed. The black ones, you could always top up with the black printed parchment. But share it. Just because you're buying it doesn't mean you've got to use all of it. Stocking fillers, birthday presents coming up, anniversaries. I think it's something nice that can be shared as well as sort of played with and sort of new skills learned.
Yeah, I completely agree. And actually, I quite like the fact that there's a little bit of pacing involved in this kind of craft, Paul, as well, isn't there? Because it's not just a simple... When we're card making, we'll grab our watercolours or our pencils or crayons or whatever it may be. We'll go straight onto a card, we'll chop it up, we'll die cut things around it, stick a couple of flowers on. That's it, card done. We move on to the next one. We're actually... This is much more than that, actually, isn't it? Because there are sort of considered pauses between stages, aren't there?
That's right. The white work takes time. It's one of those things that you do a layer, which is all explained in the instructions from Linda. You would do a layer, you let it rest for a couple of hours or a day or a week, depending on what you're up to. But for me, it's a very mindful process, because you're concentrating on what's in front of you there and then. And for me, just to sort of do different things with it is fantastic.
It is wonderful. And actually, I'll ask, we're just looking at the finished samples VT here, which just shows you can go very, very soft and pastel on this and still have that magical sort of mysticism of this lovely frosting as well. Maybe when we come back, Paul, as well, I wonder if you'll maybe walk me through just very, very quickly how comprehensive those instructions are as well, because I think that's also, people like that as a kind of guiding hand as well. Of course, you can come back and watch these shows for the next couple of months, and of course from February you can go and join Clarity on their social media as well, and have that holding hand with the designers, with the people that created this concept as well, which is wonderful, and do that on a regular basis, which is lovely. But show us just how thorough, you know, if we can't wait until February, we're ordering right now, we get this home, we want to start working with it. Just show us how comprehensive the instruction is, Paul.
Okay, so here's 2 pieces that Linda's created, which has been used for the instructions that comes with the pack. So this is the Tatty Tulip. Linda's created that lovely white work, and if I take, for example, the coloured image that comes within that pack and just pop that underneath, you'll see how it now diffuses the colour to give that frosting look. Linda's also done the stages of the various bits of white work and shadow embossing from varying degrees. So for the instructions on the shadow embossing, Linda goes through it and she really does break it down. What shadow embossing is, the equipment that you're going to need, what to do before you start, the technique. Then we go through using the ball tools, getting started, the petals, the leaves, some hints and tips on how to do those. Then stages of embossing for general use with all the flowers. Step 1, the beautiful tulip, step 2, 3, 4, and they're all numbered so you can easily follow those instructions. Then we go through and we're up to like stage 5, 6, 7 and 8. Okay, the pictures all numbered as well, so you know exactly what the instructions are referring to. Then in the back, you've got this progress record. So if you're working on a piece with white work, sometimes you'll often forget what layer you're at. So stage 1 that you can look at, you can go back and say, right, I should be using the 6mm ball tool. So I've done that, tick, 6mm done. Maybe stage 2 is another layer of the 6mm. So it creates this progress so that if you pop it down to one side and come back to it in a week, a month, 2 months, you know that piece of work, how far you've taken it on that embossing stage.
It's fantastic, so it really does hold you by the hand. Now listen, I'm conscious that we're halfway through the show, so I want to just give you an update on where we are. There's the complete collection. That's all of the frosted floral overlays, all 5 collections. That's all of the stamps, and it is the extra parchments with the black printed line art on them as well. Remember, it's 50 sheets of those, 10 of each of those 5 florals. All in that big collection there. It's on Flexi as well, which is brilliant. It's $94.34, and that saving, by the way, is a misnomer because they are 3 individual collections that we've bought £25 worth of saving over with an additional £5 saving. So actually you're saving around about £30 on that complete collection. Now, the other new addition to this sort of 24 hours, if you like, are Josie's fantastic straight and diagonal embossed frames and corners. Now, we're now looking at 60% of the stock here sold out and gone. I know, Paul, you've got a demo prepared for this one as well, haven't you? Which is, I mean, they are wonderful, and to get both of them for a price of less than £25, I think is absolutely brilliant. It does have an introductory price here as well with a saving of £5, so always best to get in there first time as well. First bite of the cherry is the sweetest, as they say. And I can see, Paul, you're all set up and ready to go. This is really your domain, isn't it, the Groovy?
It is, and it shows where you can mix and match. So this is a piece created by Josie herself, and she's taken those plates to create a frame around the artwork. So she's created a rectangle. If I bring the plates into play, for example, so this is the diagonal one, and you can see what Josie's done. If I lay that over the top, the plate is a square. But what she's done is she's shortened it to adapt it to fit the size of the card. Again, versatility.
Yeah, yeah.
Now, when we're working with the A4 square plates, we're going to be working with A4 parchment, whether it be the rainbow parchment, the coloured parchment, but it needs to be A4 because if I take a piece of A5, there's no way I'm going to get that out of an A5 piece. So you'll find it on the website, the A4 parchment, but we've got the beautiful rainbow parchment on the show as well.
Oh, it's so nice.
So you've got
Isn't it?
the rainbow
It's glorious.
parchment, but you've also got the designer parchment taster packs as well. But because I'm going to be working with a larger area, I've got my plate mate, which Josie designed to work with the grids, or any A4 square plate. It comes in 2 parts, and I've got the groovy tabs just to hold it together. Because obviously it's a big piece. If we was to post it out, it's not going to go through your letterbox. So it comes in 2 parts, and we just use the groovy tabs that comes included. Josie's designed this as well, so you know you've got the same type of sort of patterns that will work in combination with that. Now, you also get with that one, another one of Josie's designs. So this is what comes with the plate mate, which we've got up on the screen now. I mean, you've got a £3 saving on that. And I'll digress just slightly. Let me just show you this plate here, because we've been using this in Groovy Tuesday, and we've been showing how you can take the design, just emboss it out, and if you want to do any picot cutting, you can, but the design works beautifully just embossed. So what I'm about to show you now, you can go back on our YouTube channel and watch the past 2 weeks on how to create that. Okay. Fantastic. So we're going to put our plate in place. I'm going to take a large piece of A4 parchment. Now, on this plate mate, we've got straight lines around the outside. So that's really sort of key for lining up your parchment. So rather than sort of go on and maybe to the eye, it looks nice and straight, but by the time you get around the corner, all of a sudden you've sort of gone off a strange angle. The lines on the plate mate allow you to get your parchment lined up in the perfect position. Okay. Now, if I line this up now, and I'll take my groovy tabs and I'll just hold it in place so it doesn't move anywhere. I'm going to take a tumble dry sheet to wipe over my parchment. And what that does, it allows the tool to glide more easily within the design. Now I'm going to grab my groovy guard to lean on. And when we look at the actual design, wrong groovy tool. When we look at the design, there's so many different frames that you can choose from. You can do the beautiful scalloped one. You've got some straight lines. You've got pattern. It really is. There's so many different elements you can get just from the outer frames. Okay. And then what Josie's done is, if you take the number 2 tool, which comes in the starter kit, it has a little ball on the end. And all you're going to do is press into those dots. So there's no counting, there's no skill required whatsoever, and all we're doing is following the design that Josie's created. Okay, and it's, for me, this is very relaxing, very achievable. What you've got to remember is you need to know how far or how wide you want your piece of work to be. Okay. If I want to introduce the straight lines, I can, but for the piece we're creating, we're not going to. We're going to leave those straight lines out. If I show you the finished piece of where we're heading that Josie's created, you can see when I compare it, what we're doing here is we're doing this area. So we're putting all the little dots in and these little sort of flowers, really. And then we're going to come down. So we won't do all of it because I've got some where it's been staged by Josie for me very kindly. But to add this frame, not only with the the beautiful frosted floral overlays, but any piece of parchment work or any piece of stamped artwork, it adds that look of luxury and lace to it. So then we come down and we can choose this area. So you're mixing and matching and deciding on the areas that you want to create in your design. Okay, and if there's no pattern underneath, then nothing's going to happen. So if I go onto the clear area, it's not going to stretch the parchment. Okay.
I love the fact as well that we've learnt over the last 24 hours. Well, I say we've learnt. If you worked with parchment, you know this only too well. But if you're a paper crafter crossing over into working with parchment, I didn't truly, I guess, understand kind of how it worked and the makeup of parchment being like a gathering of fibres. Correct me wrong if I'm wrong, Paul. And you need to, when you make an impression on parchment, you actually need to let that kind of bed in. And I think the word is actually relax, Paul, is it?
That's right. So parchment is quite robust. Oops. Parchment is quite robust. So you can make 3D objects with it, which we've done in the past. But it's when you stretch the fibres within that parchment, that's it. You can't change what you've done. So in order to be able to stretch the parchment, it needs to have some give underneath. So the groovy plates have been precision engraved to a specific depth to ensure that you don't go through the parchment. As long as you're using the right tools, then and you've wiped it with the tumble dry sheet, you're unlikely to go through the parchment. Now, when you come to do the shadow embossing or the white work, you need a soft mat underneath, whether it be a mouse mat. I use my pink mat, you can use the black mat that comes in, and that is where the skill comes into, to learn that pressure. But to get the initial line art, the groovy plate is that safety net.
It's wonderful watching it happen as well, actually, because you see that everything calms. It's a really nice space to move in, and of course it's all about the results, Paul, as well, isn't it? Because they are super impressive, and you have a real sense of achievement, even though you're following. It's almost like a train going down a track, if you like, but you have choices. There are many different branch lines you can veer off to, which I absolutely love, and I think the whole thing is quite. I hesitate to use the word therapeutic because it's not a fact I can hold in my hand, but actually if you want something that just takes you away, that you can completely escape into, yes, because it really does, it does require a bit of focus and a bit of patience, Paul, this, doesn't it?
It does, but Josie has done all the calculating for you when it comes to the actual design on these plates. And what you'll find is that I find personally, they're just pressing into those little dots. It's very, you're not thinking about it, you're just thinking about what you're doing. So whatever else is going on in the world, you could just close the door, put the lights on, and just get into the groove.
It is wonderful. And I love the results that you can achieve as well. Right, can we watch some more, Paul? I love watching it because I find it really relaxing to watch. You've got one of Josie's stages there, haven't you?
That's right. So Josie's created. So when you look, this is just, ignore this piece here. This has just been embossed with a little bit of white work added to the edge there. And to do that, you would do that on the soft mat, which we was looking at last night during the 8 o'clock show. But you don't have to. You could put colour behind each of these or use the rainbow parchment. It's entirely up to you. But how do we go from this to this? Okay, so this is where our basic grids come into play. And I remember back in the day when we started off with the groovy system, I'm going to bring my black super foam into play, which we've got on the show. And I remember we launched these 2 grids. And these are precision drilled. We have one which is based on a straight pattern and one that's based on a diagonal pattern. And I looked at these and I thought, what are you meant to do with those? It's just a plate with loads of holes. Mm-hmm. You can emboss them exactly how we're doing with Josie's, but it means you have to count. If you want to create a design like this, you've got to count each of these dots, emboss, emboss, miss one, emboss, emboss, miss one, to create your own. Mm-hmm. And you get distracted and all of a sudden your design or your pattern has completely gone out the window and you've got to adapt it.
Yeah, and like you said with the parchment, once you've done it, that's it. You can't reverse out of that garage again. Once you've been there, that's it, isn't it? It's like an indelible mark, isn't it?
It is. So we've got our plate mate from the starter kit. I'm going to pop my basic straight grid because the design we're working on is based on the straight grid. Mm-hmm. I'm going to take a groovy tab and just attach it to the plate mate because I don't want any movement at all. Uh-huh. Now, what I'm going to do, I'll come over onto this one. I'm now going to line up the dots, for example, with the dots on the plate underneath.
Right.
Maybe that one will look better. There we go. You can see that better.
Yeah.
And the embossed dots will line up perfectly with the holes within the grid. Okay. So you take your time. So if I don't want to perforate the outer edge, for example, then I'm going to go right to the edge of the plate. I'm going to take my time and make sure that it is lined up.
Yes.
Okay, so that I'm going to put that. I'm going to use a load of groovy tabs on this. So if you haven't got your groovy tabs, then now's a good time to stock up on your groovy tabs.
Right. Is there a pack that we can buy of just the groovy tabs?
We have the groovy tabs that I think on the ends of cool, you can add them to your basket.
Great. Okay.
And also, if you haven't got the groovy guard, this is where the groovy guard comes into play as well.
Uh-huh.
Okay. So this is really secure now. I've got so many tabs on there, but I don't want it to move. Now I'm going to take my groovy guard, which creates my focus and somewhere to look at. I'm going to take my number 1 bold needle tool. Now, if this was Josie, she'd be using the 2 or the 4 needle tool, depending on where she wants to perforate.
Right.
Okay. And all we're going to do now, if I'm going to perforate in between the embossed dots. Just perforating gives you a really nice look, which we've been covering in Groovy Tuesday the past couple of weeks. So if you think, okay, I like the idea of the plates, I want to get the embossing seems fairly straightforward,
yeah,
but I want to have a go at the perforating, but I don't want to do picot cutting. There's no rules to say that you have to picot cut. Just perforating in between the design will give you a totally different look. Okay, and all I'm doing is just, I should have put my glasses on, but I think I'm all right. We're just perforating. If I hold this up now, maybe to this camera, see how we've created those perforations now within the emboss. And you can see the plate underneath. If I hold that up, you can see the plate underneath where it's lined up perfectly.
Gotcha. Yeah.
Okay. So you can have fun. I mean, what we've been saying in Groovy Tuesday is that maybe spend an evening embossing out your design, then come back to it the following day and do the perforating, and then maybe the third day spend the time picot cutting if you want to, and then pop them in a folder. So you've got a series of frames ready to go when you're creating your artwork. How are we doing for time, Derek?
We are looking at around about 10 minutes to the end of the show. Just need to let you know very, very quickly that these the 2 new sets of plates from Josie, they're proving very, very popular. Over 60% of the entire stock already sold out and gone on this one. I think they are incredibly affordable as well. And I kind of get now the fact that this does all of the embossing design, and then if you want to do any of that picot cutting or that perforating for edges, separating elements, because I noticed actually on this sample from Karen that actually and actually under the corners are it's kind of 2 pieces, this, isn't it? Because you've got the frosted floral on the piece underneath, and then you've got a main piece with all of the 4 corners. Yeah, like a photo corner.
That's right. Yes, so what Karen's done on that piece, you've got the outer frame, which contains those corners, and she's picot cut diagonally across. And then the centerpiece is one of our floral sprays. This is Tina's daffodil, so it's not actually on the show. But this is one of our other groovy plates that she's then decoupaged up and then slid it under each of those corners.
That's very clever. I mean, it's beautiful.
So it's a great way of attaching your parchment as well.
And again, what you were just leading us into on this other sample from Karen here, you can see, is that you can be selective with, you know, how you create. It's funny actually, because that almost looks like a net for a little box. And I guess the parchment, is the parchment strong enough for construction, Paul, or to go around the outside of a box, for instance, and create these lovely corners? Can that be a thing with parchment as well?
Absolutely. We have a number of plates which you'll find on the website that you can build boxes from, you can build little houses from, you can do Christmas crackers. Just search for groovy templates on the craft store website, and there's a number, there's a beautiful 3D star you can create. It's very robust when it comes to that.
Fantastic. Sorry, we interrupted what you were showing us there as well. I love the fact that we can wander and have the time to do that as well. It's really nice because it gives you an idea that these items don't stand alone. They are part of a really nice comprehensive collection. So all the tools you need, all the guides you need, and all the backup, Paul, as well, because you've got Groovy Tuesday, which is now a thing on your social media again, which has been a long-standing thing as well, and that will continue into the future as well.
Absolutely. We started it back in January, February of this year, and we started off with the basics that people that bought the starter kit wanted to know what you could get out of it, how you can advance. We've covered white work, we've covered embossing, we've covered picot cutting, colouring with the pens, colouring with the pencils. We've had education from Linda Williams in the Pergamano Summer School on how to use the multi-needle tools. And as we said earlier, in February, Linda's going to guide us through these beautiful frosted floral packs as well.
Fabulous, absolutely love it. So back to Josie's lovely plates then. I love the shapes you get from this.
Absolutely beautiful. So we could do a little bit of picot cutting, and again, if you go to our YouTube, I've done several YouTubes on how to, in a little bit more detail. So the idea of the picot cutting is we're going to create these little crosses, and it's just the tip of the scissors. Let me come back this way. There we go. And it's the tip of the scissors that are going to go in, and you just squeeze and snip. And this took me 6 months to learn how to do this. And I'm not going to do too many because I really want to show the assembly side of it. And what you'll notice that I'm going all in one direction first rather than doing each of the little squares one at a time.
Paul, the scissors,
So we'll turn that.
are they a Pergamano or a Clarity or a Groovy product?
These
as well?
are Pergamano. These are the ring lock scissors. We've got 3 different types of scissors on the show.
Okay.
The ring lock ones are more comfortable for me because they have larger apertures within the handles.
Right.
You have the exclusive ones that are Barb and Linda's favourites, which is the cheaper option. And then you have the Perga cutters, or I call squizzers, because they're like a pair of tweezers with a little blade on the end.
Oh, I tell you what,
And then-
producer Katie kept up with you absolutely perfectly there. You
Did
ran
she?
through those
She
like a
knew what was
marathon,
coming.
and we kept up
There
every
we go.
single time.
Perfect. So there we go. So I've just created some little crosses there.
Okay.
And for me, that's how I perfected my picot cutting, was by practicing little crosses. Okay.
Yeah.
Now, if you're not into your picot cutting, you could take our nested dies, for example, and even though you've done all this embossing, you could take a nested die, pop it in the middle and run it through the machine, and it's not going to damage the white work or the embossing. Now, I wouldn't recommend if you spent a lot of time with your white work on one of the flowers, because it could flatten it, okay? But for a beautiful frame like this, if you're not into the picot cutting, then there are options that you could take the nested rectangles and die cut in the middle as well.
Does that require a specialist die then, Paul? Because like you said before, the parchment is quite robust and made up of fibres, so it will still die cut, will it?
This is 140 GSM, the parchment.
Okay.
So it's no different to a cardstock. So these are our fresh cut nested rectangles. We've got those on the show. But we also do our picot dies as well. So you can use this on paper, card, different materials depending on the pressure of your machine.
Do you know what? That's another thing I've learnt from today's show as well. I had no idea that you could die cut. That opens up another whole world of possibilities, doesn't it? Even if you think about stamping and die cutting and stamps and dies that you might have that you might want to incorporate into one of these lovely picot frames, the groovy frames. Oh my word, Paul, like you've really opened up Pandora's box here today, haven't you?
I think it's just showing people different options, that if you can't do the picot cutting or you don't want to do it, there's always an alternative way around it. So I've used a nested rectangle to create an aperture within my card blank, okay? And my frame is going to sit perfectly on the front of that card blank. Okay, if I bring that up, there we go. So we've got that lovely lace frame. But how do we create, you know, when we was looking at the pieces of artwork where you've got one layer on the front and then the second layer on the back. Okay, let me show you. If I take, this is an 8x8 card blank. If I take another 2 pieces of black card, trimmed slightly smaller, and I'm going to pop that on the inside of the card. Okay, now I've already die cut this with the rectangle, so if I now take a white pencil and draw, because I'm using black cards, I've got to use a white pencil. Open that up, and now my die will sit on there so I can run it through my die cutting machine. And that means it's going to be in the perfect position when we close our card.
Paul, just to let you know, we've got about a minute with you, just so that you know.
Minute? Oh no.
Sorry.
Okay, I think what I'm going to do, rather than rush this, we'll start off the 4 o'clock show on how to put the parchment together, because I don't want to rush this bit, because for me this is key on getting that right.
No, that's a really good idea, actually, Paul. And that gives us time to have a quick recap then on our frosted florals, the complete collection, which, remember, oh, really? Oh, gosh, do you know what? We've had such a lovely hour. And actually, in that time, so many more people have been adding this to their order and checking out their baskets as well. Remember, this is all 5 of the frosted floral collections, plus you've got the extra parchment, 10 of each in A5 of the 5 florals. That's included in your overall, plus the other different scale stamps and the masks as well to go with that. You're getting all of that on 2 flexis. It's a £30 saving in total if you take all the savings from the individual bundles as well. It's superb, and you can split that down into 2. So, next hour then, is that you back with us, Paul, at 4 o'clock?
It is indeed. I believe I'm with the lovely Janice at 4 o'clock.
Fabulous. Well, fabulous to see you and your wonderful shirts, as always. We'll see Paul back at 4 o'clock this afternoon. Please make sure that you check out your baskets and check out everything else that's on the Clarity Show as well, because you're interested in getting into that groovy system. You can do it all through that show. Check out your baskets. Next One Day Special Hour is at 4 with Paul. Right, next we're sewing with the Britannia 4D Art. 4-door? What is it, a car? I don't know. We'll have to find out together after the break.
Hello, my name's Stuart and I'm the Managing Director of Oakwood Archer. We specialise in high quality items brought into the UK from all over the world, including brands like Kaisercraft, Stampendous and Impression Obsession. Our products include stamps, dies, papers, buttons, trimmings, ribbons and album making kits. Just about everything you need to be a good crafter.
I am Matthew Palmer, professional artist with the SAA, the UK's largest and friendliest art community. The SAA exists to inform, encourage and inspire all who want to paint, and that's exactly what you'll learn to do with me as your teacher. As a self-taught artist of 30 years ago, I know the challenges of a white piece of paper and learning how to paint. But with me and the SAA, I'll show you how easy watercolour painting really is. I want to show you my watercolour painting techniques, and I want to get you over that white paper fear and get you started and develop your watercolour painting. So whether you're a beginner or an advanced artist, I've got some fantastic watercolour techniques that will get you started and take you even further on your watercolour journey.
Hi, I'm Barbara Gray from Clarity Stamp Limited. We're well known in the industry for designing and manufacturing top quality, award-winning craft products. As with all craft projects, you need a good starting place, a great stamp, a top quality stencil, and in recent times we've developed the groovy Parchment art system so that your line art is perfect on parchment. Each groovy plate is precision etched, and by simply getting in the groove with a stylus, you can easily transfer great designs onto parchment. Groovy is a modular system. The plates complement each other and work beautifully together. They are packed with elements and allow you to build your own original artwork. Whether you're a novice or a traditional parcher, you will love these plates. And for me personally, having beautiful line art is what motivated me to want to learn traditional parchment skills. So why not get in the groove with us?
A very good afternoon to you. I hope you are well. Now, do you want more from your sewing projects? Do you want that professional finish? And it doesn't matter what fabric, material that you're using, you want the professional finish because you're either selling your projects or, of course, you want them to last longer. And the sewing machine you've got at the moment doesn't give that professional finish like an overlocker would. If you are in the market, we have got a superb deal for you. So much so that 40% of the stock has already gone. We had a show earlier on today and we were very, very busy. Why were we busy? Because, of course, we've got the brand of Britannia, and also this particular machine has not been available for 12 months. So everybody's suddenly woken up and gone, right, we need to get our Britannia overlocking machine. It's an excellent deal. It is available on 3 payments and you've got your accessory kit. This is worth £89.99. You've got that accessory kit that's coming with you. You've got a great discount of £60 on the deal. £109.65 is your first payment. We'll get everything sent out to you. You're also getting your threads as well. So you're going to be good to go, and you're not paying for those threads, they're included in your deal. Now, black, white and cream is the colour we've got here. You might get black, white and blue, but it is going to give you the essentials to get you started, and my goodness, you're going to want to get started with this as soon as you get it out the box. To tell us all about that, all about the machine, all about Britannia, and to answer any of your questions if you want to email in, it's studio@thecraftstore.com, is our fantastic George. Good afternoon, George.
Good afternoon.
How are you?
Yeah, all good, thank you very much.
Looking
Good
very
to be
smart
here.
and very well, might I add.
Thank you very much, thank you.
Just like a garment that's been finished by the Britannia overlocker. Do you see like I did there? Very good. George, can you tell us about the overlocker that we've got here? I know we were very busy earlier on today, and it is an essential really for anyone that wants to take their sewing crafts to the next level.
That's it, yeah. So a lot of people have been getting into sewing and buying sewing machines, and there's a lot you can do with a sewing machine, but a sewing machine can only imitate an overlocker. It can never do actual overlocking, because an overlocker stitch is totally different to a sewing machine. A sewing machine does a lock stitch, whereas an overlocker does a chain stitch. So overlockers, they seam, they finish off the edge of fabrics. Yep. You can do a lot more with them with the set that's included with this one. You can put piping in, use elastics and ruffle fabrics. And basically, once you've got a sewing machine and you're used to using that, the overlocker is then the next thing to add on to get that professional finish on garments and things like that.
Now, we talk about different garments and making different things. It could be curtains, it could be cushions, it could be dresses, for example. And it's really important to get that professional finish. But of course, we're using different fabrics for the curtains, we're using different fabrics for our cushions, for our dresses, for our shirts, for our bedspreads, but they all need overlocking. So I'm thinking we've got lots of different fabrics here. How does the Britannia overlocker cope with all of those?
Well, that is the mark of a good overlocker, is the versatility of it. So if it can handle lightweight fabrics, silky fabrics, slippery fabrics, right up to heavier weight fabrics like denims, things like fleeces, knitwear, all those different shapes of fabrics where they can ride over the seams easy. And the Britannia, we've just been so impressed for the price it is, the amount of different fabrics it can handle.
It certainly is impressive. We're going to do some demonstrations in a moment's time, but I was kind of brought up on overlockers. I know that sounds strange, but my brother was in the knitwear industry and in the fabric industry. So, you know, when I wasn't at school, and I was at school a lot, believe it or not, I used to be going around to all the different factories with my brother, and I was chatting and talking to all the different seamstresses and all the people that worked in those factories, and I was always fascinated by the overlocking machines because they looked incredibly industrial and they were always working, lots of threads going round at the same time. But these were huge machines. Now we've got that technology, now we've got the power in a machine whose footprint, you know, you could have this on your coffee table and be working. You could have this at the side of your sewing machine and start to work with it as well. But what I'm thinking about the different fabrics, lots of people use jersey fabrics now and knitwear. Could this this actually overlock those as well?
Yeah, indeed. So on the last show, and I'll go through it again, it will take all the different fabrics without really adjusting the machine as well. But on this machine, we also do have a differential feed, which will adjust the speed of the teeth at the front, which will stop any overstretching of the fabric.
Fabulous. Can we see it in action?
Yeah, indeed.
Yeah,
So,
let's do it.
at the moment, I've got it set up with 4 threads, and what you can do with 4 threads is seam directly onto a garment. So things like casual wear,
Yeah.
sportswear, something with a bit of stretch to it, you can actually just seam directly on there. Because you've got the one needle going to the edge and finishing off the fabric, and then the other needle gives it a security stitch. So originally overlockers were only 3 thread and 1 needle, so you'd sew down and then you'd sew down again with the sewing machine. However, with these 2 needles, you actually get that extra line of stitching, which makes it just really strong and sturdy. So you've got really strong stitching in there.
Do you know what I was impressed with that? I know it's going to sound strange. Did you hear how quiet that was?
These sound absolutely lovely.
Wow.
And that's a real telling of a good sewing machine, because you can, when you open it up, you can see there's a lot of metal in there, but it hasn't got a metal sound. It's really nice and smooth. It's got a lovely working noise.
And that's important, because if you're using this for business, which you can, you know, if you have your cottage industry at home, for example, you're going to be working with it a lot, and you might be starting early in the morning, and you don't want the whole house shuddering away. It's so quiet. It's fabulous. Yes, you can hear it working, but it's not overly loud, which is, you know, a good thing when you're working for such a long period of time with machinery. But I also saw how easy it was to take the fabric through and then just take it off as well, so it's automatically cut the thread.
That's it. So that's a fabric factory technique. So I've got some denim here. So again, going through that thicker fabric, it's got the blade as it goes through, cutting the fabric, and then when I come out the back here, I've got that trail of thread. So you just keep on sewing, bring that round, and cut it on the blade.
Look how easy that is. You know, when I think about the big overlocking machines I used to sit and watch, and, you know, they were being used by 2 people, building them up and working with them. Now it's effortless to get that professional result.
Yeah, indeed. So on this one as well, so in the industry, to do things at the bottom, like on a trouser leg, you have to work backwards. And you can do that. If you've got something very tight, you can actually work backwards on here, coming from this way. And so you work back to front almost. Now this is the test of the machine. It's riding over that seam there, and this just doesn't blink. It loves it. So that's coming in around there, like that, and meet back down. So that's how you would do the bottom of a trouser leg, for example.
So you could do jeans with this?
You could do jeans,
trousers?
exactly, cuffs. You can really get in tight on that underneath.
Now, I know in some garments in the fashion industry, people actually have the overlocking on the outside of a garment just to add a bit of detail. So it's really important to make sure it's neat, and really important to make sure that it's not going to come undone as well, because you don't want that happening. You've got that with this machine because, of course, you've got the quality and you've got the brand name of Britannia. So I'm thinking to myself, I'm using this for the first time, I need a bit of help. I'm the sort of person that will get things out of the box and I don't read the instructions, much to my detriment sometimes. So I'll find myself in the middle of a project and I'm thinking, right, what do I do now? Do I have full instructions? Have I got backup and technical help?
Yeah, indeed. So there's videos online. You've got a really good detailed instruction manual with the machine, with the extra accessories as well. You get a really good instruction manual with that. And then for technical support and things like that, we are always on the end of the phone. You can give us an email. We're doing more and more things like video calls, so we can get eyes on the machine and sort out any issues you might have. But with these machines, we just very rarely have any issues at all.
No, not at all. 2-year guarantee with it as well. Could I ask you, would it be possible to turn the machine around just so we can have a look at the dials on the front here? Because if you've never used an overlocking machine before, but you really want to get hold of one because you've tried it with your sewing machine and it does a good job, but it doesn't do the job. It doesn't do the job of overlocking. So you've got your dials on the front, and is this the way of changing your tension on there?
That's it, yeah. So again, all these dials on the front here, you don't really have to touch unless you want a particular effect. So in a short while I'll do a rolled hem where I do tighten up one of the dials. But yeah, really simple to thread this machine. It just comes straight down into the tension, and you've got this little button on the side here which just opens up the tension so that the thread drops into place.
Brilliant. Because you've got 4 to thread, you do want to have that ease of use, and you've got the ease of use right there. It's a good looking machine, isn't it? It really is. And again, that's something you want to have in your homes when you're making and creating. You want your work area to look good, don't you? This machine's not been available for 12 months. And why is that, George? Is it because it was so popular, it's sold out, you couldn't get hold of it?
Exactly, yeah. So as a combination of the two things, really, it was so popular, we sold out, and we've just had difficulty getting them in.
Yeah, I guess because of the current situation with COVID and the new rules and regulations of bringing things in. With Brexit. So what a great opportunity for you guys now, after 12 months of waiting, to get hold of your Britannia overlocking machine. You've got some accessories worth $89.99, and this is fabulous because when you do get your overlocking machine and you mean business, you want to get the right accessories to go with that. You've got your accessories, and you've got your gathering foot in there, you've got your elasticating foot, your piping foot, your bead sequin foot, your blind stitch foot, and you've got your illustrated manual as well. And it all comes in these storage units, which is a great way to keep everything stored perfectly. You can see there, just to open it up, so you can add your storage. Let me open this one up, because this is almost like a little flight case. So if you do take anything out of here, you'll know exactly what's missing. So that's included, along with some threads as well. Now here we've got your black, your white and your cream. You might be getting your black, white and your navy, and you're not paying for those, so that's a great little addition. Now we've had a question from the call centre. Thank you for your questions. Now the question is, yes, can we thread the overlocker from scratch? It'd be a really good idea to see that now, if that's possible, George. Indeed. So let's thread it up.
So this is one of the painful things a lot of people with overlockers find, is threading them up. But on this one, they've given you shortcuts. So the hardest thing about threading up an overlocker is doing the underneath. But on this one, what I can do is, all I need to do is just follow and hit all of the blue points. So the blue thread goes down, and I just need to hit all of the blue points on there, and then back into there.
Okay.
So under there, back in there, oh no, sorry, in there, then under there. And then this is the difficult part on overlockers. So usually I'd have to take the thread through this side and back out.
Yeah.
But on this one, I've got just 2 little bits in there that I hook it onto, and then bring that across, and then that's just done that for me.
Wow. So all you have to do is hook it round.
That's it, hook it round there, and then you just pop it through the looper on this side here.
And this is a good idea to use tweezers.
That's it, so you do get a pair of tweezers with the machine as well.
Excellent.
So just pop that through there, like that. And then the next thread. I believe on this one you can do it in either order, so I'm going this way round on this one, so I'm going to go through there, up through here, down on there, and then just twist that, and then I want to go through the looper on here.
Now the threads themselves, when you buy them, I mean, you can get like 10,000 metres on a thread, so it might not be something you'd be doing a lot. Once you've threaded it up and you're ready to go, that's that done. But you do have the full instructions, as well as watching this show again, inside the book that comes with your overlocker. How to thread the left needle, how to thread the right needle. So maybe you're someone that likes to sit and read the instructions. I like looking at pretty pictures. Better still, I'll just watch George on Rewind how to do it. But at least you've got those instructions in there, and it's fully comprehensive and really easy to follow for you. So that is included in your kit, which is fabulous.
So I am just redoing this bottom thread on here. Sorry, at this angle it's trickier than it has to be, but again, just taking the thread into those two loopers there, bringing that across like that.
You can already see it starting to work with the threads as we thread the final one.
So pop that in there, like that. Pull that around. You can just leave those threads to the side.
Okay.
And then the needle thread's very simple, just straight down the track, take it round the edge. The yellow needle goes to the right-hand needle.
Yep.
The red to the right-hand needle is all marked on here. Give yourself a nice end with the scissors, and then pop that through there, like that. And then just the needle threads you can just pull through to the back like this.
I need you to overlock my trousers, George. You know, even turning up trousers, even when you're just cutting, you turn them up. It's a really good idea to do that overlocking on the bottom of your trousers, even if you're not making a new garment. So something like this would be really, really handy for that.
Yeah, that's it. Alterations, anything like that. It just makes the repair or alteration last a lot longer. Because it's going to stop it from fraying. It's going to stop the fabric from pulling and stretching. Put that through there.
Just while we're popping the last bit of cotton into the needle, I was just looking in the booklet again, and this is so handy. Again, if you don't read instructions, you like to just get straight on with it. Sometimes various issues come up, but it's more human error than it is machine error, and that's exactly what we've got here, your troubleshooting. It should be human troubleshooting, because you've got the answer to a lot of questions here that you come up against when you're using it for the first time. So that is really, really handy. And as you can see here, the machine is threaded and we're ready to go, and we've also done a little bit of overlocking. So I hope that's answered your question about how to thread the machine. Again, you can watch this programme on Rewind. It will be available to you. Any other questions, please email in. It's studio@thecraftstore.com. Now, we are getting very busy this hour, and I don't want anyone to miss out. Because you can divide the cost into 3 payments, it's interest-free. It's a great investment to make. Maybe this is going to be a gift for your mum or your dad or your brother, your sister or your wife or your husband, for example. Spread the cost. Spread the cost. They will be so thankful when they see this name on the box, first of all, because they know it's quality. They'll also be really, really happy because this machine hasn't been available for 12 months. So people have been waiting for this. Now, not only have we got the machine for you, we've got your accessories worth $89.99. So that is an excellent deal. But you're only paying £30 for them today because you've got the saving of £60. So it's an incredible deal. And you're not paying for the threads. How about that? We'll get those in because it's always good. It's like having batteries at Christmas with your toys. You just want to play with it instantly. So we've got the threads there for you. So not that you want to go and use this on Christmas Day, but why not? Sometime, you know, a little bit of quiet time. Maybe the table runners come all tatty. You could quickly take this in the back and you could overlock that if you wanted to. You also get your electric foot included. But we'll carry on with our journey around the machine. I notice we've got a light on there as well, which is going to make it easy to see.
That's it, yeah. So it's got a really nice bright light on the machine so you can see exactly what you're doing. Yeah, that illuminates the area. And as I was saying to begin with, the thing with an overlocker is it's all well and good being able to do cotton fabric and standard non-stretch fabric. But with an overlocker, the thing that makes them really special is the way it deals with stretch fabrics.
Okay.
Especially a good quality overlocker. So I've got some stretch jersey here. And again, because it's a good quality overlocker, it will happily take that through there. Absolutely no problem. Again, I haven't changed anything at all on the machine, so I've just gone straight from a standard fabric, standard normal fabric, to this stretchy fabric, and there you've got that beautiful stitch there, which would just give as well.
It is beautiful, isn't it? I mean, when we excuse me, when we think about overlocking, we sometimes hide it, don't we? We turn the garment inside out, we turn the bag inside out. It's always, you know, on the other side of the curtain, so you don't see it. Some companies have the overlocking on the outside. I've got a sweatshirt with the overlocking on the outside. It looks really trendy because you can see the stitching, because the stitching looks fabulous, and it does with your Britannia as well. And that's important because that gives you confidence as well. What else do you want to show us, George?
So coming on to a nice thick fleece,
Okay.
again, without changing anything. So what I can do on here is just bring the blade in a little bit if I wanted to, but you don't need to on this machine because it is so versatile. So going straight onto a fabric like this.
It's very quick, George, isn't it?
That's it, yeah. Because of the type of stitch it doesn't have to move back and forth like you would have to do on a sewing machine.
Yeah.
It just takes the fabric straight through and does that stitch. As I said, it does the extra stitch on the inside with the two needles in there. That makes it secure, and then it does stretch as well. And then if I turn this inside out, you'll see you get a lovely seam.
Do you know what? You've made a snood there,
as
just
well.
like that.
That's it.
A nice little snood.
So easy. So
we can use this with all kinds of fabrics. We can use it with cotton, calico, hessian. Can we use it with leather and faux leather?
yeah, indeed. Yeah, a couple of layers of leather. Absolutely no problem going through there. Again, all these fabrics, I've just used a standard 80 needle, but you can change the needles on there to things like leather needles, denim needles. But it doesn't really require it. It is able just to go.
Can we use it on silk as well, something as fine as silk?
Yes, indeed. So that's what I will do next. So what I'm going to do now is actually take the left-hand needle out.
Okay.
So if I wanted to use this machine just on single layers of fabric, by taking this left-hand needle out, rather than having that 4-thread, it will then give me a 3-thread overlocker with just the single needle in there. And what that is for, generally, is for just single layers of fabric.
Okay.
So, for casual wear and things like that, you can seam directly onto the fabric, but for more formal wear, you might just want to finish just that single edge off. So, just again on a piece of calico here. So I haven't actually had to take that thread out at all. I can just leave that there so it's ready to put back in when I want to change it back into a 4-thread overlocker.
And this will do up to 1,300 stitches per minute.
That's it, yeah.
Wow.
So it's really fast. Again, bringing that industrial type speed and quality to the home user. So on there, you can see it's not quite as wide. It's just got that one stitch. But that's for single layers of fabric. So if you are shortening a pair of trousers, a pair of chinos, something like that, this is the stitch that you would use.
Wow,
on there.
It's amazing to see how quick, how effortless, how quiet as well, or low noise, should I say, that the Britannia machine is. And once it's set up, you know, you can go from one fabric to the other to get that professional finish. It's got a 2-year guarantee with it, and you've got the technical help with you, you've got your booklet as well to guide you through, so maybe this is the first time they've actually gone for an overlocker. Why would people want an overlocker alongside their machine that perhaps does that finishing off stitch?
Because that stitch is actually an imitation overlocking stitch, but it will never be as good as an actual overlocking stitch. You can't have the blade running down the side, so with this blade running down the side, it cuts the fabric off perfectly, so it loops it around the edge perfectly as well. You've got the guides on the actual overlocker, so you can just, if you want a 1-inch cut off, or 1/2 inch, or 3/8 of an inch, you can run the edge of the fabric along that guide and make sure you cut off the right amount of fabric.
Now, we did have a question this morning from Jan. If you're watching again, Jan. It's great for you to email in. It's lovely to have your questions. And Jan did go on to buy the overlocker, but the question was regarding the cutting edge, can you turn it off? So we can have it on, but can we turn it off?
Yes, indeed. You can drop the blade away. So if you wanted to do overlocking without that blade, you can.
Why would we want to have the blade off, and how would we do that?
So all you have to do to drop the blade is switch the switch off here, just there.
Okay.
So you just switch that, the blade drops away.
Okay.
And so for some of the accessory feet, like blind hemming, you'd turn that off. Also, you might want to turn it off if you want to do a flat lock stitch.
Okay.
Or if the fabric is already measured and to size, you can drop it. But actually, even if it is to size, you may as well leave the blade up, because any tiny little bits of fabrics, any loose threads, will then just get chopped off as it goes through.
Now, it does come with the foot tool. Oh, I just pressed that and it works. Mine's plugged in. I just pressed it like that. I could be knocking up my trousers as I stand here. We do get the foot to work it. Can we use it without that particular foot, or do we always have to use the foot?
So you do have to use the foot control on this machine. It's plugged directly into the mains,
Absolutely perfect, but again, very, very easy to use, and it does give you that control as well. Can we talk about the accessories that we're getting? Because that is a great deal to have that. I mean, you're only paying, well, £30 for it, because you've got a saving of £60 on the deal. So normally it's a £90 deal, just shy of £90. But these are accessories that you will go out and source eventually, so why not get them in this particular deal? And again, if you're buying it as a gift, you could wrap these up separately. So we've got the feet in here.
Yes, so the overlock itself, very, very practical. You'll use this stand foot on there a lot, just for standard size, finishing off edges, seaming, that sort of thing. The accessory set, really nice decorative set with the machine. So
have you got them there, George?
I've got them here
George
as well.
has got them with him, so he'll be able to get them out individually to let you know what they are, because I could just be pointing at anything. So I'll let you get them out,
So what we've got here is the elasticator foot, which I showed earlier. I don't know if I've got a sample here somewhere. I do. There we go. So that will put elastic onto the back of the foot on there. So that's attached it on the back there.
Wow.
And
now I'll tell you something, after Christmas that is going to be an absolute necessity, or maybe do it before Christmas Day, because you know what the dinners are like, they get bigger and bigger and bigger, so it's good to have a little bit for elasticity.
That's it. Depending on how indulgent you are, you can adjust the elasticating foot on here.
Okay. Oh, perfect.
So you can have a real stretch on there if necessary.
I like that. Where's Mum gone? Oh, she just snuck upstairs to do a bit of like, you hear the machine going, and then come back down, everything's all good. Brilliant, so that's included for you, right?
Yeah, so next off we've got the gathering foot.
Okay.
So it gives the same sort of effect as the elasticating foot, but without the elasticity. So it just gathers the fabric. So you can put two layers. So one goes along the underneath, one goes into the slot there.
Okay.
And it'll gather the top layer of fabric to the bottom layer of fabric. So really good for sleeves and things like that.
Perfect for joining your fabrics. Okie dokie.
That's it. So next on here we have the piping foot.
Interesting.
So this has got a gap on the underneath, and what that allows for is piping to travel underneath. So the piping goes on the inside. So here's a piece that I've done earlier. So the piping sits on the inside. So I've overlocked down there. This track comes along the piping.
Yep.
And then open it up, and you've got that beautiful piece of piping. So if you're doing soft furnishings or something like that,
It's stitched that piping in there.
stitch that piping in there
Oh, I'd like to
perfectly
see that.
as well.
Could we do a demo on that?
Yeah, indeed. Yeah, I can show you that. No problem at all.
That's amazing. So that could go around the edge of your cushions.
That's it, yeah. And as you can see on here as well, it is curved. So this is another thing with the machine, is it does go around curves, so things like necklines,
That's
shoulders
impressive.
again. you get that cut.
So that foot's
on there.
included. That's great. We'll do a demo with that in a moment's time. But we've got more for you in the feet.
So we've also got in here the beading foot. So along the edge of the fabric, you can lay beads or sequins down in here, run that along the edge of the fabric, and it'll give you a decorative edge on there.
So it will put the beads onto the fabric?
Yeah, and overlock them in so they're really tight and secure.
I did all my prep, but I didn't know that. That's amazing. That's a great idea. And we've got one more, haven't we?
One more. So this is the blind hem stitch. So similar to a sewing machine blind hem stitch, that will take up the bottom of trousers, knitwear, things like that, and give you a real solid blind hem on there.
Wow, I love this more and more and more. I didn't know we put beads on. That's amazing. So those are all your feet, and they do come as George was showing you there. Let me open that up. You've got a great little case to keep them nice and safe in. A bit like, your garage when you draw around things, you know exactly which one is missing and which one has gone. So you get that included, and you've also got your other accessories as well to help you thread up. So you've got your needles in there, you've also got your tweezers in there, and your tools as well. Can I ask what these are, George?
So these, as you can see, I've got these on the top of my threads, and what that does is it just helps the thread come off nice and smoothly. So as it's being pulled off, it's not pulling on the thread at all, so it doesn't affect the tension.
Perfect. Can we do some of the piping?
Yes, indeed.
Would you like to see the piping at home? I didn't know. That is amazing. Let's see it.
So just before, because for the piping I need 2 needles. I've still got 1 needle in there. So first, what I want to do is the rolled edge.
Please, yeah.
So this is great for table runners. Also, because it can do such fine, silky fabric, you can do this on wedding dresses, really nice evening gowns, things like that. So start off with just a piece of polycotton here. So for this, I just need to set the machine up a little bit.
Okay. I'm thinking about the finer fabrics like organza, like silk as well. We sell fat quarters here at the craft store. We sell meters of different fabrics. And I'm thinking if you were to cut up a beautiful piece of silk fabric, and then you could overlock all the way around the edge, maybe put some decorative elements on it, and that's a scarf. You could then sell that. That could be part of your business just by cutting up a piece of fabric and then going around the edge with that overlocking. It could be as simple as that could change what you make, what you create, and also what you sell online as well. It gets you that professional finish.
Yeah, that's it. So for the rolled hem stitch, it's all marked out on the machine, so there's R's on the machine. So I just put the setting to R's. So there's a switch on the front here, that takes away the guide and allows the thread to then roll the fabric. And then I go to the length and just drop that down, right down to the bottom. Again, there's a little R on there. For the width, again, drop that down to R, and now I'm ready to go. I can just put the fabric in here like that. And so this is doing a very small stitch, and because I've taken the guide away, it's wrapping the excess around and in the stitch, so it's nice and thick and strong in there. So just give you that on camera there.
We'll get a little bit
ever
close
so
on that.
fine on there.
Wow! Oh, that is.
That's a real professional finish.
Oh
on
my
there.
goodness. That is very neat. That would be good for like silk scarves, because you'd only need a tiny one, would you not?
Yeah, exactly. I could even open it up a little bit and make it even finer if I wanted to.
Could you?
Or if I wanted to, use a thicker thread through the upper looper. That'll give it a chunkier effect. So again, for posh napkins, things like that.
Posh napkins. Oh, you've got to have some posh napkins at Christmas time, haven't you? Right, it's amazing, this machine. Right, what else should we do?
Just going to go straight from that again to a silk fine organza. So, so this is the sort of finish that, again, things like wedding dresses, anything bridal, you'll see this sort of finish on there. Because it's the sort of finish that most overlocking, unless you make it a feature, is tucked away and is on the inside of the garment, whereas this rolled hem is so nice that you probably want to leave it off so that you can actually see that there.
So, yeah, do you know what? Piece of organza that perhaps you would cut up, you'd use for your mixed media projects, or you just put to one side. Now, just do the overlocking, do that piping all the way around the edge, and then that becomes like a neckerchief or a scarf or, you know, something decorative to wear. That's amazing. It's a game changer. It is. It is for me, because now I'm thinking all those pieces of fabric, all those nice pieces of silk and organza, you can just change completely because you've got that professional finish and because you've got that ease of use with your Britannia Overlocker. An incredible deal for you guys at home. It's not been available for 12 months. We're really excited that George has come along and brought the Britannia Overlocker with that ease of use and all the great features that are included, and your accessory kit as well, worth £89.99. Not forgetting, you've got the thread. You're not paying for that. That's like having your batteries at Christmas. So when you take this out of the box, you can start making, you can get going. Now we have got black and white and cream. You might get navy. You might get the black, the white and the navy. So that will vary, but that's absolutely fine because it's all thread that you're going to use for your overlocking. We are really busy. Half the stock has gone. I'm so excited that we bring great machines that are going to help you with your crafting, great machines that are going to help you take it to the next level. You know, if you're at home at the moment, maybe you're not working, but you want to earn some money, this could be the way to do it. And when you earn your money, it pays for the machine. And then, of course, after you've paid for it, you're in profit and you can start selling your items online as well. But when people are looking for items online, or when people are looking for people to change and alter their clothing, they always look for someone that's got that professional finish. And who knows, you might be able to charge a little bit more. It's a great deal, and it's available on FlexiBuy. £109.65 is your first payment, another payment a month after that, and another payment a month after that. You've got your 2-year guarantee with it. You've also got your instruction booklet. You've also got your dust cover as well. That's really important. So you get to cover your machine when you're not using it. A brilliant deal available to you here at the Craft Store. 535091 is your item number. Now we've got some faux leather for you. This is a great addition actually to your buy, because you'll be able to divide this into 3 payments. This is your 7-day saver. So you've got your faux leather here. It's beautiful actually. I'll tell you something. I'll tell you something for nothing. I've never seen faux leather like this. Are we sure it's faux? That is it. That I was going to smell it, but I don't think I can smell anything yet. Can I try? That is amazing. I might not be able to smell because I had COVID a couple of weeks ago. Now, don't worry, George. I'm all right now. Yeah, I'm fine. I'm totally negative and everything like that, but you lose your sense of smell. So anyway, that's incredible. It is buttery soft. It is buttery soft, but I tell you what, it's durable. I can't believe this is faux leather. This is amazing, and it's 20 by 12 inches. Now, colour-wise, you've got beautiful. I love that. I love that. That's this deep red in there. Let me show. Oh, hang about. These are big. 20. Do you know what? When you say 20 by 12 inches, it doesn't really mean anything. I know sometimes that helps, but when you see it and it's open, they're big. Seeing is believing, I tell you. That is brilliant. Oh, these are great. These are great, and you've got a whole different colour array in there. Absolutely perfect. And they're what, £9.99? Oh, you've got to go for these because you. £3.33 today and 3 recurring, because you can add these to your basket, can't you? And you can divide the cost. I would multiply with those. They're brilliant. They might not leave my side. George, right, what are we having a look at now?
So we're going to do the piping.
Okay.
So I've put that extra needle back in, so we're back on, so we can seam directly with the overlocker. So this is also good for things like upholstery, cushions, things like that. So all the feet, really simply, they just clip on and off like that. So now I can just bring this piping foot on there, drop that on there, like that, and now it's ready to go.
Okay.
So what I've done on here is, now I would generally, if I was doing this properly, baste this piping in between the fabric, but I can do it freehand because it's got that gap in the foot. So if I just drop that on there, make sure that the piping is going into that little gap underneath the foot. Feel that is in there like that.
Yep. So we don't need to pin that in then, George?
Pin it or baste it.
Baste it,
is
yeah,
good. If you get confident with it, you don't need to do that at all. It will just go ahead and go straight through it. But again, just for accuracy's sake, I would tend to just do a little basting stitch in there, just to make sure it doesn't move too much, or at all. Although, as you can see, I'm just running it freehand through here, and by feel alone, I can just feel it's going into that gap. I know that gap is pretty secure in there as well. So coming to the end here, bring that out. Let's see if the scissors here. So cut that.
Now, if you like those automatic scissors, we've got those available on the show. We'll have a look at those later on.
So
look how easy that was.
So that's the outside of it there. That'll be the inside of the fabric. And then if I open up, you can see just how lovely and tight that is on there.
That looks amazing. I'll tell you something, George, you're too young to remember this. Do you remember piping down your jeans when it was all the rage in the 80s? White piping, red piping, double piping. But that would be a fashion to come back. It certainly would. It really, really would. Now, whilst we're using the electrical scissors there, or the rechargeable battery operated, can we have a look at them? So they're fascinating.
Indeed. So the electric scissors here, they actually come with, you've got the battery pack with them as well, so you can use them so you can get around everything. You've got that 360 degrees on there, but they also plug into the wall, so you've got that permanent charge in there, so you can be charging them and using them at the same time. And these are beautiful because they will cut through literally anything, whether it be very thin organza. And the beauty of these is the accuracy. So coming up right close to the edge on there, so quickly, just takes that edge off. So not only straight lines as well, I can do curves.
Oh, this is amazing. It's great for your appliques and your different patterns and designs.
Exactly, yes. And if you're stacking up the fabrics as well, it will do multiple layers at the same time. So that's 2 layers there. So if you've got multiple squares, that's 4 layers. Oh. And that's 8 layers there. Oh, 6.
Wow.
Try that again. Really easy.
Do you know what I love about that? You know, going back to when I was going around with my brother and to all the different factories, there was always somebody, and you're quite right, it used to be plugged into the wall, and it was electrical. They were huge shears. They were massive. But I was also fascinated by that because they'd do it so quickly, and then they'd hand it to the machinist, and the machinist, and then it was done. That was so fascinating to watch the production line in place. But now to have those shears, which are cord-free because you've got the battery on the bottom, just makes it so easy. It really does. It frees you up, doesn't it? It frees you up. Because sometimes it depends where you're working. You don't want to have a cord trailing down. You might forget the cord's trailing down. You don't want to trip over it. This gives you the freedom. Now, 3 payments of $53.33 for your WBT 2 electric scissors. So again, a great buy, and if you are going for that or anything else that you add to your basket, you will be able to divide that into 3 payments. So can we cut through organza with those? We can cut through thicker fabrics like leather and denim?
Easily, yeah. Thicker fabrics like leather and denim. You get 2 blades with it as well. One for fabrics and one for blunt work, paperwork. So you can actually use it on paper, on card, as well as your fabrics.
Now that makes it interesting, doesn't it? And just spreads across the different crafting areas. Right, let's get back to our overlocking machine. Oh my goodness, 60% of the stock has now gone. I'm really chuffed for you, I really, really am. We've been waiting for a brilliant overlocker to come to the craft store, and here it is, it's arrived. Waited 12 months for this, so well done everyone that's going for this and getting it into your basket, dividing the cost into 3 payments of £109.65. Don't forget you've got your accessories with you as well. They are worth £89.99, but you're only paying £30 in the deal today. Wanted to include these because of course you are going to be doing all these tasks and jobs. You're going to have to go and sort them from somewhere, so they're included. And you're getting the thread as well. You're not paying for that. That is coming like your batteries in your Christmas present. Take this out of the box and start using it instantly. You can see you've got your light under there, so you can see what you're doing, or if you're working in low light conditions. Right, what else can we have a look at, George?
So come back, I'm going to put the standard foot back on here. So again, it just clips off, clips on, really simple on there. Just drop that down on there, give that a little push on there, and that is back on there, like that.
Yep.
So what I've also got on here is a sleeve arm. So you can take that little piece off, and now on the side here, if I am doing sleeves or cuffs or anything that I've got to get round, I can actually just tuck that round there like that. And it just makes it a little bit easier to do. So again in industry you'd have a big cylinder arm to do this, a machine on itself, but at home you've got both of the machines in one here. So for going round the edge of sleeves, bottom of trousers, you can work on the inside like that.
Now that's handy, isn't it?
Oh
my goodness. I bet you've always wanted to make your own clothes, own shirts, or even, you know, it could be just something like a wind draft thing that you want to stuff with stuff in to put up against the drafty window. I don't know where I'm going with that, but you know what I mean. You know, that anything that's tubular. Socks.
Socks, yeah. Cuffs.
Socks will need heavy.
Yeah,
snoods and things like that.
Yeah.
So that's going to be absolutely perfect. And then you can just place that back on when you're not using that particular functionality, which is brilliant. Is it easy to change between the feet?
Yes, indeed. Yeah, between the feet, yeah.
Yes,
Like a sewing machine or a decent sewing machine, they just clip on and off. So you've got the little lever at the back of the machine here. You just push that in, the sewing machine just in there. You just push that in, the machine, the foot drops off, and then you click the new one on by pushing it down onto it.
I'm just thinking, if there's anyone new to sewing, but they really want to go for it, you know, they're enjoying sewing, they've perhaps bought a sewing machine, they've recently upgraded, and they're thinking, right, I really want to go for it now. Do you know what's great about this machine? I think even a beginner can pick this up and start using it instantly.
Exactly, yeah, because it's so easy to thread, you're not going to be faffing around, rethreading it, which is the most painful thing. If you go to start sewing, doesn't sew because it's not threaded correctly. Because this one is so easy, you won't have that issue. And yeah, with the basics, it is basic. Once you've seamed on a sewing machine, you'll be able to seam on an overlocker, or even vice versa. It's just so easy. And as I say, with things like casual wear, stretchy fabrics, you can seam, cut, finish off all in one go.
Wow, isn't that incredible? And doesn't that give you confidence? And you need confidence when you're making any kind of garment, clothing or haberdashery, for example. It might be curtains that you're making. It certainly won't be curtains for you if you have the right machine to make your wares with. It's a fabulous deal. We're getting exceptionally busy now. We really are. We had a busy show earlier on, but we're even busier now. Get this into your basket. It's 3 payments if you want to go for it. That wasn't an order, by the way. But if you do want to place your order, head to the website, give us a call on 0330 175 552, and get this into your basket. But do check on out. You've got that machine, you've also got your accessories and the thread as well. It's a superb deal. You're not going to look back. You're going to only head forward with this. 535091 is your item number. Don't miss out on this terrific deal. It's not been available for 12 months, so we're very, very happy that George and Britannia has been able to bring this to us here at the craft store. It's such a fabulous price and a great deal as well, being able to divide the cost. Right, George, we've got about 7 or 8 minutes left. What can we show?
So just want to come back in, and the beauty of this machine is the blade is nice and close to the needles, so I can do curves. So for things like the top of the shoulder, under the arm, I can, around the neck, anything like that, I can do lovely curves with this machine. So again, got a stretchy fabric here, nice jersey. Again, the sign of a good sewing machine, of a good overlocker, how well it will take the different fabrics, and doing a really deep curve on here, but it will still take it round and through.
How easy. Oh, hello. How easy was that?
And so, yeah, you got the top of the arm on there, and underneath the arm as well on there. And yeah, it's just really nice.
What, you can make a little bikini. It's just giving me the idea of that little curve
that
on
shape
there.
on there, yeah.
You know, why not? A little tank top or something like that. It's absolutely perfect. And it, you know, if you've got the fabric, in all seriousness, if you've got the fabric to make your bikinis, to make your bras even, to put that overlocking on there, how easy was that to make that curve? That's incredible. You know, maybe your son or your daughter's into dancing and they come home and they need an outfit, they need a costume, and it's, you know, it's very, very expensive to go out and buy them or pay someone else. Don't do that. Why don't you make it for them? And then when somebody sees that costume, they'll say, oh, can you make me one? And then you can start charging and making money, but it's the professional finish that you're going to get time and time again. What else can we have a look at?
So again, just going through the different fabrics, so straight on here, so I'm not going to cut it in between, I'm just going to run this fleece, this thick fabric on there, straight through. Happy to take that through there. This is on the stretch side as well, so straight from that right down to lycra, so for things like dancewear, sportswear in general. That will just sometimes lift the end of the foot up there. So again, without changing anything, that is the sign of a good machine. And also the sign of a good machine is the noise that it makes.
Yeah.
I don't know if you can really even hear that, but it's got a lovely mechanical noise to it. So going straight from lycra
Wow.
to that fleece in
From
there.
fleece to lycra sounds like a Saturday night out, doesn't it? It really is an incredible machine. And like George says, it's the sound of that machine. For me, listening to overlockers and sewing machines, when you get a decent quality, it's almost a really relaxing sound, isn't it? It really, really is. We're getting really, really busy now. I think you've seen the features, you're making your decisions, and what a great decision that is. You've seen all the different features and all the different fabrics that you can use alongside this. You know, the different tensions that you've got in here. So if you're using your jersey fabric, it's going to be fine. If you're using your silk fabric, it's going to be fine. If you're using your jean fabric or your leather or your faux leather fabric, it's going to be absolutely fine. Your organza, it's going to be able to use that as well. How instant and easy and simple is this going to be to produce your scarves, your snoods, your curtains, your cushions, your clothing very, very easily. You've got the full instructions, you've got a 2-year guarantee as well, and you've got all of those accessories included. That's why this is an exceptional deal. You've also got the gathering foot in there, you've got the elasticated foot, you've got the piping foot in there, you've got the bead and sequin foot, and you've also got the blind stitch foot as well, and your thread. You've got a mini screwdriver, you've got tweezers, you've also got your hexagonal Allen key, you've got your machine oil in there, your thread net, your thread spot or spool cap, should I say, your needle set, you've also got your accessory box, and you've got your soft cover as well. No cuddly toy, but you could make a cuddly toy with this, maybe hem it around the outside, certainly make your glove puppets. And then you've got your thread as well. You're not paying for that, that's included. What an incredible deal. When you get this through the door, my goodness, when you open the box, you're going to go, yes, Thank you very much. Now, I need to tell you, nearly 65% of the stock has gone. If you do want to get it, normally towards the end of the hour, after everyone's seen the features, they've had a discussion with whoever they need to have a discussion with, that's when they start to jump in the baskets, and that's when they start to check out. Don't miss out. Pop this into your basket, just £109.65 a day, another payment in a month's time, and another payment after that. Think of all the gorgeous things you're going to be able to make and create. We've got about 2 minutes left, George, so I'll hand over to you. What can we show to really cement home the quality of the machine?
So I love the rolled hem on this, the finish on that fine fabric, and as I say, that finishing like that on the fine fabric, this white on white background, or as on this as well, you could put a thick floss thread through there and give it that chunky finish for your posh tablecloths, napkins, table runners, all those sort of things.
And
you can also use that
as well.
Exactly. Yeah, the bottom of skirts and things like that. I cut it off earlier there, but that beautiful fine finish on the bottom of the crystal organza.
Oh, lovely! Great for bridesmaids' dresses, brides' dresses, petticoats.
That's it. Yeah, all that sort of thing. Leave that finish on the outside with the kit as well that you get with it. Being able to do that sort of proper professional piping on there. Open that up.
Look at that. That's exceptional. That really is.
Really tight on there as well. It really does give a professional finish. With the elasticator foot on there as well, so the elastic's really secure on there. It's not going to come off at all. It's finished that edge off, and you've got that.
And that's what we mean by that professional touch. And it makes a difference. You know yourselves at home, when you're making and creating and selling, it makes a difference to the garments and also makes a difference to repeat custom. It doesn't have to be for selling. This could be just for making curtains for yourself and making cushions for yourself and clothing for yourself. Do it the right way so your clothing lasts, and that's important with any kind of fabric or anything you make. You want it to last, and you know your projects could start or finish with your overlocking.
That's it, yeah. And the beautiful thing with an overlocker, sometimes you can make a garment, put it in the wash, and it will come out a different shape than what you put it in. With an overlocker finish, because it has that give, it'll go into the wash, come out, and it'll still look just as good as it did before.
Do you know what? It gives your clothing, it gives your soft crafts a hug. It keeps everything together, doesn't it? It really does. Talking of hugs, I just want to hug you all. We're really busy. Everyone's checking out their baskets now so that they can get this sent to them and start enjoying making and creating. Oh, how exciting. £109.65 today, another payment in a month's time and another payment after that. It's interest-free payment. There's no credit cards or credit checks. If you want to pay by PayPal, you're more than welcome to do so. You can do that. All the T's and C's of your PayPal will be there for you online. 535091. Don't miss out. Everyone's checking out. Don't be the one to miss out. George, what a pleasure.
Lovely. Thank you very much. Cheers.
Hopefully we'll see you again very soon.
Yeah, indeed.
If we don't see you before Christmas, have a lovely Christmas and New Year.
Thank you very much.
Stay safe and enjoy. Right, don't go anywhere. We've got more coming up for you on the craft store, but check out your basket. Right, coming up next, we've got the Indigo Blue Goody Bag Special. That is terrific. Then we've got creative crafting with AALL Create, and then we're back with the one-day special with Paul.
Did you know you can watch the craft store 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for free using our app on Roku? Just like your smartphone accesses an app store to add new applications, your Roku streaming player on Roku TV accesses the Roku channel store to add new channels. By downloading the Craft Store channel, you'll be able to access your favourite craft channel on your TV anytime you want to watch. Here's how you do it. Turn on your TV and connect your Roku device. Next, turn the power on and press the home button on your Roku remote. Scroll up or down to select Settings. Select your network and select Set Up Connection. Roku uses a wireless connection, so select your router name and add your password. This should be on the side or bottom of your router. If this is the first time using Roku, then you'll need to set up an account on the device or by going to the Roku website. That's it. Now it's time to add the Craft Store app. Simply press your home button on the Roku remote. Scroll up or down using the arrows on your remote to select streaming channels. Then open the Channel Store. At the top of the Channel Store, you'll find a list of featured, new and popular categories to explore. Enter the Craft Store into the search bar and this will take you to the Craft Store app. Now simply select Add Channel. When you see the Added Channel screen, press OK and return to the home page. Scroll down to the Craft Store app and press the star button on your remote. You can use the arrow buttons to move the Craft Store to the top of the screen for quick and easy access. And that's it. You can watch, purchase and catch up with your favourite shows 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on your favourite TV whenever you feel crafty.
Hi, I'm Donna and this is my brother Simon and we're Pearly Winks Craft Supplies.
We have a good selection of inks. We started with our Winks, which are just a water-based ink, and then went on to the pearls. We've added some chalks, we've got some glitter sprays, and then we've added some beautiful stamps to complement the inks. Our pearl sprays and our Pearly Winks are loaded with mica, so they give you amazing results on your projects.
Hello, I'm Sue Trangmar and I started Daisy Chain Designs 20 years ago. At Daisy Chain Designs, we're passionate about sewing and quilting. We design projects that hopefully will inspire you to pick up your needle and thread and have a go. We have great fun in designing things from the very start, and then the end product is always very exciting when you actually see it made.
Oh, love it. I just love it. I don't know if there's something about this Christmas. It's just, doesn't it feel a little bit more exciting?
It does. Very
isn't
jolly.
It brilliant, isn't it?
It does.
Lovely Kay, everyone.
Hi.
Indigo Blue are in the house, as you probably already noticed once today, because you did the big goodie bag bumper bonanza.
We did.
That was a blink and you missed it moment as
It
well,
was.
wasn't it?
It was.
2 minutes and 32 seconds, so don't even mention those to us because they are so long gone. I'm afraid that will be a thing that may return next year. Who knows? Who knows? Anything could happen.
Not normally in December, so yeah, you've got 12 months to,
Yeah, not
to
long.
wait.
Not long. I'd put a reminder in the calendar for next year to keep an eye on Indigo Blue's social media and whatever, and us, to see when Kay's back about this time in December next year. See if you can be in the race to get him with. It will probably be quicker than 2 minutes and 32 seconds next year. Anyway, listen. That's gone. Maybe you're still basking in the glory of congratulations from that one, and you've not missed out on the sale bargain goodies, let me tell you, from Indigo Blue. Now, I have to tell you that everything that that Kate and Alfie and the team bring are brilliant because they're all made here in the UK. It's as eco-friendly as it possibly can be and becoming more so, which Kate will tell us as we go through the show. So the prices we have on what are made in the UK, red rubber, high quality stamps. It's absolutely brilliant. So to get a sale price, it's like Mother Christmas is here. Far too young to be a mother, Christmas, obviously. But there you go, look, like a little Christmas angel, sprinkling a little goodness in your life for Christmas. Right, now a lot of the stamp sets we're about to see, by the way, have maybe only been on air, maybe only once, at their price of $19.99, and you have loved them. And take this as a one-off, just Christmas stock-up, because why not? I know Christmas is all about buying stuff for other people, and I think you've got to treat yourself from time to time, haven't you? You've got to. Well, I say time to time. When I say time to time, I mean at least 3 times a week. Right, let's have a little work
also,
through.
These are not like overstocks or anything because they're made fresh. Because obviously we make them to order,
Yes.
as it were. So we're able just to choose whatever we wanted for this show, and so yes, none of it is overstocked because, as I say, we make it to order. So
And
Alfie
you
was just feeling particularly generous, actually, to give 25% off.
It's brilliant. It's really, really good because that makes a big, big difference, doesn't it? to you as a business and to you as well, because it means you can buy more goodies, which is brilliant. But that does mean that the team at Indigo Blue have to work that little bit harder for that little bit less. So take advantage as well, because they're only too happy to give back thanks to your support right the way through the year. This is like their chance to say thank you. And here's some goodies for a lot less than normal. Right, let's go through the stamp sets that we've got then first. We've got drips and textures, which I love. I love anything with a postmark in it. I think it's brilliant. Really, really versatile. Nice collection of different textures there. Can allow your mixed media work to just go completely freestyling. And maybe you're new to Indigo Blue and you're seeing this kind of thing and thinking, oh, actually, do you know what? That might break me out of my neat and tidy crafting that I do right now. Maybe that's your way to spread your wings a little bit. And it's good to do that, isn't it? So that's your first one. They're all $14.99, by the way, with a £5 saving, which is fantastic. We've got lots and lots of collections to go through. The next one is chamomile. Now, chamomile, ordinarily, you say the word and you think, nice calming cup of tea. There's quite a lot of chaos going on in this stamp, actually, isn't there? I love it. In the main feature stamp.
There's a lot going on, but
it's lovely.
It's calming to colour.
Yes. It's got a little buzzy bee. Oh, he's upside down there. You can have him anywhere around, I guess. He's a stamp. So you can do what you like with him. And what does that say? She loves me and he loves me. And just like the flower, we too have the ability to rise from the mud, bloom out of the darkness, and, oh, I missed the and. Hang on. And radiate into the world. Oh, Tom, you whipped away at my
maybe we should have turned that round for you.
It was nearly going to be a cliffhanger, that was. So that's chamomile. Next one. Oh, half the stock of chamomile already sold out and gone, by the way. Gladiolo. So I guess the stock that we've got on the show, when it's gone, because we've had...
No, because we'll just make more for you.
Oh,
so it'll just be on a day or two delay, yes.
Oh, I tell you what. Not only... Right, OK, well, there you go. When you have the people that make the stamps here as well...
But there will be a limit, because we've obviously... we break for Christmas.
Yes.
And
Yes. Give her a couple of hours off on Christmas Day, for heaven's sake, everyone. Gladioli is next. Oh, I love that. Very, very heartfelt, isn't it? Over a third of the initial stock of that one sold out again. And that's a massive stamp outfit. If I just flip that set around, I'll try and do it without destroying the rest of the set.
It's lovely.
But look, that is one enormous feature stamp there. And I love that... they are, is it fritillaries on the side?
Yes, it
there?
is, yes.
It is, or see, I know my gardening. I pay very close attention to gardeners' world. They are really, really lovely. So a third of the stock of that sold out and gone. I'm not surprised at all. Next one then is called Art Studio.
One of my all-time favourites.
Lotions and potion bottles. Look, with indigo blue written on them. Love it. That's really, really cool.
One says luscious.
Oh, yeah.
One says slap it on.
Junk and disorderly.
One's junk and disorderly, and the other one is ink, because we didn't actually have the name for the vivid at the time. But we had envisaged it all those years ago.
Love it. Art is opening your soul to let your imagination fly out. Ain't that true? Just think of all the different ways you can use those as well. Because, of course, you can mask up and seam build with those. You can take elements from them as well. Because they're unmounted stamps as well, you can just take little elements there to create backgrounds and then take second and third generations. That's a really, really broad one.
They are what we call mounted, in that they,
yes,
they are on a cling mount.
They are, yes. But I meant in the sense that you could literally just hold them in your hand
yes,
and
absolutely.
take little elements from them. But, yes, you're quite right. Absolutely. Right, next one. Bunny rabbit! It's a bunny rabbit! Oh, actually, there's lots more. Oh, I love this bunny as well. The bunny that's full of florals.
It is. So this range is a set of 4 by Janine Gerard Shaw. So maybe you bought just one in the past and you want to complete your set. This is a wonderful way of doing it. So there's lots of individual elements as well. And look at that sweet little bunny peeking through the flower.
Absolutely
just
delicious.
Absolutely gorgeous.
See, I'm rearranging now. So these red rubber stamps, because they are so heavy as well, they're leaning back on our stands.
Oh, there's also lots of samples
They're
there for
so
you as well.
robust, aren't they? They're beautiful. Let me find a bunny sample, because they're absolutely gorgeous. Here's one. Oh, here's another one. I love them. Oh, and here's another one. Right, okay. Sorry, everyone. Got to see some samples as well. Here's one by lovely Sue Jacob, which is gorgeous. Really, really nice. See, a bunny is not just for Easter. Just like a dog's not for Christmas, not just for Christmas. Here's one by Kerry Sturman. Very, very beautiful. Nice. So you can go really bold colours with this on the florals, or you can go a little softer as well. There's another one from Sue, and here's one from Carolyn Lakin. Beautiful. Love that. It's very flower power, that, isn't it? You almost like struggle to like, oh, there's a bunny in there. It's only when you take a closer look, isn't it? You're like, oh yeah, there's a bunny in there. Love it. Very, very nice. So that's the bunny rabbit set. Next, Frank the Fairy. Oh, now he's sold out, but he's back on a couple of days extended delivery for you. So he's going out for you on the 11th. This is lovely. I love the way you've spelt fairy here as well. Is that an
old-fashioned way?
Is that a Celtic way of?
It is.
F-A-E-R-I-E. That's lovely. This is really quirky. You can almost
Alfie
hear the
did
accent
tell me
in
off to
this.
say that's not how you spell it.
No, but you can hear the accent in the spelling as well, and
You
that
can.
helps
I'm not going to
you.
do the accent though.
No, I'm not either, actually. No, I don't want to offend anybody. Because especially my Northern Ireland accent is okay, but my Republic accent's not so great, I'm going to be honest with you, without being too stereotypical. And I don't want to do that. So that's Frank the Fairy. Next up, we have got...
Floral Fantasy.
Floral Fantasy. Oh, love that. Now that floral at the top is... Oh, lilac.
Yes, lilac, yes.
Got it. Yes, I've got one in my garden. You know when you're just
oh,
like...
you haven't, have you? That's gorgeous.
Yeah, no, I have.
haven't. I'd love
it's
a lilac.
hiding under a conifer as well, so I'm really trying to cut the conifer back as far as I can to let the lilac through, because the fragrance is absolutely gorgeous. The earth laughs in flowers. Oh, that's lovely, isn't it? One kind word can change someone's entire day. That's very, very true as well, isn't it?
That's one of my favourites, that is.
Really, really gorgeous. Let me see if I can... Have I got a little sample of
You
Floral
have.
Fantasy?
It's leaning up, right in front of you, leaning up against the... No, to the left, the other left, that's it.
This one.
And that looks so different. That's probably why you had trouble finding
Yes.
it, because you sort of have to figure out that, oh, it does come from that stamp plate. It's lovely, isn't it?
It's
Because
gorgeous.
that is from the bottom mandala, the lace mandala at the bottom there.
Oh, yes, of course.
And
yes,
then
yes, yes,
the
yes.
words are actually from another stamp plate.
Beautiful.
So you were probably looking for the flower, you see.
Yes, I was. I was.
Sorry about that.
They always think in such simple ways, don't they? Right, okay, next from Floral Fantasy, Giggles! This is brilliant. Right, now this is limited stock. Now have a little read through this, because this is really, really good. I love this. This is where Kay's quirky sense of humour comes into play, and we just have lots and lots of fun with this. It's just really, really cool. I'm at that age where my mind still thinks I'm 20, my humour suggests that I'm 12, while my body keeps asking if I'm sure I'm not dead yet. I like that one.
I love that.
I do like that one. I gave up jogging when my thighs rubbed together so hard that... Why did I start that one? So hard that, and I'm sure you can read the rest. I have trouble I don't like reading that word out on telly. I don't know, it feels naughty.
What, knickers?
Yes. Oh, it's so naughty. I'm blushing at the very
I promise not to mention my knickers at all during the show. As long as you promise not to mention your knickers.
Okay, all right. Okay, I'll
He's
try
really
not to.
bright red now.
Right. Some people just need a high five.
That was Adam's favourite.
That's brilliant. That's really, really good. I can't condone such things, but it's lovely to write down, and it's brilliant, isn't it? It's really, really good.
Should we do a more sensible one?
Show me that one at the bottom right, if
bottom.
you will, Joe. I came, I saw, I forgot what I was doing.
Retrace my steps.
Retrace my step. Bottom right, Tom. Oh, down a bit. That's it.
Yeah.
That's it. Right, so I came, I saw, I forgot what I was doing, retraced my steps, got lost on the way back, and now I have no idea what's going on. That is me in a stamp. I gotta have that one. It's brilliant. What was the one you were talking to me about, Ross? Oh yeah, some people just need a high five. I think that's Ross's favourite one. Yeah, honestly, that would be the most overworked stamp. You might want to get 2 sets of that, actually, to be honest, just for that one sentiment. Do you know what I mean? Just so that never wears out. I know they're good, long-lasting
all the
ones.
boys like that one.
No,
they do.
I know.
All the boys like that stamp.
It's brilliant, isn't it? It just kind of says what you need to say without ever having to actually say the words. I think that's quite nice. Right, where should we go next? Darling Duckling. Are we back there on the left? Right. Okay. Yes. Darling Duckling. Ayop me duck. Oh, right. Okay. So where we had the bunny rabbit, this is kind of along the same kind of.
It is. Yes, one of the sets.
Love it.
And she's so sweet, absolutely gorgeous. And again, she's done some lovely accessories for that. And I do like the fact you can make a wreath out of that, that little bit over her head there.
That's so cool. I like the A up my duck as well.
Yes,
Do you know, I've been called me duck by men in shops.
Oh, yes.
In the strangest of places, and it's the oddest of things when it first happens, because you're like, me duck. Ooh.
No, men do say it. My father-in-law said it all the time.
They say it to everyone in certain parts of the country, don't they? You're like, ooh, okay. Right, okay. Next one is mindfulness. Now, there's a few mindfulness sets, and these are lovely. These are full of those really, like, motivational...
Uplifting.
Yes, they're like sometimes, you know, when you need to pass a message to someone, and it's not a birthday card, it's just a... Oh, God, you know, I'm really, really sorry that you're going through whatever you're going through, or you're having a hard time, or I don't really know what to say as an opener. But, you know, if you ever want a coffee or a chat or whatever, then these are brilliant. You've got two sets there you can see on your screen, Mindfulness 1 and Mindfulness 2. And there is a 3 coming as well. But just really, really nice things as well. Just really very, very gentle, mindful statements. I'm stronger because I had to be. I'm smarter because of my mistakes. Happier because of the sadness I've known, and now wiser because I learned. Oh my word, that's quite deep, that actually, isn't it? It's lovely. It just makes you think, doesn't it? Angels are watching over you. Their wings wrap gently around you, whispering, you are loved and blessed. Sometimes that's something you find difficult to say out loud.
That's the point of these,
yes.
Because, yes, a lot of people find it very difficult to articulate exactly how they're feeling, especially in a card when someone might be going through a really difficult time and you want to give them a hug but you don't know how to say the right words. So these are perfect for those sorts of occasions when you just want to know them to know that you're there and, you know, you're thinking of them.
Yeah, it is lovely, and it relates to so many different things because
it does.
Because we're all individuals with our own story, and sometimes you don't like to intrude on somebody else's story as well. So you might know a lot, but you might not know how to approach it, kind of thing. It's kind of, this is just a way of saying, actually, please feel good, because I really want you to from my heart, and I don't really know how to put that into words. So these do that really well. Let's have a look through number 2 as well, shall we? Because we've had a good whiz through number 1. Let's have a look through number 2, which is lovely, and you can see number 3 just coming into play there as well. So you'll never know how strong you are until strong is the only choice you have. And this might actually just put you in mind of a journey that you've taken or a journey that somebody else has taken. I think sometimes in our lives as well, we feel very ready to dish out advice, think it'll be right for that person because it worked for you, and that's sometimes not the case. It's sometimes treading one step too far for someone. But I think if you can open up a conversation and just say, look, you matter, you're important, I care, please, I want you to, you know, I just want you to take something from this, and I'm there. This is a really nice way of saying, I am there. It's very deep and meaningful, this, isn't it? And I quite like that, actually.
But it's hard to find stamps like that.
Yes, it really is.
It really is, because they're not...
sometimes when you see things on the internet that are inspirational quotes, unless you're ready to hear the message as strongly as that, you repel it.
Yes.
Quite often I flick through social media and I think, for heaven's sake, go away. Like, it's too much.
Too much.
Where this does it in a very, very nice, sort of gentle way. It doesn't lay it on an inch thick. Do you know what I mean?
And there might be ones there that you wouldn't use now, but you never know. In a couple of years, you read them again and go, actually, yes, now it's relevant.
Yeah, absolutely. And I'd pick up a couple of these sets, because there are 3 sets of them that you can buy, all with this 25% saving as well. Number 3, let's have a whiz through those. Sorry, I realised I'm dragging our feet here. But... it's important, I think, actually, because it's really, really nice, because you obviously put a lot of thought and love into putting these together as well. You don't have to be perfect to be amazing is a really good one, I think, as well. So let's go through number 3 then. Throw kindness around like confetti, work hard, dream big. So these are really motivational ones here. The stars exist that we might know how high our dreams can soar. Brilliant. Love it. Dance with your heart. Your feet will follow. I'm not so sure about that. You know, I've been trying for a long time. A true friend doesn't care if you're broke, upset, what you weigh, if your house is a mess, what car you drive, or if your family is filled with crazy people. They love you for who you are. Yeah, it's a good thing to remember, actually, sometimes, isn't it?
It is.
It's a good thing to actually spread around some of your family sometimes as well, isn't it? It doesn't matter. We're family. We're stuck with each other. Let's just make the best of it. Right, let's go back to the florals now, because we've got the little bird set as well. So that goes along with the Up Me Duck.
It does.
And with the bunny as well.
It does.
This time you've got the little bird.
I think this is my favourite, actually.
Sweetest bird.
I love this little bird.
I think it's a bird that we can all identify with as well, because it's the kind of bird that's what we call them cheeky birds at home. You know, they just pop down to see what's on offer, have a little peck, and then off they flit again. Beautiful. Oh look, even the little ladybirds there has got
with
florals.
Flowers. Yes, absolutely.
Beautiful. Love that, really nice. I like that you've given some colour inspiration there too.
Absolutely, yes. We've started colouring in all of our laminates now, and it's really good fun for me to do that.
They are brilliant.
Yes.
Remember, really busy across the board on these. Let's carry on making our way over from Little Bird. Where are we going to? More Than Words. Sounds like a song, doesn't it? I can only please one person per day. Today's not your day.
And tomorrow doesn't look good either.
And tomorrow doesn't look good either.
My friend Fema used to say that all the time, so that was for her, and now my friend Anne says it as well.
It's a good one, isn't it? Sometimes the thoughts in my head get so bored they go out for a stroll through my mouth. This is rarely a good thing. I'm feeling I should have that. Oh, and actually, oh my word, that one on the left.
Oh yes.
Sorry, Mum, if you're watching, but
yes,
this is so
true.
me.
So true.
Sometimes I open my mouth and my mother comes out. Sorry, Mum. It's so true in my case, though. Okay, I think we should move on from those.
Yes.
It's a bit
quickly.
close to the bone, actually, that one. Perfect Putty Cat next, which again, full of florals, limited stock on that one. That's really sweet. Here's another lovely sentiment as well. Don't change, you're perfect, just the way you are. Ah, cutest little cat. And of course you can colour that up to match the person's cat, your cat, you know, to give it that real special meaning to you as well. And I like the other elements to this as well, because it's not just about filling up the stamp set, it's about scene building, giving you more choices as well.
And you'll notice that when you put all four together, you'll have all the additional pieces, you'll have a really good range of florals and additional things as well to mix and match between them all.
Love them. Right, next we've got to go to the flower heads, because the flower heads are just so cool, and they make the most incredible artworks. They are such a lovely stamp set, because they are so bold and they leave plenty of room for you to just go crazy and silly, because these aren't literal flowers, these are fun flowers.
They are, and these are designed by Asha Marquette, a fantastic artist who we love working with, and I've used these all year and absolutely adored them. In fact, I've taught a dirty weekend throughout the year with them, and I still reach for them now and almost slap my hands going, okay, come on, use something different, because they are so fantastic to use.
They're glorious. Can I just show you this sample, because it is absolutely stunning. If you want to go totally mixed media, get in with all of your mediums, your inks, your stencils, you know, you slap it on this, that and the other. Your sprays galore, then that's the kind of artwork to create. Just have fun. Just go let Leonie loose style on it.
I have to say a huge thank you this year to our design team, who have done amazing work through difficult times, and I'm just so grateful to them all. So Carolyn, Kerry, Rachel, Sue, Leslie, Jill was with us earlier on in the year, so thank you all so much. They've done
all
incredible.
Amazing.
Yes,
all amazing. Look, so you can make very simple cards with that flower heads. Yes, it's really the purity on that. I think is just really beautiful. And this one by Kerry, again, that's you could, you know, if you're journaling, just think that's going to be absolutely fantastic. In terms of the inks and things as well, just stand by, because there's lots of that coming your way as well, because of course you hear Indigo Blue talked about all the time in terms of inks and mediums with absolute punch to them. We've got one more stamp set, I think, to tell you about, haven't we? Laugh So Hard, which has a lovely grand pussycat, a very mischievous pussycat looking
Very
there
mischievous.
as well. Sometimes I laugh so hard, tears run down my leg. I nearly wondered what that was about to say. I thought, I started reading it.
You don't read them before you start, and then you get a bit worried, don't you?
Yes. Some people manage stress with yoga, meditation and a long walk. I manage stress with gin, carbs and swearing, which I can't possibly recommend any of those. And if you do drink, please responsibly, one at a time. Some things are better left unsaid. Ain't that true? Which I generally realise just after I've said them. Ain't that even truer? Once you realise we're all mad, life begins to make sense. Yes. Very, very true indeed. I'll skip the next one, just because, again, that's a one at a time responsibly one. And then the one at the bottom, the more candles on the cake, the hotter you are. Oh, I'm having that every day.
Yes.
I'm having that every day. Especially, you know, when you reach an awkward number and you're like, and you stop getting candles. 578258. The Giggles has just sold out, actually, but it's back on extended delivery as well. So it'll just be a day or two later. Putty Cat, tell me again. Last one of the Putty Cat right now before that goes on extended as well. You are getting a 25% saving on each of those stamp sets as well. So enjoy it. Right, let's go and look at the Vivid Sprays now as well, because these are a work of absolute genius. If you want to colour up your mediums, your clays and your resins and whatever, these are so highly concentrated as well. Now, with these, you've got the complete... Oh, hello. Oh, okay, right, okay. What I'm going to do is bring you up the details for the sets of 5. And then I'll bring you the complete bundle back. So there are 4 different sets of 5. So there are 2 sets of mats. Let me see if I can move this. Let me move this, because that'll help you a little bit more. So, your Maid Marian set and your Robin Hood set, they are a set of matte sprays. Can you see how intense they are? It is ridiculous. And you can see what Kay has done here on this swatch board, is that it's the full concentration on the left-hand side and then adding water to the right-hand side to show you all the gradients that you can create as well. They're absolutely superb, and I love the finishes you can get with them as well. You can absolutely go to town with them, but they are so rich in colour, Kay, as well, aren't they?
Incredibly. We've put about 4 or 5 times as much pigment in them as you would normally get in a spray, because I wanted you to be able to use these inks in many different ways.
And they're a really innovative system in terms of the way they spray as well, and there are going to be eco refills available, I think, did you say early next year as well, which is superb.
Yes, so these very special bottles, you can see there that they're gorgeous, the ones with mica in them. They're really high shine, lots of mica. The bottles are a vacuum system so that you don't get any mica sucked up the tube, because there's no tube, and they are refillable, so please don't recycle them, keep hold of them, and we will be showing you how to refill them early next year.
Awesome. Now, so that's the price for a set of 5 individually at £39.95, saving £5. But we're going to take the £5 saving from that collection, that collection, that collection and that collection, and take it to an overall bundle to get you all 20, so the 10 matte and the 10 sparkly ones in one complete collection there for £145. So you're saving the £20 already, plus an additional £14.80. Hang on, help me with the maths here. £34.80 saving on this one. Split it down into 3 flexis. So first flexi for less than £50 gets these delivered to you straight away. They are incredible. Kay will be using them. I see she's got her gloves on and ready, so she will be using them as well. 811102 is the item number. And to know, when you see the performance of these as well, to know that eco refills are going to be available, and you won't need them for ages, but by the time you need them, they will be there as well. So this can be your forever collection. 811102 is your item number. Right, is there an indigo blue 7-day saver on the menu this week? It's still there as well. Hang on, what day of the week are we now?
Thursday.
Thursday. Right, you need to act quickly then on this one. 774419 is your item number. It's the Indigo Blue Mixed Media Magazine Box Kit, which comes with tons and tons and tons of goodies. So forget the fact that you're seeing a £3 saving there, because if you factor all the free goodies that go into what is normally £12.99, if they were item numbers with products, I mean, those three alone there, the stencil collection, the big, that's an A4 stamp set, right?
A4 stamp set.
A4 stamp set, and that's included, and there's also a magazine in there as well. I mean, that's just ridiculous. 70 designs in the magazine itself, plus loads more features and bits and pieces there as well. That's ridiculous.
That is a ridiculous price, actually.
It is.
Totally.
Get it quickly. It's a 7-day saver, so it will be there. Two things will stop you from getting that price tag. The stock runs out, or Sunday morning comes around at 8 AM, and that's guaranteed to happen, because that's when the new 7-day savers will be loaded. So take advantage of that as well. It's a
I would
great
recommend
read.
that if you have already got one, get another one, because it's always good to have your second set of stamps, your second stencil, and especially the dies, because it's lovely to have 2 sets of dies with those.
Definitely. Absolutely. Right, OK, listen, enough of me. You've had nearly 28 minutes of me chewing my gums. It's time to get messy, Kay.
Okay, so I am using I'm going to use the Vivids, and I'm spraying water onto watercolour card on the back first, and you can see how it curls, and then when we spray the front, because you are stretching all the fibres, you can see that it actually just lays nice and flat. And this is why I've got gloves on, because I'm going to be swooshing my hands in it, in the water, in the Vivids and everything. So I'm going to whiz through these demos, because I really want to get through to doing some. Oh,
my
look at
word!
that! Isn't that gorgeous? Absolutely amazing colours.
There you go. You could stop there, and we'd all be very satisfied.
Absolutely. So what you also need to do, housekeeping. This nozzle is really, really fine on here. Let me turn that round. There you go. You can see, well, you can hardly see the hole that's in there.
Yeah.
And that's what gives you a really fine spray. I was spraying very close to the paper because I wanted saturated colour. If you want a really soft speckled effect, you obviously need to be further away. So that tiny hole there, you need to make sure that that is nice and clean. So the easy way to do it is shake your inks, spray, and then dip them into hot water. Very, very simple, and then just give them a wipe, and that's easy enough. Just put the lid on, because they are airtight as well. I'm going with Loxley Yellow, and let's have a little bit of this on here. Now, when it touches the beautiful red, that will...
And is the Loxley one of the matte?
It is. Now, all of these are matte, these 3 colours.
But, I mean, they couldn't not be more intense if you tried, could they?
Absolutely,
really?
absolutely. Awesome. So I'm going to put some brown in here. Now, this is a really beautiful warm brown. This is original oak, because I'm going to actually get 2 or 3 prints out of this, because there's so much
you could
vivid
stop
in
there,
here.
Dry that, put it in a frame, and somebody would pay £80 for that.
Absolutely.
Wouldn't they?
They would. So I'm just going to put a tiny weeny bit more red in there. So, as I say, it's already intense, because despite the fact that it's all wet already. And I'm going to actually put some more water on top of here to make it run a little bit more. And then I'm going to get another piece of watercolour card. So this is Pink Frog. This isn't the Pink Frog, it's from Pink Frog,
right.
I should say.
Yeah.
And again, just, I've got 2 pieces there. Just spray the back and the front again, so that your paper lays flat. And then I'm going to take a print off this. And this is why I've got gloves on, because I end up with, you know, ink all over the place. There we go.
What's all about?
Then, oh, isn't that gorgeous?
Oh,
look at that.
Look.
Isn't that just beautiful?
So nice.
Really, really beautiful. So I'm going to leave that to dry naturally. If you wanted a little bit more on here, you could spray a little bit more on, but I'm going to leave it because I like some white areas. And then I'm also going to do a print on this. Now, this was an idea from Adam this morning, because he was saying, you know, you could actually use some of the rice papers for this. So I'm going to just put a little bit more of the original oak on, because we have a beautiful owl here. So again, give it a spray. Now, you notice that I'm not shaking these because they don't have mica in.
Yeah.
But the ones that do have mica in, you do need to give them a really, really good shake.
Okay.
Okay? Right, so we've still got that colour there. Let me just add even more water because, again, that's the beauty of this. You can keep on adding water. And I've no idea what this is going to turn out looking like, but I'm going to give it a go because I've never done it before. But I thought it was a really good idea of Adam's just to try mopping up some of this beautiful ink. So let's see what it looks like.
The rice paper collections are, oh, they're on the screen for you. Oh my word!
That's lovely, isn't it? Isn't that lovely? I think it's a bit heavy here, this bit.
Yeah.
So what I'm going to do is...
You can take some
I
of
can
that
take
back,
some of that away.
Yeah.
Look at that though. Isn't that gorgeous?
That is awesome. Honestly,
Don't step in that, will you, Derek?
I want to talk. I want you to have a conversation with the hotel chain that I stay in their places far too often for my own good, and talk about replacing the artworks, which are sometimes less than inspiring.
They are, aren't they?
With
actually,
some of your backgrounds.
Yes. I've often thought that because I've stayed in those trains. I used to stay in those trains all the time, actually, and you're absolutely right.
I'm not knocking them at all, but because I stay in
they
so
obviously
many.
don't spend a lot of money on them, do they? You know.
No. In fairness, I think it might be a bit of bulk buying going on there.
Yes, just a little
Because
bit.
wherever I am in the country, funnily enough, the image follows me, which can be a bit frightening sometimes. I already feel like Alan Partridge.
Right, so I'm just going to lay this onto a piece of watercolour card, and then the white will shine through, so you can actually see what it'll look like a bit more. So
that's one piece of
that's
rice paper,
lovely, isn't
and
it?
a few spritzes.
So I
the
probably
vivid.
would do that with slightly different colours next time, but
Yes.
now I know what it's going to look like.
Yeah.
So let me just bring it over there. We go. That's better.
That's gorgeous, isn't it?
That's lovely, isn't it?
Just very atmospheric, isn't it?
It is.
If you were creating, you know, like a colour palette that was slightly more autumnal, that works really well. That was just one
does,
sheet of
doesn't it?
rice paper, and you know, a background which you get at least 2-3 lives out of.
Definitely. Well, this
plus-
morning I got 4 out of it.
Oh, brilliant.
So, you know, I
That's
got
value,
loads. And so with this, what I would do is when it's dry, I would pick out some highlights with my white gesso.
Yes.
And I think that would just make it really pop. And then you can see why I'm wearing gloves on this.
Yeah.
But that is going to look superb when that's dry. And it does dry really quickly as well.
That'd make a
So-
lovely cover for something as well.
It would,
Because of course
wouldn't
you could bring the edges of the rice paper over if you had a panel
Yes.
for a cover, journal cover, whatever.
So it's not stuck to this, it's just lying on
Super
this.
nice, isn't it?
So you definitely need a white background to it to really
Yeah.
show the inks because they are translucent. So I'll put that down there.
Al
to dry.
Ross, sorry, can I just quickly jump in? Have we got images of the rice paper collections? Because it might, now having seen that demo, it might well be worth you having just a little squiz at the collection of the rice papers that we've got. They come in sets of 5. They're gorgeous. Now, this is the fairies option, which is lovely. Now, you think of the sentiments that you could stamp into those as well, and the words that you could use from the stamp sets earlier. Next one is the owl and vintage floral. Oh, that's nice as well. So you've got the key. I'd probably get a couple of sets of those as well, because that owl is a real headliner, isn't it? Actually, you might want a couple of those. And flowers we'll forever want. Butterflies and flowers. Oh, now it's probably good to have one of those with a set of the flowers and the owl as well, wouldn't it? Sorry, I'm just shopping here. Please, you know, you shop as you want to, but I'm just kind of putting some suggestions your way. Next collection, fairies and textures. See, I'm loving the colour, the sepia colour tones almost in the 2 textures there, which is lovely. Vintage flowers. Ah, see, and again, remember with rice papers, it's not like you fussy cut. You can fussy cut into rice papers if you want to, but you do that feathered edging, don't you, with a wet brush, and you can take out different elements and use them in so many different ways. And you were telling me there's a ceramic slap-it-on as well, isn't there?
There is, yes.
Where you can cover something. Let me get one. Let me get
So
one.
yes,
so you can
we
cover
do,
something. Sorry, Kate, no, you
That's
tell
all right.
me.
So we do a ceramic slap-it-on for glass and ceramics. So you actually paste it onto the cup or the plate or the glass or the bowl, and then you put it onto the rice paper, marry the two together, and it moulds to the shape. Look how beautiful that is.
That's so
You
cool.
then set it in the oven.
Yeah.
The instructions are on the bottle, just for a few minutes, and then it's ready to use, and you can actually wash it. I would not put it in the dishwasher though.
Yeah.
I would wash it by hand.
And is the ceramic slap it on with us? Have
Yes,
we got some
absolutely.
on the website?
You've got it on the website.
Okay,
yes.
right.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're looking for. I would do probably the word slap. That will get you probably there the quickest, I would imagine. And then you'll find slap it on. And there's a slap it on which is a gel medium, and there'll be a ceramic slap it on. In fact, Ross is going to look for you now, so we don't have to. And we'll find the details for you. Right, sorry, Kate, where were we?
That's okay. So what I've done is I've skipped a couple of, because we're short on time,
Yeah.
so I've skipped a couple of sessions. All I've done is I've just dripped a little bit of water on here once it was dry, left it for a couple of minutes, and then just blotted it. I'm sure you've seen that done many a time. I've then flicked a little bit of gesso on it, watered down so you get a really delicate speckle with that. I'm then going to just take, if I've got a piece of card underneath it, I've just cut a piece off, and I'm going to overlay this. Now, what colour should I go for? I was going to be using this, and I have a habit of changing my mind. So this is one of the sparkly ones, okay? And as I say, it works on a vacuum, so the base actually pushes up constantly. And this has got ink in it. It's also got sparkle, which is the mica, and it's also got a binder in, which makes it actually just stick to the surface. So I should have given this a... There we go. Can you hear that now? So you can hear
yes.
There's actually a glass ball in there. So it's not plastic or anything, it's glass. And then that will actually move around. So all of ours now have glass balls in. So if you buy any sets now, they'll have those in. And then what I'm doing is I'm just going to put a nice sort of soft layer over the top of this. So it complements the warm colours because I'm using a gold, which is called a drop of golden sun. And again, dip it into the hot water. That expands the nozzle, cleans it out, lid on, and you can pop that away. And then you've actually got this lovely golden look to it. Now, normally I would leave this to dry naturally, but it's only going to take me a few seconds just to dry this off enough to give it a stamp. But I mean, the gleam on that, let me just give that a wiggle.
Oh my word, look at that.
There we go.
It's like alchemy.
It's beautiful, isn't it? It's
And
just
this,
absolutely
and this is why you formulated
stunning.
yourselves as well, isn't it? Because
It is.
it was never enough.
No, rather than leaving it up to a manufacturer to do it for us.
Yeah.
And obviously their remit is, you know, to do it as cheaply as possible to get,
Yeah.
you know, decent profit. Obviously
Yeah.
they work to what you recommend.
Yes.
But I just wanted more and more and more.
Yeah.
You know, so at least with this we do
So
get...
in the end, you said, right.
Right, yes.
Hand
let's
me
just...
the ingredients, I'll do this myself. Thanks, I've got a
That's
mixing bowl, I'll sort it out myself. Thanks. I'm sure it's a lot more complicated than that.
Just a little bit.
I can imagine.
You're not far off, really. You'd be surprised. It's not quite kitchen table. So I'm actually coming in now. I don't need these on now, so let's get rid of those. Oh, that's better. So I'm going to now stamp with the gladioli stamp. So let me just move that out of the way before I knock it over. So you can see this is such a beautiful, beautiful stamp. It's really stunning. So I'm using a VersaFine here, a nice black VersaFine. And I'm actually going to be using a ultra fine embossing powder, which is on the website as well.
Okay.
Now that might be in the way. Now I use the palm heel of my hand,
Yeah.
and if you notice I just sort of lean over, and that way I'm using the weight of my arm and body rather than the tips of my fingers, which
Yeah.
can hurt if you've got let me just move that up a little bit. There we go. If you've got dexterity issues. So I'm just going to put another layer on there because I just want the flowers for this. There we go. That's lovely. So let me move those out of the way. Incidentally, I always use a piece of paper on my mat there, just so that I'm not ruining it, the back of it. There we go.
Oh, okay, yeah.
So all you need to do is just heat that for a few seconds, and my super gun will do that in a few seconds. Yours might take a bit longer.
Oh, yeah, I forgot that we've got the...
There we go.
The jumper step heat gun.
I know, I know. So that's just...
Oh, my word.
Isn't that just stunning?
That is
It's
beautiful.
just, in actual fact, do you know what? I could change my mind and just layer that up, and that would be beautiful.
Yeah.
That's lovely, isn't it? And it's nice to get both the inks working together. Okay, so the next step is just to get rid of this for a second. Oops, that's not going to go in. Just there we go. So I'm going to actually do a journal page with this.
Okay.
So I've already cut one out. This is my favourite journal page die at the moment, and it's actually one that you sell. I don't know whether you've got any stock of it, but it's the Studio Light one, the big one.
Okay.
It's called, I think, just Simple Journal Die. Let me just move that out of the way a bit. Now this one I want all the
Ross
image.
is on a search, I can hear him.
Oh, sorry, you don't have to search for it. I don't know whether it's still being sold, to be honest, because I've had it such a long time. And again, let me just get my scrap of paper, and I'm actually going to do this as well. Now, the reason why I do this a lot is that, first of all, it makes the black line really stand out. And also, when you're colouring with a water-based medium like your Luscious or your watercolours or your translucent paints, anything like that, it's going to act as a barrier so that you get a nice clean look to it. And I'm just going to heat that up again, and meanwhile,
and I'm just going to make a quick noise only because I'm just diving into the 7-day. You know the 7-day saver. I've just been handed one because these have, since we mentioned, these have been absolutely flying out of the door. Say again, Ross. Do you know, I'm not surprised. Well, I mean, we haven't really helped matters, have we, by mentioning it? Half the stock of the 7-day saver has gone out of the door, by the way.
Wow.
So it's the Mixed Media Indigo Blue Mixed Media Special number 4 magazine. But look at what you get with it as well. I just want to, I don't know if I've got a, can I just grab a sheet of your watercolour card for a second?
Of course, absolutely. There you go.
Bless you, thank you, darling. Just so I can show you the A4 stamp set. So you have got one long big stamp there, which is every letter of the alphabet, which is absolutely brilliant. You've got borders, you've got textures, you've got background. Oh, is this a different one? Is it? Oh, sorry, have I got the wrong one? Oh, it's the third one. I've got the fourth one here. I think we've put the wrong one in the box.
One.
Sorry, my apologies. It's got a picture of the one it actually is. I'm so sorry. There you go. That'll teach me for diving in.
Well,
yes.
at least you tried.
Well, yeah, I did. And there are papers in the centre of the magazine as well, are there, Kate, on this one?
There are, yes. So, I mean, you could just show how many you get and
amazing.
the sizes of the stamps at least, because they are the same size of stamps.
Yeah.
So you'll still get that A4 size.
I mean, look, if I won't show you this close, but just across the room, if that's all right. So that's the size of the stamp set that you will get free in your 7-day saver, which is ridiculous. Plus there's a die in there, plus the centre of the magazine, and it won't be these papers because I've got a different one, but a selection of papers will be in the centre of the magazine as well. That's ridiculous. So forget the fact that, I mean, that even the $12.99 price, the value is so much bigger than that, to be honest with you. The fact that it's sold for $12.99 is just, you know, it's a bonus anyway. But today you've got it on a 7-day saver at just $9.99, and half the stock of that has sold out and gone. Apologies, I have the wrong one in the studio there, but the picture of the one it is on the website. Oh, the luscious are out.
I just wanted to quickly show you. So when I did that background with the spraying, I actually cut these into quarters. And look, if you were to just keep these in a box, and if you wanted to actually make a quick book or a card, or maybe it's just a little thank you card after Christmas, you know, you've got all these beautiful backgrounds that you could use really, really easily and quickly. And I only spent, I think, maybe half an hour just spraying different ones. And I've got a stack, an absolute stack of A4 pieces to work on. So it's really, really nice. We call those master boards.
Kay, just for those people who haven't seen Luscious, just give us a quick overview, because it's a powder, but you're using it in pallets.
Yes,
so just take us through, if you will.
You get this, which is a powder. So this is basically pigment all ground up that we get raw, and then we've added mica. This particular one, we've added an extra individual. Can you see that sparkle? Isn't that amazing? That's a new ingredient that came on the market this year. And of course we snapped it up because it is gorgeous. It's a little bit expensive, but that's me. Just like, got to have it. And we've also put a binder in there. Now the binder enables it to stick to a surface. Now I'm actually going in with a wet brush, and I'm picking up the powder and I'm putting it into a palette. In this way, I'm making it into a watercolour, but there's nothing to stop you using it lots of different ways, which is why I gave you a powder in the first place. So we use this to make paints. So if you wanted to mix this with your Slap-It-On range, you would then make a acrylic paint. If you were to mix this with wax, like a nice soft beeswax, I've even tried it with hair wax because I couldn't find it in beeswax, then you make your own gilding wax. So you just put it into a tiny little pot, mix it in, and away you go.
Of course, Catherine uses these on the jewellery moulds as well.
She does.
Brand new one day special coming at 6, just as an FYI, because you'll see the Luscious powders, I'm sure, featuring in that show with Catherine tonight at 6.
And of course we make the stamps for jewellery out of their designs as well. So it's a lovely way of working together. But yes, Catherine loves the Luscious to colour them with.
Luscious is so the best name for this. It's so
because
true,
it's so
isn't it?
true,
It's all
isn't
you
it?
could call it, really.
So so the lovely thing is that you can actually do lots of different things with them. I use them in resin as well. So you can actually make them look like opals, or perhaps just colour them in and get that lovely sparkle coming with them.
What can you paint onto then? Is it just a combination of what you mix this in with that determines
That's right,
that?
that's right. Because you can actually very easily mix this with our Slap-It-On range, as I said, and that's going to give you an acrylic base, so all of a sudden you can actually use that on different surfaces.
Could you then... Sorry to keep jumping in with ideas.
Please,
I've just
go
had
ahead.
one. It's based on what you said earlier about the mug has given me the idea. So could I mix it with the ceramic Slap-It-On to create a paint for that and then set it onto ceramic? Would that work?
You can, absolutely.
Oh,
I mean,
word.
we do
Personalised
have
mugs.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, we do have a range of paints that will go onto ceramics,
even better.
But in actual fact, I think that is probably the best way of doing it with the Slap-It-On. So the Slap-It-On matte, the Slap-It-On ceramic and glass.
You'll find if you shop by brand with indigo blue, just in fact, Ross did search the words slap it, I think. Oh, just slap.
Slap.
There's a word you didn't expect to put into a craft website. In fact, we'll show you very, very quickly because we did it on page 1. So you search for slap, 83 results came up.
It's true, look.
And the 4th is the one which you can go into glass and ceramic.
Yes, and look, the indigo blue Slap-It-On super thick.
Yeah.
That is a really, really thick, glossy, dries transparent medium.
Yeah.
Gel medium, and you can mix that with your Luscious as well.
Yeah, and we've got the matte and gloss are actually on the show today as well, but of course if you shop by brand with indigo blue. How funny that the word slap comes up 83 times on our website. Anyway, sorry, Claire, that's a by the by.
Anyway, so I just want to show you a little tip as well. So the lovely thing about having it embossed is that the water stays within that area and it doesn't cover up the black areas as well, because Luscious on its own would cover those black areas. Okay, so I'm just wetting one area and then I'm going to come in with some greens. So I'll use this green here. I'll just tell you what it's called. Let me just check. Yes, green apple. And then I'm going to just drop the colour in here and I'm just going to let the water do its job. And then I'm going to come in with a darker green, and this is called olive waistcoat. Olive waistcoat. Is it olive waistcoat? No, that's my paint. This is, no, that one's Mermaid's Tail, do beg your pardon, which is a gold base. And then I'm just going to mix that in, let the water do its job, and it will just seamlessly blend as if you've spent ages doing that. So I'm not going to spend ages doing that because that would be boring for you, great fun for me. And so what I've done is I've actually coloured this one in for you.
Oh, look at that.
Okay, so this is a little bit that I've cut off because I actually have already cut out one piece. So you can see how I've actually got all the different colours coming through. Now, if I'd have cut this one out, which I didn't have time for, you get that lovely spray on it as well.
Yes.
And this is an alternative one that I did with different colours. So it just depends what you fancy going with. I like the vibrant colours, so I'm going to go with this. And I've just put a little bit of texture behind it with some embroidery thread, and then let's just layer that up over here. If I had time, I would actually colour underneath just a fraction so you can't see anything. And then I would, I've just put a little bit there, and I've cut out another one of these little pieces just to give it a little bit more of a lift there for a beautiful looking. Isn't that gorgeous?
See, the thing is, you could just spend lots and lots of time just making fun pages like this. They may have no purpose whatsoever. They may just go into your art journal. You might just be doing it for you. It doesn't have to be for something. You can just have great fun doing it, as Kay will now demonstrate.
So very, very quickly, I know that you want to get back, but very, very quickly. So this is my art journal that I've done over the year. So this is the flower heads that you saw earlier. These are some of the other stamps that we've had over the time. But you'll recognise this.
Yes, the fritillaries.
That was a stencil. And then this is the one that we've just used, the stamp we've just used, gladioli, and this was the chamomile. Here, the bunny, little bunny, and that's the chamomile again. So you can see this time I've actually coloured in the background, but I've left the flowers completely white.
Yes.
Which is a really nice contrast.
Like a reverse pop,
Absolutely.
Isn't it?
So we have the lovely, beautiful rice papers that are on the show. We've got some more of the gladioli here. You can tell that I really liked it. And again, another of the chamomile there.
I guess as well, it's really important for you to journal, Kay, because you're forever moving forward and bringing out new collections. It's quite good to remind yourself of actually where you've been as well, because everything moves so quickly, doesn't it?
It does.
My word, honestly, and I say this so often, we needed a 3-hour show. And then again, I know we went through those stamps quite sort of slowly and deliberately at the beginning, but it was well worth it, because remember, on each of these stamp sets, and there's a lot to go through. You can carry on buying after the hour as well, by the way. Every one of them has a 25% saving from Indigo Blue to say thank you and Merry Christmas, and just a nice little treat. And sorry that the goodie bags only made it to 2 minutes and 32, and that was a long time ago, and well done if you managed to get some of those. But you can still pick up some really, really fantastic, versatile stamp sets, all with a 25% saving. Now, we haven't even mentioned the Luscious Powder collections that are in the show as well. We now don't have time to either, but if you go to the website, you'll find them all. Plus, of course, the individual sets of 5 of the Vivid sprays, plus the collection of the 25. Don't forget the rice papers as well. And listen, Kay, because even 2 hours wasn't long enough, enough for today, was it?
It wasn't.
When are you coming back?
We're not back until the 29th of January. I think it's the 29th, but it's the end of January, but with brand new collections.
We'll have a wonderful, wonderful Christmas break.
And you too.
And thank you to everything, to you for everything that you and the team bring to us, because they are incredible.
Well, it is a team effort, so thank you to everyone at Indigo Blue and all of our DT, and thanks very much to our fantastic customers. Brilliant.
They are amazing,
Merry
aren't
Christmas,
they?
everyone.
It's great. We are literally, I know this sounds so twee, but we are all like a big happy family.
We really
We'll look
are.
out for each other and whatever,
Yeah.
and care very deeply. Have a wonderful Christmas, Kay.
And
We'll
you
see you
too.
back at the end of January. Please make sure you check out your baskets, and remember to check out everything that's on the show as well. See you later. I really wanted to squeeze some more out of that hour, didn't you? But there are more fabulous hours on the way. We're creative crafting with AALL Create after the break, and then more from the one-day special with Clarity.
Shopping online with the craft store has just got easier with PayPal's Pay in 3 plan. Spread the cost of your basket, whether there is one item or many, with 3 interest-free payments. Simply choose Pay in 3 at checkout and pay for purchases between £30 and £2,000 over 3 equal instalments for the next 3 months. No fees and no interest. Spread the cost of your shopping with PayPal's Pay in 3 plan at the craft store.
Hi, I'm Jean, and together with my partner Malcolm, we run a small business in the northeast of England called Crafty Individuals. At Crafty Individuals, we're mostly involved in the design and manufacture of a very wide range of red rubber art stamps, but we also have a range of background papers and mini images that are also brilliant to create with. Personally, my background is in art and design and crafting, and most of the designs have been created by myself. We also have a great little team of other artist friends who've helped us along the way and have come up with other designs that completely work alongside our own. So do pull up a pew and join us on the shows. We can't wait to see you there.
Hi, I'm Hayley from Craft Yourself Silly, and I'm really excited to be working with you guys here at the Craft Store. We've been here since the very beginning, and hopefully we'll continue to bring you lots of new and exciting soft craft projects. So make sure you join me and Craft Yourself Silly here at the Craft Store.
Seasonal greetings all round. Yes, it is. It's Thursday afternoon. It's just hit sort of 3 o'clock, so it's sort of early evening now, because it's probably dark. It's probably dark outside. To be honest, my curtains are normally drawn by now. Neighbours think what I'm up to. We are talking, it's 3 o'clock, and it is, you are watching the very different hour this hour than the previous hour. We've still got free gifts, 1 per customer, 1 per purchase, and I'll go through all that in a minute. But what do you get it all from? Oh, it's AALL Create. Yes, indeed, AALL Create special once again. Now, as I said earlier in that little introduction, it is a totally different counter to what you were looking at from the previous show that you saw earlier today. I've got sort of the new little cuties. I've not seen them for a while. They're not actually the little girls and boys. They're little your animals that I've got on the show. which are cute. I've also got dies and stamps that correlate together as well, but if you're placing an order this hour, you are going to get the beautiful knobbly bobbly stamp as well included. One per person, so if you ordered in the last hour, you would already have this, so don't worry about it. But if you haven't ordered it already, you are going to get the new knobbly bobbly stamp. Well, it's not new, but it's worth knowing. It's number 308, so it's one of the latest ones that we are looking at for this one. So that's a gift with purchase that everyone's going to get. Talking about little gifts, it wouldn't be AALL Create. Well, it wouldn't be Christmas without her, to be honest. It wouldn't be Christmas. Without Santa, it's not Christmas. Without Janet, it's not Christmas in my life. How are you, love?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm very well,
Good.
thank you. Very
Good.
well. You've had a very busy day.
I have had a busy day, yeah.
You're here now until the new year.
I'm just here forevermore. Yeah,
You will see her constantly. She's been recording behind the scenes, but we're not allowed to go into that. That's personal. Now, what she does in her dressing room's up to her. Now, first of all, we're talking stamps. And these aren't necessarily, none of this counter I'm going to say is Christmas at all, but
No.
it's ridiculous prices is what we're talking. We sort of started sale early, I feel, with AALL Create.
I think so.
Because you are looking at $9.99 stamps that you're getting here. Oh, go on. No, go on. We'll let you look at it first. Go on. You do your job. This is your friendship stamps that you're getting in here. You're getting 2 stamps as well. If you just like to stamp and colour, this is maybe the one for you. £9.99. It will also be nice with little sympathy cards, I'm thinking as well with this one, because it's not too in your face, it's not too florally, but it's still going to work. And you've also got that beautiful sentiment in there as well. It is beautiful. You're going to get your free gift with purchase as well on top of all that. £9.99, a saving of £3 is what you're going to get. 373847 is your item number. Now, if you want to cut it out, and if you ain't into fussy cutting, let's be fair, who is? If you want to cut it out, let's go down with the die that I've got as well. Now, the die is $11.99. Okay, 523931 is your item number for this one. And it does cut out the stamp. It will cut the stamp out perfectly that you're getting. So, oh, here we go, let's cut out. So that is what you're going to get. Move that across. So that is what you're going to get once you cut it out. Obviously, the stamp's on the front. £11. Sorry, excuse me. £11.99. 523931 is your item number that you were looking at on this one. Worth having a little look. They go together like chalk and cheese. Never really understood that myself. Oh, they don't go together like chalk and cheese. Okay, they go together like cheese and wine. Or don't start cheese and wine, Prime Minister, if you're watching. Moving on. Don't start that debacle again. More stamps now. These will work. These will work with a cheeky little show, I'm going to point out, that I think is at 7 o'clock on Christmas Eve. Okay? It could be 7 o'clock Christmas Eve, Christmas Day or Boxing Day. We were unsure. We have filmed it, but it's going to be good. But they would work beautifully with those.
Yeah, so these are by Olga, and the previous one was by Olga as well, and they're just beautiful, beautiful flowers, quite realistic looking, and I just love these images stamped in black and white. I just love them in black and white. I think they're fabulous images. But if you do like your colours, anything you colour, because the shading is so good on the stamp, however you colour them, they always look good. They are beautiful stamps. And you don't have to, you can use them, obviously, I mean, that one of them there is quite a big stamp, but you don't have to use it all, and you can use parts of it, and you can layer up the flowers over the top. These, we'll see the dies in a minute, but the dies do actually cut the flower, the single flower fits over the top of the flower that's in the,
So that one fits over that centre bit there, and no doubt all these will fit into there as well. It's some of the sentiments that you've got in here as well. The time to be happy is now. You have to be happy that you've got there. Life is not going to live itself. Very true that you're looking on this one. The place to be happy, obviously, is here. Live it up, drink it down, laugh it off. Prime Minister. £16.99 is what you are looking at for this one. £16.99, 444419. He ain't watching. He's got busier stuff to deal with. 444419 is your item number that you are looking at for this. We could make Sky News at this rate, though. Anton Deck did. Now, We have got dies to go along with this as well. So I will show you the dies. Now this is one of 2 dies that go with this stamp set. So if you want to cut the big fleur-de-lis out that you've got on there, so if you want this one, I'll show you both, is this one. And then you've got these 2 are these 2. Okay, so ignore them. I've got the dies to cut out the 3 big ones for £17 and 99 pence. 922733 is your item number. If you want to cut out the rest of it though, I've also got the dies for those. So this time you're getting, it's all the little stuff that you've got. So you've got these 2, which are these 2, which are them, and then you've got these 3, which are the other 3 that I've also got on the stamp set. So you really don't have to cut anything else out on this one. £14 and 99 pence, it even cuts the tiny ones out. I see what you mean. If I turn them around, that's what they'll cut out on their own. So if you just want to make sort of apertures and things like that, these would make different aperture cards, like clouds and things that look lovely.
Or you could cut the aperture and stamp so it opens, but the
stamp's in the background.
Stamp's in the background. But also, I quite like to build them up. So if I cut a stamped image out, and then I can just cut a few blanks and sort of pile them up underneath, so you get a thicker image. So that's quite a nice effect. It can almost looks like chipboard if you do that, depending on the colours you use. So you can kind of layer them up as well, which is quite a nice thing to do.
I like this a lot. It's rare we see the dies with AALL Create. We normally only see the stamps and you think, oh, I've got to cut these out now. It's very rare we see the dies. There are dies included as well. This next set, oh my word, this is for him. Oh, that's what it's called, by the way. It's not just for him, it's for you as well. But it's for the boyfriend. Once again, AALL Create, we don't really go down the him route. It's normally florals, it's normally stamps within stamps. This necessarily doesn't have to be for him if you don't want it to be, because yes, you've got the man in the top with the $1 bill, but you've also got the lighthouse that's under there, and it's all quite nautical if you want it to be, and they're huge stamps.
These are huge stamps, yeah, and I'm going to use this one in my first demo, but it was really lovely. I can remember seeing this for the first time. There's a few stamps I can remember seeing for the first time, and this is one of them, and I just absolutely fell in love with that man. I think he's fabulous. I like the look of him, and also just his unusual. It's unusual to get a male image on a stamp. So it was one of the first ones Bipasha did with that in mind.
I like this one. Then you've got the $1 bill that's in there. Then underneath, then you've sort of got the hammer and the wrench. But then you get all the sentiments as well. So you get the father, the son, the granddad, the uncle, the husband, the boyfriend that you've got. I like this one.
Yeah.
I absolutely adore this. I might get stays on and put it on my arm.
It's a fabulous one, and it's got so much in it. So it's got a skull with headphones on.
It's got things like well done.
Yeah. It says
you're lost.
Yeah.
Just go. If you're getting divorced or anything like that, perfect to make those sorts of cards. Or if you're quitting your job, you're lost. Prime Minister, £16 and 99 pence. Oh, you'll be lost. Oh, there you go. You'll be lost without me, and we'll be lost without you as well. £16 and 99 pence, but well done if you're getting it. 491985 is your item number. Then, here we go. These are the ones. Not that I don't love these. I love colouring flowers, because that's my thing to do. But I think these are fun. These are that little bit of cheekiness that you want to add to a card, but you don't really know how to. Your little cheeky monkey stamps that you've got in there. You've got Let's Party. You've got the Queen in there as well, Mom. You've got Let's Party. I'm bananas about you. Party King. I love something different but fun.
These are good fun. These ones, and I like these are by Olga, so they have quite a nice feel about them, and she gets such character into her images, and I like the moonwalking one. He's one of my favourites. I think he's fabulous, yeah. And the one after the party.
There, this one here.
After the big weekend, yeah.
That's our floor manager Holly this morning when she walked into work. But then you can create cards that look like these. These are beautiful, beautiful. Just using smaller and using them ATCs, but then putting them on the fronts of the cards that you've got in there. If it requires pants or bra, it's not happening today. I like this. I like all this. Oh, do you want to read some more? I plan my whole day around possible of a nap. That is true. I really do. I'd like to announce I have no idea what I'm doing. Prime Minister. £9, and not, I'm going to use that for every stamp that I've got. All of these. If you're thinking though, you're looking at these and you're going, I like these, but how did they get that fine detail? I've cut them out. I've got the dies to match. So I have the dies that will cut them all out, even down to the king and queen that you've got in there. They're only £11.99. Now, as I say, they don't look much there, but obviously they go hand in hand with the dies. So once you've stamped and dies, that's what you're going to get. So all those dies will work with all of that you are currently seeing there at the moment. But for things like for kids' parties, like just attaching them to straws and stuff, very quick and simple ideas to do, but it makes you stand out. It makes your party different from them down at the bottom. £11.99, 301539 is your item number. Then Life's a Beach that you've got in there, like this one. These are up my street. I like these because, once again, there's so many things that you can do with them. You have got, I'm going to spin them around, okay? I'm going to spin it around so you can read them and see what they do. So you've got the cat looking up. Then you've got sort of the crocodile with his sunglasses gone. You've got the, I wish you were here, because obviously you've got fish in there and then you've got the empty bowl. Time spent at the beach is never wasted, very true. Just keep swimming, just keep swimming. The simple things in life can make you happy. It's true. Dip your toes in the sand, you can when it's hot. Ocean vibes that you've got there, Lighthouse Family Classic. I like the fish look, you've got them in different shapes. I know, but ocean vibes, sounds the same. Well done for joining the party. You've got the three different fish that face the different ways, but then you've also got the treasure chest at the bottom as well. So if you want to go under the sea and things like that, these would make cracking little penny slider cards. So imagine having the beach on one side and then a penny slider that goes all the way down. They're a nice look at that, using some of the backgrounds that you've got in there. Then you've also got the little fish bowls. And then you've got, I love all of this one's nice. Look at that with all the fish flying out. That is good, isn't it? I'm glad we all agree. There's so many more. This one's cute. Look at that. Cat in the palm of your hand. But there's so many more. Oh, using wings. Joe Rice is there, making him a cool dude. Little film strips. Even, I like the scene that you can build out of these. That really works well. Like this one, you're loving it too. £9.99. Fairy Berry is up next. That you're turning these ones. Oh, look at these. So you get the bear, the same bear, may I add. Oh, no, there's a cat. Well, it could be the same. So you get it in fairy form. These are nice. These are nice. These would be nice on shrink plastic. I miss you very much. Have a very nice day. You are one of a kind. Thanks. Wish you a superpowers today. I wish you had superpowers today. Never lose sight of your dreams. Very true. Here's a sparkle of berry dust to make your day shine. I like the stars in there. Quite background stamps, I feel.
Yeah, those are really nice. And don't overlook those ones. They're on there that they can be used for lots of different projects. And these are fabulous. I love these little fairies. And isn't that just the cutest little thing?
These are
it's a little matchbox size. It's fabulous.
Look at these. These would be good in your journals. I love a shaker card on TV. Look at that. With the berries that you got on there. I love the little berries. Very busy for these, £9.99. Nice little Christmas gift. We've also got dogs, I've got pigs, I've got more bears. The best mate is up next. So let's look at the stamp in stamp form that you're getting here. So you get the little dog in the dog house. It could also be a little log cabin if you want it to be. For my best bud, high five that you get there. No day so... what's that? No day so bad if I can't be fixed with a map. Very true. Then you've also got the little fence and the dog as well. Just quickly, you can do cards that look a little bit like this. £9.99, 004085 is your item number. Pigs, Dirty Dames up next that we've got. I do like these. As I said, if you do like little journals and little books and you want to do kids' books, you're stinking cute. Sending warm hugs. It's like the mother-in-law. Miss your snout. Well, you've got the little bar, but because they're all the same size, they're all going to work as well. So things like this, Look at these. These are so beautiful. But then, go plain and simple. Just stamp them all out and work it. They all work really, really well. £9.99, 982828 is your item number. I'm going to have to do it live. Right then, Honey Bear's up next. And £9.99. I've had chocolates. What about it? I literally, between our pre-record, I had, there was chocolates in the green room. It does always send me off. I should really learn not to eat before I come on air. £9.99 for your bear. Should we turn them around? Oh, you can see them here, look. I like your berry much that you've got in there. Have a berry special day. And it's sort of a play on that well-known bear that likes honey.
Yeah, exactly. And you've got the balloons there as well, so you could easily cut those and put them with anybody else that it's, if you wanted balloons on a card or a project of any sort. So always very useful. And as I say, I really like the little characters, the little characterisation that Olga manages to get for her little people there.
I like, oh, look at these.
Yeah.
These are super, super cute. They really are very busy for the bears as well now. Foxy Friends is what we've skipped. Cheeky, what? Friends, best friends up next. Everyone needs good friends. This is Squeak Friends. These are your squirrels that we're looking at now. Like this one because you get the branch, okay? I like that one just there, the angry one. That is me all over. That it really is. Then you get the little ones that are sort of lifting each other up. They could be hanging off the branch, like they're literally clinging on.
Yeah.
You get the little, ooh, damn and blast. Yippies with the acorns that you've got. I love this one for £9.99. Give it a spin so you can see what to win. £9.99. Dream bigger and reach higher. Hooray! But he could also be off the branch as well, just hanging upside down. He does look happy. Look at him. He looks cheeky, like he's eating his nuts. £9.99 that you've got. Once again, things like this. Look. This is. Oh, hello. Sorry. I like that because using the backgrounds that we've also got on the show works well. £9.99. Done by someone called Janet. Very clever lady. Wish I could meet her. £9.99 is what you're looking at for 7163 more numbers. Then we're going foxes. Foxes is what you're talking about next. £9.99. 522757 is your item number. Shall we spin it round? Let's have a little look. Once again, really cute. I like the trees that you've got in there because the trees would work with all your other things. So you've got like love you, I'm so sorry, hey foxy. You've also got just wanted to say hi. That's nice. I like this because then you could also put things on his t-shirt like hey foxy and stuff like that. Be wild would be nice. Then you've also got the tree. So then you can go from the smallest of cards, that works, to that, still small as well. Then once your confident builds, you can go to that. Then you want to go mix.
That one's got the knobbly bubbles in the background.
Oh, that's got the knobbly bubble. Is the free gift.
Yeah.
That's your free gift in the background that we're looking at there. So there's your free gift that you'll get with purchase as well. So your knobbly bobblies that's in there. And then if you want to go mixed media, you can go mixed media with your washi tapes. £9.95. Choose any 5. No doubt it's still there. £9.99. 522757. Then last but no means least, I've also got a few sloths. A few sloths that you've got here. Chillax and carry on. Oh, I like this one. What's up, mate? You are my favourite to hang out with, and you also get your branches included with this as well. £9.99 is what you're looking at for these one. I like these because you can go knightlet size. So these are your inky backgrounds that you never know what to do with. So now you can start creating them. That's nice, like 3D element that you've got in there. Look. So it's been cut out. A little bit of fussy cutting going on. A little bit onto chipboard. Beautiful. Absolutely beautiful. 131, there's loads more on the website. Check the website out. There's hundreds of stuff on the website if I was you. We are very busy across the board is what we are, but we are extremely busy for the flowers. Now, busy for the flowers and the dies that all work together. But it's come to that time of the show where we have to go over to Crafty Corner to see what we're up to and what we're creating.
So I thought I normally do quite small projects, but today I'm going large. So I just thought it'd be nice to use, because this is a nice big stamp, so I thought I'd just combine it with some of the other stamps and background elements and do a little collage for a change. So I have an A4 sheet of card, and I'm starting just by stamping my big stamp. So this is from For Him, which is fabulous, and if I'm honest, I like the man stamp best. And I always tend to use that one, and I very rarely use this one. I thought, no, I'm going to be good, and I'm going to use the other stamp this time.
What is it about the man stamp that you like so much?
I don't know, there's just something about him that's nice. I know Leonie said if anybody looked like him, could they apply to be her husband?
Well, we've worked out our director today. Looks a little bit like him in a few years' time.
It's funny actually, because I'd said I hadn't seen men with their hair tied back like that, and they said,
it's not a thing, that's what.
No, but then suddenly I noticed every other man had his hair tied back like that. I was, okay.
Oh, it's
one of those things you notice, yeah.
Yeah,
you didn't notice, but so. Just plenty of ink on my stamp.
It was lockdown locks, wasn't it? So everyone couldn't get their hair cut.
Lockdown locks. Oh, I see. So they all had. Right. So then that's going to go in this corner here. So it's a big stamp, big old size stamp. This one. So I'm on my A4 acrylic block with this one. I hope it comes out. I've been having much luck with my stamping recently. So we'll give it a nice flex, so you can do it either way. So a little prayer and hope that all comes out. Yeah, fantastic. So that's a nice stamp, that's a good size stamp. And I'm going to just mix it in with the I get Voyager and Navigate Home muddled up. This is Navigate Home. So this is a fabulous one by Bipasha. And you've got your fabulous toucan on his ship's wheel, and the anchor and binoculars and whatever that is on there as well. So nice nautical. So I thought I'd kind of go sort of nautical with this.
Details on the screen for this stamp set. £11.99 is what you're looking at for this one. I do like these. Because I think it's the other elements that you want to use in them. So if you just want to use the skull and the headphones, you've got that. You've got your lighthouse in there as well.
And they do look beautiful, just coloured in as well. So you don't have to do all this with them. You can just use them quite simply. Now I want to tie this in. So on here somewhere, there's this little thread here. And I'm just going to tie it in with this little thread here. So it kind of all looks as though it's part, as long as I haven't stamped that too high up this time. And then I'm using my A6 block this time. So that kind of all ties in, so it looks as though it's all part of the same stamp when it works.
It does work. It looks like it's all part of the stamp.
So that kind of all just mingles in as though it's part of the same stamp. So then I'm going to do some background stamping. So I'm using here, which I hope we've got, are the
we'll find it.
Lined triangles, which are fabulous. So again by Bipasha, so fantastic stamp. Nice to use as it is, nice to use on its own, but nice with
just trying to find them at the moment. They're on there somewhere. You'll find them on the website. I'll try and find the details for you.
Are they not on the show? I thought they were on the show.
I don't know. We're currently looking. I think we're on page 2 of 407.
I thought they were on the show. Maybe I'm sorry, I might have been wrong.
They probably are on the show, but they're probably on the last page. Everything's always on that last page.
So I'm using, what am I using?
They're not on the show. You'll find them on the website.
Salvage patina and brushed corduroy.
They are on a show on Christmas Eve. Were they the ones using Christmas Eve?
They were, but I'm sure they were on this show. Oh well, sorry about that.
How do I know what, Miss Lee? How do we know it's on Christmas Eve?
We have the power of prediction, don't we?
Because we've just pre-recorded it, and we looked at the schedule's already out. Apparently everyone knows it was a pre-record. Me and Janet stood here. We were very festive. We had mulled wine. Yes!
It's pies.
I'm telling you, look at me.
So I'm just adding some of that, and some of it's going to be a bit darker than others, so I'm just going to
I like these.
Smaller. I like these as well. I like doing this.
And this is sort of one of those ones that if you did go a bit awry, you could just cut them out and use them as mats and layers on top of other things. How?
Definitely.
I've got semicircles and diamonds on the show, but I haven't got the triangles.
Sorry about that.
That's all. You never need to apologise. But they're asking if you could start again. And use something that we've got on the show.
The whole day, yeah.
But you could do this with any other.
You could do any of the. So what have we got?
Diamonds.
Diamonds, it would work.
Semicircles,
it would work. Yeah, all of those, it would work. I don't know why I sort of
you've had a very long
gone
day.
completely mad. Never mind. So we'll just quickly fill those bits in. So just kind of doing that. But as I say, it would work with any of the other background stamps that we've got that are on the show. Right. So then I'm going to add a little bit more, and I'm going to use, this is Deep Focus, which I hope is on the show. And I'm using, so this is a fabulous stamp set. So it's got this lovely stamp here with the which you could use as build a little scene inside there, or you could cut that out and put a photo behind it. So it's a fantastic stamp. But I like this, so I'm using this bit for the moment just to add a little bit more into my background.
Let's bring up the details of Deep Focus. £11.99 is what you're looking at for this one. 000409 is your item number, that's what you're looking at. 11 stamps in total.
So I'm just using the same colour ink, which is brushed corduroy, and where it's a bit paler, where this didn't stamp quite as much, I'm just going to stamp a few little bits of this into there as well, just to make it a different background, but just to give something different.
Is this music notes? Is it music? Is it a music
well,
score?
yes, I guess it could be. A little flourish of some sort. Yeah, I see music notes in there. Could be anything really.
Clef?
Yeah, could be.
And a quaver.
So I'm just going to add a little touch of that here and there. And
I like this.
Just going to add a little bit more in here.
It does look very Treasure Maps-esque, doesn't it, Katie?
So we'll do one bit in there as well, if there's anything left, yeah. So that's that. And then I am, because I forgot to do this before, so I'm going to do this while I remember it.
Okay.
Is my stenciling. So I want to use just a few bits of stencil. So I'm using the same colour ink, which is salvaged patina.
This is cobbles and numbers?
This is, sorry, this
Number
is
wall?
flagstone figures. So
Flagstone
it comes
figures.
with, this is the A5 version, and it comes obviously with the, the 4x4.
There's an A4 version. £10.98 is what you're looking at on this one. You get the number wall and the flagstone figures, £10.98.
So I'm just going to add in some of this. I like using my fingers as a little rack to hold my ink pads so they don't move around too much.
Someone needs to make something just to hold in stencils. Like a stencil holder.
Stencil holder. Is that not coming out? Oh, yes, it is a bit. So it just adds a little bit of colour to it as well. So I'm going to come down here where it's a bit less busy. A little bit, and I'll do a bit down here as well.
And this is only from 2 stamp sets. Let's put that. Obviously, we've had more for the background, but You can really go to town. Imagine this as a printed card, or you could use it as a journal cover. Everything that Janet's doing now, you could use it inside your journal. This could be a journal page.
Yeah, I kind of thought of this more as because of the size of it, really, as more of a journal page. And then I'm going to add, just bring in an element here, which is my die. So I'm using the die, which is number 14, cells. And what I've done is I've cut this out. To be a bit careful because what's on the back. And when you cut it out, it has the frame to it. And I didn't want the frame on there, so I've just snipped part of that away. So you can obviously just snip bits that you want to snip. I like these numbers just on their own as well, so I quite often snip those away and use them. And you can have things standing on them, or they can just be sort of tucked in as part of the design somewhere. So stencil, as with everything, you don't just have to use them exactly as they are. You can always just make them your own. So I'm going to pop that. Just going to go about there. Yep. And then I'm going to do some edging as well, so I always have to add a bit of black around the edges. So it always looks better once you start to add the black around the edges as well. It kind of makes it look less busy somehow. So I'm using the stamp from, this is from Deep Focus again. And I'm using this section here. This is little splodge here, which makes a really nice.
Well, it sort of frames it, doesn't it?
It does frame it, yeah.
And then draws the eye into the centre.
It
but
does.
Quite stop makes it.
And
stop
also once you colour it, it makes it look less busy as well, because obviously then the main image kind of comes out a little bit more. At the moment, it's kind of right in the background, but that does help to bring that out. So I'm going to use this.
Have you matted and layered that? Is that a black? Is that
Yeah,
white, black, and then white again? Or is that your
no,
special?
it's my go round the edge and then just added onto some white card. So I trimmed it. It's just a little bit less than A4, and I just went round with a black pen and then put it onto A4.
The black pen idea is a very good idea.
Yeah, it's from Barbara Gray, actually. It's where that comes from.
Our Babs.
Our Barbara. Yeah.
Jane Barbara.
Yeah.
Nanny B.
I cannot claim it as my own. It's one of those where I saw her do it, and then one day I realised how it was done. I thought, oh, that makes life so much easier.
It's like a magician. Once you work out this trick.
Once you twig it, it was like, oh, that's so much easier. So I'm just popping this around the edge a little bit.
Deep Focus, if you want to get hold of this stamp as well, £11, 99 pence, saving of £6. All the zeros, 409 is your item number. Remember, you can jump to the website, you can tap the app, or you can give me a call, 0330 175 552, to speak to the lovely call centre upstairs. They're all in today. Jim's in, makes a good lemon sponge, Jim does.
And then as another part of my edging, I'm using the fantastic, this is Memento Mori, and you've got this nice, obviously you've got all these lovely elements as well, but you've got this nice text stamp here. And these make nice framing edges as well. So I'm just going to use a little bit of that to also frame the edge. So I'm just going to ink up a little bit.
Now, is it a case of the smaller the stamp, take the stamp to the ink, or is it a case of this is do as I say and not as I do?
No,
it varies from stamp to stamp. I've noticed a lot of people do it.
Yeah.
If it's the bigger the stamp, they take the ink pad to the stamp.
If you're stamping a big stamp and you want a nice, crisp, proper image, always take the ink pad to the stamp. If it's a small stamp, even if it's a small stamp, if I wanted a nice image, I would always take the ink pad to the stamp. If I'm doing like background stamping, where I'm not too bothered whether it comes out that well or not, I will tend to do this because it's quicker. For me, this is, but don't press too hard. So when you're doing this, you don't press too hard because it's more of a tendency to sort of squelch into the ink, which you don't want to do. Okay. But also, it's just quicker. If I was doing this and then doing that and then doing that, it takes ages. So it's just quicker for this. So I absolutely use both ways of doing it, and it depends very much on what I'm stamping. But always, for a good, proper image, always, I would say take the ink pad to the stamp here. You've got a lot more control over the ink that's on the stamp if you do it that way.
These little hints and tips that take your work to another level.
Yeah, it's kind of, it's interesting to, it's nice to know why you know, obviously people, I tend to just do it and forget that I'm doing it any different to, so I'm quite enjoying this, so I'm just going to do a bit more.
Enjoy your way. Go on, you enjoy yourself.
So, I'll do a bit more. I haven't got much on this edge yet, so we'll do a bit more on here.
Is this a project you could get lost in?
Oh yeah, I could carry on doing all sorts with this, and also then I'd have to sit and colour it, which, in fact, I coloured it at home. I coloured this before. I did some of the background and then coloured it, so that then you kind of get more of an idea of how the finished article is going to look. So I think I've almost done that. So all I'm going to do, obviously, I would colour that in. But I just want to add. I've got some washi. So
Washi
hopefully,
tape, £9.95, 5 reels, 30 metres, 10 metres, 30 metres.
10 metres a roll.
10 metres a roll, 31.7 centimetres before it repeats.
37.2.
Oh!
Sort of thereabouts.
37.2 before it actually repeats is what you're looking at. We've not got the washi on this show. You've seen it enough though.
No, I knew that wasn't on, but I didn't got a stamp on the show that was a nice big enough one to.
It'll be there somewhere. It'll be on the website somewhere.
Yeah.
That cracking little deal. Well, who knows how long that deal will be around for?
So I'm using the white on black, the black writing on the white. I don't want that word. No, I'll use that word because it kind of blends into the background and leaves you with the word. If we also do them where it's the other way round. You've got the black, yeah. And that would be a bit harsher on there, I think. Oops. And it's always quite nice just to tear. It also blends in more if you tear it. It's like when if you're putting rice paper on a project, it blends in better if you tear the edges and have a harsh edge.
Give you that harsh line.
Yeah.
£16.99 though for the hymn stamp. That's that one with the big lighthouse in the corner. That's what we're currently looking at the moment.
Go there. And then I have just coloured it all in. So I've used, just coloured the same sort of colours. I tried to find the same colours that matched in with the inks that I've used. So I've just coloured the blues and the browns and then just brought in a little bit of red to liven it up a bit.
Beautiful. While we let Janet set up for another demonstration, let me give you a little recap. Remember, with every purchase that you are going to be getting, I'm just going to quickly swap these over there, as you can see, you're going to get this free gift, okay? Every one per customer. So if you ordered in the previous hour, you're thinking, oh, I've already ordered, will I get 2? No, I have been told it's 1 per customer that you're looking at, but you will get this free gift, okay? So ignore this. This is free. That's 1 per customer. The details on the side of your screen are now for this that you're looking at the moment. This is your friendship stamp, your border friendship stamps. Nice for DL cards and down the centre of DL cards that you got there. It'll also be nice for sympathy cards that you've got on it as well. So if you wanted to do a little sympathy card, it'd be beautiful for those ones. £9.99. They are quite real looking. You can sort of see them in sort of like a little vase, or you could do a little cluster of them. If you took the top off, you got that little cluster of flowers that you've got in there. So you could just use that little bit. There you go. Look, we'll edit it. Cleverly edited. And it would work landscape portrait, upside diagonal. Just a small little bit, use it as a border, you know, pop it on a card, have it down your arm, stays on, it's up to you. £9 and don't do that. £9.99, 373847 is your item number. Be good if you, it would be good though if you're going for a little fancy dress party and you get some face paint and sort of stamp it up. You could go full, next time you're in town, I'm going to go full sleeves. All the way, all in Create, all down.
All down, are you?
All down my arm.
It would make, oh no, not that one. There's the other one would make quite a good tattoo.
It would make a
well,
good tattoo. Knowing me, I'd have the little cuties and I'd go all wrong. Little people all down my arm. Anyway, if you want the die that goes with it, this is said die that you are getting. Obviously, it looks nothing that's on there, does it? It doesn't look anything at all, but it works with the stamp that you're getting here. So it does work hand in hand, and it will cut everything out for you that you are looking at. A lot of people going for both. It does sort of work to go together, doesn't it? £11.99, 523931 is your item number. But, oh, let's go blooming. Love the blooming. Love this little stamp set that we've got here. This is your blooming fields that you got 12 stamps, big stamps as well. That you've got on this, very big stamps. Live it up, drink it down, laugh it off. Life is not going to live itself. The place to be happy is here. No, the time to be happy is now. And then you've got these beautiful, that would look nice sort of in the corner of your card, sort of on an angle, or you just use it. You do that, and then you sort of put, if you've got a large candle stamp just in the middle, like you'll go around a candle, like a wreath. £16.99. If you're thinking, I like it though, but I want something to cut it out of, I've also got the dies to match, but they come in sets, okay? They're 2 different sets. Set 1 will cut you the big flower, and the 2 little ones. It will cut you the ones on the stick. Well, you can see what it's going to cut you there. So it's going to cut you the big one and the 2 little ones in your stamp set. £17.99 with an £8 saving. 922733 is your item number on that one. And then if you want to cut if you want to cut out everything else that you've got there, £14.99 is what you're looking at. I generally didn't know what I was saying there. 867778 is your item number. Like these. I like this bundle a lot. I do like the florals that we've got. I've got one more that Janet used earlier. I'm going to show you samples with this one. Because I forget they're under the counter now. We put them on there. Look at that. Maybe something for him as a little wash bag. That is cute, isn't it, that you've got there? Have I got more? Yes, I've got more here. So you can go things like, oh, there you are. Let's do them on backgrounds. Let's go all arty. That's nice. Really nice. Stamping them out. See, you make cards like this, you could give it to anyone. What, you're not made a card? Just make 10 of them. Bosh, done. There you go, card for you. What, it's not for me? Oh, yeah, no, it is for you. And you just cross out what you don't need. What, granddad's birthday, father, son, uncle, husband, boyfriend, gone.
Or you could highlight the one you do.
Or yes.
Circle round the one you were.
Just circle the one, like a little tick box exercise. Birthday, there you go, there's your card. I like the card, I love that, look at that. Love that. There's something quite Treasure Island-esque, Muppets Treasure Island about it though, like it's nothing to do with the Muppets. £16.99, 491985 is your item number. I've also got cuties on the show as well. And talking about cuties, let's go back for another demonstration. Yes, I'm coming back to you. It's Janet, what you're... Whoa, that's a big one.
I was just doing my exercise of getting this off the backing sheet.
Look at this. What's this?
So this is Layered Grunge by Tracy. So, sorry, I have to have it this way to read it, and then I'll turn it up that way, so it's the design. So this is Layered Grunge by Tracy, which is a fantastic background stamp. So you've got your beautiful circles with your dream, you've got your art and all your hearts, and just lots of little bits and pieces on there. So it's a really, really
I've never
nice
seen.
background
Oh, it's
stamp.
55. That's
It's
why
an older
I've not
one,
seen
yeah.
it.
It's an older one, but it's a shame. I mean, obviously we have to bring out new stamps all the time, but it's a shame not to go back and use the older ones because they are amazing stamps, and especially if you're on the design team, you tend to miss the stamps. You do one lot, then you've got the next lot. You have to work with them, so you don't ever go back and use the old ones. So it's really nice to be able to. So I'm going to be using the monkeys for this. So I'm going to stamp 2 bits of card out, and I'm going to use one side's going to have the dream and the other side's going to have the art on it. So I'm going to use my...
I wonder what was the very first stamp. Stamp 1.
Stamp 1 was a sort of florally type. I think it had sort of flowers on, and it had the words in French. It all begins with a dream, but it was in French, so tu commences par un rêve or something like that.
Oh, Sacre
So,
Bleu, Eiffel Tower.
Yeah.
Oh, may we. If you've got stamp 1, send me a photo. Or stamp 4. What was stamp 4?
Oh, do I know stamp 4? No, I don't know stamp 4.
Because we're over 600 stamps now.
Yeah, 620 we're on to now.
I wonder if someone's got them all. I wonder if there's somebody out there that's got all. Well, I'm guessing you have.
Not all of them.
haven't
Not
you?
absolutely all. I've got them since I joined the design team. I've obviously got all of them, and I've got quite a lot from before that, but I haven't got absolutely everything. I haven't got number 1 actually. So I'd quite like that. Abs. Quite like number 1.
Abs, if you're watching. Come on, it's Christmas. Come on, stop being Scrooge.
Oh no, he's not.
Send her a number 1. She just wants a number 1.
We won't go to the next section of that bit.
Yes.
So,
yeah, no, let's not.
Let's not do that. So that's that bit. Didn't quite stamp out, but never mind. And then I'm going to just use the other half on my other stamp.
We are busy. Remember, you get your gift with purchase as well on top of all of this. £16.99, 579047 though for this giant stamp.
Giant stamp, but it can be used in other ways as well.
That is
So
a
you
lot of
don't
stamp
have
for
to
your
use
money
it.
for
It's a lot of
£17.
yeah, and it's such a nice stamp. It looks really nice if you stamp it in, if you ink it in different colours, and then stamp it as a background as well. That looks really nice.
It's an instant journal cover, isn't it? Or I can see a little book.
Yeah.
Stamp it out, fold it in half.
Yeah. Actually, as it's done that, I'm going to give that. So if your card happens to stick to your stamp, you can just rub the back of it as well, just to hope you get a nice image. Yeah, that's nice. I like that. Just leave that on there for now. So then my idea is I'm going to use my little monkeys, so I'll just stamp them out as well. Just let me.
£9.99 for your little monkeys.
So let's pop them in
9
here.
stamps in total. If you want dies as well, you can also get them separately.
So I like these. I like these, all these different monkeys. I'll get them all. I'll do them 2 and 2. So again, these are really nice, just fun little characters as well. And it's nice for you, I think, to put your own touches of humour to it. So depending on if you know somebody that this would relate to particularly, or if someone's in a particular situation, you can sort of put these little monkeys in that sort of situation. If you've got a nice little scene to put them in, add your own little text that would make it sort of quite amusing as well. So really nice.
I reckon I would also go with the scenes from the little cuties.
Yes, you could. You could mix and match with Janet's designs as well. So if you've got Janet's designs already, you can use some of the elements that would go with that. But also in some of our cuties here that we've got today from Mulberry, you've got trees, you've got your little wooden sheds and things. So it would all work together.
You've got trees, branches, fence posts.
Yeah.
The little sea scene that you've got goldfish bowl, fences, styes.
Yeah, little blades of grass and all sorts. So they all work just really nicely
Balloons.
to kind of create a scene.
If you want cardstock as well, join me this evening, 7 o'clock, Thursday.
So these are like, so he's my well, those two are my favourites. I like those two. I like the moonwalking one. I think he's really cool. And he's quite nice. If I've got these die cuts, obviously we've got the dies, and I quite like, with the moonwalking one, I quite like putting him in 3s.
Oh, look at these.
And just doing him a little sort of
good.
thing like that. It's not what I'm going to do today, but it's one of the things I really like doing with that one. So yeah, so they all work really nicely together. So then I'm just going to add a little bit of ink to my card. Okay.
All right there.
No, it's fine. I didn't get the ink pads out. So I'm going pink and orange again. So I'm just going to sweep a little bit of colour around the edges of here. And I want to leave this big circle sort of fairly bright, so I'm not going to touch that.
Look at that.
And
See, once again, just adding a splash of colour on there.
Yeah.
Really enhances that stamp.
It does. It just brings out the... And you can highlight whichever areas you want to highlight. So for this one, I haven't really got a circle I particularly want to highlight. So I am going to just leave the centre. Maybe I'll do these two. So it doesn't really take a lot of ink to do this. And I am only leaving it faint because I'm going to add a bit more colour with stencils as well. So stencils have I got?
What are you looking
Where
for?
did I put my stencils here? stencils that are actually in the show.
The stencils that we've got in the show, here we go.
That's what I'm looking for, so I'm hoping these are me bugs and me brick walls,
the brick wall and
bubbles.
bug house.
Yeah.
Details are going to come in for this one.
So we like circles, so I use the circle.
£10.98, so you're looking at for your bubbles and your bug house. Your little bug hotel. 688996 is your item number.
And I like tone on tone as well, so I like to put a little bit of colour down first.
Look at that.
I like to put a little bit of colour down first, just to... And I also like using part of stencil. I very rarely actually put a stencil down and do that over the whole lot. I usually tend to use it in bits. So, and because you've got the different size stencils as well, the circles, you can kind of pick the ones you want to use that will... So a really big one would overwhelm that area, so it's kind of looking for the smaller ones to just go in this corner.
Details on screen for both these stencils. You get the large and you also get the small in there as well, which is nice because sometimes you don't want a big A4 stencil. You just want to sort of use a littler stencil that you've got. 688996 is your item number for this one. It's worth having a little look.
Oops, and then I'm just going to do my pink as well. And what can we use for the pink? Shall we use my diamonds.
Little diamonds we've got on the show as well.
So this is Doton diamonds. So these are nice. These are abs. Well, I think all the stencils are abs. So we've got the nice different sizes here as well. So I'm going to just use some of them.
£11.98 is what you're looking at for this one.
And even the small ones, if you use a brush, you can pick up the detail of the small ones, so they will work through and they will still look like little diamonds, so they do still look, you don't lose the detail on them, even though they're small. And Leonie was telling me that apparently someone has a job of making sure that all these little bits, once they've cut them, that all the little bits are popped out. And if they don't sort of fall out automatically in the machine, someone has to sit there and prod through with a pokey tool. Yeah, doesn't sound like I should.
That is true. That's why Tracy's only ever in a blue moon. That's why we've not seen Jo Rice for months. Because she's sitting popping all these pencils
little diamonds out. Yeah.
Poor old Jo. We've only got 3 minutes left.
Oh gosh!
And now we're having a lovely photo. Look at us.
Oh right, okay. Well, in that case, I'll just show you what my plan was in case I don't get anywhere with it. So I was going to use my little lying down one. He was going to sit on there to say dream. So he was going to pop on there. And then this one, it says follow your dreams here. So I was going to put my one here with his dancing. And then the other two, I was just going to pop around. That one, where's the other one? That one.
Monkeys on the screen, £9.99, 537 579 is your item number. Oh, look at that though.
So I was going to do that. I've got some more background stamping and things to do, but
you can still do it for
do a bit more.
5, 6, 7. You've got about 2.5 minutes.
Oh, okay.
Like that's to the official to the end.
To the end, to the very end.
Menu. That's to the very end. That's all my time as well.
Okay.
But I'll give it to you.
No, that's all right. I don't need all of it.
Time.
And then I'm using my diamonds, my background stamp again. I'll just add a few little touches of black in here, just little touches to attach there. And I'll use the semicircles.
We've also got the circle, the half circles. You'll find those on the website as well. £9.98. Those are for your diamonds and script diamonds that you've got on there. Let's bring up the circles. Are these full circles or half circles?
These are semicircles, yeah.
Semicircles, script and semicircles, £9.98 once again.
And then I would just do my edging on that, and might be it.
Just over a minute left.
Okay. There's my edging.
We'll watch them edge. Go look.
I just like to do, because it does make a difference when once you've done that. And I don't think I've got a big enough piece of white to just actually mat it onto, but it does actually, fantastic. It does actually make a difference.
It looks like
once you've
massive
measured, yeah. And then that. And what I would do as well is just maybe just highlight round here, so that with a black pencil, so that actually shows up a little bit more, and perhaps just add a little bit more background and obviously
love it all. Right then, I've only got 30 seconds left of this hour. Janet, you are back not tomorrow?
No,
Next
not
hour.
tomorrow, no. I'm going home now. I'm back on the 18th with the one-day special.
Back on the 18th for the one-day special. I will see you, though, Christmas Eve, 7 o'clock.
7 o'clock,
yep. It's a date. Yep. You don't want to miss it. It's a hoot. We learnt about elephants and squeaking. Trust me, you don't want to miss that. Don't go anywhere. Thanks, Janet. Always a pleasure.
Thank you. Yeah,
always
lovely
a
to
pleasure.
work
Drive
with you
safe.
again.
Have a good Christmas.
Thank
Do
you.
don't go anywhere either. Janice is up next with the final call, but I'll tell you all that in about seconds. Yes, indeed, crafting with Paul Church. I wonder what shirt he's wearing. I wonder if it's polka dot, floral, little Carmen Miranda headpiece on. Don't know, we'll have to all tune in together.
Exciting news! For the 5th year in a row, the craft store has been awarded the top accolade of the Platinum Trusted Service Award from FIFO. These awards recognise businesses that deliver exceptional experiences as rated by you, our customers, and we are honoured to have been selected. The Trusted Service Award means you can shop with confidence based on the reviews from over 60,000 The Craft Store customer experiences. Thank you for your independent reviews. It means a lot to us.
Hi, I'm Julie. And I'm Paula. And together we are Julie Hickey Designs. We formed our partnership after many years of friendship, after both of us being in the craft industry for well over 20 years. The thing I love to do most is to share my ideas, hints and tips with you, the viewers, so I can inspire you to pick up a stamp and get creating.
Hi, I'm Lou from Studio Light. Studio Light has been around for about 40 years now. They're based in the Netherlands. It's a family-run business with a great heritage. The products that Studio Light bring us are very diverse, fantastic dyes, great papers, but all round on trend. Over the 40 years Studio Light have evolved. They listen to me, the demonstrator, and you, the customers, and really take our ideas on board. We'll share with you the diverse techniques and products will inspire you to produce your own individual pieces of artwork. So make sure you don't miss the Studio Light shows.
Hiya, I'm Hazel Eaton from Pink Frog. Pink Frog is an established company. You may have seen us in shows up and down the country. It's a family-run business up in Chesterfield. We have a wide range of designs and we're particularly known for our flower dies and flower stamps. On our shows, I hope to bring you many hints and tips and techniques to inspire you, the crafter, at home. Make sure you don't miss the Pink Frog shows.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you're well. Are you inspired? Yes, you are. We all are here in the studio just watching those beautiful samples of those flowers. And this is something that is totally achievable at home. We have got a tremendous deal for you. We've got a one-day special with a saving. We've got your additional extras. But you know what? We know what you are like at home. You'll see everything and you'll just say, I want it and I want it now. So what we've done, we've carried over your savings into the whole complete bundle and given you some more on top. Yes, we have. This is a brand new concept from Clarity Stamps. It's a wonderful way to introduce you into the world of pergamano, into the world of parchment, and into the wonderful world of white working as well. All of those combined, you can do your white work, you can also bring your colour into your designs as well, so you'll be able to make and create some professional looking, beautiful artwork that will stay with you and with the recipient for years to come. It's something like an heirloom, isn't it, when you get designs like this. Now, most people are going for the complete collection. Over 70% of the stock has gone. 888401 is your item number. We're going to take you through everything you get in that complete collection with our wonderful Paul Church, who joins us live on Skype. Good afternoon, Paul.
Good afternoon, Janice. How are you?
Yeah, I'm very good now. I'm loving that white work on your shirt.
Oh, thank you. Not parchment.
It looks very nice. Paul, I'm really excited about this show. I did the earlier show today with Barbara this morning, and being introduced to this concept, it's just absolutely marvellous, especially for someone that perhaps has not done groovy, but would love to work with parchment. And we've got lots of different elements. So where would you like to start, Paul? Shall we start with your one-day special and those beautiful worksheets that we've got included in there?
Absolutely, Janice. So as part of the one-day special, it's a new concept that was created by the lovely Linda Williams and Lynn Jackson. They're both traditional parchers, and they put their heads together, and this is what they came up with. Now, traditionally, when we're working with the groovy system, we trace out using the groovy plate to create that beautiful crisp white line, and it gives that raised effect, doesn't it, when we push into the plate?
It does.
And then normally we work on the back of the parchment to add colour, whether it be with Dorso crayons, the Pergocolour pens, or the Pergoliner pencils. So it's one piece of parchment that we're working on at any one time.
Okay.
Now, what we've got here, this sort of new technique, it's the same image but on two different pieces. So one piece of parchment has got beautifully crisp white printed line art, which is what we're looking at here. Now, at home, you can't print white onto anything because it doesn't exist. So we had to send off to a specialist printer to have this done. So for each of the packs, you're going to get 4 of the floral images printed on parchment. In addition to that, you're going to get the lovely sampler piece. So this will allow you to practice your white working techniques, the shading, the colouring application if you choose to. So very, very useful. And what you'll find is that in each of the packs, Linda gives us a step-by-step written and photographic guide on how to create the beautiful white work or the frosted layer that will sit on top.
And now, that booklet, I've just got that here, Paul, just to show everyone at home so they know what they're getting. And it's so clear and so beautifully written as well with the instructions. And you can see there how to do the different elements of the white work. So, yeah, it's almost like you've got yourself a little bit of a masterclass with each of the flowers.
That's right, and they're different for each of the 5 different flowers you're going to get in there. Now, in addition to that, we've also given you 4 sheets of clear parchment. So if you're brand new to wanting to work with parchment, you haven't then got to buy anything extra. And it will all be self-explanatory when we have a look at some finished samples in a moment. Also included in the pack is a piece of white paper with the line art printed on. Now, this is how parchment was done traditionally back in the day. You had a printed pattern, you would place a clear piece of parchment over the top, you would have to trace out with a white pen or pencil, and then the skill was to emboss it onto a soft mat to get that raised effect.
Okay.
But the pattern included in this pack is for colouring. Okay, so bear that in mind. Next to that, we have a beautiful piece of artwork by Linda and Lynn Jackson. And there's two purposes for this. One gives you an inspiration on how to sort of apply the colour, where to put the light, where to put the dark. But it's also a piece of artwork that when you're doing your shadow embossing or your white work, you can place your parchment over the image to see how it's working, whether you need to add a little bit more whiteness in certain areas.
Now, what's nice about the rose that you're seeing there is that beautiful red traditional rose, but as Paul said, it's about placing colour on there. That's a guide for you. So you won't be colouring directly onto that piece of paper. That's going to stay with you. So if you wanted to make the rose a beautiful soft pink, you've got the opportunity to do so, and then you can reuse that piece of artwork again. How about making that rose that gorgeous, lovely orange colour? Isn't that absolutely fantastic? But look at the depth that you're getting in there, and look at the detail as well. It's no ordinary rose. I was talking earlier, Paul, about this. It's almost like the stages of life, because you've got the bud just about to come out at the beginning stages. You've got that lovely bud opening up even further. That could be your teenage years. And here you've got that in full bloom as well. So it's a really nice element of message. And do you know what I like about the detail on here? You've got the thorns. We don't normally see that in any kind of rose drawing, and I really like that because that is precise to the detail. And that's just the rose, isn't it, Paul? We've got 4 other flowers in the one-day special in their sets.
That's right. So we have the amaryllis, we have the fuchsia, the Christmas rose, the rose we're looking at there, and then finally the, did I say fuchsia?
You did, yeah. We can go back. We can go back to the fuchsia though, if you want to.
I think they're all beautiful illustrations, and what I enjoy about this set of designs from Linda and Lynn is that you have them in the frosted floral overlay, you have them in the black line art, which is very, very special. That was the one I missed, Tatty Tulip.
Yeah, Tatty Tulips, that's it. How could we miss that?
Tatty Tulip. And then we also have them in stamp form as well. So with the stamp, they've been created smaller in size so that they're perfect for little notelets, tags, but they work. You could pop it, you could create your piece of parchment work, and then that could be sort of like a little tag on the back of the card, like a signature type thing.
Yeah, and do you know what? Today we were seeing those beautiful fonts as well that you've got with the additional stamps in that collection, in the large collection. And it's a wonderful way, Paul, to start off with your workshops, because you've got 5 to work with in your one-day special. You could do 1 a week, you could do 1 a month. Your friends could be buying this as well, and they could be doing it alongside with you. You've got your folder to keep everything in as well. If you're going for your one-day special, £35.50. A Freedom member, as a Freedom member, you're saving £13.94. What a fabulous price. What a fabulous price. It gets even better though. Only £17.75 today will get all of this sent out to you. Start your brand new workshop. Start your discovery into colouring, doing your white work as well. And then, of course, once you've done all this, once you've placed your progress down, you can then move on to the stamps if you want to, and you can do your smaller designs, but you've got the stamps that you can use on your parchment as well as your paper, and you've also got your masks. And then you've got more work to go with. If you love the rose and working with that, you've got your pre-printed parchment papers to work with, and you can bring out that beautiful white work. And my word, when you do use your white work, I mean, look at that. It almost looks 3D, Paul. It really is amazing. Without any colour, just the white work. What a skill to learn, and what a great way to do that as well, with those lines to bring out the definition, but just using your ball tools on here. We do have some ball tools on the show. Got that the wrong way, there you go. We do have some ball tools on the show that you can purchase, so you can jump right in to working with this. Absolutely gorgeous. I must say a huge thank you to the design team, because they've done a terrific job, Paul, haven't they?
They always do. They always astound and make our job a lot easier when we're presenting the product to you. I mean, that fuchsia, that's quite funny because I think everybody that's shown a fuchsia card has shown the Australian version during the course of each of the hours.
Do you know what, Paul? Near where I live, I have got a champion fuchsia grower. He is amazing. He's got every... I didn't realise there was more than one type. There are scores of types of fuchsias out there in different colours. It really is amazing to get into. So it's a beautiful flower, it really, really is. But yeah, some people do, and I guess you could put it that way if you wanted to do something a little bit different. But yeah, those fuchsias just pop down, which are absolutely stunning. Now the Parchment on its own, if you want to go for that, details on your screen, £19.95. So many of you are going for the large collection, but you might want to add another set of this. If you do, you're more than welcome to do so. It's just £19.95, and if you are going for this with your one-day special and you putting those two together, then of course you can divide the cost of that into two. So it's only what, £9.95 or something like that today. So you're getting your designs, and that's set number one, 478719, but you are saving £5 on that. And if you want to go for the stamps, remember they are in that full collection, so you're taking your savings over, your £10 saving, your £5 saving, and the saving on your stamps of £10. This is fabulous. Even if you're just going for this on its own, £39.95 for the whole complete set and for the masks as well. Now what's brilliant about the masks, they're pre-cut for you. You've got the design on there as well. And as far as I'm aware, Paul, are you still the only company to be selling the masks alongside your stamps?
As far as I'm aware, yes.
Yeah.
And what's fantastic about the mask is I remember back in the day when I used to help Barb at the retreats, the summer retreats, and there was a project we were doing, and it required the attendees to stamp onto those yellow sticky notes and then cut them out. And you had to make sure you stamped on the part underneath that was sort of sticky, otherwise you've cut it out and it's just a piece of paper. Yeah. And then Barb had this brainwave. We was doing sort of like, it was like a New York skyline, and everyone had to cut it out on a few of the Eiffel Towers or the Empire State Building, whichever one we were doing, sort of had bits chopped off of it, because not everybody's into cutting. Yeah. And that's where Barbara went down the mask route and found this material which is reusable again and again and again.
I think it's fabulous. I really, really do. And yes, it's not just one-time use. You can use them again and again and again. Beautiful floral designs. And you can use these stamps, of course, on your parchment with the right inks. You can also use these for embossing. You could use these for fabric design as well. I mean, I think the size of the stamps is absolutely perfect. If you were to use these on fabric with the right style ink, they'd make some superb designs. And of course, with them going on to fabric as well, you will be able to do a little bit of embroidery, which I think is absolutely excellent. I really, really do. Busy on the stamps, stock-wise, 65% of the stamp set has gone. 65%. So if you do want the stamp set, along with the masks, £39.95, pop those into your baskets and do check on out, because you've got that £10 saving. But let's bring all those savings together, because so many of you are going for that full complete collection. Saving of 10, saving of 5, saving of 10, Freedom members saving of £13.75. But then there's an extra £5 off on top of that. How about that? That's a bag of chips for you, isn't it? You can divide the cost of that into two payments, £47.17. And this is what most people are going for, with over 70% of the stock gone. Right, so if you've got any questions, please do email in. It is studio@thecraftstore.com. But let's head over to Paul, live on Skype. What we're going to have a look at first, Paul?
Okay, Janice, I thought what we'd do, we're talking about the frosted two-way overlay, and so I thought we'd show, I mean, we've done it in each hour, but if you're tuning in for the first time, then I think it's important just to show exactly what we mean by that and what you can achieve, because even if you're new, you're looking for a new craft for the new year, and you've seen grooving, you've seen parchment, and you think, no, it's not for me. With this, it's that crossover between everyday crafting and parchment craft. So if we have a look here on the overhead, we've got this beautiful amaryllis, And we can see you've got the gorgeous white work, the frosting effect. But if I open this up, all of a sudden, it comes to life.
Oh, wow.
And we have... So this is the colouring technique that Barbara was showing during the 8 o'clock show this morning. And it's all done with the clear parchment and the pattern underneath, which I'll show to you shortly. So that stands alone on its own. This image here stands alone as well.
Yeah.
But when you combine them, that's where you get that beautiful, subtle, frosted, gentle, delicate. There's so many words to sort of try and describe it, but it is a new technique.
Yeah, I like it. I like it. It does look like you're looking through a frosted window, doesn't it? And just gives it that soft, subtle look to introduce you to that lovely vibrancy of the colour. I mean, that's amazing, Paul.
It is. See, I'm hard to decide whether I like this, the sort of the monochromatic black and white, or the coloured image, which stands alone as well.
Well, I think you've got the choice, haven't you?
You have. Within each of those kits, you do have that choice. So even if you think, I'm not a parcher, I don't want to do this, the kit will allow you to recreate this quite easily. It's just colouring skills. Okay. Then we have this, the Christmas rose. Now on this one, it's just been partially embossed, so you don't have to use the whole image. So for example, on the rose, you may just want to do that rose in full bloom with the white work and the frosting as a spotlight on the design.
Wow.
Yeah. Isn't that beautiful?
Yeah, it really is. Do you know what the parchment, the white work would look really nice with as well, Paul? If you were to make a four-sided lantern and you could use the different flower designs on each side of the lantern, then put like a little LED light inside, wouldn't that be beautiful?
That would be absolutely gorgeous. So when we look at this one here, now this is just taking the white printed line art. There's no white work, so no skill required at all. It's just the delicate lines, which you wouldn't get with a groovy system. It would be a lot thicker and it would be raised. But when you combine it with the colour work underneath and you bring it together, so you have this variation. I'm going to show you 3 different variations of the rose.
Okay.
This one where it has no white work done to it.
Yeah.
Just nice as it comes. Then this one here has had the frosting done to it, so we can see you've got that delicate, you can see the difference, can't you, where
you certainly
the white
can.
work has been done to enhance. And then I think one of my favourite, I know it's one of Barb's, this is where the black line art.
Oh,
so you
that's
get
nice.
one sheet of that. And Barb being a stamper, we traditionally stamp with a black ink pad. It's our sort of go-to. And you can stamp on the parchment. And when we have a look at this, and we look at the colouring technique, it opens it up to all the stamps you already have in your collection. All you would do is you would stamp onto a piece of parchment and a piece of paper, and you can replicate this same technique as it is.
And you could do that with the stamps that we've got included in that larger deal, or if you want to go for the stamps on their own. So that's the benefit of getting that larger collection, because with using the right permanent ink, you can stamp onto parchment. You're already loving the flowers and the kits that we've got for you and the designs. So yes, go for those stamps collectively all together, and it is a sensational deal. The first payment of £47.17 today, and another payment in a month's time. Remember, this is your final live hour. The price stays reduced until 6 o'clock, and then it's going back up. I don't want to worry you, but we are getting busy. Let's get back to Paul.
Thanks, Janice. So this is the Christmas rose, and Linda has created these pieces for the instructions that come with each of the sets. So she's created the beautiful shadow work. She's used a sampler to show the different stages of the white work and shadow embossing. And when we have a look at the instruction booklet that comes with it as well, so Christmas rose, step-by-step instructions. Each of the instructions give you sort of a background to shadow embossing, the equipment, what you need to do before you start, the technique, then we turn it over, how to use the ball tools, getting started, petals, leaves, hints and tips, and then you have a written and pictorial step by step, and each of the pictures have been numbered. So when Linda's talking about stage 3, use the 4.5 ball tool instead of the 6mm and the 3mm ball tool in the smaller areas. And what you also have at the back is a progress chart. This was Barb's idea. So you're working on one image, you're following the instructions, and you say, right, stage 1, I've done, and I use the 6mm, so you can write 6mm there. Stage 2, I needed to repeat that with the 6mm as well. Mark that off. Put it to one side, come back to it in a week's time and think, oh, what stage was that at? I can't remember. This progress record is really useful because you'll be able to go back and go, right, I now need to go on to the 4.5, or I now need to go on to the 3 or the 2. So really, really useful for that. Now, when we have a look again at the coloured artwork, this is Linda's original piece of coloured artwork on Parchment. Now, if I pop this on white paper and I lay that over the top, all of a sudden it's changed the look. Okay, now if I take the black line art and place that over the image, get that the right way round, you get a different look as well.
Well, that looks nice.
So this for me is where if you're going for if you're on a certain budget and you think, right, I can't spend too much, Christmas is coming up, but go for the one-day special, which gives you all the hints and tips for the various different techniques, and add in that black printed parchment, because for me, it gives that different twist to Parchment, the black line art, which you can't really get if you're using the Groovy system.
No, that's
the only
right.
way of doing it, if you had the Groovy system, Barb's done it a couple of times, you have to shallow emboss the Groovy plate, and then you have to take a micron pen and goes very gently within those grooves. But because you're going so gently, you can jump out, and therefore the pen will mark the parchment.
Got
so the
you.
black line art is perfect as an addition. If you're thinking, right, I can only go for 2 things, then maybe they're the 2 to go for.
You know, if you do just want to go for the one-day special because you are thinking about your budget, and that's entirely up to you, do you know what's nice about it? This could be one pack for you, another pack for your sister, another pack maybe for your mum, maybe your nan wants to get involved in crafting, your son or your daughter. So collectively, here's your workshop. You can safely do this if you live in the same house together, or if we are restricted, and you can do this over, you know, your video calls, because you've got all the instructions, and they're the same. They're not the same instructions, they're different for each flower, but it flows the same. So if one person is working on the rose, for example, and you're working through your system, then someone else that's got the fuchsia could be working through the same system. So you're being taught, it's like a little masterclass. You're getting 5 of these, which are absolutely gorgeous. Start with your favourite flower, that's where I would start, and then move on, and develop each time you move on to another set. Now, we are getting queues on the phones. We've got 2 minutes long, so do bear with us. The best way to order is the website. Your one-day special, Freedom members saving £13.94. What a great deal. £17.75 today, that's all it is. And you'll get this brand new system, these brand new mini workshops directly to your door. How about that? This is set number 1, 124657 is your item number. But most people are going for the complete collection, and why wouldn't you? Why wouldn't you? Because you've got those savings. Once you do your flowers and you really get into colouring and white work, for example, you're going to want to do more. Well, we've got the Parchment for you, and we've got those beautiful black outlines to work with. So that's going to be fantastic for you. And if you want to go for that, alongside the stamps, don't forget the stamps are in that complete collection. You can do these for your cards, for your artwork. You can do these for your gift tags alongside maybe some of the cards that you're putting together with your parchment work. They look absolutely beautiful. They're a great size to work with as well. You can also use these to stamp onto parchment. We've got some designer parchment on the show that these would look absolutely fantastic on. So you wouldn't need to do any colouring or white work. You could just leave it on that beautiful designer parchment. But of course, if you wanted to practice your white work further, then you can do. Let me just show you that sample there. That is just sensational, isn't it? So your stamps, your masks, your additional outlines for your parchment and your super duper kits and your folder, that is your whole complete kit. We're very, very busy for it. £2 for £47 and 17 pence. Let's have a look at these beautiful samples. Beautiful, they really, really are. Now, alongside your beautiful parchment work and alongside, of course, your groovy plates that you've got at home, we've got some groovy plates for you. These are beautiful. You may have seen some of the elements when we've been showing you the samples. These are absolutely gorgeous. Now, we've been very, very busy for these. 70% of the stock has gone. You found these on the website, but we thought we'd show you live. £24 and 98 pence. You get both for that price. What an incredible deal. 980468 is your item number. Look at the framework and the beautiful design that you can add. Now, you don't have to use the whole of the frame, and you don't have to use the white lines either. You could just use the pattern that's in the middle. You've got your corner works here. Again, because you've got your groovy plates, you could just use the square element there. You could just use the flowers on the outside if you want to. Beautiful lace work as well. That's just one of the plates. Let me show you the other one, which we've got there. Again, lovely designs, beautiful intricate designs. Look at the circles in there as well. I mean, who would be able to do an actual circle without a plate? It's incredible and beautiful designs as well. And then these added to your parchment flowers, well, it really, really does finish them off, doesn't it? And they look sensational. This is a good way of using those corners, actually. If you can, I don't want to pick it up too much, but can you see that? That works like your photo tab, so you can just slip your photos in there. So that's a good idea, whether you're using your parchment or whether you've got photographs in there. And it really does give you that lovely decorative edge. £24 and 98 pence. That's not just for one, that's for two. Designed by Josie as well. Look at those, aren't they incredible? £24.98, saving £5, 980468. But of course, if you're going for that with your one-day special or that complete collection, you will be able to divide the cost of that into your flexi buys. Great deal, isn't it? Right, let's head back to our lovely Paul Church live on Skype. What are we going to have a look at now, Paul?
Thanks, Janice. So during the 12 o'clock show, we were looking at those beautiful plates from Josie. Now, these plates, they're $14.99 normally. They're an A4 square plate, so they're big. And they have these elegant embossed designs on them. Now, one of them is based on what we call a straight grid. And when I talk about a straight grid, it's a grid that's got thousands of holes in, and you have to make up your own pattern. So Josie has done that for us. Then the other one is based on a diagonal grid, because you can get two different looks from it. So during the course of, let's have a look at this piece here. This is a piece that's been created using the diagonal grid. Now, there's no perforations within those grids. It's purely embossing. And during our last couple of weeks on our Groovy Tuesday sessions, we've been looking at one of Josie's pattern plates to show that it's a real introduction to grid work or lace work. So these are the two plates that we were talking about. Now, they're squares, aren't they?
Yes.
But when you look at this piece here, it's a rectangle. So all you have to do is shorten or adapt your design.
Got you.
So you don't have to go with a square. You've got borders on here. You could do bookmarks with those designs on there as well. So during the last hour, we had a look at the straight design. And this is a piece that Josie created for me. Now, if you trace this out, exactly how it comes on the plate, for example, and you think, that's it, that's as far as I want to go. I'm not into all this perforating, or I'm not into picot cutting or anything like that, then this is where you take our nested dies. So you could do all the embossing, then you could take a nested rectangle, because this one is a rectangle that Josie's created, and even though you've embossed it, you can still run it through your die cutting machine. So what that will give you a beautiful frame. Okay? Now, if you're doing stunning white work like this, I wouldn't put the die on and then run it through the machine.
Okay.
Because this is a lot more raised and a lot more delicate. You spent a lot more time doing this than you have on this. And although it won't sort of completely flatten it, it will take away the embossed element to it.
Love that.
But for a piece of grid work, just like this, I mean, you could just do all the dots without doing any white work in this area, run it through, and then do the additional embossing. It's entirely up to you.
We've put the details for the nested shape dies on the screen, because you've got a couple of shapes to choose from. You might want all of them. £24.99 for each set. So those are your squares, 738704. You've got your circles, you've got your rectangles, and you've got, oh, that's beautiful. I've not seen that one before. That's lovely.
That's one of our nested doodle dies.
I've not seen that, Paul. That is gorgeous. Is that not on?
That shouldn't be within that collection, no.
Right, okay.
It should be the squares, circles, rectangles and hearts.
Yes, okay. Imagine those dies, but in a heart shape. There you go. But there's a little nudge to those doodle dies. Love them. 738704 is your item number. If you want to go for any of those, £24.99 each. You might want to go for a couple of shapes. That's entirely up to you. We'll head back to Paul.
Okay, so I've taken the rectangle and I've taken one of our card blanks, and I've created my aperture card. Then in order to get the pieces on the inside, if we have a look at this piece, where's it gone? Here it is. This one here with the amaryllis. You can see where we've created another piece on the inside.
Okay.
So how do you get your positioning? Well, the easiest thing to do is you take a piece of, this is an 8x8 card blank, you pop that on the inside, then you take a white pencil, because I'm using a black card, I've got to use a white pencil. I'm going to draw on the inside, and now I can take my die, position that on there, and run it through the machine. So that means it's going to be in exactly the same position as my aperture.
Okay.
Okay, so we need two of those. So I've already got my two that I've cut out. So this is where the assembly, how do you line up the two separate images so that they sit perfectly on top of one another? Easy. Well, it is when you know how to. So that's what I'm going to show you.
Brilliant, Paul. I love
So
it.
when you have a look at this, I'm going to cheat. I'm going to just take a piece of black line art and one of the printed images that comes in there. And if I hold this up to the camera, see how you've got these registration marks?
Yes.
Both on the parchment and on the paper. Those registration marks, what they do is it allows you to position with precision exactly to get the correct overlay.
Brilliant.
Okay. Now, because this is A5, it's bigger than my card. So a top tip, if you take a groovy tab or a piece of low-tack tape and just attach both pieces together, that's holding it in place. Then I could take my paper trimmer and trim down to the size I need it to be without it moving. I can do the other side there and do exactly the same. And if I need to make it narrower, then I would just put the tape top and bottom to trim the sides.
Okay.
Okay, and then you'll have two pieces that will work perfectly together. So I've already done that, jumping ahead, because you don't want to see me just chopping up a piece of paper and parchment. So here we have now our coloured image and our black line art. Now, whether this be the black line art or whether it be the white work you've been working on, entirely up to you. So then what I'm going to do is I'm going to take this inside the card. I'm going to use our fantastic tape runners. You've seen our tape runners before, haven't you, Janice?
Yeah, these are fabulous and a great idea for Christmas gifts.
So all we're going to do, just on the back, go nice and slowly, we're going to attach this to the inside back panel. So before I press it down, I can make sure that I'm happy with my positioning. Look at that. I mean, even that on its own.
It looks beautiful,
really nice,
doesn't it? Yeah, I love that.
So now, even though that's on crooked, I'm not worried about that. Then I take the panel that I've created, okay, and I'm going to take the tape runner and go round all four sides. So this bit really is the easy part.
Yeah.
Okay, there's no real sort of, as long as you get the image in the middle. So then I'm going to put both of these pieces together in my hand. I'm going to come down so it's lined up. And now that is in place, he says. But look, I've still got time, he said, to lift it up. I'm going to do it the easy. I'm going to do it by eye because I know it will work.
Brilliant.
There we go. Right, so that's now in place. So we bring that over and that's lined up exactly where it needs to be. But now we need to get the parchment. If you want to have the two separate layers, you've now got to get this piece of parchment in the right place. So I could guess and stick it on that way, but is it going to be?
I'm not
I've
sure.
got no idea. So I'm going to lay that over the top of my design, just like so. There we go, happy. The other one was on wonky as well, so this is the same.
Okay.
Then I'm going to take my tape runner and I'm going to put the tape at the top and the bottom.
Right.
As furthest away from the aperture as I can.
Yep.
Then I bring that over. That is now in perfect position. And then to hide the inside, I can put another piece of card. Now, I'm working on a black mat, so I don't know whether that is lined up with the aperture underneath. So if I take a white piece of card, all of a sudden it illuminates my frame, doesn't it?
Yep, I see what you mean.
Then we'll take the tape runner again.
Now, the details at the bottom of the screen, if you want to go for the pre-scored card blanks, you've got different sizes, and you get 80 in total, 40 in the black, 40 in the white. They're invaluable, they really, really are, and they'll just change things for you. £29.96 and make it easy to display your artwork and also put it into cards like this. So if you want that, it's 871709 being your item number, and if you're going to go for that, alongside the larger bundle, if you want to add anything to your basket, you can divide that cost into 2 payments. Look at that. Perfect, Paul.
There we go. So that's the easiest way I found of getting those that they line up perfectly. There could be other ways of doing it, but for me, that's what works.
Yeah, it looks lovely.
And then here's the finishing touch. Look at that.
Wow, look at that. Doesn't that it just changes it completely, doesn't it?
It does. It gives that touch of elegance to it. So if you're into your groovy and your normal parching, both of this new frosted floral overlay will work hand in hand with all the groovy designs that you have.
Now, that particular plate, Paul, sorry to interrupt, has been used on some plain parchment, but there's nothing stopping you from using these plates with coloured parchment and some of the designer parchments that we've got as well. The white work will still stand out, won't it?
Absolutely. So we have we recently sort of relaunched the designer parchment into taster packs. So we have our designer parchment where a pack of 48 sheets, 12 designs, and you get 4 of each. And Barb had the idea, well, what if people want to just sort of tip their toe in and just give it a go? So we've split the packs into 2. So you're going to get the same 12 designs and you're going to get 2 sheets of each. And we have these available in Indian Summer, Northern Lights, Rainbow River, Shenandoah, Toscana and Waimea Falls. Now you can buy them as individual packs, but we've also done a big bundle with all the savings carried over and a storage folder for you to keep it all in.
It's a fabulous deal, $59.93, but you can divide the cost of that into 2. It means you get a little piece of everything. When I say a little piece, it's a lot. You get 24 sheets in each pack, and these have been designed by our Barbara Gray. They're absolutely stunning. They really, really are. So in total, you've got 144 sheets. Wow, that's if you go for the complete collection. Why wouldn't you? They are absolutely magnificent. They really, really are. 2 payments of £29.97. 091665 is your item number, and you've got those different designs in there. So you've got 24 sheets, 12 patterns. They are 8 by 8 inches, and they're 140 GSM if you wanted to know. And that folder as well, wow, that keeps them in perfectly, so you can just flick through. You can see the array of colours that you've got in there. Imagine those colours and then using the plates for the white work to make your frames pop. They will look stunning. Now, if you want individual packs, look at that, £9.99. What a great price. You're saving £2.50. So if you want individual packs, you might just want 2, or you might want 3, or you might want a gift for somebody. I think these will make an excellent gift for anyone you know who uses the Groovy system, who's into parchment crafts. Absolutely fantastic. So that was your... That one was your Northern Lights. That's your Indian Summer. You've got your Rainbow River, your Shenandoah, the Toscana, which is beautiful, and the Waimea Falls. Oh, I love it. I've been to the Waimea Falls in Hawaii. Absolutely beautiful. I can understand where Barbara Gray gets her inspiration for those. Stunning. 298853 is your item number if you want to go for them individually. But of course, best value for money. You know what you like. You want them all and you want them now, so why don't you go for that? That complete collection, we're getting busier and busier and busier. It's a great collection to get because you've got your different project packs for your different flowers. You're learning all the time. And you've also got your folder as well to keep your artwork in. You've got your extra printed parchment papers as well. What a great deal that is. And then you've got your stamps and your masks as well. With the stamps, you can stamp with your permanent inks on your parchment papers. They're going to look stunning, aren't they? And then you could even do some white work on your stamps once the image is on there. It's a brilliant way to introduce yourself to parchment artworking, to colouring on parchment and using the white work as well. And to practice a little bit more for when you go back to your groovy plates. The whole of that system, 2 payments of £47.17. It's a wonderful price. And if you wanted to, you could divide them all up into different Christmas presents, but don't do that. Keep them all to yourself. 888401 is your item number. Let's head back to Paul for some more demonstrations. Paul, live on Skype.
Thanks, Janice. You was talking earlier about the frosted floral overlays, about each of them being, each of the packs a masterclass in their own right. You may be familiar that on a Tuesday we do a Groovy Tuesday. We started it at the beginning of the year. And what the idea behind that, it was to help people that have bought into the Groovy system and bought the starter kit and thought, oh, what do I do? We watch on TV and they think, oh, I've forgotten what it was, the recording's gone by, where do we start? So Groovy Tuesday at the beginning of the year allowed us to take it back to basics and hold people's hands at home via Facebook Live and YouTube. And then Barbara, she's got so much going on in her head, I don't know where she comes up with these ideas. She said, what about if we had a Pergamano school?
Okay.
That sounds good. So Linda Williams, master Pergamano tutor, wrote a number of books of using the multi-needle tools. So during the course of the summer, Linda has been guiding us for an hour every Tuesday, one-to-one basically, on how to use the multi-needle tools. In February, Barbara spoke to Linda yesterday morning,
Yeah.
and on February the 1st, Linda is going to hold your hand and give you a masterclass on how to use the frosted floral overlay packs.
Wow.
She'll choose one of the designs, no interruptions. I'll be there in the background on the YouTube and Facebook. I'll be asking the questions that people are asking at home, just like you do, Janice.
Yes.
But it means that you can go back and watch it again and again and again. So for a whole month on every Tuesday, it's going to be a masterclass with Linda Williams.
Isn't that amazing? Isn't that amazing? And you'll all be set to go, won't you, Paul? Because you've brought either the one-day special or you've bought that complete collection. You may have already started to colour. You may already be advancing in your techniques, but don't forget you've still got the stamps that you can continue working with. And if you're going for the complete collection, you've also got your printed elements on your parchment, those beautiful flowers. How exciting, for a whole month. Is that going to be every week, Paul?
Every week, every Tuesday. And to coincide with that, Barbara in her Shack on a Thursday is going to be using the black line art printed parchment.
Wow. So
Doodling, colouring. So it's a whole month of beautiful floral designs in February on Groovy Tuesday and the Shack.
That is great. So that's 2 times a week that you can sit down with experts. You'll possibly be able to see comments from other people as well. You can ask questions. How cool is that? Get yourself ready, get yourself prepared, and do your little homework before that happens in February, and then you can show off a little bit. It's always good to do that, isn't it? 888-401, that's your item number if you want to go for that full complete collection. That saving of £5, don't let that mislead you, because with your one-day special you're saving 10. With your beautiful line works, you're saving £5, and on your stamps and your masks, you're saving 10. All of that is brought together and then put into this large collection, and then another £5 on top, so you can go and buy yourself a bag of chips or something like that. We are nearly 3/4 of the stock gone. I think the introduction of those masterclasses with Linda and Barbara in February has really ignited your interest in this, and it just means that you're all good to go and prepped. I just think it's absolutely fantastic. Let's head back to Paul. We've got about 9 minutes left, Paul.
Super duper. Okay, so we have this beautiful piece of artwork, and as we explained earlier, if you're not, helps if I show you, doesn't it? We've got this beautiful piece of lace work that we've sort of created, or I say we, the royal we, Josie Davison has created this for me. And as we explained earlier, this is all taken from the plate. Let me just grab that plate, the right one. And Josie has abbreviated it and shortened it to turn it into a rectangle. And when we have a look at the finished piece, she hasn't used any of the straight lines. It's just the dots that she's embossed. Now, again, you may think, oh, this is way too fancy for me. I'm really not that far on the groovy bus, as Barb calls it. You don't have to be, because you don't have to do any perforating, you don't have to do any picot cutting. Trace out the design exactly as we said, and then take a nested die and cut out the middle. Trim round the outside, and it will still look just as beautiful with or without the perforating and the picot cutting.
Perfect.
That is the versatility of the system. So how do we attach this? Now, the trad way of attaching something like this to the front of the card would be that you would stitch it onto the card.
Okay.
Okay.
What, with thread?
So with thread, you can get like invisible thread or white thread. Now, I've got a piece here. Is it this one? Let me just have. I need my glasses for this. I'm going to bring this into this camera here, and I don't know whether we'll pick up. But can you see?
Yeah, I
Just
can see that.
There,
Yep.
there's a little bit of thread. That's all it is. So there's a piece there and a piece there that's just been stitched.
That is tiny. That is tiny, Paul.
It is tiny.
Wow.
So you wouldn't see it. So when you look on the overhead, you definitely can't see it from there.
Not
and
at all.
even with a naked eye, you wouldn't see that. So that would be one way of attaching it.
Yeah.
Okay. Another way, for me, a lot easier, rather than getting needle and thread out, is brads.
Okay.
Okay, so if I take my super foam, I'm going to pop that underneath because I need something to perforate into to create the holes.
Am I right in thinking, before anybody sits at home and thinks, oh, I can use some glue dots, or I can use some red liner tape, or I can use the tape runners that you've got on the show, we don't do that with the parchment, do we, Paul?
You can.
Really?
You can. With our tape runners, you can. It depends on what parchment you're using.
Okay.
So, for example, I've got, these are the boards. You've got the same in the studio. Let me show you on here. These are the same in the studio.
Yeah.
Okay, the little display boards. This has been attached with our tape runners.
Oh,
but
it
you
has.
cannot see.
Do you know what,
cannot
Paul?
see.
I was wondering how you did that. I thought, my first thought when I saw these, I was looking at registration marks. I thought, oh, they're little mini brads. But then, no, you're right. That's using the tape.
So I've used the tape runner to go clear onto white card. Now, if I go clear onto black card, you will see the tape runner.
Okay.
Okay. So if I'm using this, I mean, if I hadn't done any perforating, I could put the tape runner on there and then stick it onto a white card and it wouldn't show.
Yeah.
But on black card, it will.
Okay, good
The
advice.
darker colour of the designer parchments, it's unlikely to show up.
Perfect.
But always test it with, if you've got a scrap of the same colour parchment, test it on a piece of the same colour card you're going to pop it onto first, and that's okay. So yeah, so these are fantastic for them. Okay.
Brilliant.
Now, what I'm going to do, I've got my brads. We've got these on the show. We've got a set of 7 packs of brads with this storage container. I'm going to take some white brads.
Okay.
1, 2, 3, 4.
We'll find the details for these, Paul, and put them on the screen. I mean, if you can't wait, you can find them on the website, but we'll see if we can bring them up for you.
We added them onto the 12 o'clock show, so they should be right at the end of the various different products we've got on the show.
Okay.
Okay. Now, I'm also going to take my 1 needle bold. I'm going to line up my piece of artwork, and then I'm going to perforate through the parchment and the pieces of card.
Okay.
Now I'm going to do one at a time, and I'm going to pop the brad all the way through, but I'm going to leave it in place.
Okay.
Now I'm going to come over and perforate the next area. Now these are fantastic little brads because we had them specially manufactured, because the brads that we found available on the market were a little bit too big, and it took away from the delicacy of the artwork.
Okay. Now we can find the perforating tools. They're available on the website. Mats are available on the website. So if you're thinking you really want to go for it and get all the different extras, you can head to the website and find those.
Okay. So I'm doing all 4 corners at the same time. And the reason I'm doing like this within the perforating mat, because once I've got those first 2 in place, it's holding everything in place, so nothing's going to move. Rather than do one, turn it off, and then possibly sort of rip or catch the parchment. So now I can lift this out of the mat. Okay, I'm going to turn this over, and then I can open up the legs. Now, what I could have done was I could have put the frame on first, so that I didn't have the white legs showing on the inside of the card. But live TV, the order of service went wrong.
We found the brads, we found the details for them. They're on the website and you can head there to find them. Here you go, look at this. 1742, you've got your different colours in there, 280 brads in total, wow. And then you can put them into that little storage container there with 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 different little container packs. Isn't that brilliant? Love that. What a great idea. £17.42. It's 97358. Sorry, I'll start again, shall I? 973578 is your item number. There you go. They're absolutely perfect. Did you get that perfect? perforating. Perfect, absolutely brilliant. We've got about 2 minutes left, Paul. Is there anything you want to show us in the final 2 minutes?
I think if we just showcase, this is the final piece we've created, and if I just open that up now, you can see how you've got the painted artwork, you have the black line art. Let me put a white piece of card behind there so we can see that a bit more clearly, like that.
Yeah, that's
so
stunning.
This has had no parching skills at all. The only skill required was the colouring, which Barbara was showcasing during the 8 AM show this morning. Look at these couple of pieces that Barbara created when we had our Parchment retreat.
Oh, wow.
That's
gorgeous.
There's no line art to that at all. And the way in which you achieve that, you know, we was talking about the clear parchment and the pattern.
Yeah.
You take your pattern, you lay your clear parchment over the top, attach your groovy tabs top and bottom, and you're using the pattern underneath as your guide to apply the colour.
Wow.
So that when you remove it, there's no lines on it at all.
And you've got that really beautiful vintage style look to that without the lines. You know, if you were going through an old vintage 1920s book, for example, that's the kind of style you see. It's so effective, Paul, it really is. And what a great technique to learn as well, so effortlessly. This is the final live hour. We're heading up to the final seconds. The price remains low until 6 o'clock tonight when it goes back up. So do make sure that you check out your baskets and need to chat to whoever you want to chat to. Paul, thank you so much for the hour.
Thank you very much, Janice, and everyone at home, and Linda and Lynn and Barbara and the team, and Merry Christmas, everybody.
Yeah, have a great Christmas, Paul. Hopefully see you in the new year, and it won't be too long. So thank you to Paul Church, thank you to the design team, thank you to Linda, and thank you to Barbara, and thank you to you. Right, coming up next, we've got Annie Morris Embroidery, Zuri One Day Special. Catherine Sturrock is cooking up a storm for you there. And then we're on to Thrifty Thursday. Is that still Catherine?
Hello, my name's Stuart and I'm the Managing Director of Oakwood Archer. We specialise in high quality items brought into the UK from all over the world, including brands like Kaisercraft, Stampendous and Impression Obsession. Our products include stamps, dies, papers, buttons, trimmings, ribbons and album making kits. Just about everything you need to be a good crafter.
I am Matthew Palmer, professional artist with the SAA, the UK's largest and friendliest art community. The SAA exists to inform, encourage and inspire all who want to paint, and that's exactly what you'll learn to do with me as your teacher. As a self-taught artist of 30 years ago, I know the challenges of a white piece of paper and learning how to paint. But with me and the SAA, I'll show you how easy watercolour painting really is. I want to show you my watercolour painting techniques, and I want to get you over that white paper fear and get you started and develop your watercolour painting. So whether you're a beginner or an advanced artist, I've got some fantastic watercolour techniques that will get you started and take you even further on your watercolour journey.
Hi, my name is Blanche Siegmann. I'm the owner of the company La Blanche. The company La Blanche is a crafting company located in Germany. For over 20 years, I'm designing and selling stamps, paper crafting products, and home decoration. As a passionate crafter myself, I make sure all our products are of highest quality and easy to use. We produce a whole range of products. We produce paper products. We have also shrink sleeves for your jars, glasses. We have home decoration products, paints and wall decals. Everything, the whole range of crafting we produce for you. I hope you enjoy watching us and crafting with La Blanche.
Yes, indeed. Good evening. Should we go early evening? Good early evening. It's 5 o'clock, is it? It's 5 o'clock, so good early evening. I hope you're well this hour. We are talking everything embroidery from the big name of Annie Morris. Now, we'll go live via the wonderful world of Skype to Annie at some point during the hour. She's currently, I'm hearing, in hair and makeup as we speak. So once she comes out there, we'll put her live on the telly. But I want you to get in early with these. Annie Morris always flies out the door. Always. She's always busy, and we've got brand new panels is what we're talking about now as well on here. You're getting all 3 bundles. You're getting all 3 of the panels. This is the Birdie Collection. You know when you have an ulcer just in the roof of your mouth? It's come on today. I don't know what it was. But you're getting the birds that... No. £23.99. You're getting the robins. Enough about me. You're getting the kingfisher. And you're also getting the long-tailed tit, one of my favourite birds. We've got a few of them that work here, to be honest, a long-tailed tit. But you're getting the robin, the kingfisher, and the long-tailed tit. You're getting all 3 of them now. Obviously, you need your own threads, you need your own embroidery, but these are what you can create. And all these have been created and stitched. Look at that, straight stitch all the way through that little robin that you've got there. Nice little straight stitch. You've got some French knots there. You've got some little French knots, you've got some beading going on with the robin. From the robin, now we can then move to the kingfisher, which once again is all stem stitch and straight stitches, but really adds something in there. Now, whether you use threads that I've either got on the show or you use your own threads with these ones, it's worth having a little look. Then our long-tailed tit that you've got. That's what some people call my producer, and I don't know why. £23.99, 760875 is your item number for these ones. I love them, absolutely love them. £23.99, 760875 is your item number. Let's have a look at everything that we've got on the show anyway. Because it's all there. It's all on the website for you. You can go for things individual. There's your family of 3 panels. So you're getting 2, 4, 6 panels in there. Then you've got them individually, but I haven't got many of them individually. And oh, and by the way, once everything's gone, it's gone. Once everything is gone, I've also got Blossom and Blue Tits. They're nice because, oh, that's what happens, Ross. They go on the bottom, look. That's where we were going wrong earlier. We just put the top one on, but they go top and bottom to stretch it out. Yeah, you get 2 lots in there. So it's worth having a little look at some of these. £12.99 is what you're looking at for these. Lovely little tapestry. I like the garden one. I do like springtime gardening that you've got in there. And then we've got some of the originals. We got pick and mix on the show. Let's have a little look at the pick and mix that you've got on that one. All the pick and mix that you've got on there. It's beautiful. You've got your peony on there. You've got your pastel blooms. You've got your lupins. I love a lupin. Love a lupin. You've got your foxgloves on there. You've got your summer bird song. You've got your Dartmouth in there. These are the originals that I remember launching on there. St Ives as well. We launched all them. And these are just your panels that you are looking at. So we are looking at just the panels on here. So you need to add your own threads, but they are nice on their own. They really are just beautiful, just to stand up and frame that you've got in this one. Sailing along the estuary. Oh, beautiful. All of those, the pick and mix, you can choose any 3 in there, what you're getting for £23.99 on that one. Something else that I've also got on the show is some of the box kits that we've got now. These are brand new. Once they've gone, they have gone. Okay, now you get everything that you need, including with these kits. Always busy. They come beautifully packaged. They are absolutely beautiful, is what they are. Because when I open them, I'm not actually going to open this one up, but the tissue paper that you get in here is absolutely stunning. So everything is thought of. Everything has been done with a purpose that you get in this as well. This is your lavender that we're looking at first of all. Inside the kit itself, you're getting loads that's in there. It's a brand new design from Annie Morris. Like I said, we'll be live on the phone very, very shortly, I'm hoping, that you've got there. So you're getting the panel itself. So you get the beautiful panel. Look at the stunning panel. A lovely panel that you get just on its own is stunning. You also get the hoop. So you're getting the hoop in there. So obviously you would put that. Good size hoop, isn't it? Nice size hoop. So that's where you would put in it. Good 6-inch hoop that you're getting in there to work with, on display on. Then you're also getting all your threads. Now with your threads, don't use them as a thread. okay? So don't use them as like this. You don't do that. That's wrong. That's wrong. Wasteful. You're being wasteful. Split them down. Split them down into single threads that you can do with what you're getting here, but you're getting enough to do your full image. Then Annie thought, you know what? Before they go, that horse is killing me. Before they go on to the actual main project, let me give them a little sample. Let me give them a little go. Let me try them. Let me try them out. So you get these little half panels. Now, Annie was telling me just before we came on air that she uses these as bookmarks. So she cuts them down, she uses some of her old thread. Now, if you're going to do both of these and your main image, you are not going to have enough thread. I'm going to tell you that now. Okay? They are just practices. They're just a little dabble so you can practice your stitches. But you need to get these kits. You get your needles as well. You're getting 2 needles inside your kit. You're also getting the felt for the back as well. Okay? So you can make it look absolutely beautiful. How beautiful is that as a gift, or maybe just for yourself? £32 and 99 pence that you're looking at. You can get all four of the new designs down the stairs. Ross would have. He'd have them all down his stairs. He lives in a bungalow, so I don't know if he's going to do that. But he lives in a flat, so he ain't got no stairs. You can have it communal. You can have him in the communal. He's doing it for the block, is what he's doing it for. They don't call it, he's Ross from the block. Oh, yes. Don't you know, he brings all the boys to the arts. 934455 is your item number. That's your lavender. Same item number, 934455 is your item number on this one. We've got your butterflies. Another brand new design that you're getting. So you're getting the stitch guide that's in there. You're getting running stitch, back stitch, chain stitch, French knot, satin stitch, stem stitch, and blanket stitch. They're the only stitches you need to learn. And it all comes in the booklet. So it's all there for you, all words and pictures. You can't go wrong. Tells you everything that you need. Tells you everything. We'll not get too close because we're not a library. Then it tells you where you're going to go. So it's going to give you all your details, where you do your train stitches and your French knots and your stem stitches. It's going to give you all that detail as well. Then you're going to get your practice sheets that's already in there. So this time you've got things like the foxgloves, and you've got half of the robin, just the front half of your little robin that you're going to get. Maybe you're just going to use the leaves though. You're just going to practice on the leaves, your little stem stitches that you got. Then you're getting your 6-inch hoop, like the 6-inch hoop. You're getting all your colours, you're getting your needles and your backings, and you're getting all your Lally Morris thing on there. She will be here. We're still waiting. We're currently speaking to her agent at the moment. She will be online very shortly. You also get your panel as well. You get your little panel. So you get that, once again, frame it, nice it, lovely, beautiful. It's the backgrounds I like, it's the detail that Annie goes to with all these kits. And then you got the finished sample of what yours will look like as well. £32, 99 pence, same item number as the lavender now. 934455 is your item number for this one. Now, if you went for both of them, that would take you over that £60 mark, so you could split the cost onto flexible payments. So you get 2 for what you're paying for 1 today. So it'd be £32.99 on your first flexible payment. It's worth having a little look at. It's worth having a little thing. Then, up next, Dragonfly, I think it's called. Yeah, it is Dragonfly. So you have your Dragonfly that's there. 934455, same item number, once again, that you've got. Once again, we've got all the threads. So loving the threads that you've got on this one. Variated threads as well, especially for that Dragonfly down the end. Loving this. Absolutely beautiful. Now, we've taken you through the butterfly, we've taken you through the lavender, and we're on the Dragonfly. Is she here? Ladies and gentlemen, be upstanding if you can. Yes, indeed. You know, 9 minutes into a show, but her time is nigh. She's now here. It gives me great pleasure. I've not worked with this lady for ages. I really, really haven't. I want to say she lives Devon way. I want to say down that way, down the bottom somewhere I'm going for. It's our Annie, she's live via Skype. Annie, are you all right, my love?
Hello, darling. How awful. I'm really sorry.
Well, you know, yeah, I started the show without you. I don't mind. I don't mind. I'll hold the reins, as it were. Annie, once again, we've gone through some of the news today. I've still got the puffin to do. They are absolutely stunning. They really, really are. And I was just telling my one viewer that we get everything that you need included in the kit, don't you? So you haven't got to go out and source anything. You get from your practice little sheets. That I was telling them as well that that if they use all their skeins on the practice, you're not going to have enough for your main element. But talk me around that some more, and talk me around the unboxing, because the packaging of this it is a journey, isn't it? If you've never embroidered before, you are on an embroidery journey.
Yes, so they make really lovely gifts actually for beginners. I've designed the kits so they've got everything in there. If you haven't done any stitching before, you've got threads and the fabric and a little booklet. Obviously, I don't know what you've just shown, Adam, because obviously we had technical hitch and I don't know what you've seen. But you've got everything in there to make a little piece of hoop art, if that's what you want to do with your design, or indeed you can make other things with those bits of fabric.
So you can indeed, so you can go
yeah, so
you can go down the full route, can't you? All I've basically shown is the conversation we used to have before, that was all. I shown them that you get everything you need, but I was saying the demo pieces that you get, yes, you get the main item in there, so you do get a shear on this one. So you do get, that's what you're buying into. That is the dragonfly, that is your finished work. Absolutely stunning work is what it is, on the highest quality sort of cotton that you can get as well. But before you go that, if you're dipping your toe into the embroidery water, you also get two sort of half panels, not full designs. You think, well, they're a misprint. They're not. These are for you to have a little practice of your stitches on, aren't they?
Yeah. So if you're a little bit nervous and you don't want to go straight into the actual hoop piece, then you can just have a little play on those extra pieces. And they're just a taster of other designs as well to show you. So you can practice your French knots or whatever it is you want to have a play with on those extra pieces before you actually stitch the hoop.
It is beautiful. £32.99 is what you're looking at for this one. 934455 is your item number. Talk about nervous. I was very nervous when we didn't have Annie for the first 9 minutes of the show. I thought I was on my own for this one. I was like, I don't know. Just here in Dragonfly, 10% of the stock has already gone. Once it's gone, it's gone. 20% of the Dragonfly now has already gone. Once these have gone, they have gone. I'm also going to go for Annie. This is your last show before Christmas?
It is. Oh, no, I'm on again at 9 o'clock, Adam.
Oh, yeah, I mean, after today. You're not on again after this, are you?
Yeah. No, sorry.
No, it's all right. Don't worry. You haven't got to apologise to me. So Annie's on tonight, and she's on at 9 o'clock with our little Derek. Bless him, work experience. But he will be around. He's new. You'll love him. He's about this high. He's on work experience. There's somebody with him. His mom. Now, what we're looking at now, so 20% of the Dragonfly's already gone. Then, the puffin. I love a puffin. There's something about a puffin that makes it cute and cuddly. Very cute and cuddly with the puffin. Not many stitches to learn either to learn in the puffin. Once you've mastered one, you're going to master them all. As I said before, you've got running stitch in there, back stitch, chain stitch, French knot, stem stitch, satin stitch and blanket stitch. It's the only stitches you need to learn. It goes through it in detail in the book, as I said, so it covers everything that you need in here as well. We're not going to get too close on that, as I said. I'm not a library. It also tells you where you need to put your stitches on your stitch markers as well. Comes beautifully packaged. It really, really does. And you are going to be creating things that look like this. Annie, if I am a beginner at embroidery, are they, because they look beautiful when they're finished. They really, really do. Is it an easy process to do if I've never done it before?
Yeah, they're ready for you to just get straight involved with. You don't have to do any transferring of designs, or you don't even have to do exactly as I've done the samples. If you don't want to do particular stitches, you can just stitch them however you want. I mean, for that design, for example, you could just stitch up the puffin. You don't have to stitch the backgrounds. You could just pick out elements that you want to embellish and make them unique to you. You don't have to you know, there's no strict instructions with these kits. They're just literally for you to have a play and enjoy the craft of stitching. But like I said, they're already there in full colour, so you don't have to do any of that fiddly bit of transferring a design, so you can get into it straight away.
This is what I like about your designs as well. As you say, you can just do the puffin if you wanted to. So if you didn't want to do all the backgrounds and you didn't want to do the sea and the meadows and the flowers that are in front of him, you could just do the detail on the puffin, which I like. Or you could do it the other way around. Because they are in colour, because they are in that colour format. They are like watercolour paintings that you've got in this sort of form, in embroidery form. You're getting all your skeins of thread as well. As I said at the top of the show, you don't use a full skein for these. Break down your skeins, it will make them go further. We've got demos throughout the hour as well, do not worry about that. And they also come beautifully packaged. Show now, show at 9 o'clock, but that's it then before Christmas. £32.99. And let's be fair, if you're struggling to find something for that loved one in your life, I would say go for this. Do you know why? Because it's in a square box, easy to wrap. Can't go wrong. Easy to wrap. Pop it in a gift bag, done. Bit of tissue paper on top, beautiful. £32.99, 934455 is your item number for all of those. So you've got your puffin, you've got your dragonfly, you've got your butterfly, and we've also got the lavender as well. Same item number, you just have to pick where you want to go, just different options. At the moment now, puffin's in the lead. So we had 20% of the dragonfly already gone. A third of me puffin has already gone as well. Will me puffin last? Who knows? Once they've gone, they have gone. 934455 is your item number. £32.99 for those options. Let's move on. We've got embroidery panels on the show as well. These are cute, is what we're looking at now. I like these. You've got your gardening one. Now, they all come, they don't come like this. I'm gonna dismantle them and show you. You're getting the two panels themselves, okay? So that's what you're actually buying into for £12. So you're buying into your two panels that you've got in there, which is beautiful. Do we get these in the kit? No.
No.
No, we don't. Okay, I'm not going to show you them. You are very easy done. Thank you, Anna. £12 is what you're looking at for your two panels that you've got there. Once again, though, Annie, you could embroider one and just frame one.
Yes, it's actually one panel, Adam.
I knew that. I've just tested you. But you could frame it, or you could embroider that one panel once you get it home.
I've got some examples here to show you of other things I've made with those.
Let's come to you. We're live to our Annie. Annie, we're with you now. What are you going to show me? You might have to hold it up though, because we haven't angled the camera yet.
Okay, so I've got some examples of. Can you see this?
That's cute. Yeah.
So what you can do, I mean, I'll show you when I'm doing the actual demo, is you can split the panels and make them into little purses.
Oh, that's nice.
Or a makeup bag. I've made this out of one of the cushion panels.
Oh yeah.
And you can frame them so they don't have to be in the. So it could be.
I like that. That's beautiful.
Yeah. So there's different things you can do with them.
So it's worth having a little look at them. We've got them as sort of like tapestry hangings at the moment, but as you said, you could turn them into little bags. You don't have to embroider them if you don't want to. So first up, you've got your springtime gardening A4 embroidery panel. £12 is what you're looking at on this one. Absolutely beautiful. It really, really is. £12.656682 is your item number. Then we've got your Blossom and Blue Tits. Up next, once again, you're going to get that one panel that you're talking about there, but once you add the thread, it really empowers the colour, but that's the colour that you're going to be getting, that you got. It does look painted, doesn't it? It looks like you've literally gone on with your fabric paint. And then last but no means least, this is your summer garden. We'll change the details for this summer garden as well. Once again, with the embroidery that you've got on there, really makes it pop, but if you wanted to turn it into a little makeup bag or something like that, you really, really could do it. How beautiful. Annie, just while I go to the website, if you want to turn your camera around so we can watch you do your demonstrations, that would be lovely. £12 is what you're talking about for this panel. The Summer Garden, 460611 is your item number. The quickest and the easiest thing to do is jump to the website. There's loads more on there for you. There's your little birdies that we got. Very busy for the birds. Very busy for the birds. There's your tits that you've got on there as well, all four under the same item number. Then you've got your gardening, you've got your panels in there. You've got more of a pick and mix. You've got your printed cushion panels that we've made that beautiful bag out of, I love. Anchor thread. Here we go. Love a bit of anchor spread. At £13.99, 18 skeins of pure anchor and a free design included as well. It's worth having a little look at that, popping it into your basket. £13.99, 440339. Look at those bold colours that you get, and you get a free pattern included, but I wouldn't waste my skeins on them. Wouldn't be wasting my skeins on them. If you want to get into that, if you want to look about the anchor skeins as well, there is a fellow colleague and friend, there he is, our little Yanis Morgan of Stage and Screen and also Sky, that you've got on there. Very, very busy man to get hold of. We're lucky to have him. We really are. £13.99. Let's go back to your panel, to our little birdies. You've got your robin, your kingfisher, and you've got your... Now, the robin sold out individually. So this is the only way of getting it in the panels now. Your robin has sold out individually, is what we're looking at now. So this robin has gone on its own. The only way of getting your robin, your kingfisher, and your long-tailed tit that we've got on the show, the only way of getting them is going for the big bundle that I have here. There is your long-tailed tit, there is your kingfisher, and there is your robin as well. £23.99. Remember, if you're going over that £60 mark, you can split the cost onto interest-free flexible payments. 760875 is your item number that you are looking for on your 3 panels. Throw them in with your lavender kit, your butterfly, your dragonflies, or your puffin. That should take you over that £60 mark, I want to say. And then you can split the cost onto 2 interest-free flexible payments. Don't believe me? Why don't you watch this?
What is Flexi Order? When you place an item on FlexiBuy in your basket, you qualify for Flexi Order, which means any other items you add to your basket will also be included in your FlexiBuy payments. So you can spread the cost over multiple monthly payments. After your first payment is made, your entire order will be dispatched. When you add at least £60 worth of any items to your shopping basket, either online or on the phone, you'll qualify for our Flexi Order offer. This means you can spread the cost of your order over equal monthly FlexiBuy payments, offering you extra flexibility when you shop with us. Flexi Order, making your shopping experience with the craft store easier.
Before we get to our Annie for live demonstrations, you've already found it on the website, so I'm going to bring it in now for you, is the book, Embroidery Country Garden, £17.99 is what you're looking at this one. How beautiful is this book for £17.99 is what you get. 858714 is your item number for this one. Look how beautiful are these, is what you're getting on all of this. Love it all. £17.99, the A to Z of stitches as well. So if you want to learn to stitch, maybe this is the way you're going to go. So what we got in here? You got back stitch, split stitch, whipped back stitch, whipped. You've got buttonhole stitch detached that you got in there. A cast-on stitch, double-sided, cast-on stitch, drizzle stitches that you've got on there. £17.99. 858714 is your item number, is what you're looking at. Panels are very, very busy. Here you are, Doug. Watch that, lot, ready? Disappears. Love it. Let's go live to a demonstration to find out what we're up to first. Annie, what are you up to first, my love?
Hello again. Okay, I'm going to show you some examples on this cherry blossom panel.
Oh, beautiful.
So obviously this is on a linen mix fabric. This is from an original watercolour painting of mine, and I use a brilliant company to digitally print all of my designs for me onto these really beautiful quality fabrics. So bearing in mind they are woven fabrics, they do have a tendency to fray on the edge. As you can see, you can just pull away a little bit, but that shouldn't affect your actual piece, because there should be plenty around the edge. Depending on what you want to make with these panels, if you're going to make it into a little hanging, a mini wall hanging, then what I would suggest to do before you start stitching is just to fold over the edges. You don't need to worry about the top and the bottom until you've finished, but I would probably do the sides, and then you can just finger press the edge, and you can see where obviously the print finishes. Just finger press along that line, and then I would just baste this with just a sewing cotton. I've put a little knot in the end of the cotton, and then we're just going to catch one tiny little thread on the actual design and then stitch into the hem. So you're doing almost like a cross stitch.
Okay.
So you're going from one side to the other, and you're just picking up one tiny little thread because you don't want it to show like a big stitch on the front of the panel. And this way it'll keep the edge really nice and neat, so when you're putting it in the hoop it's not going to fray too much. I mean, you don't get that problem with something like felt, but obviously this is completely different from stitching with felt pieces. So you can just quickly go along there, and then obviously if you don't want to stitch, you can leave it. If you're going to use those little magnetic hanging things on the top and bottom, then you can probably just leave it loose, but I quite like to do this because it just keeps it neat. Alternatively, you could also use a hemming tape, you know, like people use, I don't know whether you stitch, Adam, you might use this hemming tape on your trousers.
Oh, I know the one you mean. The one where you sort of put it on and you iron it.
Yeah, so you can use that and just pop that on the inside here.
A little bit of fusible webbing.
And then you don't, yeah, that's the stuff, the very stuff. So you're going to do the same again on the other side. It doesn't take long, and you literally have that edge really nice and neat. Just catching one little thread on the front and then into the side hem. One little thread.
I would do
and I'm
this
just
anyway,
using.
It's going to give you that beautiful sort of rolled edge, isn't it? Like you've got that like it does go all the way around your work, rather than it's just been a straight line down the end, and it just gives you that bit to play with as well. So you know nothing's going to fray, because if it is going to fray, it's all going to be round the back, which I quite like.
Yeah, and there you go. Just a couple of stitches to finish it off, and then you're done. So you've got a nice clean edge there.
That's nice.
Then I'm going to pop it in a hoop, and I'm going to show you some just very simple stitches for some leaves.
Okay.
So undo your screw and then push it down. It's nice and taut. And there we go. So I'm going to use a green. Also, when I use different panels which don't necessarily have the colours that come with it. So, for example, the box kits have got all the colours in them.
Yeah.
But these panels don't have any threads unless you want to buy, I don't know, you might want to buy a selection of colours, or you might already have your own. I always have these little boxes with my colours in. And what I tend to do is choose a selection of colours which I want to use. I don't know, maybe between 6 or 8 colours I usually go for. Don't use too many, because then you want to keep your whole design looking cohesive. So don't use too many colours. But I tend to select those colours before I start the whole piece, because then you know that, you know, it's all going to go nicely together, and not one colour halfway through a piece is going to just really stand out from the others. So you know that the tones all work together. And I like to keep them on a hoop. And this can also go onto your piece if you're going to go off somewhere, and you can take your work with you.
Okay.
So just a little tip there. So I'm going to do a very simple stitch here on, I do lots of different stitches for leaves, and I tend to use a lot of just straight stitches and build up texture and layers. So I put a little knot in the end of this. What have I used? I've got 3 strands of stranded cotton here in my needle. And I put a little knot in the end. And what you can do is just go, imagine there's a line
Annie,
up the
my
middle
love,
of your...
I'm so sorry to chip in. If you could just move where you were holding that, if you could just move it up for me. Beautiful. Thank you very much.
That better?
Beautiful.
Sorry.
No, it's all right.
Okay. So imagine there was a line going up the middle of the leaf, and you just stitch straight stitches towards that central line. And it's quite nice to go with directional stitches to give an impression of the leaf moving or how it's bending. And then you literally just move all the way down to the end. Go to the back.
Details on the screen at the moment
And
of the cherry blossom and the bluted A4 panel, the one we're currently using at the moment. £12, 244087 is your item number.
So I've gone back down to the end again, the beginning of the leaf, and I'm going to work down the other side of that leaf, going in the opposite direction. So it looks like the veins in a leaf. And you can quickly build up texture and cover the print. But the beauty of these is you don't necessarily want to cover the whole thing with stitches, because it's just you're trying to embellish those designs rather than cover the whole thing. I think if it was just a line drawing, then you'd want to probably cover the whole thing with colour, but because it's already there for you, you're just literally highlighting areas. And then I'm just going to do a back stitch down the centre of this leaf.
Look at this. It comes together quite quickly as well, doesn't it, Annie?
Yeah, it's a really nice thing to do, because you can just spend a couple of hours or however long you've got to, put aside to do something, and it's very relaxing. You can actually build up quite a lot in a short space of time. Now I've got a piece of thread stuck there.
Do you think it comes together quickly because they're printed like they are your paintings that you've printed onto the fabric? So in theory the colour's already laid down, so we're just in theory adding on top of that colour. Do you think that's why it comes together quicker than normally if you're just using it on calico?
Yeah, definitely. I think because you can choose which pieces you want to highlight as well, so you don't have to do the whole thing, and you can choose different colours. I mean, you don't have to go with these colour palettes. It might be that you want to do the little blue ticks, but then you want these flowers in completely different, in a purple, or you can then just use the shape to guide you rather than doing the whole thing.
Not that I would, Annie, I don't think, because everything in your kits are very easy to read and it's all very self-explanatory. If I did get one of your kits home, though, and I was struggling, I thought, I don't really understand this, I really don't know where to go, or I need some more inspiration. Is there anywhere we can go for more inspiration, help and guidance?
Yeah, you can email me, and I'm normally around to be able to give you some guidance, but I really don't think that you're going to find any problems with these, because they literally are kind of, you see, it is what it says on the tin kind of thing.
No, it really is, but you always get that odd one that goes, oh, I've never tried it before, I just need to. Sometimes they just want that friendly phone call to go, yeah, you can do it, you try the back, everything is there for you. You're on all the social medias, you're on the Pinterest, the Twitters, the Instagrams and the Facebooks, so you're all over the social media, so somehow people will be able to get in contact with you.
Yeah, definitely. We're always there to help. We don't do YouTube videos or anything like that. We're just too busy. But yeah, I mean, by all means, you can email, or we have quite a lot of stuff on Instagram, so you'd be able to see, I think, from a lot of our images how we've done things, or there are lots of videos online of tutorials, but I think these are pretty easy to do.
No, they really are. The Instagram's very good as well. Myself and Derek added you on Instagram today. We both added you at the same time while we were sitting in the green room together to prep for the show. £12 though, if you want to go. It's the way we roll. £12 is what you're looking at on this one. You think it's all glitz and glam when we're off the telly? Oh, it is. We had Instagram people. Right, then let me go through these panels for you. We're going to start. Let's start at the end. Let's not start. Let's start one end or the other, not in the middle. I get confused easily. Right then, let's go for your summer garden. Is where we're going to go now. Your summer garden that you're going to look at. It's worth having a little look at these. £12 for your summer garden. 460611 is your item number for this one. Is your summer garden is what we're looking at on here. £12 is what you're getting, and you're going to get that entire panel. So you are going to get that full panel that you see there. How beautiful is that? Just frame it. That would be lovely framed. I think I would as well, to be honest. Then you've got your I can't remember the cherry blossom. That's the brow. The cherry blossom is your one up next, and your blue tits, because there's more than one. There's 4 actually on there. So maybe he's going to do embroider just the birds that's on there, which would be nice. £12 is what you're looking at for this one. So that is your cherry blossom and blue tits. Last but no means least, your item number for that 244087 is your item number. Then in the garden. Springtime for the garden. Love this because you've got the copper. You've got the pansies in there, you've got the fork, you've got the watering can, you've got the... Oh, Tom's fond of the cherry blossom. Loves his cherry blossom, he does. Then you've also got... What else we got there? I'll lift you up. Then you've got the robin, you've got the tools. Love the snowdrops. All of that on one panel. As our Annie said, you could turn these into little makeup bags, should you want to. You could also turn them into little bags, little cushions, little pin cushions. If you wanted to go down that route, you haven't necessarily got to embroider them if you don't want to. Each one has been hand-drawn and has been digitally reproduced. Love this, £12 on the nose, 656682 is your item number. Right then, let's move to the kits that we're looking at now. First of all, we've got your puffin, my producer's favourite. He loves a puffin, loves a puffin. Your puffin's been very, very busy. There you go. You've got your puffin in the meadows with the blue water, sort of water in the background. Maybe you want to do it all. As you can see, Annie's left the water on this one free. But you can do that as well, should you want to. £32. You get everything you need in the kit as well. That is an Atlantic puffin, I'm hearing now. See, my producer knows his puffins. He knows his eggs. £32.99. They're a clever bunch here, Annie. They're a clever bunch. You're also going to get the 6-inch hoop included as well. You're also going to get all the skeins that you need to do your main work, okay? Why do I say the main work? For the sheer fact you're also going to get 2 practice runs, but not of the puffin. This one looks like the cherry blossom with your tits, and it's also your kingfisher from another set that I've got. That's just to practice on. Maybe you want to fussy cut them out and use them elsewhere. Use them as embroidery patterns. Use them. What would be nice, especially for the puffin that you've got on here, cutting some of your cherry blossom out and framing up your puffin, but doing it in a box frame, and then have some of the embroidery falling out of the picture.
Oh, fancy.
Oh, yeah, sounds like a sound effect, that did it? I like that, Annie. £32.99, because we can't see you, but we can just hear you. So it's like, oh, fancy, I liked it. I'll be clipping that later. So you could, especially with the reeds and stuff, you could go in with the reeds at the front of the fan, get rid of the... kingfisher that you've got in there. Very easy to do as well, and come beautifully packaged. You also get things like, it's the added details that Annie gives us, you also get things like the postcards that come in every single one of these boxes, and every one is sort of slightly different to the last one. It's really, really nice. They're beautiful, giftable. That's your puffin. We're then going to move on to your dragonfly. Busy for your dragonfly. Same item number once again. You don't need to change anything. It's the same number that you're ordering from. Let me show you the panel that you're actually going to be getting here. You're also going to get the 6-inch wooden hoop as well to display it in, and also work in, remember. If you've got spare organza and you want to go down the organza route with these, you could drape them in organza and then stitch into the organza to give you another texture. If you don't want to do French knots, you haven't got to do French knots. You could use beads in there if you wanted to as well. You can create them. Annie, you give us the guide to start them off, but it's down to us how to finish them. Am I correct?
Absolutely right, yeah. So it's just to give you a taster of what you can do to inspire you, and then you can run with it.
I love this, because this is what you're going to be creating. And if you create that, how beautiful. You're also getting the wadding for the back as well to hide all your work, which I like. Because then it is a full kit. Because then sometimes you do go slightly astray, and you think, oh, I don't want anyone looking at the back of my work. You are going to get that so you can close everything up once it's all finished in that hoop. £32.99. Same item number though if you want the butterfly. Busy for the butterfly. Very busy for the butterfly. We've got your dragonfly, but now we're talking about your butterfly that you've got on here. Once again, it's the colourways that I like in these. You've got the teals, you've got the salmon pinks, you've got that beautiful white for some of the white work on the wings as well. Just look at the colours that you have got in that. And you're never going to use a full skein, remember. That'll make it thick. You only need maybe 2, possibly 3 max. Would you say the same, Annie? 2 or 3 max?
Yeah, I do tend to use between 2 and 3 threads out of the 6 stranded cottons, because if you start using more than that, your stitches can look a bit clunky, especially if you're a beginner. So obviously, if you only went down to using one of the strands of cotton, then it's going to become very fine. But it's all depending on what you feel comfortable with and what you like the look of. But also, just to bear in mind that if you are going to be using the 6 strands, it's quite difficult to thread your needle with because it's quite chunky.
Very, very true. Very, very true. I would definitely go for 2 or 3, depending on the look that you want in there. That's your butterfly. Up the next one is your lavender that we've got in here. I love the lavender because it necessarily could have been called anything, couldn't it? Because you have got that one lavender that's in there. Imagine creating this, getting actual lavender, popping it in the back and then putting the back on. So when you walk past it, it actually smells of lavender as well. People go, oh, where's that smell from? Oh, that's my lavender picture that I made. Well, it actually smells of lavender. Oh, yeah, it was intertwined with the threads. It's a load of rubbish, but you could make it work. That. It's nice, though, isn't it? Because you could turn that into like a little lavender bag. And if you hung that on the side of a radiator, when the radiator heats up, it's going to smell of lavender.
Yeah, it's perfect. It's like, were they called pomanders or something like that?
Oh, I don't know. I've never heard
back in the day.
That. Pomander?
Yeah, I think they
little pomanders.
Something like that.
Derek will know that. He's older than me. But he's ancient. But if you want your little lavenders, £32.99, 934455. We are going to go back to Annie in a minute, though. But before I do that, I've got the cushion panels I want to show you. I've got the cushion panels. Here's the cushion panels that we've got. I've got 3 to choose from today. This is leafy in green, like this one, but it's in black and white. £15 in black. That's what it's going to look like once you put your pattern on. Okay, so it is in black and white when you get it. Once you start stitching it up, this is what it's going to look like. This is beautiful. Use your own threads. And remember, I've got those anchor threads. Then I've got pink botanical watercolour on the show. This is nice. Oh, look at that. See, they've left the petals as their own and they've just gone in the centre with that. Then I've got daylily yellow on this one. Oh, I wonder what they've done to this. Let's have a look. Oh, that's very William Morris-esque, I feel, but also very modern. Very, very modern. Right then, Annie, I'm coming back to you. I love these. I love these, Mayas. What did you want to show me this time?
I was just going to show you I can actually show you some of those cushions as well, because I've got them here, if you'd like me to.
Oh, yeah, please do. Go on, it's your show.
So this one is the yellow lily one.
That is your day yellow lily.
Yeah, we've got, again, just very simple stitches. This is a stem stitch and some French knots, some satin stitch, and then we have gone in just to the centre of the flowers on these. And you can cover the whole thing, or like we've done, just pick out elements of the design.
Nice.
We've got the pink, oops, sorry. Whack the camera there with a cushion. This one again has just got French knots and straight stitches, back stitch, long straight stitches, little bits of satin stitch for the little buds over here. So again, you don't have to use complicated stitches. You can go in quite simply, but you get quite good results with just building up different layers of colours and texture.
That's not. I like that. I do like it a lot. It can be so simple. You can do them so simple, or you could go. You can go to town on them, can't you, man? The choice is yours.
Yeah, you really can. And I've made some little book covers as well here, using the cushion panels. So you can get a couple of book panel. I've got a larger one as well. So you can get several pieces and maybe a little purse out of one cushion panel. So you don't have to make it into a cushion. You can do different things with them. And I think that's quite nice. And these haven't even been embroidered. They're just made up in the simple, the linen.
They look quite fancy though. They do look quite expensive looking that you've got.
They'd make a nice Christmas gift, wouldn't they, if you made those for somebody?
They really would. Well, then I've got just over 10 minutes, Annie. What would you like to show me?
Okay, I'm going to show you some pistol stitches. It's a version of a French knot, and it's really nice to use it's just basically it's an extended French knot, but it's nice to use on flower stamens. Also, I just wanted to point out on this panel, there's a space here, and you could stitch somebody's name or a little, like a word or something of inspiration or a date of birth or something. So a lot of people have had those for baby gifts and all sorts of things like that. Right, so I'm going to show you a pistol stitch here. So I've got a little knot on the end of my thread.
Okay.
And I'll just come up from the back. And then I'm going to, as if I was doing a normal French knot, I'll wrap my thread around the needle, do it a couple of times, and then I'll go down further away. Normally you'd go down near where you came up, and I'm going down further away, and that's giving you an elongated French knot, which is called a pistol stitch.
Oh, I don't think I've ever seen a pistol stitch before.
Well, I was trying to think, Adam, of different things to show you, because I was thinking you do it extremely well, sounding very interested, when I wonder how many times you've been shown a French knot. Probably about 7 million times.
I do like a French knot, though. It's one of our favourites here on the channel. We all love a French knot, because they sound quite confusing, but they're actually quite nice.
Yeah, I really like these. I mean, they're if you've got the hang of doing a French knot, you're going to do one of these really easily, because all you're doing is the same thing, just putting the needle back down through the fabric further away. And then if you want to, you can make the thread by just literally, it's called a couching stitch when you catch it and you place it down. So you can bend this long stitch to follow one of these black lines. And it almost makes it look like a back stitch then. Can you see how it's then?
Sorry to chip in again. If you can move it down and to your left. Other way. That's it. And then you can pick it back up again. Now, it was just in the dark, that was all. There you go, we can see now.
Sorry.
No, you never need to apologise. That's what I'm here for.
We're having a technical disaster today.
Don't you worry. I know you're watching Tipping Point. It's all right, you can tell me. I don't mind.
I wasn't. I thought you'd forgotten me. I was sitting here thinking, Adam doesn't want to speak to me today.
No, I spoke to you before the hour. I said, I'll see you in 15 minutes. I was all ready and raring to go, and then apparently you just weren't there.
I know.
What I was told, you didn't want to talk to me. Got very upset.
Never. Don't believe such a thing.
Are you all ready for Christmas, by the way?
Oh God, never. No.
I don't think anybody is that I've chatted to so far.
No, we've been really busy as well, and I think we actually had our first family holiday for a couple of years in October, and I've just been in kind of tropical mode. I mean, we only went to Spain, but I've been in holiday mode. I've not really wanted to get involved with Christmas this year. I don't know why. I just haven't.
Oh, holiday mode. I remember them days. 1984. Oh, Benidorm. What a year it was.
Well, I think we might all be working from home again soon, mightn't we?
Good evening, Prime Minister, if you're watching. He's a big fan.
Oh, dear.
Oh, move it down.
Can you see that, or is it still in the dark?
Move it down a bit. There we go. We can see it.
All right. And then you can just fill this bottom bit with little straight stitches to make it feel a bit more full. And this is when you want to play around with the amount of threads you use as well. Because on a detail like this, you might want to use more than two threads in your needle, so it's bigger, makes more of a statement.
No, it's worth having
but
a little
literally, just have a play.
And that's the thing, isn't it? Have a little go. You can't go wrong with it. It's just a thread at the end of the day. And that's why you've also got your practice sheets in there for as well, if you're going for some of the kits. So you can have a go. So there's the embroidery panels that we've been using, though. £12 is what they are. Let me divert you back to the birds quickly, because we've been very busy for the birdies that you're looking at. Now, the robin went individual. What does it mean when your left hand itches? The robin went very first. That went first. It flew out the door, literally. Then you got your kingfisher, so you can only get your robin now in the big bundle. Then you've got your kingfisher that I've got on the show. Love the kingfisher. And then you've got your long-tailed tit is what you've got on the show as well. £23.99. I reckon you could turn him into a sort of a plumper blue tit or a little robin if you wanted to. If you didn't want to do sort of this one, you could go with the colours that are there if you overdo the colours. £23.99, 760-875. Annie, I'm coming back to you. You've got about 5 minutes left. What would you like to show me in 5 minutes?
Oh my goodness. Okay, so I'm just going to show you here. This is the back of one of those square designs, which is, I've literally put a piece of card behind the square panel, and I've stretched it and laced it across the back, and then used a framing tape just to secure it into place. And then you've got the piece in.
Oh, look at that.
In the mount. So people, if you don't want to keep it in a hoop, then you can easily put it in.
You are going to get the mount as well. If you're going for the 3 birds, you are going to get the mount included in this bundle for £23.99 is what you're looking at, that one. Your mount, though, is just there. Look, that's what you're going to get. You are going to get your mount. It's just creeping out the edge of shot there, but you are going to get it. It is there. Let's go back to Annie.
Okay, so this little guy, this kingfisher was actually a resident. A friend of mine lives just by the water. So last summer we used to go and have a glass of wine on an early summer evening and watch this little chap. He was there for a couple of weeks. He kept coming back he'd come and sit on a boat. And he kept coming back, so it was just lovely to see one actually for real, because I don't think you can see kingfishers very often.
No, it's true.
So this is in memory of our little friend that kept coming along to see us.
Did you name him at all?
Well, I kept saying wow, so we ended up calling him Wowzers.
I like it. I like the way you think, Annie. I like the way you think. Wowzers the kingfisher.
Okay, so again, these the birds have just been very simply stitched with straight stitches, very little seed stitches, and when you've got different colours to blend in, you can just have them quite loose and have other colours that you stitch in, so you can see where the painting has kind of got darker tones here and then lighter and lighter again. You can literally follow that with your coloured threads. So we're just doing very, very simple straight seed stitches they are, which is just like a simple up and down, almost like a back stitch, but you can stitch wherever takes your fancy. So I really like this kind of stitching because you can do it and just daydream and think about what you're going to get for Christmas.
No, it's true. If you're going to get one of these for Christmas. We haven't got long left of the hour, Annie, so what I'm going to ask you to do now is turn your camera around for me so I can see your cheeky little face. so I can say goodbye to you before the end of the show and give you a quick recap as well. You've seen the birds, you've seen the robins, you've seen Wowzer, the kingfisher, and you've also got your long-tailed tit in there as well. £23.99. But let's go straight to the kits. This is what you're absolutely loving. Come on, come with me. Come on, let's go. Let's all go together. Go on, Doug. Let's go together to the kits that you're talking about this one for the sheer fact. There you go. Look, live moves. Love them. £32.99. It was cinematic. I liked it. It was like the opening credits of Jurassic Park. £32.99. 934455 is your item number. That is your lavender. I'm going to go through all of them now, just so you want to. You've also got your butterfly that's in there as well. So you've got your lavender, you've got your butterflies, very busy for the butterflies this afternoon. Then you've got your dragonfly, busy for those as well. Over 20% of the dragonfly now has already gone. And then last but no means least, I've also got the puffin down on the show as well. The same item number, 934455, is your item number for this one. £32.99 is what you are looking at across the board. Is Annie there? Annie's there. Where is she? Let me see little Annie's cheeky little face. Where is she? There she is. Annie, I haven't got long left. Sum it all up for me, though. You are back at 9 o'clock this evening with our Derek. But for those people that are watching this, I think I've never tried embroidery before, but I love the kits. What would you say to those people?
Just go for it. Don't be scared. There's nothing to be scared of. There's no right or wrong. It's all there for you to enjoy. Just sit down and relax and just sink into your chair and have a nice time.
You know, it is true. What are you going to be showing me at 9 o'clock, Annie? I'll be watching from home, so what will you be showing me?
Probably very much more of the same, but hopefully with a few less technical hitches.
Don't you worry, it's been absolutely fine, Annie. No one would have noticed. It's been a pleasure. I won't see you again, though, Annie, so have a good Christmas and a good New Year, whatever you're up to. It's been an absolute pleasure.
Thank you.
And yes, I enjoy it. More wine sitting on the balcony sounds a right old treat watching Wowzer. I'm up for that. Bit of Blue Nun, I'll bring the bottle. £32.99 is what you're looking for your box kits. Remember, they all come beautifully packaged as well. Annie's back at 9 o'clock this evening with our Derek, one not to be missed. He's a big fan of the embroidery. Our Derek is. I can see it now, and he's going to love these kits. Right then, don't go anywhere. So much more to shop for here on the wonderful world of the craft stores. I've got a happy hour in an hour's time. Come and join me for that. Zuri One Day Special. Our Catherine is donning the gloves as we speak. And then it's Thirsty Thursdays. Come and join me. We'll have a right old laugh.
Did you know you can continue watching the Craft Store 24 hours a day, 7 days a week for free using your smart TV? It's just like watching us on your computer or tablet, only now we'll be on your large screen smart TV. Follow these easy steps to get your smart TV set up. Firstly, make sure your smart TV is connected to the internet, either through a wireless connection if your TV supports it, or via the Ethernet port on the back of your TV. If it's not already connected, use your remote control and select network settings through your TV's menu and follow the instructions to set this up. Remember, you will need your router's password at hand, whether you're on a wired or a wireless connection. This should be on the side or bottom of your router. You can always refer to your TV's help menu or instruction booklet for more information. Once you are set up, press the Smart Hub dedicated button on your remote. This will vary between brands, but it's usually located at the centre of the remote. This is where you'll find your internet web browser app. Select this to open and then type thecraftstore.com into the search bar, and this will take you to our website homepage, which includes our live broadcasts and access to previous shows. Now you can watch, purchase and catch up with your favourite TV shows 24 hours a day, 7 days a week on your TV whenever you feel crafty.
Hi, I'm Gina Barrett from Gina B Silkworks. We're a family company specialising in traditional crafts for the modern maker. I'm looking forward to being able to take time and demonstrate some of these techniques and share new ideas. I hope you'll be able to tune in to the Gina B Silkworks shows.
Hello, my
my name's Catherine Sturrock and I bring my company Character Crafts. Character Crafts brings to you our laser cut designs. Each design is designed by myself. We cut them on the laser machines here in Doncaster and bring the products to you at home. Character Crafts is suitable for all ages and all abilities, so I hope that I can inspire you and help you along with your crafting. I like to show you how to use different paint techniques and different techniques to bring the characters alive and use various mediums to decorate, and I also use air dry clay for decorating with the flowers. I hope to see you soon.
Time for another jolly time, because we are in Christmas time and we are in Zuri time with a brand new one-day special as well. And quarter of the stock has already gone. What's all the fuss about? Let's find out right now. Never was any good with fractions. Don't give me fractions and percentages. That's the thing not to do with me. Good evening, everyone. Welcome. Right, time for brand new release from Zuri, and we've also released our Catherine onto the nation. Good evening.
Good evening, Derek.
It's going to be a goodie, this, isn't it? Because a lot of people have been waiting for it.
They really have. We've been saying for many months now, graveyard, it's on its way, it's on its way. As soon as we've got the stock, it will be here. Everybody's been waiting for this one.
Yeah, and literally just hot-footed it in through the door in the nick of time. A quarter of the stock has already sold out and gone. So coming to the graveyard with us. Ooh. Hang on, Halloween's gone, hasn't it? This is brilliant. If you are fans of, and I love the fact that there is this dark side to what Zuri do as well. It's really quite lovely. So we've got chewing over the bones. We've got the vultures. And the great thing is, the vultures, that's what they would sound like if they had voices. You've got a left and a right, haven't you?
You have.
You've got a left and a right in quite a lot of the elements in this set, which I really, really love. So, should we have a look at what we've got here? Because these are brilliant. So you've got a big one, and you've got this one as well, because you've also got the King Bat as well. Sorry, Bat King. Which, they're all brand new as well, and they're literally Zuri have just launched. And are these on a delay?
I believe they're here in the warehouse, ready to go.
Yes, I wondered actually. So, Katie, these are ready to go straight out? Oh, get in. Brilliant. So even if you're going to Zuri directly, of course, that would mean that they were coming from the States?
Yeah.
Yes. So you have none of those weights yet. They're here in Oundle. They are next door. Fantastic. Right, let me show you the images as well, because on this you are getting the King Bat as well, and the King Bat is super, super, super impressive. I mean, look, it's a king bat. Look, it's two bats, really, isn't it?
Isn't that clever?
It's very, very clever indeed. I'll try and hold that as still as I possibly can, because you know me, I'm not a surgeon. I'll never make one. I'm telling you that now. That was the reason. Actually, do you know what? If it hadn't been for Casualty, I might be working in a hospital right now, but I was like, no, Casualty put me off completely. So there is your Bat King, even. We're coming in. We're going closer. There we are.
Incredible detail, as always, and that's what you expect, isn't it, from Zuri?
Love it. They look so sinister, those bats. I love them. Right, let me show you the image from the... right, let's go to the graveyard one as well. Because in here, you've got like birdies. Are they like birdies? Are they vulture skulls?
Yeah, do you know, you've got all sorts of different skulls, haven't you? It looks like there's a stag there as well.
Yes, stag down at the bottom.
Yeah, the one right at the top. You know, when we think of dream catchers, often we see those sheep skulls and things, don't we, with the feathers and everything.
Yes.
If you look really closely at that one, at the detail in there, that looks like it's come from a dream catcher.
Yeah, maybe it's a ram.
Yes.
Oh no! Oh yeah, but ram has a horn in the middle, doesn't it? I don't know.
No, ram has two horns.
Two horns. I need to look them up. Again.
There is a ram in there. The one with the curly horns is a ram. Can you see at the side?
Yes, it is. I love the fact with the vultures as well. I mean, they almost look like, you know, Edward Scissorhand.
Oh,
the
yes.
wings there are almost a bit Edward Scissorhands,
They
aren't they?
aren't they?
Which is really, really cool. And you can see those moulded out, actually, because in the finished sample we've got from our lovely Leanne, which is wonderful. In fact, you've got one in a pot there as well. Yes, there's the one. You can see just how much detail there is in that wing. Now, sorry, Katie, my darling, tell me again. Already? Oh, my word. Now, we released this on pre-order yesterday on an email. I saw it come through because it popped into my email box, which is why you should always get our updates, because sometimes on a one-day special we can give you 24-hour previous VIP access. You can pre-order before the shows even start. And actually, the combination of that and actually you coming in the last 4 minutes means that a third of the stock... You're doing fractions again. She's doing fractions again. A third of the stock has now sold out and gone. So it's going to be a very, very busy 24 hours. 668432 is your item number. Do you know what? I haven't even looked at the price and the saving because I just think these are so, so good. We know the kind of price that Zuri sits in because we know how strong and how durable and how flexible and how many things and mediums we can use. We also know they're food safe as well. So if you want to use them with food, obviously we say get another set for food and then another if you're using clays and whatever. They are absolutely brilliant, really, really good. And yes, they can go into the oven up to...
They can. If you're in centigrade, I think on the packaging it's in Fahrenheit. I tend to work in centigrade.
Yeah.
It's about 240 degrees centigrade.
Which is about as high as a lot of people's
as
ovens
oven will go.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. More than likely, if you're going to use them in the oven, you're going to cook cookies. We had the wonderful Karen Davies on last week with a wonderful recipe that would be perfect for these moulds as well. Or maybe your oven-baked polymer clay, so you can put that into your moulds and bake in situ, and that only bakes at 110 to 130 degrees depending on the brand of the polymer clay, so you've got lots of scope.
Ooh, we've got an oven over there and we've got 8 o'clock together.
We have.
We'll go over there and bake cookies and you could do all the doing over here, couldn't you? We also have brand new the mini Bat King. So this is really, really good. Obviously you've got the larger one, the larger Bat King in the one-day special. But then you've got 2 different sizes there.
Yeah, that's the small, but I would say small and medium in that one pack.
Yes, medium at the top and then small at the bottom.
Do you know what I'm thinking straight away?
Go on.
Nice chunky necklace with the large,
oh,
brooch with the medium,
yes,
earrings with the small.
Yes.
Great for
jewellery. Well, can I just across the room just quickly, Baker? Right, so if it was a necklace, it's difficult to see from that distance, I suppose, isn't it? Okay, yeah. So that would make... Wouldn't that? That would be pretty good. And actually, scale-wise, you really don't want to close up on my ears, I can tell you that right now. But that would make, the smaller one would make... I've only got baby ears, that's why. No, stop it. Take that camera away. Honestly, mischief. Over 40% of the stock of this has gone already, by the way. So they are the 2 news on the show today. The one-day special is brand new. It's here in the country as well. Not just in the country, it's next door in our warehouse here in Aldel. So grab it now while you can. I can see this disappearing long before the end of the 24 hours. We've got lots of returning favourites on the show as well. So let's go to the web, because Freedom members... Attention Freedom members, you've got a lot of 30% off if you're a Freedom member on a lot of the items that are returning favourites. I believe including the perfume bottles. We've got the numbers are on there, that wonderful carriage. Faces and Aces of Darkness are on there as well. They are all on 30% off if you're a Freedom member. There are other returning favourites as well at great prices. So if you want to grab those, then do. We've also got the metallic waxes on as well on the show. And your Ellie Chem. And we've got, I think, we've got the resin on the show as well. Did I see it in the box? Yeah. And we've also got the clays as well. So we've got the Hearty. We've got the Hearty clay, and what's the other one?
We've got the Medina.
Medina, that's the one. Is that?
That is an air dry polymer clay, very, very strong.
Oh, okay, so what's...
And it dries. It dries to the colour. It says white on the packet, but it's more of a creamy texture. Perfect for your bones and your skulls.
Nice.
Just in the colour it is. You don't have to do anything.
Lovely. This is going to be a fun 24 hours for you, isn't it?
It is.
It's nice to see something new as well, isn't it,
It really is. And as I said, you know, people have been waiting a long time specifically for the graveyard mould. And it is huge, as you can see. I mean, it's enormous. You've got lots of elements within there. Now, there's a couple of things I will point out. We are going to do a little bit of the resin pouring as well, but we're going to start with the clay. Now, obviously, depending on, you know, the shape, the detail that you've got in these. If I just pick this up a little bit so you can see the stag there, you've got very fine detail. The legs on the vultures, extremely fine detail. So you do have to bear that in mind when you're using either the clay or, of course, the resin as well. So I'm going to start right where I always begin, or usually begin, with the clay, just to talk you through this. The hearty clay, we do have the bundle with the different colours. I'm just going to use the white for now because we've got other techniques to do a little bit later on with ways to colour, because do you know what, we've got the back kit, we've got the skulls. You can go bright purple and orange if you want with these.
Of course you can.
Know, I think most people are going to stick to the colours you would probably imagine, the sort of the creamy colours, the slightly yellow or off-white for the skulls as well, but there's no reason why you can't put more detail in. Now, I'll just come back to the stag and also the vulture's legs. Very, very fine detail. If you put your clay in there, straight from the pack, which you always want to condition it as well. So to condition it, just give it a stretch, make it more elasticated. You'll see when you start to work with it, it will become more stretchy. It doesn't necessarily feel wetter because it doesn't leave a residue on your hands, but you can see how much smoother it becomes and definitely more stretchy. Now, the reason that I say don't go straight from the pack into the mould, especially when you've got something like the legs that we've just mentioned there, is because the clay is that stretchy. When you try and release from the mould, it's going to stretch with the mould.
Yeah.
So the best thing you can do is allow the clay to dry a little bit. Now, I have got quite a chunk, actually, that I've been allowed to dry out. Now, I must explain, we've got the air conditioning on in here, and it is very, very drying, more drying than the heat itself. I can feel this has gone very, very rubbery, so it feels much better. You will get to know the feel and the consistency of your clay. It's hard for me to say give it 5, 10, 15 minutes because it will depend on the humidity and, of course, the heat and the conditions you're working in. So we'll start with some simple ones. Now, my top tip when using clay is don't fill the whole of a mould like this. You know, you've got a large mould with lots of separate elements in there. Don't think, oh, do you know, I want them all. I'm going to fill them all up in one go.
Yeah.
Do them one at a time. The reason being because your clay is quite malleable, even if you've let it dry a little bit. When you're, you know, flexing the mould and maybe pushing it from underneath to try and get the pieces out, you can distort the clay. So I would say, take it steady, do it one at a time.
Especially with this one, I would say, because you have got, like you said, the vulture's legs, there's horns and antlers and stuff that is actually longer, finer.
Yes.
I don't want to say spindly. It's detail, and it's good, and it's necessary, and it's fantastic. But because there's a lot more in this than quite a lot of the other moulds, actually. So this one in particular, I would say, kind of. Oh, crikey, right. So, yeah, 40% of the one-day special has sold out and gone. It's a brilliant, and I have to say, it's a fabulous price as well, I have to say. And thank you to the buying team and Zuri working together so closely to get us a real, like, and I know given the darkness of the theme of this might sound a bit wrong, but it feels like a bit of a Christmas treat for us, doesn't it?
It does,
in the rightest possible sense. Can I just say as well, if you've got any of the Zuri moulds, because Catherine and I together for this hour and for 8 o'clock tonight, and of course Catherine will be here through the next 24 hours, depending on how stocks goes, and it's already going very, very quick. But let's put an appeal out there as well. Anyone that has any of the Zuri moulds, and there are hundreds, if not thousands of you by now as well, if you've been working with them, please by all means share what you've been doing, because we do love to see it. studio@thecraftstore.com. Email your pictures as big as you possibly can so we can get them in best quality on the telly. If you would, that would be amazing, because we would love to see, wouldn't we?
Yes, we would. And I'm going to say this because Mr. Baker is screaming it down our ears, and it is important, if you can, landscape orientation. So not height-wise photo. Turn your phone the other way. Ian Stott, you've learnt a lesson. I know because you emailed me. I think we're expecting something in from Ian, actually.
Oh, fabulous. That would be lovely, because he really, really does some very, very clever things with these moulds, doesn't he?
Definitely. So let's pop one of these out. So I've gone for one of the simpler ones to start with, just to show you. So clay in there. I've not even used the rolling pin on this one, Derek. Normally I do, but, you know, that is just going to pop out really, really easily. Let me just put that onto the back of another mould so you can see the detail. So this, of course, is with the air dry clay. No colour. We are going to talk about colouring in maybe, oops, there it goes. That's the thing you've got to watch for, that it doesn't slide off when I tilt it to the camera. There you are. Now the detail increases in some of the other moulds as well. I mean, there's a lot of detail in that one, but it will get better and better and better. Now it looks quite flat in a sense because it's just white clay. I don't want to add any more colour to that just at the moment because obviously, you know, I want things to dry. If you try painting or adding colour to your air dry clay too quickly, you will flatten the surface down. So all that detail will be flattened. Now I'm going to move on to, I'm going to try this one next actually. This is the one I was talking about that would work beautifully in a dream catcher. Now there are some fine detail, the horns, the little feathers there as well. There's some really sort of very fine detail there as well. But this clay is going really rubbery now, so I think we'll be all right to go with this one. Now where you've got shapes like the horns there, what I tend to do is roll a little bit and shape it to just pop it inside rather than going with a bigger lump. If you give it a little bit of shape to start with, you don't have to do it all in one go. You can break this off and add more. All you need to do is make sure that you really compact the clay down, especially if you are breaking it into smaller pieces. So I'm just going to add this into here.
And I'm going to show you a picture.
Oh, I've got a
which
picture.
Sylvia has sent in using the graveyard kit, and she's combined it with the Zodiac ones. Because I think that is that Libra?
That is
oh, is it one of the
Gemini,
Scorpio? Is it one of the Zodiac ones?
I think
or is it
the
one
poem
of the
is from, does that say Gemini on it?
I
But the
can't-
skulls
or
and
does
the
that say
vultures
family?
are definitely from...
Gemini.
Yeah, it is Gemini.
Yeah, so Gemini. She's taken the central element from the Gemini then, and then used the vultures and the lovely birdie skulls, or I think they're bird skulls, vulture skulls maybe. Yeah, they are, aren't they? Because they've got long beaks. Oh my crikey! Look at that.
Oh wow!
Is this
now,
from
that
Sylvia
must
as well?
be, that must be Taurus, which is one of the zodiacs. I don't
Yeah.
think I've had that one
Look
yet.
at that! Look at the
And then
hat.
the skull. Yeah, the hat
I
looks really
love
good,
that.
doesn't it?
That's brilliant.
And then the skull at the bottom is the ram that we mentioned. That is part of the graveyard mould.
That's awesome. And do you know, I was just thinking about, you know, when you did your first bird skull head then, and I was just thinking, what could you do in terms of interchanging that with others? And of course, we've got the fire dancer, which is on the show today,
Yeah.
which is that pretty ballerina. You remember from just from a couple of weeks ago, in fact, actually.
Yes,
wasn't that
it was
long
the
ago
last
at all.
one day special that
yeah.
we had.
So if you've got the fire dancer, I'm wondering scale-wise. Oh, actually, I've got one here. Can I borrow your
You can, of course
birdie
you can.
skull head? Can you?
Of course you can.
Oh, Sylvia's done the fire dancer as well. Oh, okay, well, let's have a look at that. I'm just wondering whether you could put the birdie skull onto the fire dancer, or maybe the scale might be... Oh, you almost could, you know. You could almost marry up. I don't know how well you'll be able to see this, actually. I know this is very dark, but you've created... I know, that's completely changed the accent of the fire dancer, isn't it? It's just an idea. Do you know what I mean? I just thought, because this has that lovely dark theme to it in general.
But you see these costumes in theatre, don't you? Like that.
Yes.
The
Like
skulls.
Phantom of the Opera.
Yes, exactly.
There was one of those masks here earlier, wasn't it? With when Indigo Blue were in earlier. One of those sort of Venetian masks.
Wow.
This is brilliant, honestly. I love this. And if you think about the Aces of Faces as well, and how this teams in
Yeah,
with those.
actually, they're really good ones to work with
Yeah.
these. You could overlay, of course, some of the skulls onto the playing cards if you wanted to.
Let's have a little
Now,
look.
while we're on screen, you can see where I've filled up this mould. Now, I have gone with small areas. I have used the rolling pin a little bit, and also right at the ends of the horns there, I've used the end of a paintbrush just to make sure that I've pressed down that clay. You can use, you know, a cake decorating tool or a ball tool or anything you've got to hand. Just make sure you've picked up every bit of detail. Now, I can tell you straight away, the vulnerable areas are definitely where the feathers are here. I mean, you can see that tiny little bit that attaches there. So if your clay is too wet, that is the main point that you're going to see the stretch and the break.
Yeah.
Also, obviously, the horns and these little areas at the side as well. Just watch out for one or two little posts that might stick up. If you miss them, don't worry too much. But that one that I've just revealed there, that is actually a little gap in between something. So any areas that are level with the outer of the framework of the mould are meant to be uncovered. Now let's just give this a little bit of a flex and see, because this clay has set quite firmly. Now you can see straight away the larger area is starting to come out, and I can just sort of ease this out a little bit. I'm going to give it a bit of a helping hand there, but hopefully, yes, there we are. It has popped out nicely.
Oh gosh, that looks really cool.
See, we can get,
Look at
rather
that.
than tipping this one up, let's see that. Look at that detail.
The level of detail in there that's tremendous, isn't it?
Well, you can see now the detail in those horns. You
Yeah.
can see the feathers. You can see the rose there as well. You know, all that beautiful detail on the head. It is stunning, absolutely stunning. We will see this detail brought out in one of the later shows. Different ways of colouring, adding that detail. Very, very easy. Don't need to be someone who paints. You don't need to be an artist.
No.
Just simple techniques that make such a difference.
And Kay was saying earlier from Indigo Blue that you can add lots of inks and things too, whether you're doing it in resin, whether you're doing it in clay. You can add her vivid inks, the luscious powders. You can incorporate all of those as well. So you can really go for the wildest and wackiest colours. Because I'm thinking that head that you just demoulded there, if you did it in some really, really bright, ridiculous colours, and then you could kind of put those in a project together just to be really stark. Or you could go very dark, couldn't you? You could go very, very dark sort of metal, and then you could go purple and grey or titanium, and, you know, like the sort of dark feel of the cage going on here. I quite like the vibe of that. It's really good. You could build up a nice little scene there. You could really truly enjoy it, and something that's unique as well, and something that's quite commercial as well. You know,
definitely.
You know,
Totally
it's got
agree
quite
with
a few
that.
applications. Especially if you did it in, like you say, in resin and created jewellery out of that, because you can lay chains into it while it's setting off, can't it? You can create
definitely, or little hangers in the back as well, some bits of wire if you want to hang them up. Now, I'll probably not fill this totally up now, this one, Derek, until you do a recap or a little bit later, but just want to show you something else. When it comes to the vultures, because those legs, and also the stag's head with the antlers, because the detail is so small on this one, what I'm doing here, I will turn this round in a second, I just want to make sure I can push this into here. Roll out that clay again, roll it out thinly so you almost follow the line of the legs. You'll just find it easy to do that. Rather than trying to go in with a big lump of clay and squishing it down, you know, just roll it out thinly. Again, it doesn't matter how many times you break away that clay and add it into that mould. And if I just show you now, we can see that. Can you see how, because that clay is much drier, how that is already, I know I've not filled it up, but that is coming away from the edge of the mould. That is the look that you're looking for. So
how long did you leave it after opening the pack then?
I opened this about 10 minutes before we went live.
Okay.
And I did roll it out flat to let the air get to it, and then I thought this is drying really, really quickly, so I rolled it back into a ball. So it didn't dry out so quickly. It's the air conditioning in here. You probably haven't got that at home. What you can also do, if the clay gets too dry, keep a water spritzer, spritz it with water, work the water into it, it will revive it and it'll go nice and sticky again.
Right.
If it's completely dry, you won't be able to bring it back. It'll just break up.
Right, okay.
It might go a bit slimy, but you won't be able to sort of bring it back.
Yeah.
But while you've got moisture in that clay, you can certainly revive it. So I'm going to come back to that in a little while. In fact, you know what I'm going to do, because I want to reuse this mould with some resin.
Can I ask a silly question?
You can.
Because you know that's all I'm here for. When you do a show, because I could just leave you to it and you would have a wonderful time. Look at that
legs. They could be branches to a tree.
That's quite... That looks like a starter in some places, doesn't it?
Yeah.
It's a bit worrying, let me tell you. So my stupid question, just very, very quickly, is can you know the kind of clay that potters use?
Yes.
I don't know what it's called. You just call it clay, a pottery clay, don't you, I suppose? I don't know. Can you use that in these?
I presume you could, but would you need... Yeah, you could put it in a kiln afterwards. You'd have to let it dry. Or would you have to let it dry?
I'd say I don't know.
I don't know. That is one clay that I haven't tried in the Zori moulds, because I'm not a potter, but somebody might have tried that.
Has anyone tried it at
Somebody
home? If you
might
have,
have
please
tried
do
it.
let us know. Keep in touch with us. Any tips you've got for us, or for Catherine as well, because Catherine always loves new ideas to play with as well. studio@thecraftstore.com. Now, in terms of our one-day special, over 40% of a sizable stock already sold out and gone. In fact, a lot of it went on pre-order, because we opened this up for pre-orders, I think, yesterday via email, and you've been waiting for this one, which is why we opened up that opportunity. We knew the stock was, fingers crossed, hopefully big enough to satisfy all of the demand, so a lot have gone on pre-order. But it's been very, very busy since we launched the show tonight as well. Remember, jewellery moulds do come from the States, so although you can order directly with them, of course, you've got that additional weight for them to come over from the States and potential extra costs associated with that. Here, we've got the moulds right here. Here at the Craft Store HQ, they're in our warehouse and they are ready to go, which is fantastic. So if you want to buy them as a gift, I think actually if you know someone that's a chocolatier or a baker, or you know someone that makes their own sweeties or whatever it might be, this would be absolutely pennies from heaven for them, because they are food safe. Of course, we use all of the crafty kind of fillings, mediums here, so we use things like clay and resin and such like, but they are food safe as well. But we do say to you, obviously, get a separate set if you're going to use them for food, as opposed to if you also want to use them with clay and other mediums as well, just to be on the safe side. It's a massive set of mouldings as well, so you've got 13 mouldings in the main one itself. In fact, do you want to just have a little squeeze over what you're getting in there, because you are getting the main feature image, which is that brilliant pair of vultures. I love those. For me, they're the highlight here as well. They are gorgeous. I think they're, well, I say gorgeous in a dark and strange kind of way, but they're really nice to work with each other. So you get that full big mould with the 13 impressions there. You get lots of lefts and rights there as well, which is really good. And you also get the backing. Now this is called the large, isn't it? Yeah, this is called the large backing, and that's new today. It's part of your one-day special, which is really good. And so you're getting that for under £50, £49.98, saving £14, and it's on 2 flexes as well, which is really good. 668432 is the item number. Right, and then we've got the backing medium and small, we're going to say. Officially, its official name is small. But over half of the stock of this has gone. So you get the 2 impressions. So they really are. In fact, if I just... Shall I try and put them together just so that you can see the small, medium and large sort of together? So, just so you don't misunderstand. So this is the one that's in the one-day special. And then this is the new one with what they're calling small. You can understand why they're calling this one small in relation. But really it is small, medium and large, isn't it, if you get both of those together. So it's this that's 035043 with the 2. We're going to call that medium and that one small, just for argument's sake. £19.99. Massively busy. And we've got all the mediums on the show as well, by the way. I can see a great big tub of something called Hydroflow here as well, which seems to be a 2-part concoction, which we'll talk to you about a little bit later. 035043, remember, is the brand new as well, and massively popular. Right, back to Catherine? Yes, back to Catherine.
Been there, Derek. I have just filled the rest of this mould because there's a couple more things I'll point out. We will demould it because it's nice to see, isn't it? So where the legs are very thin, also there's an area of the neck there. If you're really struggling with your clay and you're still, you know, letting it dry and you're still finding it difficult, use some jewellery wire and bury it just underneath the surface. Don't push it so far down so it's at the bottom of the mould, because you'll see it when you demould. But just underneath the surface, or half fill with clay, put your wire in and then go over the top with the clay. That will make such a difference. Yeah. To the strength of those legs there as well, and will also help to demould. But you can see with this one straight away, the wings themselves, where you've got that bulkier area, is just popping out very easily. The neck there and also the legs, again, are the vulnerable points. So what I tend to do is look for the area that is least vulnerable, which, as I say, is the wings here. I then sort of pop those out, and as I flex the mould, if anything needs a helping hand, then I'll just try and guide that out a little bit. Now I'm going to lower that down to the mat so it drops out onto there and it doesn't stretch out. And you don't need, I mean, you don't need to be precious with the mould. Be precious with what you put into the mould. Yeah. But the mould will take all kinds of beatings, won't it? It really will. Yeah. Now, obviously, even though it's quite dry clay, there's still a lot of moisture in there, so it needs to dry fully. Yeah. This is the point where if you wanted to change the position of the legs, you could do. So, you know, you could turn it into Roadrunner. Exactly. You could do whatever you wish. And the fact that we do have the left and the right of this one means you can put them back to back as well. So if you wanted to hang them anywhere, you could put some thread in between and stick them together back to back. Do that. That's one dark Christmas tree. Pretty Do you know it would?
Could be, couldn't it? Yeah,
Great,
you could. You've got
wouldn't it?
lots of left and rights to be able to do that with.
Definitely.
With it. I just think it's
Look
so
at the
funky,
rib
isn't
cage
it?
here, though. Look at the detail there, Derek. That's with air dry clay. I mean, you cannot beat detail with anything, more, I believe, more than resin. But with that air dry clay, because this is a professional grade, that is incredible. It really is. And of course, it's very, very lightweight, so that means you can apply this onto your cards. Not quite sure where you'll be sending the card to and what the theme is, but who knows. But if you want that lightweight and you've still got strength behind it, the air dry clay is great.
And with this one, because you have got the left and right, of course, then you could take a craft knife and you can remove the wings and they make a perfect symmetry, don't they? In fact, if you took the whole bird away, if you cut down the left edge of the wing, so cut the bird away in essence, then you've got pretty much a flower as well there, haven't you?
You've got a very pretty, that could be a gerbera or
yes,
a daisy.
It could.
So very easily you've got flowers there as well.
Who'd have thought you could make that from a vulture?
Exactly. But this is the thing, you look at what else you can create.
Yes,
they're great as they are. In fact, yeah, the detail is incredible. But there's definitely scope with this one as well. And of course, if you want to raise the wing, you can shape as well. At this point, if you want to apply to a bottle or something that's shaped, do that now while the clay is wet, not when it's dried out, because you won't be able to shape it in the same way then. But don't put elastic bands around it or cling film if it's air dry clay, because you will squash the detail. Allow the bottle, if it's a bottle or a jar, allow it to lay flat, just mould it around and let it dry in situ. If you know you're not going to paint the jar afterwards and it's going to stay in that position, you can actually add a little bit of PVA glue or a little bit of gel medium and glue it directly into place as well. So I'm going to let that one dry. We'll put that away to one side, and when that's dried more, we'll add some finishing touches to that.
Yeah, that's so nice, isn't it? I think these are brilliant. I mean, honestly, you're absolutely loving these. We love Zuri as well, because it takes your mind on a bit of a wander, doesn't it? It gives you lots and lots of different ideas. For me, it's all about the depth and the dimension on these as well, and they are really, really cool. And there's so much to go at as well, I have to say. Particularly if you're a Freedom member tonight, as well as the one-day special and the other new mould as well we've got of the Bat Kings. There's lots of savings on the website for you to as well. Some of the returning favourites, there's up to a 30% discount if you're a Freedom member tonight on the Zuri mould. So maybe you've held back on previous editions that have come out. Maybe that price has just been that stretched a little bit too far. Actually, reducing some of those prices by 30% certainly helps, doesn't it? Really does. Love it. Right, the gloves are on.
The gloves are on. Right,
Should I worry?
a glove is on.
Okay.
We are going to use the Hydroflow. Now, we sold tons and tons of this last time. You can colour it. We do have the resi tints on the website. But I think because we've got the skulls, when it comes to the graveyard mould, you know, I'm probably not going to add any colour to this. I'm probably just going to use it as it is. Now, the Hydroflow, it's a water-based product. We don't like to call it a resin. It's not really a resin, although it is made by Elichem, who bring fabulous resins to us here as well. But it is quite a quick drying medium. So I am going to use, once again, the graveyard. We're going to have a little look at Bat King in a short while with another product as well. This is where it differs for me, because with the clay, I would say, do one at a time, pop them out, as I've explained, you know, so you're not distorting things. With your Hydroflow or your resin, you pour as much as you want. If you want to fill the whole of that, then do it.
Okay.
Because, you know, when it cures, it's strong enough not to sort of flex too much. It's not going to break in the same way. It's not going to split. So you don't have to worry about the drying time.
Can I just be nosy again, just quickly, with the Hydroflow?
Yeah.
Have you got a piece that you've made with the Hydroflow before? So what's the difference in look to that than something like the resin? Is it a lot more matte? It looks a bit more matte.
It is quite matte. It looks more like a plaster cast.
Okay.
I've actually got two here. This one is air dry clay.
Right.
This one is the Hydroflow. Now, the air dry clay isn't quite dry, but I think you can probably already see that it's shrunk slightly. Yes,
okay,
you can
right.
see very, very slightly.
Yeah, yeah.
Air dry clay will shrink a little bit as it dries.
Yeah.
The Hydroflow won't really shrink at all. Saying that, you will not lose any detail with the air dry clay. And the drier it is when it goes into the mould, the less it's going to shrink as well.
And does it go super solid when it's hardened off, or whatever the phrase is?
The Hydroflow?
Yes.
Yeah, it's very solid. This one isn't fully cured, but it's still nice and hard.
So that would be all right for jewellery making, or...
You can make jewellery with this. You can protect it if you want. You can seal it as well. You can still use all those different mediums. This is a product that you can also put outside. It will withstand the elements. Now, there is a sealer. I believe it's probably on the show. If not, it might be in the brand shop. You don't have to have it, but if you are going to put something outside, it is wise to give it that little bit of extra protection.
Okay.
Now, I'm not going to say that anything, whether it's the HydroFlow or any of the mediums we've got or anything else you use, is going to always last in the elements, because ice, cold, frost, it does affect things.
Yeah.
So if you've got a really, really hard winter, I probably would say, if you've got things on plant pots or something like that, maybe bring them in if it's going to be really, really severely frosty and cold.
Yeah.
But other than that, you haven't got a problem. Getting it wet, not a problem.
Brilliant.
So, right, we are going to mix some of that up. Now, it's a very different mix to the Elichem Total Cast, which is the other resin that we see a lot on this show. The Total Cast is a clear resin. It will be very malleable if you demold it after about 6 to 8 hours. As soon as you can demold it, you're quite fine to do that, and it will give you time to shape around things. This is a completely different medium. The mix ratio is different as well. It's very easy to work with. The curing time or the drying time, and that's different. The curing and drying time are two different things.
Okay.
It is very different to the clear resin. So when we say drying time, that's dry to touch. You know, you might be able to demold, it will feel dry, it's not runny anymore. Curing time is when it's gone to its full strength. So you're still going to need about 24 hours to full strength, but demolding time can be done quite quick. Now,
and can you also mould that around things then?
There is a way you can do it. I'm not going to do it during this hour, but during tomorrow we're going to give this a go.
Okay.
It isn't the easiest of things. So with your Total Cast, your clear resin, because you can demold that and it's very malleable, that is easy to mould around something.
Right.
But you can do it with this as well. So we'll cover that tomorrow at some point. I'm not sure which show it'll be, but we'll definitely talk about it at some point.
Okay.
Now, with the HydroFlow, you do get your activator, which is a fluid. You also get powder. Now, we do have this available in different size bundles.
We do.
It is porous when it's cured, so it will take lots of different mediums, lots of different paints. As I say, you can seal it if you prefer, but it's got the most beautiful, it's like soapstone. It's a really beautiful,
okay. So like it's been
finish.
Carved.
Yes,
yeah.
yes,
okay.
It's fantastic. Now the ratio is 2.5 to 1. Now your 1 is your liquid, your 2.5 is the powder. So I would normally say weigh it, it's probably the easiest way, but I've got some little measurements on my little silken jugs here as well. So I am going to actually measure these out. Now it's advisable go with the fluid first. So I'm just going to mix, I'm not going to do too much. I'm just going to put up to one little mark, put the fluid into my pot here. Because I'm putting the fluid in first, if I did want to colour that, you would apply the resin now.
Okay.
So you're applying the colour now before you put the powder in there, because as soon as you put that powder in, that curing time is kicking in.
Oh,
you haven't got such an open window as with the clear resin.
Right, okay.
Now it's 2.5 times when it comes to our powder. So I'm actually going to go to exactly the same mark that I've just gone to with the fluid, and quickly fill that up again. Because that's 1 to 1 so far. This is 2 to 1, and then we'll put the other half in. Now what I tend to do is give this a stir. Don't put it all in at once. So I'm going to give the powder a stir. You don't want any lumps in there. Now there is a little bit of room for manoeuvre with this, Derek, as well. So if you make it a little bit thicker, that's fine. If it's slightly runnier, you'll probably get away with it as well to a point, but be careful because you don't want too much fluid against the powder, because you do want it to cure. So we've got 1 part in there, that's your 2 parts, and just before I stir that, I'm going to
guessing that you don't want to do this in a container that you love or you want to particularly keep.
No,
That's an old
don't use it.
soup container, isn't it?
It is an old soup container, you are quite right there.
I recognise them from the supermarket. You know those fresh soups that they do in the chillers? When you're on the way home and you think, oh, I can't be bothered to cook tonight, I'll just pick up one of those and throw it in the microwave.
Very nice soups.
They are
in
great.
Those containers.
Very good.
Now, if you are a little bit slow with the mixing and you do put this to one side and you find that it's starting to go a little bit too thick, don't be tempted to put more activator in there, more fluid. Just give it another stir. It kind of makes it a little bit runnier again. You can only do that for so long and it will start to cure.
Okay, so what's the final consistency that we're looking for then?
Well,
compare it to cream. It's always cream
a nice double
isn't it?
cream. And
Okay.
I've made this slightly thicker because I was hoping to demould this before the end of the show, but I've just looked at the clock and I don't think it's going to happen. Now, demoulding time will vary. It will vary depending on the mould itself, and this is where it comes back to these legs.
Yeah.
If everything was nice and solid like the skull here, I'd get away with that. I could demould that quite quickly.
Yes.
These areas here are going to probably take a little bit longer, so it might be a little bit of trial and error for everybody. I've definitely made this thicker than I normally do, but we'll demould at 8 o'clock instead.
It's lovely and smooth though, I can see from here.
Now, give it a little bit of a helping hand. So it is self-leveling, so if it was a bit runnier, you'd find that would spread nice and evenly. And all I'm going to suggest you do, and you can do this every time you pour into one of the elements there, or you can do it right at the end when they're all poured. Pick the mould up, drop it down a few times. What will happen is the air bubbles will raise to the top.
Okay, right,
I've got a few bits of dry clay or something in there.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's an air bubble or a lump that I've not got out there, but I think it's an air bubble, there it is. So any you can see, visibly see, you can also pop. But as I'm dropping this, I can see more and more coming up. So the more you can get out, the less you'll have on the right side of the mould. Now this was a little bit thinner. Probably what I'd do, I would drizzle into the legs there, but you can scoop it in. You can also use a spatula. Don't worry if you do apply this and it gets to the top of the mould. All you need to do is scrape away as much as possible, and when you demould it, you'll find that it just flakes away. It will just completely flake away. So I was thinking, you know, if I play this clever and make it a little bit thicker than I normally do, we'll be able to demould this, not realising we only had about 20 minutes left, which I'm pushing it, but you never know.
Well, it's all right. That means that we can leave it for the hour that we have off, and then we're back for another hour at 8 o'clock anyway. So
now I'm being a little bit careful where I'm going into these legs. The other thing is as well, if you don't have enough mixture to fill a mould, it doesn't matter. Fill what you can. You can always mix more and pour over the top, even if it's started to cure.
Oh, okay, that's
okay.
Good to know.
So yeah, so I'm just giving this a little bit of a helping hand into those legs again. I've gone into the antlers of the stag there as well. But now I've done that, I think what I'll do is take out that brush.
Can I just ask then, in the Hydroflow,
Yeah.
you know, sometimes you brush the inside of the moulds with a luscious powder or something like that to add a finish. Can you do that with the Hydroflow?
You can brush the powder in first, or you can mix the powder into the mix as well.
Okay.
So you have got lots of choices there. Now this is curing already, I can see it is. Now what you'll probably find is, when it starts to cure, it looks as though it's getting a bit of a skin on the top. Don't be tempted to flex the mould when you see that happening. Once it's started curing, if you start flexing that mould too much, you're going to crack it. It's not going to be fully cured, but you're going to damage what's already in there.
Okay.
Okay. So once again, now you can see that's quite thick, but if I pick this up and down...
It looks like pouring cream, doesn't it? Doesn't it lovely?
Isn't it? You can see how that sort of flattens out as well.
Yeah.
You can see how those bubbles are coming through. I'm going to keep working on this. I've still got the head to do. I've got loads of this here, so I don't want to waste it. I do want to try and be as quick as possible before it does start to cure. So again, don't worry about the top of the mould. You can see there, if I just work some into that side there, just clean that off, scrape across with my spatula, you can see I can almost clean away everything that's on the top there. So it's not going to be a problem.
So you're not wasting any at all there?
No. This one here, Derek,
yeah.
I've just caught that. Can you see how it's starting to get that skin on it? So I'm not going to disturb it too much. At the minute, it will settle again.
Yes,
it's not cured enough to stop that.
It's gone to stiff peaks in Moran terms already, hasn't it? While you're doing that, I'll leave you to do that, because I realise that's going to be quite... You need to kind of do that now, don't you? You need to commit to it.
I'd rather not waste what I've mixed.
So I'll let you concentrate on that rather than trying to talk and do at the same time. And we've had some images from the design team as well. Here's one. Oh, hello. This is very dark, isn't it? We've got the vulture who's just waiting on top of the coffin. Hello. Oh, now look. I love that. Nelly, that's really, really good. I love that. I love the different mediums that you've used in that as well. Is that like a wrought iron piece or something like that? That's really, really interesting.
Now, I recognise on this one, I recognise the blue area. That's the pincers of the scorpion. In fact, you can see the scorpion underneath there.
Yeah.
But that totally changes it. If you didn't own that mould, you would never work that out. It just looks very ornate. It's beautiful.
Absolutely. Here's another one from Nelly as well. This has really got that kind of that Wild West kind of desert, barren landscape feel about it. Nelly, absolute genius. We've got some more as well from Leanne, from the Zuri design team as well. Oh my word, right, now that's brilliant. Thank you so much, Leanne, there as well, because that's given us all 3 sizes of the Bat King. And again, actually, Leanne's gone with the theme that I had in my head there, which is doing kind of block colours for these and having them really, really pop out. I love that background as well. It's gorgeous.
Clever, isn't it?
Oh my crikey! Now that's
that is lovely.
That's like the gates of, you know, downstairs, isn't it?
It is, isn't it? And we've got I think that's the astrolabe that's been used there as well, which many, many people already own.
Yes.
So definitely think about mixing this with everything you've already got. You know, I'm thinking florals as well. We do have elements of florals within these moulds as well. So it's not all about everything's got to be dark. You can still go pretty and light. You know, have that real mix, that eclectic mix.
Well, that's what I love the fact. If you think of all the moulds that you might have in your collection, I'm looking around the samples that we've got in the room. We've got the numbers, of course, which you might have. If you've got the playing cards ones as well, if you've got the machines one, you've got elements there, some of which are quite dark already, but you can kind of, you know, add some darkness to something that's really sweet. Now, have we got, which is the one, you'll recognise it, Catherine, if I just nip over here for a second. There's one sample here with one of the playing cards on, with some flowers on as well. Do you remember where the flowers came from?
They're from little bit of everything.
Oh, are they?
Or we did have a flower mould that sold out. It could be from that one, but little bit of everything, I think, has got those flowers.
Well, it's worth having a little look through, because look, they are the sweetest and cutest flowers, but they could just as easily be a funky tattooed flower kind of look, couldn't they?
Definitely.
But you could add the skulls and the vultures to those really, really easily, or indeed give that whole little floral bouquet there. You could give it the wings of the vultures. Because there's symmetry, because the vultures you've got, as you can see, it's difficult to see, I know, on TV, it's not as easy to see, because you've got the left and the right of the vulture, and there's quite a few elements where you've got a left and a right in this new set as well, which I love that. I think it's really, really good. And think of what you can do with the bat wings as well, actually, because it's a skull in the middle, isn't it, of the Bat King.
Do you know, we've also got the butterfly wings back on this time, and when we brought these with the one-day special, they were not available individually. We have got them available individually today.
Oh, cool.
So you missed out on those before. Now's the time to get them. I think mixing the bat with the butterfly wings as well and overlaying those would look incredible.
Let me show you. I got them here. Oh, they're big as well, aren't they?
They're beautiful.
They are big, these butterfly wings. Sorry, I'll just show you the mould first. There you go.
Just to the side of you as well, Derek, with the butterfly wings.
That's wunderbar. And let me just show you the image as well, because they are super, super detailed as well. Thank you, Al Lewis. Oh, sorry. I'm trying to do 65 things at once here. Here's a sample as well. Oh, that's super, super cool, isn't it? Oh, my crikey. Hang on, wait, because look. Are these by Leanne?
They are by Leanne.
Oh,
so
my
she's
crikey.
Used,
well, tell us about this one
body.
first.
So it's the
yes.
wings.
Yes.
And she's used the wording from machines and changed it around a little bit.
She's made a G out of the C and
the
a W out of an M.
That's correct.
Good work.
Yeah, very clever use of the other moulds again there.
Can I show you this? Oh, my crikey. Now, she's used, I forget what these...
They were the gears. That are used there, the cogs and the gears. We've got the butterfly wings, we've got the perfume bottle again, we've also got the pipework from machines.
From machines, yeah. But she's also used, I forget what these beads are called, they're like little glass domes. Yeah, they're like little cabochons, but they have a name and I can't remember the name of it. It'll come back to me later. But you can buy them, they're like a flat back element that have like a really kind of, what's the word, sort of, you know, like a tiger's eye. Almost seems to move as you move it. They've got a particular name, those beads as well, which will come back to me later, but they look like turquoisey. Beautiful. Are you all full now?
Yeah, I don't move it now because I don't. It's at that stage where it's forming that skin on the top, so I don't want to disturb it. But how long we've got left? 8 minutes. Right, I wanted to bring in the Bat King. Now, I can use this with all 3 of the sizes actually, the medium, the small together and the large one, part of the one-day special. I just don't want to disturb that too much, but hopefully we can see these. Right, there is another product which we sold tons of last time. If you haven't seen it, well worth going for this as well. This is the metal cast. Now, it's by AALL Create again, and you can work with it with the HydroFlow, which I must put the lid on that before I knock it over. Now, the metal cast is a little bit different. It does give you that look of metal. Now, it looks very dull and matte and grey when you first demould, but you use some very fine wire wool or sandpaper, and you buff up the surface. After a certain amount of time, you have to give it a curing time first, and it brings to life that metal effect.
Ooh.
So it's a really interesting product. Now, what you can do with it as well, we did experiment with this last time, and I did mix in some mica powders as well.
So this is another two-part.
It is.
Two-part story. So
Yeah.
you've got the metallic coating. Oh, so it's two parts. So is one an activator and one a...
You've got your fluid and you've got your powder again. Now this is 3 to 1. 3 to 1, this one.
And you don't need that.
I think the little stirrer that you had might be an end of call.
Oh, okay.
I think it was last time. So
you can
I'll
get
have
one
a
of
look
those
out.
if you want to. So that's the kit together there, 400 grams in total, $17.99. So would one lot of that do a full doodah?
It should do, yes.
Okay.
Although it's not set in stone, and it does tell you this on the packaging, it's not set in stone, the consistency. So, you know, depending on how you mix it, it may change a little bit.
Oh yes, because it actually says thoroughly mix at a ratio of 3 to 1 pound to liquid.
Yeah.
You can adjust the ratio up and down to suit the viscosity you require.
Exactly.
I don't know which viscosity I require, so I'm going to watch you.
Now, you can, of course, use this into your moulds. You can also paint this onto a surface as well. It's entirely up to you how you do it. I'm just going to tip that back out because I'm going to go with the liquid first, just to play it safe. Probably best just to start with a tiny little bit of the liquid, then add the powder. It does say about 3 to 1. This is one that I do kind of guess at it. I just, you know, we've just mentioned, haven't we, that the viscosity.
Until you get the viscosity you require, Catherine.
Yes, that's entirely up to you. So it is very, very grey. You don't want it so thick that you've got to sort of use a spatula and scrape it in, and you want that little bit of, you want it to find the detail of the mould, so you want it quite liquid. Okay, now what you will do with this, it's almost like building up the layers. You will apply this into the mould before your HydroFlow, and you will need this to set to a certain amount of time.
So this is the top, this is the surface skin, if you like, is it?
It's going in first, but it's what you see on the top. That's right,
yes.
yeah.
Okay, so yeah, it's the top skin,
Exactly,
so to
so I'm
speak.
just going to put the lid on there because I think I've got enough powder. I don't want to spill anything into it. Again, just stir until you've got no lumps and bumps. These are water-based products, so you can wash out with soapy water. If you don't wash out, you will end up with brushes or utensils that are a little bit messy. With plastic, you can just flex them and it will flake away.
Right.
Wood's a little bit different.
Yeah.
So I have got quite an old brush here that I'm going to use, and I'm just going to paint into the mould. Okay, so all I'm doing is just applying it directly into the mould. Now there's a couple of different ways. I experimented with this last time. The last one day special we had, I was given this right before the show, so I'd had no time to sort of play around with it. So we did test out different things during the live shows, which all worked actually, which was quite...
You sound so surprised. You've been doing this a while now, you know. Give yourself some credit.
But you never know, do you, when you've got something new. So you can see I'm putting a full coat into the base of the mould here. I will give this, normally I'll say give it 30 minutes, 30 to 40 minutes. You want it to dry.
Yeah.
Don't go straight in with the HydroFlow, it will just mix into it.
Which we're going to have as well, of course. Remember, in 5 minutes' time, we've got an hour of curing time before we're back again for another show. Which is